The story begins at the Music Bureau, Jingyang County, in the 10th year of Jingguan. A hand with red-painted nails leans against the doorframe of a brothel. Shortly after, a young woman with an extremely voluptuous figure appears. The night is late. Young master, don't rush. Come inside. This servant will brew tea and prepare the bed for you. Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly turns gloomy. The girl leads the young man into the room. A moment later, the girl is drenched in sweat, writhing on the bed. Young master, this servant feels so hot. Could you please help check this servant's body? The young man hears this and approaches, his face devoid of emotion. He slowly reaches out to touch the girl's neck, causing her to moan comfortably. Please have mercy, young master. As soon as she finishes speaking, the young man immediately chokes the girl. Her eyes suddenly widen, pupils revealing a circle of power. From this angle, one can see the young man using Taoist techniques to suppress the girl, causing the demonic energy in her body to continuously pour out. The young man's hand tightly grips a golden talisman, his eyes emitting a dazzling light. Demon, reveal your true form. The story begins. My name is Shun Chongqing, a young man who grew up under the red flag, educated with scientific materialist theory. From childhood to adulthood, I have time-traveled once to this man-eating feudal society. In the 10th year of Jingguan in the Great Tang Dynasty, I didn't transmigrate into a prince, a nobleman, or a rich second generation, nor did I have any system support. Pitifully, I lived a frugal life, working hard to rent a dilapidated 6-room house, but still couldn't escape the fate of being cheated. Shun Chongqing enters the house, angrily tearing up the paper in his hand. Damn it, are the unscrupulous brokers of the Tang Dynasty this overbearing? No wonder this house was the cheapest. This rundown house has become the starting point for my legendary life in the Tang Dynasty. Shun Chongqing walks to the door covered in talismans, sighing. Well, the money's gone. What can I do? A gust of wind blows, and the talismans on the door flutter down. This filthy, cramped place doesn't even have cleaning services, and they stick these random things on. In the courtyard, there's also a rusty iron sword stuck in an yin-yang 8 trigrams formation. Looking up, the ceiling is full of cobwebs, entangled with talismans. Shun Chongqing walks to the rusty sword, thinking to himself, practice has proven that even if I time travel from the civilized modern society of the 21st century to here, facing these 800 ancient swindlers, I'm afraid I'm not alert enough. Thinking of this, Shun Chongqing takes out a cigarette, puts it in his mouth, and lights it. Well, I'll have a smoke to calm down. He takes a deep drag, then exhales the smoke, his eyes casually glancing to the side. The smoke from Shun Chongqing's cigarette gently rises, inadvertently causing the withered old tree beside to sprout and bud. As Shun Chongqing is observing the surroundings of the house, he notices a flash of light. What's that? Even scrap metal is thrown around carelessly. Curious, he steps forward to pick up the sword for a closer look, but unexpectedly, as soon as he touches it, the hilt breaks off. The young man stares at the broken sword hilt, exclaiming with his mouth agape, "Oh no, it's broken. I was planning to keep it for cutting grass and tilling the soil." Suddenly, a voice echoes from inside the room, startling Shun Chongqing to turn his head. "Young master, save me. Young master, this servant is here." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing hastily throws away the cigarette in his hand, thinking to himself, what's going on? Didn't the broker say this house has been vacant for a long time? Why is there someone here? So the young man angrily rushes towards the room, his ears smoking as he shouts, "What's going on? Who's in there?" As he steps forward, he accidentally steps on the 8 trigrams formation, his footprint immediately imprinting on it, emitting a golden light. Shun Chongqing steps forward, forcefully pushing the door open, frowning angrily as he shouts, "This place is now my home. Get out immediately." Before his eyes appears a pair of enormous jade rabbits. Immediately after, a voluptuous young woman with a seductive expression and dreamy eyes writhes as she calls out, "Young master." Shun Chongqing's eyes light up at the sight, his face flushing as he thinks to himself, "Mother, I'm in love." As the girl lunges towards him, the young man quickly sidesteps. As a result, the girl crashes to the ground. But Shun Chongqing doesn't help her up, instead turning his head and boasting, "Miss, don't think you can touch me whenever you want." The thick-skinned girl grabs Shun Chongqing's belt. I've said it before, you Tang Dynasty people, why won't you study properly? Workers must rely on their own diligent hands to make a living. The girl presses her face against Shun Chongqing's back, cooing, "Young master, this servant has always relied on her own hands to make a living." As soon as she finishes speaking, Shun Chongqing begins to feel the weight of 2 melons on his waist. Unable to withstand the pressure from the 2 silicon bags, the young master cries out in terror, female pervert, mother!" Without hesitation, Shun Chongqing immediately backs away, hugging himself. He embraces his jade-like body, mumbling, You're a girl, don't talk nonsense. I suspect you want to do something to me, but I have no proof." So Shun Chongqing turns his face away, just in time to see the girl's entire body suddenly emit an eerie aura. But Shun Chongqing remains oblivious, instead reasoning, "Miss, it's already dark. If you have no business here, please go home. In the future, don't casually enter these abandoned houses. If you get trapped inside, no one will come to save you." He steps forward, removing the talisman from the painting. "Moreover, I've heard that this place might be haunted. Aren't you afraid, little girl?" He keeps talking, completely unaware of the female ghost behind him emanating an eerie aura. "So, young master, are you afraid of ghosts? Haha, I am the child of fate, the chosen one, a noble time traveler, possessing the primordial Tao body, invulnerable to ghosts and spirits." Suddenly, the painting stirs, the eyes of the celestial general on the wall widening. By now, the female ghost has completely transformed, her demonized body and sharp claws pointing straight at Shun Chongqing. But he continues as if nothing has happened, saying, "You wouldn't understand these things anyway. Actually, I'm just trying to scare you. All these ghosts and monsters are just ancient superstitions." From the outside, Shun Chongqing's entire house is filled with the gloomy, eerie aura of the female ghost. Somewhere, a man silently appears. Then, a high-ranking official standing before this man says, "Master Taoist, don't worry. I am the city god of Jingyang County, qualified to be a martial judge. I will help you exorcise the demon. Those 9 ghosts are about to unite, and by then their power will be immeasurable, so I can only seal them for now. I apologize for the trouble, Your Excellency." As soon as he finishes speaking, the man stares intently at that aura, silently exclaiming, "Not good. My sealing formation has been broken." Back to Shun Chongqing. Under the impending fatal attack from the female ghost, he remains unconcerned, focusing intently on the gold coins under the table. Shun Chongqing sees them, his eyes shining like diamonds. The female ghost behind seems to have closed in, about to devour her prey, when Shun Chongqing suddenly lifts the table, causing the female ghost to crash into it. But Shun Chongqing pays no attention to anything around him, only concerned with picking up the gold coins and putting them in his pocket. "Heaven sent money. How lucky. Tomorrow morning I can eat 2 more meat buns." Suddenly, the gold coins in his pocket emit a dazzling light. Shun Chongqing sees this and gapes, shouting, "Heavens, it's ghostly work. Where's my money gone?" Before he can recover, the gold coins in his pockets suddenly fly out, opening up a system space. Shun Chongqing sees this and becomes ecstatic, thinking to himself, "A system, huh? The essential divine artifact of the time traveler has finally appeared." So Shun Chongqing, from nowhere, produces a rose and puts it in his mouth, striking a perfect heartthrob pose. "Let me see what functions this divine system has." As soon as he finishes speaking, the system control panel appears in his hand. Notification: 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Please recharge energy in time. First recharge reward, from 6 to 1500 hours. Rewards range from 6 taels of gold to 648 taels of gold. If energy is not recharged to maintain life, the system will erase the host. After reading this, Shun Chongqing becomes furious, smashing the system. "What kind of system is this? Are you joking with me?" Seeing this, the female ghost speaks up, "It's getting late. Let this servant attend to your rest, master." As soon as she finishes speaking, the female ghost receives a thunderous blow to the face. Taking the full brunt of the heavy punch, the thick-skinned female ghost instead puts on a seductive expression, moaning softly. Looking down, he discovers the female ghost tightly gripping Shun Chongqing's arm. He turns his head and seeing the small girl with a flushed face, her whole body trembling as she hugs him, he widens his eyes. Why are you still here? Then, the female ghost falls onto Shun Changqing. The female ghost leans against him, her eyes hazy as she whispers, "What's happening? Just touching someone feels so strange." Shun Changqing, blushing with embarrassment, says, "Little sister, let's call it a day. We'll meet again another time." As he's speaking, the Taoist priest and the official burst through the door shouting, "Demon!" Shun Changqing sees this and gapes, frozen. In contrast, the female ghost continues to indulge in the man's body. The Taoist priest and the official stare for 6 seconds, both dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, the Taoist priest and the official point forward together. "Is this the super powerful old ghost you mentioned? What's with this mortal?" Martial judge, don't be fooled by appearances. This is its technique to absorb others' essence. Demon, release him. Hearing this, Shun Changqing breaks out in a cold sweat. She was the one who initiated it. It has nothing to do with me. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? Shun Changqing imagines that the Taoist priest and the martial judge are villains. The female ghost is the prey, and he himself is the wrong party. Thinking this, he jumps up, pushing the female ghost to the ground. "If you wanted to let go, fine, but there's no need to scold people." Shun Changqing then, as if encountering something unpleasant, lights a cigarette to calm himself. "I thought you were some lost girl, or a lady who had taken a wrong turn. I didn't expect you to be an immortal on the run, trying to steal my money." His mouth says this, but in his heart he's crying, "I don't even have money to be swindled. It's all been swallowed by the system." Seeing Shun Changqing's actions, the Taoist priest and the martial judge squint their eyes in thought. Even the great Three Yang formation couldn't deal with this old ghost, yet he just pushed lightly and dispersed half of its ghostly aura. Just a mortal meeting me, the city god of the underworld, and not paying respects. How rude. The martial judge angrily steps forward, shouting at Shun Changqing, "Little mortal, do you know who you're facing?" Hearing this, Shun Changqing immediately kicks the two lunatics out the door. "I don't care what deity you claim to be. Wearing such bizarre, gaudy clothes, it's obvious you're up to no good. Just look at my house. Is there anything worth swindling? What city god of the underworld? I'm the Jade Emperor himself. Are scammers all this professional nowadays?" He then throws the female ghost at the two lunatics. "Get out, get out, get out. I'm in a bad mood." The insolent brat uses his strength to slam the door shut, putting the two lunatics and the female ghost in their place. Seeing this scene, the two men and one woman stare at each other in shock. "Master Taoist, I can't use my divine power anymore." "Me neither. It seems as soon as we entered that courtyard, we couldn't summon our magical powers. Could that guy be an immortal?" When the martial judge lowers his head to look at the female ghost, he discovers that the eerie aura around her has intensified. "Master Taoist, how should we deal with this old ghost?" Hearing this, the Taoist priest flees. "The old ghost is too fierce. This poor Taoist must go to the market to find my master for help." Hey, don't leave me alone here." The martial judge looks down, drenched in sweat. "Can we negotiate a bit?" The female ghost on the ground has transformed into an old woman, so ugly that even her own kind would despise her. Then, the martial judge's terrified scream echoes throughout the area. Outside Shun Changqing's courtyard, a group of wandering souls appears, lurking. "It smells so good. I want to eat it so badly. Just smelling this fragrance is enough to make our ghostly power boil. His entire body belongs to me." In the courtyard, a snow-white foot emerges from the mist, followed by a silky, furry tail. Before our eyes appears an extremely beautiful young woman with a perfect figure. How interesting. This little mortal exudes such an intoxicating aura. No wonder it can make demons within 100 miles come to pay homage. The young woman sticks out her tongue seductively, using dreamy eyes to look ahead. If ordinary demons eat him, they might ascend immediately. If I can absorb his essence, becoming an immortal directly wouldn't be an issue. As soon as she finishes speaking, the young woman steps forward to open the door. The creaking sound makes Shun Changqing unable to bear it anymore, clutching his head in pain. The sound keeps echoing in his ears, causing him to grind his teeth in anger. Then Shun Changqing steps out of the door, shouting with all his might, "What's all the noise outside? Have you no decency, you out there? I'm getting angry now." Can't you let people rest in the middle of the night? A golden light emanates from his body, blasting away the fox spirit and those wandering souls. After the golden light, an ear appears. It turns out the fox spirit has reverted to her original form, but she doesn't understand what has happened. At the Zika mansion in Jingyang County, the fox spirit faints in front of the small courtyard. A moment later, she regains consciousness and opens her eyes, hurriedly standing up and looking around. Is it almost dawn already? I didn't expect to be unconscious for so long. While she's confused, behind her appear vengeful spirits and demons, all staring intently at the little fox spirit. Sensing something, the little fox spirit immediately turns her head to glance. The vengeful spirits gather to form a female demon, her eyes shooting out two streams of fierce energy, surrounded by thick yin energy. Her palm condenses into a ball of demonic energy, and she uses soulless eyes to look ahead. Seeing this, the little fox spirit is so scared that her tail stands straight up, her mouth wide open as she cries, "Ghost, save me!" The little fox spirit is so frightened she can't stand steady, falling to the ground. My magical powers, they're gone. The little fox spirit looks up, blinking and sighing. Damn it, that golden light last night was really unpleasant. The little fox spirit looks up and sees the demon approaching her, surrounded by bizarre faces formed from yin energy. Could it be that my life is about to end? In this moment of life and death, Shun Changqing suddenly opens the door from behind and steps out. A good day begins. Then, he looks up at the sky that's still pitch black and yawns. Oh my, did I wake up too early? It's not even light yet. Seeing this, the little fox spirit immediately runs to him for help. But Shun Changqing has inadvertently closed the door. This unintentional action causes the little fox spirit to freeze like a statue. At this moment, the demon's yin energy has appeared behind the little fox spirit. The demon leans close to the little fox spirit's ear, smiling maliciously. "Little lost animal, aren't you?" Hearing this, the little fox spirit breaks out in a cold sweat, her throat too tight to speak. The demon opens her mouth wide and shouts, "Caught a tasty morsel." The little fox spirit screams, "I'm going to die," 10 times in terror. Just as the little fox spirit is about to meet her ancestors, Shun Changqing opens the door and comes out again. The golden light emanating from his body disperses the yin energy before him. Shun Changqing has a basket slung over his shoulder, glancing in one direction. "I have to go out early today. This damn system is terrifying, demanding both money and life. How unlucky." Muttering as he walks, Shun Changqing accidentally steps on the little fox spirit's tail. "Ouch, what dog spirit is this?" Hearing this, the little fox spirit cries out, "Ow, ow, ow. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. Let go of this sovereign at once." Shun Changqing squats down, scratching his head as he closely examines the fox hugging its swollen red tail, saying, "Haha, sorry. Whose dog spirit are you? Why did you run to my doorstep?" Then, he puts on a lecherous face, extending his sinful hand. "Come on, let me feel it." Seeing this, the little fox spirit wants to say, "Pervert, stupid human, don't touch me." But being in animal form, she can't protest. When Shun Changqing strokes the little fox spirit's head, a strong stream of spiritual energy continuously flows into her body. The little fox spirit feels the power within her body, opening her eyes wide. What's going on? How can this guy's hand contain such powerful spiritual energy? So the little fox spirit lies down, willingly allowing Shun Changqing to caress her soft, silky fur, constantly praising, "It feels so good." After petting for a while, he suddenly looks at his hand, saying in surprise, "Stray dog." Then Shun Changqing lowers his head, discovering that he's no longer petting, but the little fox spirit is still twisting by herself. "Haha, my golden hand indeed lives up to its reputation." After saying this, he turns and walks towards the well, waving goodbye to the little fox spirit. "Little pup, I'm very poor now. I don't even have a place to shelter from rain and sun. And I have this system urging me to pay up, so I can't keep you. You should go find another wealthy owner." Hearing this, the little fox spirit faints on the spot, then jumps up to chase after Shun Changqing. "What's with this guy? Last night, one roar killed 100 ghosts on the spot, and even caused me, the mighty Qingqiu Fox Immortal, to reveal my true form and lose all my magical powers. Just now, Even 9 vengeful ghosts combined didn't dare to show their faces. Moreover, he just patted my head once, and I felt my century-old, stagnant cultivation break through. Just as Shun Changqing is rinsing his mouth, he accidentally spits a mouthful of water onto the fox. "Wake up, will you?" But immediately after, something makes the little fox spirit feel as if she's entered a celestial realm. "Ah, this is spirit spring water. Thank you for nature's gift." Shun Changqing, while brushing his teeth, glances over and sees the fox spirit fanning her tail and smiling at him. "You like me that much?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a ghost suddenly appears beside Shun Changqing, its mouth wide open, about to bite him. The fox sees this and is scared out of her wits. At this moment, the system panel displays remaining lifetime 62 hours 36 minutes and 44 seconds, the time continuously decreasing. After spinning the wheel, the remaining lifetime becomes 48 hours 36 minutes and 44 seconds. At this point, the gold coin shot out by the system has blasted away that ghost. The gold coin continues to glide through the ghost's body, causing it to completely disappear. In the mist, facing the lightning-fast attack of the gold coin, the fox spirit is so shocked her eyes nearly pop out. Shun Changqing is pressed to the ground by some force. Then he looks up to the sky with an ugly expression, thinking to himself, "What's going on? It feels like all the strength has been drained from my body." Remaining lifetime 48 hours. Now his entire body has no trace of vitality left. Then, the remaining lifetime continues to decrease to 14 hours 36 minutes and 44 seconds. Seeing the situation isn't good, the little fox spirit immediately bites Shun Changqing's clothes, dragging him away from the well. Those 9 vengeful ghosts have merged into one. The moment of yin-yang harmony is when its yin energy is strongest. I can't believe it dared to ambush the immortal master. We must quickly leave this place. Shun Changqing is dragged for a while, his soul ascending to the clouds, his vision blurring, even growing a horn on his head. He cries out in panic, "Puppy, don't misunderstand." Hearing this, the fox immediately releases Shun Changqing. He hurriedly stands up to explain, "I haven't had breakfast yet, so I got dizzy from low blood sugar. It's not any unusual reaction in my body." The little fox spirit hears this and is secretly amazed. He truly is a hidden expert, attacked by the merged vengeful ghost, yet still unharmed. Just now he was pretending to be unconscious, testing to see if I would run away alone. Luckily, I'm smart enough. The system panel appears before Shun Changqing, displaying a remaining survival time of 14 hours 30 minutes and 11 seconds. He grabs the system panel, his eyes wide and mouth agape in horror as he cries out, "I sleep 8 hours at most. How did it go from 72 hours to just 14 hours now? Does this devilish system even allow people to live?" The fox sees Shun Changqing arguing with the system panel and secretly smiles, thinking, "Although I don't know what the immortal master is saying, it must contain some profound truth that I, with my shallow cultivation, cannot comprehend. I must cling tightly to the immortal master's thigh. Ha!" At this moment, the Taoist priest has reported the situation to his master, asking for guidance on how to deal with it. An old man riding a sword flies over, muttering, "That expert has weakened the power of the 9 vengeful ghosts. It was at the Zika mansion last night. We might as well subdue them while they're still weak." He is Yuan Tiangong, the supervisor of the Great Tang's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The Taoist priest transmits his voice. "Understood. Disciple will go invite the martial judge and the city god of the underworld to exorcise the ghosts together and restore peace." Under the moonlight, old Yuan Tiangong looks at the 8 trigrams diagram in his hand, surrounded by a stream of energy. Old Yuan Tiangong sighs silently, thinking to himself, "The expert has broken the Great Three-Yang Formation. I wonder if that person is still in Jingyang County. If fate allows us to meet, I must certainly discuss the Tao with them." He's curious about Shun Changqing's identity, so he raises his hand to count on his fingers. After calculating for a while, he's extremely surprised to find that he can't determine Shun Changqing's background. Could his cultivation be even higher than mine? Then, old Yuan Tiangong gathers energy in his hand and runs towards the South Market, coincidentally encountering Shun Changqing fortune-telling for a man. "Brother, your glabella is pitch black. You're about to face great calamity." The man breaks out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Weren't you reading my palm? How can you say my glabella is pitch black?" Fortune-telling methods are diverse. Different paths lead to the same destination. Why be bound by form? Old Yuan Tiangong is very uncomfortable hearing this. In broad daylight, you dare to swindle in front of this old man. Suddenly, Shen Chongqing stands up and takes out a calligraphy painting, emitting a beam of light, then rolls it up and hands it to the man. What should I do now? Don't worry, brother. Just hang this immortal ink treasure painting in your home, and it's guaranteed to ward off all evils. Not $9.99, not $888, just 10 taels of silver, and you can take it home. The man's eyes widen upon hearing this, sweating profusely. As he hesitates, an old woman suddenly appears behind him. Oh my, it's Taoist Master Shen. The mistress of our house was possessed by a ghost, and it was you who saved her. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing smugly drools, one step to heaven, becoming a peerless expert. Little does he know, this old woman was actually hired to act out this scene, performing very well, and he plans to give her some extra silver. So the old woman immediately calls out to everyone on the street. In the middle of the road and market, how could I possibly deceive people? That evil spirit, finally, thankfully, we had Taoist Master Shen. Otherwise, I'm afraid the mistress would have perished. Everyone hearing this is dumbfounded, believing it wholeheartedly. The man who just had his fortune told immediately pulls out a handful of silver and hands it to Shen Chongqing. All right, Taoist Master Shen, I want that calligraphy painting. Shen Chongqing accepts the silver from the man's hand, grinning with a confident expression. Old Yuan Tiangong sees this and shouts, "Wait, which sect does this little immortal belong to? Do you have an official identity certificate issued by the government? Which Taoist temple do you practice at?" Hearing this, Shen Chongqing pushes up his glasses, frowning as he looks at old Yuan Tiangong, thinking to himself, is he picking a fight with me? Before he can answer, old Yuan Tiangong continues, pointing at Shen Chongqing's face and shouting loudly, "You rotten brat, you're still young and not focusing on your studies, instead learning to swindle people. Today, this old man will certainly not let you profit easily." Shen Chongqing refuses to back down, stomping on the table as he retorts, "Humph, who are you anyway?" And so, a young man and an old man, neither willing to yield, start hurling insults at each other noisily. "Old man, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. You're clearly just an ordinary person. You don't even understand physiognomy. Yet you dare say your calligraphy painting can ward off evil and avoid misfortune." The argument between the two becomes increasingly heated, their faces getting closer and closer. Each of us is saying something different, so we should provide evidence. You say my calligraphy painting can't ward off evil, then show your proof. Don't just talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. This rotten kid's tongue is indeed sharp. He even dares to demand evidence. Shen Chongqing looks at old Yuan Tiangong's angry face and sneers. "Hanging paintings to ward off evil is just for psychological comfort. See what you can do to me." The old man's face turns purple with anger, pointing at the old woman behind him, frowning as he shouts, "The word of Yuan Tiangong is proof enough, and I'm sure she's your accomplice." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing raises his middle finger in response. "Oh, is that so? Yuan Tiangong my ass. I'm Emperor Li Shimin himself. If you really are Yuan Tiangong, then get back to the palace and play. Why come here to pick a fight with me?" The old man, hearing this, flies into a rage, his hands forming seals, immediately emitting a golden light. "Shameless brat, daring to casually use the sacred name. Don't be so cocky, old man, or you'll lose all your teeth." Shen Chongqing's face turns pale, thinking to himself, what does this old man want to do? Old Yuan Tiangong directs a powerful and imposing force towards Shen Chongqing, shouting loudly, "Heretical outsider, take this. Witness my orthodox mystical arts." After a long moment of silence, Shen Chongqing opens his eyes to look, seeing the old man still standing motionless like a statue before him. He takes the opportunity to draw on the old man's palm to tease him. Yuan Tiangong looks towards Shen Chongqing, but somehow his magical power has disappeared. Shen Chongqing seizes the chance, pointing at the old man's face and shouting, "Ah, so you're the one trying to deceive people. Afraid others will steal your rice bowl. So you're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Yes, Taoist Master Shen, quickly rid us of this pest. Deal with him." The old man stares at his palm, his face incredulous. Impossible. This old man has cultivated for decades, never encountering such a situation. Shen Chongqing, emboldened, stands up with his hands on his hips, boasting, "Everyone look closely. Don't let this fraud deceive you. If you want peace in your home but can't get it, if you want to ward off evil, then seek out Taoist Master Shin. The old man, hearing this, can no longer contain his anger and rushes forward to overturn Shin Chongqing's table. In broad daylight, even if I can't use my magical powers, I can't let you continue to swindle people here. Hey, old man, I advise you to be careful. Just as he's about to strike the rotten kid's head, suddenly a beam of golden spiritual light shines on his face, followed by the calligraphy painting on the table, shooting out powerful spiritual energy into the sky, causing old Yuan Tiangong's eyes to widen. Old Yuan Tiangong stares at the golden light on the paper, his face astonished, thinking to himself, this calligraphy, how can it possess such a terrifying Tao aura? Shin Chongqing, seeing his expression, his face gloomy as he grits his teeth. If this young master doesn't make money, he'll die, and before I die, I must drag you down with me. Before he could finish speaking, old Yuan Tiangong suddenly kneels down and kowtows to Shin Chongqing, startling him. The calligraphy contains the great Tao. This junior was blind, slandering a senior expert. Please forgive me. Heavens, has he gone mad? Who was just mocking and sneering earlier? The old actress, seeing the scene before her, joins in pointing. This Taoist didn't believe at first, but now he's been subdued by Taoist Master Shun's divine powers. Boss, making money is important. This is a great opportunity for advertising. Shin Chongqing taps his head with a fan to regain his senses. Right. Making money is more important. So he puts on a dignified air, feigning compassion. It's all right, this Taoist. No, this immortal won't hold it against you. You're a cultivator after all. Surely you understand the principle of cause and effect. Old Yuan Tiangong bows his head, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, no wonder I mistook him for an ordinary person. This is the manifestation of becoming an immortal and returning to simplicity. Human fate is determined by heaven. Casually helping them resolve issues would be going against heaven's will. But taking a few taels of silver to show sincerity is benevolent. Helping them overcome difficulties creates good karma. The commoners below, dazzled by the golden light, exclaim in amazement. Truly, the heavenly way is clear. Karma comes full circle. I didn't understand this principle. All these years of cultivation were in vain. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing rolls his eyes, his face wrinkling as he thinks. Don't just say nice words, show me the money. Just as he finishes thinking, old Yuan Tiangong takes out a shiny black jade, such a priceless treasure brought to the market. It's truly an insult to you, sir. This junior sincerely requests you to bestow your calligraphy. I will surely enshrine it daily at home for contemplation. This is the only thing on my person worthy of your senior status. Shin Chongqing immediately snatches the jade from old Yuan Tiangong's hand, examining it closely. What's this stone for? This heaven-mending stone is the most precious thing this junior possesses. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shin Chongqing slams the table hard, making old Yuan Tiangong jump and break out in a cold sweat. I don't need stones. Do you have anything more practical? Hearing this, old Yuan Tiangong looks up at the sky, seemingly struck by an idea. A moment later, he holds up a golden calligraphy scroll, bares his chest, and shouts loudly, "Thank you, senior, for imparting the Tao. This junior will surely contemplate its profound meaning daily." After old Yuan Tiangong leaves, the man who had his fortune told says with a confused expression, "Taoist Master Shin, you've sold your calligraphy to him. So what about me? Don't worry. I had long calculated he would appear. Everything is prepared." Saying this, Shin Chongqing immediately opens another calligraphy scroll, golden light shining on the young man's face. This talisman can ward off evil and avoid calamities. It's very suitable for you. All right, I'll buy it. The man hugs the calligraphy scroll, jumping with joy. And now Shin Chongqing's basket of calligraphy paintings has become an invaluable treasure. The scene shifts to the Zika mansion, where the martial judge and the Taoist appear in Shin Chongqing's small courtyard. The martial judge, holding a broom, grits his teeth. How can this beast gather ghostly energy so quickly, and it's even stronger than before? The young Taoist stares intently at the 8 trigrams compass, saying through gritted teeth, "Martial judge, don't be impatient. My master has arrived in Jingyang County. I will send word to invite him here." Just as he finishes speaking, a gust of wind rushes in, causing the young Taoist to widen his eyes in surprise. Before he can react, a stream of evil energy suddenly bursts in from outside, striking the Taoist directly and shattering the 8 trigrams compass in his hand. In this critical moment, someone uses all their strength to strike at that evil energy stream. It turns out to be the martial judge. He exerts all his power to grasp the evil energy and shouts, "Fellow Taoist, now's the time." Hearing this, the Taoist immediately raises 2 fingers to form a seal, golden lightning appearing at his fingertips. Behind him, the 8 trigrams formation releases a flying sword, shooting straight into the purple stream of evil energy. The sword energy collides, causing a thunderous explosion that shakes the entire house. From outside comes a startled shout. "What's that? Which bastard is destroying my house?" The martial judge and the Taoist are dumbfounded upon hearing this. Suddenly, the stream of evil energy gradually dissipates. Shin Chongqing walks in from outside, grinding his teeth. "What the hell are you doing?" As soon as they see him, the flying sword along with the evil energy immediately pinned to the ground. Shin Chongqing looks around the dilapidated house, tears welling up in his eyes. "I've only been out for a moment, and these bastards have already wrecked my house." Looking at the door frame, he becomes even more panicked, his eyes widening. "Heavens, I just rented this mansion." Shin Chongqing, enraged, points at the martial judge and the Taoist, shouting loudly, "You two are something else. Couldn't swindle money last night, so today you come to cause trouble while I'm away. Huh? Too busy scolding to notice the stream of evil energy behind him has escaped from the golden sword. The other 2 see this and simultaneously raise their hands, shouting, "Watch out behind you." The evil energy gradually condenses into a terrifying monster, continuously emitting an eerie aura. The 2 see this and break out in goosebumps, their mouths agape as cold sweat forms. "There's an evil ghost at your feet." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing looks down at the ground with a confused expression. "What evil ghost?" Right at Shin Chongqing's feet, the evil ghost emerges, its mouth wide open, seemingly about to swallow his leg. Shin Chongqing lifts his foot to see if there's really a ghost, then looks up at the sky, accidentally stepping on the evil ghost, smoke billowing as the ghost is flattened. But he actually has no idea what he's done. He's panicked, drenched in sweat. The ghost's evil energy, enraged, chases Shin Chongqing around the house. "Oh my, what was that sound just now?" The 2 men who witnessed everything exclaim with their mouths agape. The 9 ghost demons that have been plaguing Jingyang County for 15 years have been destroyed by his single step. Hey, don't slander the expert." The Taoist steps in front of Shin Chongqing, his eyes shining with admiration. "This humble Taoist Li Chunfeng, disciple of the divine calculator Yuan Tiangong. May I ask the esteemed name of the expert?" Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangong, is Taoist Li working at the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. This humble Taoist cultivation is not yet sufficient. I haven't been able to enter the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. After speaking, Shin Chongqing glances at the martial judge. "This official looks familiar. Surely you must be some city god of the underworld, right? I've seen a statue that looks like you in a temple before." Hearing this, the martial judge also steps forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am indeed the martial judge of the city god's office. I apologize for the previous offense, and thank you for your help this time, without holding a grudge." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing lights a cigarette and takes a deep breath to calm himself. He holds the cigarette, unconsciously looking to one side. The Great Tang truly has simple and honest folk. As he says this, Shin Chongqing's eyes well up with tears, the cigarette smoke curling into the shape of the character Ao. "In just one day, I've encountered 3 swindlers. How can I, Shin Chongqing, be so unlucky?" Shin Chongqing painfully spreads his arms, pointing in all directions. "I'm a follower of Marxism-Leninism. I only believe in getting rich through labor, not in any supernatural powers. So let's talk practically. You've reduced my house to this state. Tell me, should we settle this through civil or criminal law?" The 2 hear this with confused expressions, 1,000 questions arising in their minds. What are civil and criminal laws? Shin Chongqing stares blankly ahead. "Are you 2 big shots playing riddles with me? I'm a man with heaven above and earth below." Saying this, he rushes forward, pointing directly at their faces. "Civil means you have to compensate. It's a very large sum of money." Then he raises both hands. "And criminal, that means I'll hand you over to the authorities, and you'll still have to pay a large sum of money." The 2 are stunned upon hearing this, muttering, I'm a city god of the underworld. I only receive incense and worship. Where would I get money from? The expert's cultivation is profound. How could he care about such mundane things? There must be a deeper meaning. Seeing that the two don't respond, Shun Changqing becomes furiously enraged, throwing his cigarette. Why aren't you saying anything? If you won't speak, then let's go see the authorities. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng throws Shin Changqing a money pouch with a strange expression. The martial judge, empty-handed, sighs helplessly. We haven't seen evil ghosts, but poor ghosts. There are 3 right here. Li Chunfeng approaches and whispers, Expert, this is all I have. How about I stay and help you repair the house? Shin Changqing looks at the small amount of gold and silver in his hand, reluctantly replying, That'll do. Shin Changqing leads the two to the door. Red bricks and clay for repairs. Figure it out yourselves. Don't just stand there gawking. Get to work. An hour later, the house is completely repaired. Shin Changqing stands inside, taking inventory of today's earnings. The pawnshop won't accept this stone. It can only be used as a paperweight. The old man's clothes are worth 2 taels of silver, minus the ant share. Today's total earnings are 20 taels. As he's counting money, suddenly a beam of light shines on his face. The system panel appears and sucks up all his money. Hey, leave me some money. Shin Changqing stares at the system panel, seeing the time increase from 9:56 to 35:56, and suddenly realizes that he seems to have met the first recharge reward condition, eligible for 2 rewards. The first recharge reward starts spinning, the system panel displaying thousands of items. Wow, so dazzling. Is the system finally going to buff me? Give me SSR. Give me SSR. After a series of dings, the system gives Shun Changqing 2 secret manuals, which surprises him a bit. He widens his eyes, blood vessels popping, pupils contracting. Angry to the point of tears, he throws the 2 manuals on the table and shouts, Mother, methods for making fertilizer and methods for distilling alcohol? System, are you serious? I'm about to starve to death, and you give me these 2 pieces of trash. Shun Changqing's eye bags are as dark as a panda's, his whole body trembling. Indeed, ordinary people can't play pay-to-win games. A moment later, Shin Changqing goes to the door and pats Li Chunfeng's shoulder. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you want to freeload at my place. Then he tactfully sends Li Chunfeng away. It's getting late. Just help me patch that hole for today. Go home early. At this moment, the little fox spirit runs in from the door with a bag in its mouth. Li Chunfeng sees this and his eyes widen in surprise. Fox Immortal, Your Excellency. Shin Changqing sits down and takes the bag of food. You're here again? Bringing food to curry favor is useless. I can barely feed myself now. How can I feed you? Li Chunfeng hears this and whispers, Expert, it's not a dog, it's a fox. Shin Changqing hears the muttering beside him and turns to look. Li Chunfeng, are you talking to me? At this moment, the little fox spirit suddenly stands up straight, grinding its teeth. Dare to talk nonsense. You're dead for sure. Shin Changqing gently strokes the little fox spirit's paw. This little animal indeed has spirit. If you're so insistent, I'll reluctantly let you stay. From now on, can I call you Xiao Bai? The fox spirit hears this and barks twice happily, seemingly agreeing. At night, in the sky above the Zika mansion, a water dragon glides through the misty clouds, chasing after a large white dragon, calling out loudly, Sister, wait for me. Father's condition isn't good. We need to find someone to treat him. While flying, the white dragon suddenly notices a golden light flashing ahead. Little Ching, look, what's that? As soon as she finishes speaking, the 2 dragons instantly transform into 2 graceful young women. I sense that within that dazzling golden light lies concealed a powerful magical force, attracting people's hearts. It must be an immortal descending to the mortal world or a rare treasure manifesting. Let's go take a look. At this moment, Shun Changqing sits in his room, looking at the survival time on the system panel, which shows only 32 hours, 45 minutes, and 21 seconds remaining. He pouts, his whole body trembling, looking quite miserable. Life mocks him even more. With little survival time left, his stomach keeps growling incessantly. Shin Changqing helplessly bangs his head on the bed 30 times, muttering, Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so hungry. All the money's been swallowed by the system. I'm afraid I won't survive today. To console himself, Shin Changqing bites the bedsheet, tears welling up as he says, Oh system, my system, if you carry on like this, you won't need to kill me. I'll have starved to death already. The door to Shin Changqing's room is enveloped enveloped by a stream of spiritual energy, abundant with golden light, but above it appears the aura of demons and ghosts. The little fox spirit recognizes this and glances upward, thinking to itself, "What's that sound? Why does it contain such a mysterious Tao aura?" Thinking this, the little fox spirit leaps onto the roof. It raises its head to look at the moonlight, imagining scenes of intimacy with Shun Chongqing. "The magical power in my body is boiling. There's an irrepressible urge. I really want to be with him." Under the moonlight, demonic energy is continuously absorbed by the little fox spirit. Below, the 9 vengeful ghosts have merged and are staring intently at Shun Chongqing's door. After absorbing the demonic energy for a while, the little fox spirit reverts to its original form. The young woman stands on the roof, glaring down below. These demons and ghosts have already been driven away by the immortal master. Now they dare to merge and come disturb the immortal master's rest, truly ignorant of life and death. The evil ghost, after merging, produces an extremely terrifying ghostly aura, its mouth drooling as if wanting to devour something. Li Chunfeng, standing nearby, turns pale at the sight. The little fox spirit on the roof unleashes its power, manifesting the imposing aura of a fierce fox behind it. The evil ghost below refuses to be outdone, gathering into a malevolent specter and charging straight at the little fox spirit. Li Chunfeng, standing behind, sees this scene and breaks out in a cold sweat, his whole body trembling. In this battle of beasts, the fox spirit and the evil ghost of 9 vengeful spirits engage in fierce combat. While the young man in the room still sleeps soundly, his sleeping posture completely undignified. At the same time, the 2 dragon sisters watching the battle from afar are astonished by this scene. "Sister, the demonic energy is too strong. How can such a small Jingyang County simultaneously have so many powerful demons appear?" The white dragon lowers her head to look at the chaotic battle unfolding below, saying, "No wonder the spiritual energy around that person in the room is like the sun in the dark night to these demons and ghosts. Impossible to ignore." Back to the demon battle. The scene of combat looks impressive with its powerful aura. In reality, below are 2 female foxes struggling against each other, as if fighting over a husband. At this moment, the white and azure dragon sisters descend from the sky, shouting loudly, "What demons dare to cause chaos in the mortal realm?" The 2 foxes hear this and turn to look at them with confused expressions, but their hands continue to pull each other's hair. The white dragon steps forward with a stern face, saying, "A demon is still a demon. Not many can remain calm in the presence of true dragons. I can still stand here watching. It seems you have some skill." The evil ghost hears this and glares, shouting, "What are you 2 longworms talking about? I see you're mostly here for the man in that room too. Why pretend to be so righteous and serious?" The evil ghost then reveals a wicked smile. "Want to cooperate with me? Let's eliminate this fox spirit together, and we'll split that man half and half." The little fox spirit hears this, her face turning gloomy, her eyes as cold as the evil ghost's, using her claws to point at the head of that crazy woman. "You dare call me a fox spirit?" As she speaks, the fox spirit lady swings her fist, punching that crazy woman's face at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour. This sovereign is the fox immortal of Qingxiu. Not finished, the little fox spirit gives the evil ghost a few more punches, as if beating an ex-boyfriend off the earth. Then the little fox spirit launches a fatal blow, shouting, "Still dare to dream about the immortal master? I'll kill you." Seeing this scene, the dragon sisters are a mess of tears and snot. "Sister, could this fox have practiced some body strengthening technique? It's terrifying." After the fatal blow, the little fox spirit appears in a screen of black energy, her eyes gloomy and full of killing intent. As for the evil ghost, only a bit of its remnant soul remains, as black as filthy mud. The fox spirit glares ahead, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Well, want to fight?" This sovereign is the fox immortal of Qingxiu. Hearing this, the white dragon forms a seal with her hands, shouting, "Mystic Thunder Orthodox Method, exorcise evil and eliminate wickedness. Heavenly Step Thunder Control." As soon as she finishes speaking, a mighty bolt of lightning descends from the sky straight into the small courtyard. At this moment, a golden light screen suddenly appears, enveloping the small courtyard and blocking the lightning attack. The little thunder god in the sky is struck by the rebounding golden light, its eyes bulging out, blood flowing incessantly. The white dragon below looks up at the sky in confusion, as if waiting for something. Why have all the spells disappeared? Where's my mystic thunder? Seeing this, the little fox spirit immediately charges forward, her eyes burning with anger. Daring to use magic in the immortal master's mansion, truly ignorant of heaven and earth. As she speaks, the fox spirit sister delivers a heaven-shattering punch to the white dragon, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. The white dragon falls to the ground, accidentally glimpsing a sword emitting a dazzling light. A hidden expert. Could it be the expert we've been searching for? Father can be saved. But the fox spirit doesn't let up on the white dragon, continuing to engage her in fierce battle. Li Chunfeng, hiding in a pile of straw, tears streaming down his face, exclaims with his mouth agape, "Is this how immortals fight?" As the two ladies brawl, the fox spirit unleashes her ultimate skill. Three flavors true fire. Clear wave returns to origin. Fire virtue, Star Lord begins battle. The white dragon refuses to be outdone, unleashing her ultimate skill. 8 steps full force. Dispel demonic obstacles Western Paradise counterattack. Then the two glide past each other in the air. The white dragon leaps onto the roof and continues to attack. Great majestic heavenly dragon, world-honored Xidigarba, ancient weak pig tail. After fighting for a while, the white dragon sits exhausted on the roof, glaring at the little fox spirit. At this moment, the fox spirit flies into a rage, launching a kick towards the white dragon. But she jumps away, and instead, a nearby tree takes the full brunt of the attack. Seeing the white dragon flee, the fox spirit immediately gives chase. The fox spirit's wicked feet accidentally step on something black. At the same time, Shin Changqing in the room is groggily waking up, grinding his teeth and shouting loudly, "Mother, let me see who's being so inconsiderate, making noise outside every night." He clutches his head, so angry he can't open his eyes, and shouts, "If you people don't want to sleep, then don't sleep." So Shin Changqing angrily opens the door and steps out. The white dragon hears the commotion and turns her head in surprise. What meets Shin Changqing's eyes is the scene of the white dragon using a divine rope to tie up the little fox spirit like a pet. Shin Changqing suddenly turns back into the house and slams the door shut, leaving the white dragon bewildered. He goes inside and slaps his forehead, exhaling a sweet-smelling breath. "Mother, it must be too noisy. I'm having hallucinations at night." So he decides to open the door again to see clearly. What meets his eyes is the scene of the little fox spirit spectacularly turning the tables. Seeing this, Shin Changqing breaks out in a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he cries out, "What's going on here?" The white dragon, pinned down, turns pale, while the fox spirit is triumphant over her victory. Before he can fully understand the situation, Shin Changqing shouts loudly, Xiao Bai, you damn dog. So many people enter the house, and you don't bark once? What do I need you for?" Calling for a long time without Xiao Bai answering, Shin Changqing goes outside and looks around. Where's my dog? So he flies into a rage, his head smoking as he runs towards the two girls still fiercely fighting, shouting, "Everyone stop right now. Why are you fighting in my courtyard in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Where did you take my dog?" Hearing this, the white dragon glares at the fox's face, gritting her teeth and saying, "Mortal, don't make noise. I'm saving your life here." Shin Changqing steps forward and grabs the white dragon's hand. "What trouble is this? You probably stole my dog. Come with me to see the authorities." When Shin Changqing's hand touches the two ladies, the expressions on their faces become strange, as if some force is suppressing their bodies, causing them to tremble all over. A moment later, after absorbing the power, the white dragon's chest becomes full and round. What immortal technique is this? Just a touch, and I feel the magical power in my entire body boiling, no longer under my control. A moment later, she exhales deeply, angrily scolding the young man. "Foolish mortal, I am the princess of the East Sea Dragon clan. Do you know you almost lost your life to this fox? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have been dead long ago. Who knows how?" Hearing this, Shin Changqing pushes the little fox spirit aside, glances at the white dragon, and replies, "You steal my dog and still dare to be arrogant. What dog stealing? I don't have any." Shin Changqing grips the white dragon's hand tightly and shouts, "Stop talking nonsense. What Dragon Clan princess? You're a fox, aren't you? Show your true form to me now." As he finishes speaking, Shin Changqing lifts the white dragon with one hand. "I won't pretend anymore either. I'm the heir of socialism, a devotee of materialism, and also the one who will end the era of the old gods. I'm a law-abiding citizen, a member of modern civilized society, a pioneer in street sanitation, runner-up in the National Children's Latin Dance Competition, and the nightmare of the little son kindergarten kids. The white dragon blushes with embarrassment, thinking to herself, he truly isn't an ordinary person. Just a light touch and my magical power can't break through. The force in my body is still rapidly increasing. This feeling is so comfortable. You bastard, let go of my sister right now. Hearing this, the white dragon shouts, Xiaoqing, don't. Shen Chongqing quickly extends his large hand to block, saying, you still dare to resist? Li Chunfeng and the little fox spirit sit to one side, watching Shen Chongqing spin the white dragon like a top, shouting loudly, the expert is playing with the dragon. Hee hee, the master is so impressive. Li Chunfeng, seeing the scene before him, exclaims with his eyes wide and mouth agape. I, Li Chunfeng, have cultivated for so many years, and only today have I truly broadened my horizons. The legendary powerful cultivators are indeed something else. After being spun around by Shen Chongqing, the two sisters cower in a corner, frightened. He says, barging into people's homes, disturbing others' sleep, and stealing my dog. Don't think I'll let you off just because you're women. You're so young. Don't you have anything better to do? Speak up, where have you hidden my dog? As soon as he finishes speaking, Li Chunfeng rushes over like the wind, holding the little fox spirit. Immortal master, here's your dog. Shorty, where did you come from? Shen Chongqing points forward. Do you know you almost scared me to death? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go home after fixing the door? Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's panda eyes widen, and he opens his blood-filled mouth to say, the immortal way is profound. This humble Taoist wants to. Then he resolutely kneels down, offering the little fox spirit. Li Chunfeng says loudly, this humble Taoist wishes to request the immortal master to accept me as a disciple. After speaking, Li Chunfeng continues to feign pitifulness, tears streaming down his face. Please impart your wondrous methods to me. In the early morning in Jingyang County, a jet black bird is flying in the sky, heading towards the light ahead. This is the Black Eagle King, one of the 4 great demon kings. After flying for a while, the Black Eagle King perches on a lighthouse, staring intently ahead. It turns out he's staring at that light. Oh, what's happening at that golden light over there? Why does it make me feel so afraid? Looking at that light, the Black Eagle King's pupils contract. The Black Mountain Great King told me to scout ahead. This is the territory of the 9 transmigration ghost, yet there's golden light shining. Could it be a treasure manifesting? As he says this, the Black Eagle King's greed rises, demonic energy spreading around him. If I bring this treasure back to Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Great King will surely make me the leader of the 4 great demon kings. This time, I must make those 3 bow down to me. Half an hour later, in Shen Chongqing's small house, he sits in a daze. Before him are the dragon sisters and the Taoist kneeling. Immortal master, that's how things stand. The little fox spirit pounces forward to lick Shen Chongqing's face, making him fluster. Taoistly, stop this nonsense. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any wondrous methods to impart to you. There are no ghosts or monsters in my small courtyard either. Please leave quickly. After speaking, Shen Chongqing continues to stare intently at the 2 dragon sisters. You two, you just said your father was seriously ill, passing by here seeking some medicine, and then got entangled with a fox spirit, making up so many stories. The dog-stealing incident was my misunderstanding, but as for curing your esteemed father, that's impossible. I advise you to invite a proper doctor to examine the old master at home instead. Saying this, Shen Chongqing hoists a basket onto his back, frowning as he says, well, it's daylight already. I don't have breakfast to offer you all. I need to go make a living now. Please, make yourselves at home. With that, Shen Chongqing leaves. The Azure Dragon suddenly bursts into tears. Sister, have we angered the immortal master? Is that why he won't help us? Who would have thought that fox was the immortal master's pet? It seems we need to show double the sincerity now. Fellow Taoists, this humble Taoist is Li Chunfeng. He clasps his hands, saying, it's an honor, truly an honor. The 3 of them watch Shen Chongqing's retreating figure while the little fox spirit in the basket sticks its head out, sticking out its tongue to tease them. Naya, Naya, Naya. Oops, sorry, hee hee. A moment later, Shun Chongqing arrives at the market with the little fox spirit, beginning to set up a stall to sell mind cultivation methods. He slams his hand down on the table, striking an extremely cool pose. Opening shop, opening shop. As soon as he finishes speaking, a crowd of people rushes over, forming a long line. Master Shun, red for me first. I have silver. Last time Master Shun scared that old Taoist to his knees, he must have real skills. Before he can sell a single mind cultivation manual, suddenly a high-ranking official appears, leading a group of guards. Make way. Everyone make way. He is Feng, the county magistrate of Jingyang County. Magistrate Feng approaches, pointing directly at Shun Chongqing's face. Someone reported that there's a swindler on the street. Is it you? Hearing this, Shun Chongqing puts one foot on the table. Which bastard dared to secretly report me for arrest? Before he can finish speaking, two guards point their staffs at his neck. At this moment, the martial judge shouts loudly, Expert! Expert! He walks towards Shun Chongqing, pointing in one direction. It's not good. Something's happened at the Zika mansion. Sure enough, when Magistrate Feng looks ahead, he sees a thick demonic aura enveloping Shun Chongqing's small courtyard. That direction is the Zika mansion in Yongla Ward, right? Quick look. The ghostly energy is shooting straight up into the sky. It's terrifying. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Don't you know? The ghosts in the Zika mansion are very powerful. However, Shun Chongqing doesn't see any evil or demonic energy, saying, Are you all serious? The sky is clearly very blue. Hearing this, Magistrate Feng is stunned. Ha! Then Shun Chongqing glances at the martial judge, his face gloomy. You with the mutton chops? What's your game? Nothing better to do than make up jokes with me? Back at Shun Chongqing's small courtyard, the Black Eagle King is now rummaging through everything. Treasure, treasure, where are you? Come home with me quickly. Where on earth is it hidden? Not here. Not there either. After searching for a while, with things strewn everywhere, the Black Eagle King scratches his head, muttering, Strange. I clearly saw a golden light appear in this small courtyard just now. That was the unusual phenomenon of a treasure manifesting. How come I can't find it anywhere? At the same time, the market is as crowded as ants, extremely lively. Quick, come and see. Taoist Master Shun will perform ghost catching right here on the spot. And it's the old ghost from the Zika mansion that has been plaguing our Jingyang County for many years. In the bushes by the roadside, the Dragon Sisters and Taoist Li Chunfeng are secretly peeking. They hear the surrounding crowd buzzing with discussion. Here it comes, here it comes. It's this building. Let's see how Taoist Master Shun performs. Hearing this, the three of them exclaim in unison with wide eyes and open mouths. Wonderful. The immortal master has returned. At this moment, Shun Chongqing leads the way, with the demeanor of a dashing young gentleman, holding a folding fan. Behind him is the martial judge holding the infinite heavenly venerable flag, and beside him is Magistrate Feng holding the subduing ghosts and demons immortal flag. The little fox spirit glides past the bushes, casually giving each of the Dragon Sisters and the Taoist a slap that sends them flying. After striking, the little fox spirit transforms into human form and turns back to look at those behind, frowning angrily as she says, You can't even protect your own home, yet you want to seek wondrous methods from the expert? That one in the house is the Black Eagle King, one of the 4 great demon kings under the Black Mountain Old Demon. We're truly no match for him. Hearing this, the little fox spirit frowns and snorts coldly. Then you just stay here and watch carefully. Even if the Black Mountain Old Demon comes in person, the master will turn him to ashes. At that moment, the Black Eagle King is standing in the courtyard, hazily hearing voices. Black Mountain, expert, Taoist master, exorcise demons and subdue monsters. Hearing this, the Black Eagle King freezes, his eyes widening as he exclaims, Not good. Before coming down the mountain, the Black Mountain Great King warned that in the mortal realm, there's a place called the Imperial Astronomical Bureau with experts inside. Could it be that they've set their sights on me? After walking for a while, they finally reach the courtyard. The martial judge turns around enthusiastically saying, Expert, this place is too dangerous. There are still many civilians outside. I'll stay outside to protect them. Leave the demons inside to you. Aren't you afraid? Young man, if you can exorcise the ghosts and monsters in the Zika mansion, this official will believe you're not a swindler. After speaking, Magistrate Feng turns his face away, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile, thinking to himself, If this youngster can't do it, I'll win a round, killing the chicken to scare the monkey in front of everyone. Suppressing crime in Jingyang County, very beneficial for maintaining order. Indeed, it's me. The Black Eagle King has now seen through people's hearts, full of strategies and wisdom. Inside the house, the Black Eagle King no longer regards anyone with respect. Just now I did hear them say some expert wanted to come and see. I can't stay here long. I'll come back to search for the treasure another time. Saying this, he uses his wall-passing technique, charging straight at the wall. However, some strange force stops the Black Eagle King, causing him to slam directly into the wall. So dizzy, seeing stars everywhere. At this moment, Shun Changqing hears the commotion and opens the door to enter. What's this? Those thumping sounds just now. Could it be rats? The Black Eagle King, clinging to the ceiling, looks down to see Shun Changqing entering while hugging a mirror, muttering, "Such a loud noise. This rat must have a big head. I wonder if Xiao Bai can catch rats." The Black Eagle King looks down, seeing Shun Changqing hugging the mirror and turning back and forth like an idiot, and mutters to himself, "What rat? Is he talking about me? Could he be that expert?" He discovered my presence as soon as he entered the house. But this is too much. I'm a demon king after all, yet he talks about catching me. Outside, the martial judge and magistrate Feng's people are staring intently at the room's door, but there's not a sound from around. The martial judge clenches his fists, a smug look appearing on his face. Indeed an expert. As soon as he entered the room, the demons were subdued. In the room, Shun Changqing lowers his head, staring intently at the object on the table. This bearded fox kept insisting in front of everyone that this house is haunted. Now it's great. The whole county has gathered to watch. Shun Changqing's face darkens as he imagines himself in shackles and chains, sighing deeply. If I don't perform this act well today, my livelihood could be ruined, and I might even be thrown into the county jail. As he's racking his brains, the lousy system displays a notification. Remaining survival time, 29 hours, 23 minutes, and 33 seconds. When the countdown ends, the host will be directly executed. Seeing this, Shun Changqing carefully observes the objects on the table. 2 secret manuals, a lighter, and an iPhone 15 Plus. If I'm thrown in jail, I'll surely die when the countdown ends. Looks like I can only use my brain to think of a way out. Wait a minute, there's a smartphone. I think I have an idea. Not only can I resolve this crisis, I might even be able to make a large sum of money in the process. Thinking this, he picks up the iPhone 15 and swipes continuously. Fortunately, I brought my personal items when I time traveled. I have quite a few movies downloaded on my phone to watch. Just as he's about to open a movie, a strange sound suddenly comes from outside. Ayami Kadasai, Aya, causing the martial judge and magistrate Feng to freeze in bewilderment. Hearing these sounds, Magistrate Feng stands frozen like a statue. What kind of noise is this? It must be ghosts causing trouble. But why do these ghost cries sound so strange? In the room, Shun Changqing smiles slyly, quickly swiping the phone screen. Shaky hands, I chose the wrong one. Luckily, there's no one here, otherwise it would be truly embarrassing. The Black Eagle King, clinging to the ceiling, looks down with wide eyes. What kind of magical artifact is that, able to automatically cast spells? But I've never heard of any spells called Yami Kadasai, or Aya. Below, Shun Changqing raises his iPhone 15, striking a handsome pose for a selfie, accidentally capturing the Black Eagle King in the frame. It's a pity that there's no internet in ancient times. The camera function is no different from a brick. As he presses the shutter button, the flash blinds the Black Eagle King, causing him to scream, "Ah! What kind of light is this? My eyes! Mother!" This sovereign's core has shattered. The Black Eagle King, now foaming at the mouth and trembling all over while clinging to the ceiling, thinks, "This mortal cultivator clearly discovered me, but pretended not to see. So he was waiting for me to let my guard down before using his profound skills to attack me." Below, Shun Changqing continues to happily take selfies, completely oblivious. Seeing this scene, the Black Eagle King can only remain silent. The heart of this mortal is truly wicked. Outside, Magistrate Feng and the crowd grow impatient. With a gloomy expression, he says, "Taoist Master Shun, prolonging the time is useless. If you don't come out, the Yamen runners will enter and arrest you." The martial judge standing nearby closes his eyes and says, "Humph, such shallow knowledge, daring to doubt an expert." Just as he finishes speaking, Shun Changqing steps out of the door. Now, why is the esteemed magistrate in such a hurry? Didn't you say that the Zika mansion has been occupied by vengeful ghosts for years, with no one able to deal with them? Today, I, Shun Chongqing, have taken action and have already captured the evil ghost in the house alive. After speaking, Shun Chongqing shows the phone screen to everyone. In the image, a fierce female ghost emerges with sharp fangs. Here's the evidence. See for yourselves. Everyone seeing this is frightened into a daze. Purpline energy begins to rise all around. The female ghost crawls out of the well, using her sharp red-painted nails to scratch the ground. Witnessing the scene before them, the martial judge and those behind turn pale, cold sweat pouring like rain. The resentful energy is too heavy, even stronger than the original 9 transmigration ghost. Seeing everyone's terror, Shun Chongqing points at the screen and says, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This evil ghost has been sealed by me in this treasure mirror. It can no longer harm anyone." Then, Shun Chongqing turns the screen and starts to rewind the video. "Look, everyone, when I want it to advance, it must advance. When I want it to retreat, it must retreat." After rewinding the video for a while, a strange scene appears. A Japanese girl lying contorted, her face filled with ecstasy, emitting moans. Shun Chongqing, not paying attention, shows everyone the image of that girl, shaking the phone frantically while saying, "Well, do you see how powerful I am?" Seeing this, the martial judge raises both hands to the sky, then slaps his thighs hard to regain his senses. The surrounding people begin to shout. Such a vengeful ghost with sky-high resentment, yet Taoist Master Shun can toy with it in the palm of his hand. Immortal master of great power, exorcising demons and protecting the way, your merit is boundless. Magistrate Feng, trembling, steps forward and points at the phone screen. Why has this treasure mirror gone dark now? Damn it, the battery just died at this moment. Seeing this, Shun Chongqing hurriedly hides the smartphone in his robe, then coughs a few times to change the subject. Ahem, it's not so easy to open the heavenly eye like that. The scene you just witnessed is already a luxury for mortals like you. However, since you were able to witness it with your own eyes today, this object has been contaminated by its own energy. I'm afraid this house will be difficult to keep peaceful in the future. But recently, this poor Taoist has been researching some methods of exorcism, and has even written some characters that can ward off evil and protect the house. Everyone, including Magistrate Feng, upon hearing this, immediately offers money pouches to Shun Chongqing. "Master Taoist, you must bestow a talisman upon me. I've been queuing since early morning. It should be my turn first. Even the officials shouldn't cut in line." Suddenly, 3 young people appear in the crowd, pushing and shoving. "Where are you going?" "There's an expert at the Zika mansion. I want to ask for a calligraphy piece to protect my home." Now, throughout Jingyang County, people are queuing like ants everywhere. How can it be so miraculous? Wang Er saw with his own eyes Taoist Master Shun subduing the vengeful ghost. How could that be fake? Jingyang County is saved. I'm going to ask for one too. Below, 2 young people appear holding talismans, one with hair and one bald, one crying and one laughing. Taoist Master Shun is so kind. His hand is swollen, yet he still gives us talismans. It's so touching. That's not swelling. It's called chi enveloping. That's what the script says. After selling for a while, the crowd gradually disperses. But the sad thing is that Shun Chongqing's hand now looks like a monster's claw. You've all had a tiring day. Stay for a meal. I'll go in and tidy up a bit. Writing all day, my hand is about to turn into a printing machine. Shun Chongqing struggles to open the door with his monstrous hand, only to encounter 4 fanatics staring at him with bright eyes. Seeing this, he immediately slams the door shut. Inside, he tosses gold coins into the air, his face showing extreme satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I've got money now. Finally, I don't need to bow to the system anymore. I'm a rich player now." The martial judge and the dragon sisters, hearing Shun Chongqing's words, all look delighted. "Senior, the immortal master is keeping us for a meal. Does this mean he's acknowledged us? That's wonderful. Why does this fox immortal feel like she's about to fall out of favor?" Suddenly, golden light erupts in the courtyard, accompanied by a voice. "Revive my time." The fanatics, seeing the scene before them, are all dumbfounded. Heavens, the demonic energy has disappeared. Could it be the expert taking action? At this moment, the Black Eagle King, clinging to the ceiling, is struck and foams at the mouth. First it was fist techniques, Now it's golden light. What on earth have I done wrong? Looking down, he sees Shin Chongqing staring at the gold coins, sighing. The money hasn't even had time to warm up before it's gone. Now his remaining survival time has increased to 275:18:10. Shin Chongqing clasps his hands, begging the system to display 6 taels for 6 hours. The system immediately displays. Method for making handmade soap. 1. Grind seashells into powder. 2. Add water and plant ash. 3. Mix the liquid mixture above and pour into molds. 4. Shape and cut into pieces. Wait 10 to 30 days for the saponification reaction to complete. Shin Chongqing reads this, his eyes turning into coin shapes, smiling like a flower. Wow, a method for making handmade soap. This is a treasure. In this era, ordinary people all use beans to bathe. Wouldn't soap be more convenient? Money is about to pour in. Shin Chongqing stares blankly at the empty chest, his face as white as paper. But I only have 10 days, and making soap takes at least 10 days. I still need to think of another way to make money. As he's feeling as dejected as a tailless dog, the Black Eagle King falls from the ceiling with a thud, feathers scattering everywhere, startling him. Oh my, what's this? Shin Chongqing curiously steps forward and grabs the Black Eagle King. So the noise earlier wasn't a rat, but a wild chicken flying in. Indeed, the ancient environment is good. Even wild chickens can grow this big. Without hesitation, Shin Chongqing hoists the Black Eagle King onto his shoulder. Poor little creature. Who knows how long you've been trapped in a room? You must be starving. Shin Chongqing tucks the Black Eagle King under his arm and walks out the door. Lucky you met me. I'm a kind person. Usually, I don't even dare to step on grass. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng and the Dragon Sisters peek out from behind the door to investigate. Could it be that the expert wants to use resurrection magic to revive the Demon King? No good. If he's released, the consequences would be unimaginable. The expert is so compassionate, showing mercy even to demonic creatures, truly worthy of being called an immortal master. In the eyes of the immortal master, all living beings are equal. If the immortal master can resurrect a demon king, wouldn't curing our father's illness be a small matter? A moment later, when those fanatics see the result of Shin Chongqing's efforts, their eyes widen and they exclaim, "Oh, mung beans, so he's planning to roast it." Shin Chongqing continues to sprinkle seasoning on the roasting Black Eagle King. But what rises isn't a fragrant aroma, but a thick demonic energy. The fanatics see this and whisper among themselves, "The flesh of great demons is extremely poisonous, let alone a demon king. How could the expert eat it?" Shin Chongqing skewers a piece of fragrant, juicy chicken meat and offers it. "You've all waited for a long time. Come taste my culinary skills. It's very delicious." The 4 fanatics turn pale at this, all color draining from their faces. "Expert, I just remembered I have something to do. I won't bother you anymore. My mother doesn't allow me to come home late. This humble one should be heading back too. Sister, I don't want to die. Boo-hoo." "Don't be afraid, little Qing. If the immortal master bestows it, how dare we refuse? If elder sister dies, little sister must definitely beseech the immortal master to save father." After speaking, the white dragon reaches out to take a piece of chicken. "Immortal master, let me try it first." Suddenly, a flash of light, and the chicken piece disappears. Looking closely, the culprit is the little fox spirit, who's clamping down on a supersized chicken leg. Shin Chongqing angrily shouts, "Xiaobai, the guests haven't eaten yet, spit out that leg." But the little fox spirit doesn't listen to its master, instead slowly savoring the chicken leg, absorbing all the demonic energy emanating from it. The dragon sisters see this and are extremely shocked, their eyes widening. The Fox Immortal Senior is testing the poison for us. Even among fox spirits, there are good ones. In no time at all, only a dry bone remains of the meat. Then the little fox spirit suddenly stands up, its head dizzy and swaying, causing Shin Chongqing and the others to stare in bewilderment. "Xiaobai, what's wrong with you?" After swaying for a while, the little fox spirit falls unconscious. Has the Fox Immortal Senior been poisoned to death? Shin Chongqing steps forward and lifts the fox's tail, his face puzzled. It's still alive, but what's with this expression? Why does it look so pleasured? The little fox spirit starts dancing the lambada, its face intoxicated as it mumbles, so comfortable. I feel my whole body filled with spiritual power. As expected of Demon King meat roasted by the master himself. The white dragon sees this scene and is dumbfounded. How is it not dead? That was Demon King meat. Even immortals would be poisoned to death. Shin Chongqing steps forward and cuts a few pieces of meat for Li Chunfeng and the martial judge. Come on, you've all helped me all day today. I can't let you go home hungry. Eat while it's hot. Li Chunfeng takes the plate of meat, glancing at the martial judge. Should we try a piece? The fox spirit, now intoxicated, says, the master's handiwork surely surpasses your imagination. The Demon King meat roasted by the master is probably even more delicious than the immortal peaches from the nine heavens. At this moment, the dragon sisters are also crying while stuffing meat into their mouths. Li Chunfeng and the martial judge pinch their noses and gnaw on the meat. As soon as they finish eating, they all burst with power, their bodies contorting into seductive poses, thinking to themselves, such pure spiritual energy, I can't control this excitement. Aha, stop breaking through, my body can't take it anymore. Sister, it seems my cultivation is about to break through again. As soon as the words are spoken, two streams of blue and yellow spiritual energy rise from Shin Chongqing's small courtyard. Little Qing, sister has broken through too. This roasted meat from the immortal master is truly a delicacy of the immortal realm. After breaking through, the two sisters embrace each other. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing walks over, puts his hands on his hips, and boasts, not a bad reaction, he. With my current cooking skills, these ancient people truly can't resist. If I were to open a barbecue restaurant, I'm afraid even the emperor would have to come and support it. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng and the martial judge also burst with power, embracing each other as they dance the tango. This roasted chicken contains too much spiritual energy. I feel like I'm about to grow wings and fly away. That's right. My body is also restless, power surging like a fountain about to overflow. Shin Chongqing looks at the scene before him, his eyes turning into the shape of chili peppers. Oh mother, these two are a bit spicy to watch. At this moment, the white dragon suddenly remembers her father in danger in the dragon palace, and can't help but tear up. Here I am enjoying the opportunity bestowed by the immortal master, while father is in critical condition in the dragon palace. I'm such an unfilial daughter. Boo-hoo-hoo. Thinking of this, the white dragon bursts into tears, startling Shin Chongqing, who turns to look. Mung beans, why are you crying? I didn't add any chili. The East Sea Dragon sisters immediately kneel at Shin Chongqing's feet. Immortal Master, we beg you to bestow medicine to save our father. Dong Li and little sister are willing to serve you as oxen and horses for life. I've already said, I don't know medicine. Have you forgotten, young lady? After speaking, he rolls his eyes skyward, seeming to think of something. How about this? I'm currently short on helpers. You two stay by my side and assist me. When I earn money, I'll share it with you. With money, you can cure your father's illness. What do you think? We'll follow the immortal master's arrangements. Night in the Jingyang County area, in the deep forest 10 miles outside the village. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes flash, staring at blood-covered corpses. Then, from the shadows emerges a fierce-looking tiger with sharp fangs and claws. It's called the Golden Star Tiger King Manshan, one of the 4 great demon kings. Manshan walks, using its nose to sniff the air in the forest. That bald bird, I told it to scout ahead. Why is it so slow? I'm starving to death. At dawn, birds chirp and fly about, and from somewhere echoes Shin Chongqing singing. The sun shines, flowers bloom, birds sing early. In the courtyard, the dragon sisters sit in meditation, the singing faintly reaching their ears. Sister, listen, what is the immortal master singing? Before the words are finished, the white dragon and the martial judge suddenly burst into tears. The rhythm of the great Tao. Thank you, immortal master, for your grace. We must seize the time to comprehend the Tao. We cannot disappoint the expert. The fox spirit sees this and frowns, muttering, they really don't understand the ways of the world. In the room in the courtyard, Shin Chongqing sits humming and singing, while intently looking at the system panel. Haha. Since activating this tattered system, every day has felt like having a knife at my throat. This is the first time I've been able to sleep until I naturally wake up, without worrying about survival time running out. Then he glances at the system panel displaying a jar of good wine, saying to himself, it seems only mid-grade wine will yield profits in the shortest time. Luckily, I have modern cooking skills, and I can open an outdoor barbecue stall selling roasted chicken and duck. And I can have Dong Li and Little Ching, two beauties, as servers. I don't believe these ancient people can resist. After thinking for a while, his face flushes, and with dreamy eyes, he opens the door and steps out with a sly smile. As soon as Dong Li sees Shun Changqing come out, she speaks loudly, startling him. Immortal Master, do you have any orders for us today? Mung Beans, what are you shouting for? You scare me to death. These two ladies seem to have made up their minds to be my servants. So Shun Changqing produces a large stack of money from somewhere and hands it to Dong Li. If that's the case, I'll give you a mission. Take this money and go buy wine. Remember, don't linger at small wine shops. Go to the wine stalls and buy as cheaply as possible. Yes, yes, Immortal Master. After speaking, the dragon sisters Dong Li and Little Ching immediately leave. Shun Changqing calls out from behind, "Go early and return early. And while you're at it, find some intact bamboo and bring it back. This doesn't cost money. Bring as much as you can get. Yes, rest assured, Immortal Master, we guarantee to complete the mission." Then the martial judge and Li Chunfeng step forward, clasping their hands in salute. "Since we've finished repairing the courtyard, Taoist Master, I should return to the city god temple now. If there's anything here that requires the city god, feel free to say so. You may go." As the city god leaves, his face turns pale. "Keep acting, just keep acting like this. Acting is truly your primary profession." Having resolved one trouble, he turns around to see Li Chunfeng grinning with confidence. "Do you want to leave too? This humble Taoist's magical power is low, but my heart is set on the Tao. Please, senior, allow me to stay by your side and learn." Hearing this, Shun Changqing agrees, as it suits his purposes. "If that's the case, then follow me." "Thank you, senior. Free labor. Only a fool wouldn't want it." So Shun Changqing, Li Chunfeng, and the little fox spirit walk together through a bustling market, with vendors' cries ringing out. "Scissors sharpening here. Fresh steamed buns over here. Young man, come take a look. All quality goods." Am I seeing this right? Why is it so expensive? On the wine jars, prices are labeled. Glutinous rice wine, 1 tael of silver. 7-grain liquor, 5 taels of silver. Immortal's intoxication, 10 taels of silver. Shun Changqing looks at the price list with tears streaming down his face. "I miscalculated. Modern people can drink cheap, white liquor thanks to the dual development of industrial technology and food production. Distilled liquor isn't bad, but currently, there's not enough capital for large-scale production." Thinking of this, Shun Changqing holds his head and frowns. "Forget it. Let's sell roast duck first to accumulate some startup capital." As he's lost in thought, Li Chunfeng suddenly pats his shoulder and says, "Senior, you've already comprehended creation. Why care about external things like money?" "External things? Do you really think this is external?" Shun Changqing angrily points at the plump girl in front of them. "Then let me ask you, what do you see?" Li Chunfeng opens his eyes wide and answers, "A noble lady." At this, the two young men lean in and whisper. In the eyes of ordinary people, they see her dressed in silk and brocade. In the eyes of cultivators, they see her destined for wealth and nobility. But everyone fails to see that the mundane things on her are the essence of the world. He imagines himself holding a fishing rod, standing on a gold mine. What are mundane things and the essence of the world? Let's take gold as an example. Gold is the remnant light of the sun, the ancient stars formed by collisions in the early universe. Before heaven and earth took shape, it was brought to our world by eternal void, coexisting with the dragon veins of the 9 provinces for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet we merely dig it up to make jewelry. You only see the surface, not knowing it shares its origin with heaven and earth of equal age. So how can it be called mundane? Li Chunfeng listens to this with wide eyes and an open mouth. So that's how it is. Immediately after, he kneels down and kowtows to Shun Changqing. This humble Taoist was short-sighted, seeing things as mere objects, unable to escape the dust of the world. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your guidance." Seeing this, Shun thinks to himself, "Small matter, watch me deceive you to the point where you can't tell east from west, north from south. Now you can only obediently be the security guard for my roast chicken shop." After kowtowing, Li Chunfeng raises his head and sincerely says, "This humble Taoist realm has been stagnant for many years. I fear it's because the secular world has clouded my eyes. Thanks to the Immortal Master's guidance just now, I'm only one step away. I hope the Immortal Master can help me complete it. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a bit more guidance. Saying this, Shin Chongqing turns and whispers in his ear. Cultivating to upgrade your skills is certainly useless. Try this mantra of mine. The value of life is two aspects, truly manifested in contribution. Realizing value creates conditions, escaping pleasure and wealth. Ideals open up a new sky, hardship and struggle inscribed in the heart. This is the value system of historical materialism. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng puts on a serious face. The value of life has two aspects, hardship and struggle inscribed in the heart. He sits in the dust, listening and laughing to himself. Right, that's exactly it. At this moment, Li Chunfeng seems to have entered a celestial realm. A few short sentences from the expert have broadened my mental state. The heart demon that has plagued me for 3 years has finally dissipated. Thinking of this, Li Chunfeng again rushes towards Shin Chongqing, tears streaming. Thank you, expert, for allowing me to comprehend these words. I will certainly remember them, always chanting them. Indeed, a teachable child. I have advanced thoughts from over 1,000 years in the future. You can slowly comprehend them. Shin Chongqing glances at Li Chunfeng, who is drooling, and smiles smugly. This trickster seems about to fall into my trap. Let me add fuel to the fire and earn a bit more. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing turns to face elsewhere and says seriously, Taoistly, you've cultivated for many years. Let me ask you, in this world, thousands of mystical powers can achieve immortality. So why do many people want to become emperor instead of seeking immortality through the Tao? Li Chunfeng's eyes widen as he listens. His Majesty naturally wants to seek immortality too. It's just that immortality is too difficult. Even our cultivation against heaven can only extend life by decades. Very few live to 100. The two words immortality are not easily achieved. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shin Chongqing's entire body emits a dazzling light. Immortality? What's so difficult about that? If we count from today, I've already lived for over 1,000 years. Now it's the Tang Dynasty, Jingguan era. From the 8th century to the 21st century before I time traveled. Isn't that 1,300 years? Li Chunfeng is stunned upon hearing this, his face turning solemn. The immortal master is indeed a celestial being who has descended to the mortal realm. But an immortal could live over 1,000 years. Thinking this, Li Chunfeng steps forward and asks naively, May I ask, immortal master, if this humble Taoist continues on the path of cultivation, can I achieve immortality like you? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing uses his fan to hide his smug smile. He's taken the bait. Then Shin Chongqing turns his face away, putting on an air of coolness. I dare not speak of other things, but if you cultivate with me for 2 or 3 years, it naturally won't be a problem. Li Chunfeng hears this and is overjoyed, as if he's found gold, his eyes round and his smile wide. So the immortal master agrees to accept me as a disciple? Shin Chongqing turns around, his whole body enveloped in a white light. Normally, I don't easily accept disciples. I didn't accept you before because I wanted to test if your desire for the Tao was firm. Now that I see you have some talent and potential, I reluctantly accept you as a registered disciple. We'll see how your determination holds up later. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng immediately kneels before Shin Chongqing in front of everyone. Master, please accept Li Chunfeng's kowtow. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing turns his face away, his expression foolish as he breaks out in a cold sweat. Enough. Many people are watching. You previously said your master was Yuan Tiangong, so I probably don't need to teach you any Taoist techniques. But in other aspects, this master knows a thing or two. Since you've called me master, naturally, I won't mistreat you. Stand up, first help me carry some things. A moment later, the master and disciple return from the street, having bought ducks and chickens. Master, did you buy these 2 ducks to roast and eat? Shin Chongqing opens the door and enters the house, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. That's this master's money-making treasure. You'll know in a bit. Just then, the 2 jars of wine in her hands fall to the ground and shatter. The scene shifts to Shin Chongqing and his disciple. At this moment, the master and disciple are using 2 ducks to test the roasting oven. Looking at the golden, fragrant ducks, both can't help but swallow their saliva. Don't rush, it's almost done. I didn't expect that master not only has profound cultivation, but also such superior cooking skills. A few minutes later, the 2 ducks are perfectly cooked, their aroma wafting. Shin Chongqing immediately brushes honey all over the ducks, making them even more glossy. Sprinkle some spices, add a few cans of beer. and they're ready to enjoy. In no time at all, evening has fallen, and the sun has set. Shin Changqing puts his hand to his forehead and looks out the door. Why haven't Dong Li and Little Qing returned yet? It's almost dark. Buying wine shouldn't take this long. Just as he finishes speaking, Magistrate Feng and 2 guards rush in, panicked, shouting, "Immortal Master Shin, Taoist Li, please help us quickly. Something big has happened at 10 Mile Village." Seeing Magistrate Feng so flustered, Shin Changqing hurriedly supports him. "Esteemed Magistrate, speak slowly. What has happened?" "There's a demon in 10 Mile Village. The entire family of 3 at the Hong family's old mansion has been brutally killed." Hearing this, Shin Changqing's face turns pale, his expression extremely unpleasant. "What? A demon? Are you serious?" Not long after, at the Hong family mansion, wails of sorrow echo. "How tragic. All 3 members of the Hong family are dead. It's so cruel. Did you know that this Hong family has long been haunted? Family members have been dying unnatural deaths one after another. Even the neighbors have been experiencing misfortune. Is the death of all 3 family members really caused by ghosts and demons? Let's not stay here anymore, lest we catch their bad luck." Looking at the scene before him, Shin Changqing's whole body trembles, his eyes wide and brows furrowed in silence. Shin Changqing and Li Chunfeng approach to examine the blood-covered corpses, while people continue to discuss in hushed tones. "It must be the work of demons. I heard that our 10-mile village was originally a large tomb, with the Hong family guarding it, living day and night with such unclean things. No wonder this happened." Magistrate Feng wipes sweat with his handkerchief, his face filled with terror as he says, "Immortal Master Shin, to be honest, many people have indeed died in the Hong family over the past few years. We officials couldn't find the cause, and we're at a loss. I never expected this to happen. This matter involves evil spirits. We should have notified the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to send experts to handle it. But now the people are in panic. We all know of Immortal Master Shun's ghost-catching abilities. Please help the people of Jingyang County." Hearing this, Li Chunfeng clasps his hands and bows. "Esteemed Magistrate, there's no need to worry. This humble Taoist works for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. I cannot shirk my responsibility. Moreover, with my master here, no evil can stand against us." Shin Changqing's face darkens upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I didn't agree to this. Who told you to be so talkative? This is a murder case. Why look for a trickster? No, I mean an immortal master who specializes in writing like me." Thinking this, Shin Changqing turns around, pretending to flash a brilliant smile. "Esteemed Magistrate, demons eating people is indeed a serious matter. Well, I'm quite impressed with my disciple's demon exorcising skills. Let's leave this to him. It's a good opportunity to test his abilities." After observing, Magistrate Feng turns and says, "That's right. I was in such a hurry earlier that I forgot. Just now, some villagers said they saw 2 young ladies from your household seemingly captured by demons." Before Shin Changqing could fully process this, he hastily raises his hand to interrupt. "There are no demons, it's wild beasts, wild beasts." As soon as he finishes speaking, he realizes what Magistrate Feng said, his eyes widening as he exclaims, "What? Who did you say was captured?" Then a shout rings out, startling the guards and villagers. "Quickly gather all the hunters in the county." The scene shifts to somewhere else, where the 2 sisters are now sitting on a pile of blood-stained white bones. "Sister, I don't want to die." "Don't be afraid, Little Qing. The Immortal Master will surely come to save us." Hearing this, Manshan laughs sinisterly. "What Immortal Master? Humph, you damn tiger demon. I advise you to release us. I am the Dragon Clan Princess, daughter of the East Sea Dragon King." Manshan, not only unafraid, laughs even louder. "Haha, Dragon Clan Princess? So what, you think you can scare me? My father is one of the 4 great demon kings, a subordinate of the Black Mountain Great Immortal. He is the Tiger King Manshan. Weak Dragon Clan members like you are just right to be concubines for our Black Mountain Great Immortal." Little Qing, hearing this, is terrified and cries, "I don't want to be a concubine. I don't want to be a concubine." At the edge of the forest, Shin Changqing's people have begun to take action. "Esteemed Magistrate, we've discovered many fresh tiger tracks. That demon surely hasn't run far. We just need to follow these tracks, and we'll quickly discover its whereabouts. Li Chunfeng, standing beside Shen Chongqing, sees the situation isn't good and speaks up. Immortal Master, this beast is very fierce and man-eating. We shouldn't let the hunters risk their lives anymore. The hunters, hearing this, turn in protest. Don't worry, Taoist Master. We are experienced hunters. We've encountered many wolves and tigers like this before. That's right. Last year we even hunted a tiger together. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing raises his hand to his forehead and sighs. Indeed, these tiger hunting hunters are very experienced in tracking wild beasts. Let them continue. Dong Li and Little Qing's fate is unknown right now. If anything happens, I don't know how I'll explain it to their family. After walking for a while, everyone discovers a cave ahead. We've found the tiger's den. Everyone, follow me to check if there are any other exits around. Then we'll enter the cave. A hunter speaks up. Esteemed magistrate, Taoist Master Shen, we've just checked. There are no other exits around this cave. Very well, everyone come here and listen to me. We'll do it like this. Just as Shen Chongqing is discussing strategies with the hunters, Li Chunfeng has already taken out his 8 trigrams compass to investigate. Heavens, the smell of blood is so strong. Then Li Chunfeng raises the 8 trigrams compass to perform the Mystic Sky Treasure Mirror technique, checking the demonic energy around. The 8 trigrams compass glows with golden light, displaying information about Manshan. Golden Star Tiger King Manshan, ranked 23rd on the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's wanted list of demon kings, danger level 4 stars. Indeed, it's a great demon. With my current cultivation, I'm no match for this tiger demon. After speaking, Li Chunfeng takes out a glowing object from his robe. I don't know where Master has gone. No matter what, we can't let the tiger demon come down the mountain and continue harming people. Then Li Chunfeng immediately uses a brush to write on the glowing 8 trigrams compass. Heaven round, earth square. 9 chapters of law and order. As I write now, 10,000 ghosts submit to calamity. As he's performing the formation, suddenly a hand is placed on Li Chunfeng's shoulder from behind, startling him. He turns his head with wide eyes to see it's Shen Chongqing. At the same time, the formation he was performing suddenly disappears. What are you doing, little Li? Everyone's busy. You should go help too. Before he can say anything, Shen Chongqing drags him away. Master, I was setting up a formation. That tiger demon is actually a demon king. Alright, after we catch that tiger, you can perform whatever magic you want. By then, Master will teach you some immortal realm techniques. Immortal realm technique. Master, are you serious? Of course it's true. Couldn't be truer. At this moment in the cave, Manshan is sleeping soundly on a pile of white bones, his face content. The 2 sisters beside him are also dozing off, but their faces are full of worry. Then a stream of white air enters Dong Li's nose, startling her awake, her face pale as she sits up. There's movement outside. It's people, many people. Could it be the immortal master coming to save us? That's wonderful. In front of the cave, Shen Chongqing is holding a drum, while Li Chunfeng has been arranged to wear a tiger head. Oh my, Master, is this really effective? Ha ha, whether it's effective or not, we'll know soon. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shen Chongqing immediately strikes the drum in his hand hard, opening his mouth wide to shout, "Little tiger, wake up!" Hearing the thunderous sound, Manshan opens his eyes with a start. What's that noise? Daring to disturb this king? While happily beating the drum, suddenly something frightens Shen Chongqing, causing him to throw away the drum and drumsticks, shouting, "Oh my!" Li Chunfeng, hiding in the tiger head, is so scared he wets himself, breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Chunfeng looks ahead, his eyes wide and sweating profusely. It's here. It's the tiger demon. In everyone's eyes are the cold eyes of Manshan. The young people see this, and their eyes widen, mouths agape, sweating like rain. Mother, it's so big. What did it eat to grow so large? At this moment, Manshan emerges from the cave, ferociously baring his sharp fangs and claws, roaring madly. Seeing this, Shen Chongqing starts performing the lambada dance. Little Li, don't be afraid. Shake it like I taught you. Li Chunfeng follows suit, sweating profusely. Master, is your magic working? Before he finishes speaking, Li Chunfeng stomps his fake foot hard, then performs an extremely coquettish hip-shaking dance. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. After shaking for a while, Li Chunfeng maneuvers the tiger head to turn around, casting a seductive gaze under the moonlight. Seeing this, Man Shan's eyes are filled with the image of a small, adorable tigress. Then Li Chunfeng continues to make the tiger head sway a few more times. Man Shan watches excitedly, unable to resist calling out, "Oh, what an interesting tigress!" Unable to wait, Man Shan rushes towards the female tiger, his face flushed red, heart shapes appearing in his eyes. "Let this king love you." Saying this, the male tiger embraces the female tiger head. "Let me give you the most wonderful kiss in the world, mwah mwah mwah." Li Chunfeng inside the tiger head thinks, "What kind of sorcery is this? When did Master cast this spell? How could it make a demon king so infatuated?" Then a not-so-gentle collision makes Li Chunfeng's face turn pale, leaving him speechless. Unexpectedly, the demon Man Shan is now standing behind, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng below is crying and calling for help. "SOS! Master, save me, or I'll lose my virginity." Seeing this, Shen Chongqing immediately mobilizes the group behind him, ordering 500 brothers, seize the opportunity to catch it. As soon as he finishes speaking, a huge fishing net shoots out from the bushes, aiming straight at Man Shan. Next, the archers aim at the target. "Hit it for me!" Thousands of sharp arrows pierce Man Shan's flesh, causing him to grind his teeth. "You despicable humans deserve to die." Arrows plunge into the ground right in front of Li Chunfeng, scaring him so much his eyeballs nearly pop out. "Oh my goodness! Master, I'm still here." On the other side, two hunters continue to draw their bows like machines, their faces strained. Such thick skin, even arrows can hardly penetrate. "I'm afraid this tiger is about to become a spirit. If we bring this tiger skin into the city, I reckon it could sell for 10 times the price of a normal tiger skin." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing sticks out his tongue, drooling, with money signs flashing in his eyes. "What? Tiger skin is worth that much?" Then we can't let this skin get damaged. At this moment, Man Shan is enraged, getting up and swinging his claws to release several streams of demonic energy. In the midst of the fight, the fake tiger head is accidentally knocked off, revealing Li Chunfeng. Man Shan looks down, extremely surprised. Li Chunfeng looks up, sweating profusely, but still manages a friendly smile. "Tiger brother, hello there." Hearing this, Man Shan flies into a rage, concentrating his power to deliver a thunderous punch straight to Li Chunfeng's head. "I must kill you. Master, save me." Seeing this, Shen Chongqing widens his eyes and shouts, "Release that person." Without hesitation, he rushes forward and uses his sword to stab Man Shan's chrysanthemum, blood splattering everywhere. Man Shan trembles in pain. "Ouch, it hurts so much." He opens his mouth wide and roars, his mouth as wide as a normal person's entire body. After that roar, Man Shan goes to meet his ancestors, collapsing to the ground. A sword remains stuck in his chrysanthemum, beyond repair. Taoist Master Shun is truly a divine person. Not only is his strategy brilliant, but his martial arts are also so formidable. Magistrate Feng praises, killing a fierce tiger with one sword strike, truly eliminating harm for the people. No, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the esteemed magistrate's command. Li Chunfeng stands before the two like an invisible person. This tiger demon was as indestructible as a Vajra. One could say impervious to weapons. So Master knew this all along. Were all those movements to find the tiger's weak point? Li Chunfeng steps forward to pull out his sword, holding his nose with a pale face. Is the chrysanthemum really the only weak point of this tiger demon? No wonder Master could break through its defense with just one sword strike. After talking for a while, Shen Chongqing suddenly remembers the Dragon Sisters and calls out loudly, "Ah, that's right, are Dong Li and Little Qing still in there?" Hearing this, Magistrate Feng responds kindly, "Don't worry, Taoist Master Shen, I've already sent people in to search for them." As soon as he finishes speaking, the two sisters appear behind the guards, calling out, "Immortal Master!" The two sisters, overcome with emotion, rush forward and embrace Shen Chongqing. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving our lives." There, it's good that you're not hurt." Then Shen Chongqing gently pats Dong Li's head, flashing a handsome smile. It's all right. Let's go home." Hearing this, Dong Li gives him a flirtatious glance, saying softly, "Let's go home." A while later, they return to Jingyang County. Red flags with the words "Tiger-slaying hero" flutter. Drums beat enthusiastically. Fireworks light up the sky, creating an atmosphere as lively as a village festival. The group returns, with guards carrying the tiger behind them. It's said that Taoist Master Shun went up the mountain to capture the fierce tiger, taking its life with a single sword strike, eliminating a great threat to our Jingyang County. Shun Chongqing, with a red flower pinned to his chest, smiles brilliantly. "Hello, my dear little ones. I've just become the hegemon of this southern region." Then Shun Chongqing turns to Magistrate Feng, his eyes cunning. "Esteemed magistrate, you see how I've risked my life to eliminate harm for the people. Shouldn't the government show some appreciation?" "Appreciation? What do you mean, Taoist master?" Shun Chongqing smiles slyly, leaning close to whisper. "The Hong family mansion is now unoccupied. I happen to be looking for a spacious place to do business." Hearing this, Magistrate Feng immediately understands and interrupts. "Taoist master has protected the people of our Jingyang County. This mansion, the government will take charge and gift it to the Taoist master." Shun Chongqing, hearing this, puts his arm around Magistrate Feng's shoulder, smiling like a flower. The esteemed magistrate is truly generous in his actions. "Later, I'll write you a character for warding off evil and protecting the house. Don't think poorly of it, all right?" At this moment, Li Chunfeng stands behind, looking at the backs of the two and thinking to himself, "The Hong family's old mansion. I felt something strange about that place last time. If we say the 3 members of the Hong family were killed by the tiger demon, then what about the rumors of Hong family members dying one after another in recent years? Could it be that Master has realized there's a problem with that mansion, and that's why he asked Magistrate Feng about it, to prevent ordinary people from going in and meeting with disaster? This won't do. I must go investigate." A moment later at the Zika mansion, Shun Chongqing stands before Magistrate Feng, clasping his hands in salute. "Thank you, esteemed magistrate. Another day I'll certainly come to pay a visit and invite you for a drink, old brother." Magistrate Feng smiles and says, "You're too polite, little brother. If you need any help, just ask this old brother." After speaking, Shun Chongqing turns to White Dragon Dong Li and asks, "Where's Little Li? He was just in the group. Where has he run off to?" "Immortal Master, Taoist Li said he wanted to go investigate the Hong family's old mansion." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing relaxes and smiles confidently. "All right, let him be. While it's still early, you all help me with an experiment." At the same time, at the Hong mansion, Li Chunfeng stands in the middle of the courtyard, looking around in all directions. He discovers a thick Yin energy that seems to envelop the entire mansion. There really is a problem here. I just asked the nearby residents, and they all said the Hong family mansion was built next to an ancient underground tomb, with the Hong family guarding the tomb for generations. When Master was here earlier, he must have used his immortal energy to suppress the Yin energy of this place, which is why I didn't notice it. But now the Yin energy is about to condense into a physical form. No wonder in recent years, the Hong family members have been dying one after another in strange ways. Ordinary people living here would be continuously eroded by the Yin energy, their lifespan cut short because of it. As he's thinking, the 8 trigrams compass on his chest suddenly starts glowing, the light growing stronger and stronger, causing him great alarm. What's happening to the Mystic Sky Treasure Mirror? Why is it rotating on its own? The 8 trigrams compass emits an aura like a golden flame, enveloping Li Chunfeng. He looks up stunned. What is this? A giant red eye appears in the sky, continuously gathering Yin energy. Li Chunfeng sees this and frowns. Yin gathering formation. It's the Black Mountain Old Demon's Yin gathering formation. The Black Mountain Old Demon is using this ancient tomb as the eye of the formation to gather the Yin energy of the earth veins. The Hong family mansion happens to be at the center of the formation. Then Li Chunfeng counts on his fingers. This is not good. Master has killed a subordinate demon king of the Black Mountain Old Demon, and he's heading towards the Zika mansion. Back at Shun Chongqing's small courtyard, Manshan has been skinned and cleaned, nailed to a tree ready to be put in the pot. Little Qing and Shun Chongqing happily light the fire. "Immortal Master, can we really drink good wine like this?" "Of course, roast duck with fine wine. You'll know when you taste it later." Dongli pours some newly bought wine into the steaming pot. Little Qing adds firewood to the stove. They're chatting happily, unaware of a black crow on a tree branch staring intently at them. This black crow has a pair of red eyes, similar to the giant eye from earlier. After observing, it quickly flaps its wings and flies away, leaving a feather falling down. A moment later, it flies to a dark place where a hand reaches out to receive it. The one receiving the black crow is an old demon, his entire body emanating demonic energy. Immortal? You've killed my subordinate demon king. I want to see what abilities this so-called immortal has. Water drips from a bamboo pipe into a wine jar. A golden energy surrounds it. Some power causes Dong Li to exude a seductive aura. Is this immortal wine? Little Qing is also affected by this power, her body constantly writhing. Just smelling the wine, I can feel the intense spiritual energy. Shin Qing carries the shimmering wine jar and places it in front of the two sisters. This wine's strength is moderate, still not up to my expectations. What immortal wine? You're exaggerating. What strength? You mean you can brew an even better wine? At this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon outside is probing something. This brat looks no different from ordinary people. I can't sense any magical power on him. How could Man Shan be killed by such an ordinary person? There must be something strange. Behind the old demon, two young men are chatting. Did you know Taoist Master Shen is an immortal? Old Zhao bought a character from Taoist Master Shen, and now he can do it 10 times a night. His wife doesn't dare call him useless anymore. So Taoist Master Shen's characters not only ward off evil and protect houses, but they have this function too? I must ask for one too, to open my fierce wife's eyes. As they're talking, the two young men look up and are startled. They've noticed the old man. The two approach, joking. Old sir, are you here to ask for Taoist Master Shen's characters too? Who would have thought at your age you'd still be pursuing such things? Admirable, admirable. Don't be shy, old sir. Just go straight in. Taoist Master Shen is very approachable. No need to climb the wall. Hearing this, the Black Mountain Old Demon's face turns pale, momentarily speechless. At this moment, Shin Changqing is pouring wine into a jar when the two young men burst in. Immortal Master Shin, you're back. Shin Changqing turns and asks, what brings you two here? We want to buy your treasures, Immortal Master. Hearing this, Shin Changqing's eyes light up. You want characters, right? All right, my characters are reasonably priced. What characters do you want? One young man leans close to his ear and whispers, the kind of character you wrote for Old Zhao last time. Your characters are truly effective. Old Zhao can do it 10 times a night. He's been bragging about it to us all day. Shin Changqing hears this and feels like he's been struck by lightning, thinking to himself, 10 times? When did my characters have this effect? That Old Zhao is exaggerating too much. If these two buy the characters and they don't work, they'll surely come back to make trouble for me. Shin Changqing imagines the fierce expressions of the two young men and says softly, this immortal can write the characters you want, but the effect isn't that exaggerated. Besides hanging my characters, you need to exercise your body daily. If possible, you can use the reproductive organs of tigers or bulls, which will have miraculous effects. As for 10 times, I hope you two know your limits. The young man hears this and points outside, saying, Immortal Master, no need to be so modest. You might not know, but in our Jingyang County, from 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, everyone says your characters are effective. If you don't believe it, look, just now outside we met an old man who was about to climb the wall to ask for your characters, but he was shy. He turns to look, but the wall is empty. Huh? Where did that old man go? Just as he finishes speaking, a lightning bolt strikes down, accompanied by a voice. Are you looking for this old man? The dragon sisters recognize him immediately. It's the Black Mountain Old Demon. Shin Changqing, on the other hand, is very angry and shouts, Oh no, you've damaged my roof. The Black Mountain Old Demon stands on Shin Changqing's roof. Behind him, a giant lightning bolt, with the red-eyed black crow perched on his shoulder. The commoners below are stunned with fear, their faces pale. The Black Mountain Old Demon narrows his eyes, smiling contemptuously. Brat, this old man has come to claim something from you. Dong Li hurriedly says to Little Qing, It's the Black Mountain Old Demon. Little Qing, no matter what happens later, even if we have to risk our lives, we must protect the Immortal Master. If there's a fight, take the Immortal Master back to the EC for help. I'll stay here to hold him off. No, sister, let me hold him off. You take the Immortal Master away. Faced with the concern of the Dragon Sisters, Shin Changqing becomes even angrier and shouts, Old man, aren't you just here to ask for characters? You're already old and still climbing onto other people's roofs. Don't think that being old means you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, if you break even one tile, you'll have to pay for it. Hearing this, the Black Mountain Old Demon is stunned, thinking to himself, no matter how I look at it, this guy is just an ordinary person, without a trace of magical power in his body, not even as good as the two girls beside him. But he's not only unafraid of me, he even wants to fight me. What's going on? I'd better not act rashly. Thinking this, The Black Mountain Old Demon shouts. You killed my subordinate demon king for no reason. How do you want to die? Shin Changqing hears this, and his eyes widen in surprise. What demon king? You mean this tiger? Shin Changqing can't believe his ears, looks closely at the tiger, then turns to the Black Mountain Old Demon and says, Old man, are you hearing things, having hallucinations? It's true I killed this tiger, but this was a reward from the county magistrate. If you want it, you'll have to pay. Also, come down quickly. If you fall, don't blame me. Many people are watching. Before he finishes speaking, Dongli steps forward and whispers, Immortal Master, that's the Black Mountain Old Demon, a heavenly demon-level monster. Hearing this, Shin Changqing not only doesn't fear, but becomes even more aggressive. Old demon, heavenly demon, whatever. Your kind is just shameless. I've been tolerating you, and you dare to damage my roof. Today, even if the Jade Emperor himself comes, you're not leaving here. As he's scolding passionately, Li Chunfeng suddenly rushes in, frowning and shouting, Master, be careful, it's not good. The Black Mountain Old Demon is enraged. A heavenly demon can destroy cities and countries. At this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon floats in midair, unleashing his power. Behind him appears a yaksha, with 2 iron horns growing from its head and 8 strange arms on its body. The Black Mountain Old Demon smiles smugly. You insignificant ant dare to disrespect me? I'll skin you alive, seal your soul, and torture you every day. After speaking, he swoops down from the roof, still wearing that eerie smile, making people wish they were dead. Faced with the lightning-fast attack of the Black Mountain Old Demon, everyone turns pale, their eyes wide, mouths agape, tears streaming. Chaotic screams erupt. It's over! Holy cow! Immortal Master, be careful. Just as the words end, a thick smoke suddenly rises in the courtyard. Shin Changqing and everyone else raise their hands in fear to shield themselves. Then, the Black Mountain Old Demon emerges from the smoke, his entire body broken and shattered, his face distorted like mud, grinding his teeth in anger to the point of spitting blood. Seeing this, Shin Changqing steps forward and shouts, Old man, you don't need to make such a grand gesture to apologize. Acknowledging your mistake is enough. The old man hears this and falls backward, his knees bleeding continuously. What the hell is this? Just then, as he lies down, a golden light shines on his face. Where's my magical power? Why has my magical power disappeared? From a higher angle looking down, murmurs of discussion can be heard. At this moment, Little Qing, Dong Li, and Li Chunfeng witness the scene before them with wide eyes and open mouths, astonished. The Immortal Master is too powerful. Even the Black Mountain Old Demon has to kneel and bow. Shin Changqing steps in front of the Black Mountain Old Demon, holding a manual of mind techniques. Didn't I just warn you? Told you to be careful not to fall. Now look what's happened. Who told you to cause trouble and dare to climb onto the roof? Hearing this, the Black Mountain Old Demon is so angry he could cry. He jumps up and extends his strange hands forward to grab, shouting, I must kill you. But Shin Changqing easily catches his hands, showing no fear. Shin Changqing suddenly kneels on one knee, offering the mind technique scroll to the Black Mountain Old Demon. This is a gift for you. Consider it my respect for the elderly. No charge, and no need to fix the roof anymore. Hearing these sarcastic words, the Black Mountain Old Demon cries as he opens the mind technique scroll to see what it is. The scroll has a large character embroidery written on it. That embroidery character emits a golden light that shines into the Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes, causing him to scream, Ah! Then a line of golden text appears from the mind technique scroll, passing through his body. This fatal blow causes the old demon to spit out sugar water. The Black Mountain Old Demon falls to the ground, causing Shin Changqing to cry out in fear. Oh no, I just gave you a page of characters. I haven't even touched you yet. Everyone can testify for me. I really didn't touch him. Oh dear, if this old man dies at my place, his family will surely not let me off. The commoners outside rush into Shin Changqing's house, shouting, Hey, 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 clearly we came to ask for characters first. How dare this old man snatch them away? That's right, he's old but still flattering the Immortal Master like this. Doesn't he have any shame? Hearing this, Shin Changqing steps forward to comfort everyone. Seeing the gold before his eyes light up. Everyone, don't rush. There's enough for all. He's an elderly person. We must learn to respect the old and cherish the young. From ancient times, respecting elders and yielding to the young has always been the tradition of our Jingyang County, right? At this moment, the little fox spirit runs to the side of the Black Mountain Old Demon. You really don't know heaven's height and earth's depth, not even checking where this is before causing trouble. Even if you're a heavenly demon, you can't act recklessly in the immortal master's mansion. Hearing this, the Black Mountain Old Demon raises his head, sweat streaming down his cheeks. He thinks to himself, is he really an immortal who has descended to the mortal world? Why is there clearly not a trace of magical power? The little fox spirit hears this and shows a look of worship. How could the abilities of an immortal be seen through by a mortal realm creature like you? Look at your weak state now, not even as good as a 3-year-old human child. Isn't this proof enough? Just as the words end, a 3-year-old child appears out of nowhere and pees on the Black Mountain Old Demon's face. After peeing, the boy pulls up his pants and runs away, causing the Black Mountain Old Demon to turn red with anger. Damn it, you little bastard. I am the great Black Mountain Immortal, the ruler of this land. Even the 4 great demon kings revere me as their superior. He angrily struggles to get up. A tiny mortal dares to pee on my face. I must bathe the entire Jingyang County in blood, turn this place into a living hell. At this moment, a black crow is using its red eyes to stare intently at something. When Dongli looks towards the crow, her pupils clearly reflect its face. Concentric circles appear in Dongli's eyes, resembling hypnosis. Now her eyes turn blood red. Seeing this, little Qing shouts loudly, "Not good, it's the soul capture technique." Quickly, Dongli loses consciousness and is captured by the Black Mountain Old Demon. This immortal has cultivated for 100 years. Though I don't know what method you use to seal my magical powers, this immortal still has many trump cards, Brad. Today, if we fight to the death, Jingyang County will surely become a river of blood. Now I give you 2 choices. You killed my subordinate demon king, so I'll take this woman to settle the debt, or I'll kill her, and we'll have a battle to the death. Hearing this, Shun Changqing angrily shouts, "Old man, have you gone mad? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want that tiger skin, just take it, don't harm others." Hearing this, Black Mountain stares at Dong Li's face, smiling lecherously and thinking to himself, this guy cares so much about the dragon spirit. Could there be an illicit relationship? Even playing with the dragon clan. Seems you're not such a righteous immortal after all. Seeing Black Mountain's lecherous smile, Shun Changqing becomes so angry that smoke rises from his nose, and he rolls up his sleeves, preparing to take action. But before he can move, a giant shadow suddenly appears behind Black Mountain, accompanied by a voice. You pervert, cutting in line is one thing, but you dare to have evil intentions towards Miss Dong Li. As soon as the words end, a tall young man with red eyes charges forward from behind, grabbing Black Mountain's head. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Saying this, he delivers a thunderous punch to the Black Mountain Old Demon, sending him flying into the wall. Get the hell out of here! Shin Changqing and the people behind him are stunned. Well done, truly worthy of being my son. After dealing with Black Mountain, the young man goes to gently help Dong Li up. Miss Dong Li, don't be afraid. That pervert has been driven away by me. While proudly embracing the beauty, suddenly little Qing runs over from afar, snatching Dong Li from the young man's arms, shouting, Sister, are you all right? I was scared to death just now. What happened? Sister, what was wrong with you earlier? Li Chunfeng and Shun Changqing approached the Black Mountain Old Demon, staring with wide eyes. Is this guy dead? Master is truly formidable. Hearing this, Shun Changqing asks in bewilderment, what did you just say? Dead. Li Chunfeng turns around, giving a thumbs up to Shun Changqing and replies, Master is truly amazing, having eliminated the great demon Black Mountain Old Demon for the people of the Great Tang. This is a great merit. Hearing this, Shun Changqing looks around, hurriedly grabs Li Chunfeng and whispers, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get me killed? I didn't kill this old man. Don't talk nonsense. When the officials arrive later, you must keep your mouth shut for me. After speaking, Shun Changqing takes a tree branch and pokes at the Black Mountain Old Demon's face. I wonder if we should find a doctor to save him. As he says this, Shun Changqing's expression suddenly changes, his face turning pale, his nose turning up like a pig's snout. It's over. It's really over this time. How could someone suddenly die? Several hours later, The sun sets in the west. Magistrate Feng leads 2 Yamen runners, clasping his hands in salute. Immortal Master Shun has once again achieved great merit for our Jingyan County. That Black Mountain Old Demon was a great demon ranked in the top 20 of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's wanted list. Now that Immortal Master Shun has eliminated him, it's truly cause for celebration. Immortal Master Shun, you need not worry. I understand the rules for cultivators like you. These supernatural matters cannot be known to ordinary people. With that, Shun Chongqing pins a red flower to his chest again, but this time his expression is very strange. Seeing Shun Chongqing's bewildered expression, Magistrate Feng smiles like a flower and says, "The Imperial Court has issued an official document stating that this Black Mountain Old Demon, oh no, this underworld tyrant, was a bandit wanted by the authorities. Now that Immortal Master Shun has eliminated him, special commendations are in order." After speaking, Magistrate Feng gets into his sedan chair to return. "Immortal Master Shun, please stop here. We'll head back first. Goodbye, everyone." As Magistrate Feng leaves, Shun Chongqing removes the red flower from his chest and looks left and right, thinking to himself that he never expected to wear a red flower twice in one day. In Shun Chongqing's courtyard, the muscular young man has started to spread the word among the people. "Let me tell you all, that old man was the Black Mountain Old Demon. His 29th generation uncle's father had a neighbor whose cousin worked in the Yamen. All that talk about an underworld tyrant is just to deceive you common folk. How could ordinary people like you know about these things?" After speaking, the muscular young man stands up and asks the small boy in front of him, "Ergozi, right? You were there at the time. That guy said Immortal Master Shin killed his subordinate Demon King and wanted to kidnap Miss Dong Li as compensation." "That's right. Many people heard it at the time." The people hear this and are all shocked, their mouths agape. "Oh, really?" The muscular young man continues to boast. "At that time, I didn't know the old man's identity. Thought he was some pervert being disrespectful to Miss Dong Li. So I stepped forward and gave him a slap. Didn't expect to kill him." Thinking about it now, my legs are still shaking. A villager hears this and says, "You fool. How could you possibly kill the Black Mountain Old Demon? Didn't you see earlier how a divine light from Immortal Master Shun made that demon kneel and vomit blood? If it weren't for the Immortal Master using his divine power and immortal techniques, could you even touch the Black Mountain Old Demon? If it weren't for the Immortal Master, you'd probably be dead by now without knowing why. No wonder I felt the wind was off earlier. It was like 2 great masters battling." "That's right, I felt it too." At that time, Immortal Master Shin's expression was completely different. I think I even saw Immortal Master Shun's soul leave his body to fight the Black Mountain Old Demon in the sky. While lost in thought, suddenly a group of children runs over to surround Shun Chongqing, playing a question and answer game. Immortal Master, do you eat gourd candy?" "No." Immortal Master, do immortals go to the bathroom?" "You guess." Immortal Master, are you married? "What's it to you, kid?" Immortal Master, are you not married because no immortal lady likes you? "Shut up, you little brats." In the courtyard, the 2 sisters Dong Li are brewing wine together. Little Ching, pay attention to controlling the fire. The wine is ready. Quickly find a wine jar." Just as the words end, Shun Chongqing's shout is heard, "I'm really not an immortal." In the evening, in the courtyard of the Zika mansion, Shun Chongqing and Li Chunfeng stand facing each other, their expressions serious. Shun Chongqing glances at Li Chunfeng and asks, "Do you really have to go?" Li Chunfeng firmly replies, "I must go." Shun Chongqing frowns angrily and says, "Won't you reconsider?" Li Chunfeng closes his eyes and answers, "No need to reconsider." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing turns and spits, "Pa, you rotten man." Li Chunfeng sees this, but says nothing. At this moment, the little fox spirit sees Shun Chongqing's spit full of spiritual energy and joyfully rushes over, sticking out its tongue greedily. Before it can lick, Shun Chongqing uses a coconut shell to hit the little fox spirit's head, shouting, "No licking. If you dare to lick, I'll throw you out of the courtyard." "Don't blame me then." 15 minutes later, Li Chunfeng steps forward, clasps his hands in salute, his face sad. "Master, I will return soon. I must quickly bring the Black Mountain Old Demon's corpse back to the sect's territory. Hearing this, Shin Changqing takes out a wine gourd and some hot pastries. All right, I know. Take these to eat on the way since you're going far. Sigh, it's so troublesome. All the roast duck shop employees have quit, boo-hoo. Li Chunfeng receives the wine gourd and pastry box, smelling the fragrance and becoming dazed. Master, what is this? Shin Changqing habitually waves goodbye. Just some snacks and wine I brewed myself. Be careful on your journey. Go early and return early. I won't see you off. I'm gonna bed first. Li Chunfeng curiously opens the pastry box to look. A golden light flashes, causing him to be so surprised his eyes widen. In the pastry box are round buns emitting intense spiritual energy. Li Chunfeng sees this and exclaims in shock. Ah, are these divine objects? As he speaks, Li Chunfeng hurriedly grabs a bun and stuffs it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. As soon as the bun enters his stomach, the spiritual energy in Li Chunfeng's body erupts. He throws his head back and howls, his eyes shooting out 2 columns of golden spiritual light, his entire body continuously absorbing the intense spiritual energy. Then the golden spiritual energy condenses into a straight column shooting into the sky, accompanied by Li Chunfeng's shout. Ah, I've broken through. I've broken through. Li Chunfeng heavily kneels on the ground, then clasps his hands, tears streaming down his face. This disciple thanks Master for bestowing divine objects. I will forever remember this kindness. When I return to the sect's territory this time, I must spread the tale of Master's divine deeds along the way and ask the sect to reward Master. Before he can finish speaking, a winged book flies straight into Li Chunfeng's face with a loud smack. Shin Changqing rushes out of the room like a gust of wind, glaring at Li Chunfeng and shouting, "Ungrateful brat, are you? You dare mention me outside, and you're dead for sure. If you dare mention me, our master-disciple relationship ends here." After speaking, Shin Changqing turns and leaves, slamming the door shut, not forgetting to add, "Also, get out of here quickly. Don't stay here making noise and disturbing my rest." Li Chunfeng, his head bleeding, sits dazed on the ground. He glances at the book on the ground, curiously picks it up to look. It turns out to be the 9-9 multiplication method oral formula. Li Chunfeng reads it, tears welling up, a smile on his lips, thinking to himself, "This oral formula must be an immortal technique. Master truly has a harsh mouth, but a soft heart. Master, I will definitely cultivate diligently, not disappointing your expectations." A moment later, somewhere in the village, Shin Changqing is driving a horse cart loaded with many belongings. "Immortal Master, are we really moving to the Hong family's old mansion?" Shin Changqing hears this and smiles, replying, "Of course, Magistrate Feng has given that house to me. The old house was too small, cramped even for the few of us. Moreover, I want to start a roast duck and wine business to get rich." Dong Li hears this and her eyes widen in surprise as she says, "Immortal Master, although the curse of the Hong family mansion has been lifted after the Black Mountain Old Demon's death, most people don't know about the Black Mountain Old Demon and still think that place is unlucky. They don't dare to go near it. After a while, they finally arrive at the gate of the Hong mansion. Shin Changqing and Dong Li stare at the mansion. Although Dong Li has never done business before, she knows that shops are usually opened in bustling areas. "Is this location a bit unsuitable for us?" You're right. Looks like we'll have to use the killer move." As he speaks, Shin Changqing turns around, his eyes accidentally meeting hers. The young man becomes embarrassed, unable to speak. The two look into each other's eyes, their cheeks flushing, both thinking the same thing. Too close. Dong Li shyly steps back, thinking to herself, the scent on the immortal master is so fragrant. At this moment, little Qing wakes up yawning. "Sister, have we arrived?" Shun Changqing, with the shy face of a young man, steps down from the horse cart. The killer move is to have a grand opening promotion. At that time, we'll set up a stage in front of the door, invite a few opera troupes to promote the new store that's about to open, then invite a few old monks to chant sutras, and then invite respected old Taoist priests. The main purpose is to prove that there are no more vengeful spirits or evil ghosts here. 10-Mile Village in Jingyang County is now the cleanest place in the Great Tang. Little Qing hears this and asks innocently with wide eyes, "Is the immortal master going to perform magic?" Shin Changqing reluctantly says, "Well, you could say that." Then he frowns and glares, putting on the displeased face of an old man, saying, "Whatever you want to call it, just remember not to say it's magic outside, or no one will dare to come." After speaking, Shin Changqing takes out a stack of advertising flyers. "Take these and go paste them everywhere later, especially near the village gates. Be extra careful in crowded places. If any officials come, run away immediately. Don't get caught." Shin Changqing hands the papers to the two sisters, then turns around with an excited smile. "I'll go in and clean up first. Remember to come back before dark. I'll make duck for you to eat." A moment later, the sisters Dong Li and Little Qing carry out their mission together, pasting flyers all over the village. "Sister, did the Immortal Master suddenly ask us to paste these things just to advertise his new shop?" Hearing this, Dong Li takes out a flyer to look at it, only to see the paper emitting intense spiritual energy. This isn't right. It can't be. If it were just ordinary advertising, why would the Immortal Master give us papers containing such strong spiritual energy? The spiritual energy in the flyer begins to be absorbed by Dong Li's body, causing her to close her eyes tightly and exclaim, "It took Sister a long time to comprehend just 2 sheets. These papers are all divine objects. The Immortal Master isn't one to waste. He must have a deeper meaning in doing this. It's just that our cultivation is too low to see through it." In no time at all, it's nearly dark. The sun has descended to the middle of the mountain, the twilight illuminating all of Jingyang County. Dong Li and Little Qing stand behind the villagers looking at the flyers. The two sisters, wiping sweat from their foreheads and sighing in relief, finally finish pasting. They can return to report the results to the Immortal Master. At this moment, the villagers looking at the flyers are buzzing with discussion. Is Immortal Master Shun going to perform magic? What magic? Doesn't this say it's a grand opening promotion? Magic is good. With the Immortal Master guarding this fierce land of 10-Mile Village, we can move about freely now. As they speak, suddenly a column of spiritual energy presses down on a flyer to the right, followed by another column of spiritual energy pressing down on another flyer. Dong Li and Little Qing see these columns of spiritual energy and exclaim, "Wait, is this a formation?" In the sky, the powerful columns of spiritual energy gather together, forming a giant 8 trigrams formation, covering the entire Jingyang County. Seeing this scene, someone shouts, "Spirit Gathering Grand Formation." Jingyang County is about to become a holy land for cultivation. Underground, in the ancient tomb of 10-Mile Village, intense evil energy swirls outside the coffin. That energy transforms into an evil spirit with glowing eyes, flying around the coffin before diving in. Not long after, the coffin lid bursts open, strange demonic energy continuously rising from within, along with a female figure absorbing the evil energy. From within the evil energy emerges a one-eyed woman, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, I'm alive again. I didn't expect the Black Mountain Old Demon to use corpses to nurture energy, surely intending to use the continuously gathering energy to break through realms, but it has benefited me instead." After speaking, the woman in red jumps out of the coffin, her entire body enveloped in thick, evil energy. A corpse nurtured by energy for 100 years is indeed not bad. Once I eat the flesh of a man, I can surely break through my power once more, escaping the 3 realms, no longer bound by the 5 elements. By then, I fear even a golden immortal of the great Luo heaven couldn't do anything to me. At night, at Shun's new residence in 10-Mile Village, evil energy surrounds the courtyard. Inside the house, Shun Changqing is sleeping soundly, even using the little fox spirit as a sleep mask. Nearby, the sisters Dong Li and Little Qing lie on the bed, their faces intoxicated as they say, "Little sister isn't drunk yet. Little sister can still drink the Immortal Master's wine. The wine is so good, Immortal Master, gently." The old demon woman steps forward, her eyes full of killing intent. She licks her fingernails, revealing a sinister smile. "You bastard, last time you beat me until only a remnant soul remained. But now with this corpse, even if you're an immortal, you can't threaten me anymore." The scene shifts to the city god temple of Jingyang County. Inside the temple stand the martial judge and a blue-robed official, while in the middle sits a man leisurely on a chair. This person is the city god. I wonder about the background of that Taoist Master Shun, so young yet with such profound magical powers. If he could stay in Jingyang County long-term, we wouldn't need to worry about ghosts and monsters appearing in the future. Hearing this, the city god smiles and replies, "Indeed, I very much want to meet this expert. Not only did he eliminate the Ghost King in the Zika Mansion, but he also easily disposed of the Black Mountain Old Demon as if it were nothing. After speaking, the city god instructs the two officials. Tomorrow when you're free, come with me to pay a visit. Don't leave a bad impression on the expert. Just as he finishes speaking, something causes the city god to frown. What's this aura? The city god immediately turns and asks, Marshal Judge, did that expert go to 10 Mile Village today? Yes. Today, Taoist Master Shin moved to the Hong family's old mansion in 10 Mile Village. The city god senses an evil aura and shouts, something's happening in 10 Mile Village. This evil energy is much stronger than the Ghost King in the Zika Mansion, like the difference between an adult and a child. We must hurry there. This aura must be coming from that coffin. I'm afraid Taoist Master Shun is no match for it. The other official hears this and says with wide eyes, even Taoist Master Shun is no match. If we go, I'm afraid. This must be the civil judge. Hearing this, the city god says with a serious expression, protecting the common people is our responsibility. We must die for the right cause if necessary. The civil judge hears this and lowers his head. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, I spoke out of turn. The city god pinches his fingers, calculating and thinking. With Taoist Master Shun's immortal body, if something unexpected happens here, I'm afraid his disciples will come demanding an explanation later. By then, all the pressure will fall on me. We must go and see. If Taoist Master Shun can't handle it, we'll have to rescue him. As for exorcising the ghost, we can only report to the Imperial Court for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to handle. After thinking, the city god, martial judge, and civil judge use their spiritual power to fly towards where Shin Chongqing is staying. In no time, the three arrive at the front door of Shin Chongqing's house. At this moment, the main gate of the house has been broken, with thick demonic energy pouring out. Seeing this, the city god and the two officials immediately rush forward, shouting, "This is not good. Taoist Master Shun is in danger." As soon as the city god enters the door, he frowns and shouts, "Demon, retreat at once." Before he can finish speaking, something catches the city god's eye, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. A moment later, the city god falls backward, his head hitting the martial judge's face, whose head then hits the civil judge's face. Hearing the shouts, Shin Chongqing opens his eyes and looks towards the door. What's going on? It seems the two masters and servants are completely unaware of the female ghost pretending to be drunk and lying on top of him. The city god and the two officials see the scene before them, all showing bewildered expressions, too embarrassed to speak. The three immediately slam the door shut, shouting, "Taoist Master Shin, we apologize for disturbing your spring night. Another day, we'll come to apologize ourselves." Shin Chongqing sits up yawning, his face tired. Strange. What are these people doing in the middle of the night? Acting like they've seen a ghost. What's spring night? After speaking, he repeats what he just said, his face turning pale. Seen a ghost? Wait a minute. Shin Chongqing immediately sits up and looks around. Seeing nothing unusual on the bed, he remains silent for a long time. Then he lies back down contentedly, hugging the little fox spirit with a bright smile, pretending to be gods and ghosts. Even I was fooled. If you dare to do such immoral things again, I'll show you the iron fist of socialism. At this moment, the female ghost is lying face down under the bed. Her face is green as a frog's back, thinking to herself, how can this be? Just getting close to him, I feel the spiritual energy in my body being drained. My current strength far surpasses what it was before. I should be able to fight even a true immortal. This won't do. I must get away from this man first. Thinking this, she tremblingly moves away from the edge of the bed. The city god, martial judge, and civil judge stand on the roof looking down, their eyes wide, mouths agape, faces flushed red. The immortal master is truly formidable, even able to subdue a female ghost. Simply perfect. The female ghost staggers out the door, panting, her entire body weakened. Then she glances and sees something. It turns out to be the city god and the two officials. The three are startled by this, immediately using their spiritual power to fly away. We're not watching anymore. If there's nothing wrong, then it doesn't concern us. Hearing this, the female ghost grits her teeth, her face black as the bottom of a pot, too angry to speak. After flying for a while, the three return to the city god temple, panting. At this moment, a group of people appear before them asking, "How did it go, Your Excellency?" Hearing this, The martial judge exclaims in surprise with his mouth agape. Divine methods never heard of before. Earth-shattering. That artist is truly brave. So, exorcism can be done like this too. A young man hears this and his face turns pale, his eyes widening as he says, What exactly happened? Tell us quickly. What divine method did that expert use to eliminate that fierce ghost? This young man is General Ganlu. Hearing this, the city god begins to recount. Initially, we were going to assist Taoist Master Shen. Before he can finish, the martial judge raises his hand to interrupt the city god. As a result, we saw Taoist Master Shen's door wide open, that female ghost. At the same time, the civil judge also steps forward to interrupt the martial judge. That female ghost was crawling on top of Taoist Master Shen. I saw it clearly. Her whole body was soft, her eyes flirtatious, constantly writhing. As he speaks, the judges and the two subordinates' faces turn red, their bodies heating up. That scene, that situation, it nearly blinded me. Then what? What happened next? Continue talking. So the civil judge continues with a smile, ignoring the city god sitting on the chair. After that, we were chased out by Taoist Master Shen. But we didn't leave then, worried that Taoist Master Shen couldn't control the female ghost. So we stayed on the wall keeping watch, ready to rush in and help. But before a small cup of tea could be drunk, guess what happened? We haven't even gotten to the good part. The martial judge jumps up, pushes the civil judge aside, and continues the story. The female ghost came out like a tired dog from inside. But even so, she gently closed the door, afraid of disturbing Taoist Master Shen. Moreover, the aura on her body had decreased by 99%. The subordinates hear this, their eyes shining brightly, mouths agape, as they exclaim, So exciting! Truly worthy of Taoist Master Shen's reputation. In the midst of the excitement, one subordinate steps forward, raising his hand to voice an opinion. But I have a question. Could Taoist Master Shen only maintain it for the time it takes to drink a small cup of tea? As soon as he finishes speaking, the surrounding subordinates clench their fists, their eyes fiercely staring at him. Immediately after, a vicious kick lands straight on that young man's face. What do you mean Taoist Master Shen could only maintain it for a small cup of tea? That was Taoist Master Shen being kind-hearted and sparing her life. Otherwise, how could that female ghost's body withstand Taoist Master Shen's punishment? Daring to slander our idol, brothers, get him! Hearing the command, the subordinates immediately rush forward to gang up on the young man. Taoist Master Shen is our role model. Kid, eat my fist. Boo-hoo, I was wrong. How dare a small-timing general like you casually discuss Taoist Master Shen? Watch me hit that mouth of yours. I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. The scene shifts to Shun Chongqing's house. At this moment, the demonic energy outside is continuously gathering in front of the door, becoming thicker. Ha ha ha. This house is indeed a holy land for cultivation. Now that yin and yang are in flux, with this yin gathering formation, my demonic power will reach its peak state in no time. After speaking, the vengeful ghost materializes, her face ferocious, growing saw-like teeth like the evil venom, grinding her teeth as she says, Let's try again. Even if I can't kill the person inside, I must at least scare him away. Before she can finish speaking, Shun Chongqing yawns and steps out of the door, hand on his waist, seemingly heading to relieve himself. Seeing this, the vengeful ghost jumps in fright, cold sweat pouring out, hurriedly hiding behind a large tree, utterly terrified. Not good, not good. Why did he suddenly come out? Shun Chongqing, sleepy-eyed, looks around for a place to urinate. After looking for a while, he sees the large tree in front of him. You'll do. To Shun Chongqing, ghosts and demons are invisible, so he doesn't see the vengeful ghost hiding right before his eyes. Shun Chongqing slowly walks towards a tree, unbuckling his belt as he goes. The vengeful ghost sees this and gapes, her face turning pale. Has he discovered me? Shun Chongqing stands in front of the vengeful ghost, spreading his legs to prepare his stance. She sees this and covers her nose with both hands. What are you going to do to me? The next second, Shun Chongqing pulls down his pants, revealing his firm buttocks. The vengeful ghost, seeing this scene, loses her soul and spirit, the world spinning as she screams. Don't, immortal master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Boo-hoo-hoo. So Shun Chongqing calmly releases a stream of golden holy water onto the vengeful ghost's head. This stream contains the essence of heaven and earth, emitting a strong, pungent odor. In an instant, the vengeful ghost turns to ash in the stream of holy water. Shen Chongqing, hearing a strange sound, startles and shouts, "Who's there? What was that sound?" Then Shen Chongqing calmly rebuckles his belt, glancing at the puddle of holy water and muttering, "What's all this noise in the middle of the night? Scared me half to death." After speaking, he turns and leaves. Back to sleep. When I get rich, I'll definitely install a toilet in the room. Somewhere in Jingyang County, a house still has its lights on. In the lamplight appears the intertwined shadows of a couple. "Wife, did you just hear something? It seems like there's a ghost." It might be Taoist Master Shun battling with a vengeful ghost. Taoist Master Shun's magical powers are formidable. "Husband, don't worry. Let's continue. I think I saw the cabinet move. I can't get it up anymore." "Do you not want to get up or can't get up?" "You useless thing. Just a little noise, and you're too scared to get it up." A single young man passing by overhears these words, tears welling up in his eyes. On the other side, Shen Chongqing lies on the bed hugging the little fox spirit as he sleeps, drool at the corner of his mouth, sleep-talking. He, so much money. It's all mine, it's all mine. The next morning at Shen Chongqing's house, a lion dance is being performed to celebrate the grand opening, starting with Shun's roast duck. The villagers gather to watch the lion dance, the atmosphere lively, all shouting in unison, "Bravo! Today, Taoist Master Shen openly exorcises ghosts. How could this be fake? I can't believe Taoist Master Shun's roast duck shop advertisements are pasted all over the city. Only Taoist Master Shun could do this. If it were anyone else pasting so recklessly, they'd have been arrested by the Yamen by now. Isn't that right? When I heard the news, I immediately dropped my hoe in the field and ran back, not daring to miss this. Magistrate Feng is also participating among the crowd. Behind him, a young man approaches and says, "Your Excellency, with so many people gathered, I'm afraid something might happen." This lowly official requests permission to dispatch soldiers to disperse the crowd. Hearing this, Magistrate Feng turns and slaps the person. "Disperse what? This is Immortal Master Shun we're talking about. You've just taken office. Surely you haven't heard of Immortal Master Shin's reputation. Now in Jingyang County, who doesn't know of Immortal Master Shin's talents? You must remember, from now on in Jingyang County, meeting Immortal Master Shin is what truly makes one a big shot. Today, you stay here with me and watch how Immortal Master Shun subdues vengeful ghosts." "Yes, Your Excellency," this lowly official understands. On the stage, Shen Chongqing warmly waves to everyone. As soon as the people see him, they start to clamor. "It's Immortal Master Shen. Look quickly. Immortal Master Shen has arrived. Immortal Master Shen, I love you. Immortal Master Shen, don't catch ghosts anymore. Come catch me instead." Now Shen Chongqing stands under the sun, with everyone else below him. He flashes a friendly smile, thinking to himself how unexpected it is that this godlike reputation has some use, able to gather so many people. It seems as Shun's roast duck shop will become famous overnight. He can almost smell the scent of money. Ha ha ha. Thinking this, Shen Chongqing begins his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the grand opening of my Shen Chongqing's roast duck shop, and also the day I thoroughly eliminate the demons and ghosts in 10 Mile Village. Everyone knows that the house behind me used to be the old Hong family residence. There have always been rumors of it being haunted, and it's said that the Hong family members lost their lives because of this." Hearing this, young and old alike begin to discuss excitedly. "Let me tell you, in previous years I also lived near the old Hong house. Taoist Master Shin speaks the truth. Almost every household in 10 Mile Village knows about this. That house had strange occurrences every 2 or 3 days, and worst of all, not a single person from the Hong family survived." Shen Chongqing reaches into his chest as if to take something out. "Now that I've moved into this house, I want everyone to know that ghosts are not to be feared." As he speaks, he pulls out an iPhone 15 smartphone from his robe. "Look at this magical treasure in my hand. I've used it before to seal the ghost in the old house at Ziku, Yongla Ward." Seeing this, everyone gapes and exclaims, "Yes, that's it." Back then, I witnessed with my own eyes Taoist Master Shen exorcising ghosts at the old house in Ziku, Yongla Ward. Oh, we've seen a divine object." Shen Chongqing looks at the phone screen with a smile, thinking to himself, "Good. The atmosphere has been heated up. Dear phone, please lend me a hand. I'm counting on you today." Pulling back from his thoughts, Shin Chongqing presses the power button, and the screen lights up. A second later, just as the phone displays the function interface, a low battery notification appears. Seeing that the phone can still turn on, Shin Chongqing rejoices inwardly. Perfect, dear phone. Please hang on a bit longer. So he turns back to the crowd, smiling with eyes narrowed, clasping his hands. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he dashes into the house. Inside, the two sisters Dong Li and Lil Qing are eating roast duck while peeking out the window. The young women's standing posture accentuates their alluring curves. Sister, is this house really occupied by ghosts? We've been here for days, and I haven't sensed any ghostly aura. I haven't sensed anything either. Perhaps our cultivation is too low. The ghost in this house must be fiercer and stronger than the Ghost King in the Zika Mansion. Oh, no wonder the Immortal Master told us to stay in the room and not go out. At this moment, Shin Chongqing, holding the phone, shouts loudly, "Witness my great technique, the 24-character socialist values. Ghost in this house, come out and face your doom." Shin Chongqing raises the phone screen and reads aloud, "Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendship." As Shin Chongqing finishes reading, the waiting crowd points forward and shouts, "There's thunder! There's thunder! Thunder and lightning in broad daylight." The Immortal Master has summoned heavenly lightning to eliminate evil. Faced with the terrified shouts of the crowd, Shin Chongqing maintains a calm smile. At this moment, the sound coming from his phone resembles the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves with rumbling thunder. After a while, having broadened everyone's horizons, Shin Chongqing stands on the stage and announces, "Everyone, the ghost has been subdued by me. 10 Mile Village will no longer be troubled by demons and ghosts disturbing the common people." Hearing this, an old farmer speaks up, "Taoist Master Shin, can we see that ghost?" Shin Chongqing's face darkens upon hearing this, and he reluctantly replies, Of course." He thinks to himself, "I didn't expect these people to be so hard to fool." With that thought, Shin Chongqing immediately raises his phone. Everyone look carefully. The crowd shows excitement, eagerly anticipating a miracle. Shin Chongqing takes a deep breath. The crowd eagerly anticipates the ever-present smile on Shin Chongqing's lips. He calls out loudly, "Hey Siri." The phone immediately displays, "How may I help you?" The young people in the crowd hear this and cheer wildly. Oh. The subordinate following magistrate phone witnesses this scene with wide eyes, exclaiming in amazement, "An immortal! Truly the methods of an immortal! Look at your rustic appearance. This is just a minor ghost. You haven't even seen Immortal Master Shun subdue the Black Mountain Old Demon and the Fox Spirit yet." A woman looks at Shin Chongqing with worshipful eyes. "Thank you, Immortal Master. From now on, 10 Mile Village will no longer be plagued by vengeful ghosts." After speaking, she turns to scold her husband. "Look at your dejected appearance. Just a little commotion last night, and you couldn't handle it. If you make any more excuses in the future, I'll divorce you." Shin Chongqing looks at the phone screen with a smile. The vengeful ghosts here have occupied this place for a long time. Every resident of 10 Mile Village has been more or less affected by Yin energy. Although this Yin energy will naturally dissipate in a year or two, eating my roast duck cooked with the fire of pure yang can eliminate it in less than a day. After speaking, Shin Chongqing sighs with relief. "But my Taoist skills are still limited. I can only roast 10 ducks a day, or my magical power will be exhausted. I hope everyone understands." Hearing this, the crowd rushes forward, pulling out money as if in a frenzy. "I'll pay 50 strings of cash. I'll pay 10 strings of cash. I'll pay 10 taels of silver. Damn it, don't push, look, you made me fall." The subordinate sees Magistrate Feng fall and uses his body to shield him. "Be careful, Your Excellency. Don't worry about me. Quickly help me secure 1 duck." So everyone pushes and shoves, fighting to buy. "Don't push. Everyone line up for a draw. We'll buy through a lottery system." "Damn it, who dares to act recklessly? I'm a big shot. You're a man, and you're still fighting with me?" That night, somewhere a little boy is playing with a rattle in the courtyard. Then the boy goes to the well and looks down. Something makes the boy turn his head in confusion. Behind the boy appears a giant shadow, causing the boy to smile. Suddenly, a hand pushes hard on the boy's back. With just a gentle push, the boy falls straight into the well. Hearing the sound, the servants carrying lanterns run over, shouting, "It's terrible! The young master has fallen into the well. The young master has fallen into the well. Quick, save him, quick, save him. At the same time, in the room, Shin Changqing is pressing Dong Li against the wall, asking in a loud voice, "Are you going to do it or not?" Hearing this, Dong Li stutters in fear. "Immortal master, I. Shin Changqing uses his finger to lift Dong Li's chin, glaring as he says, "I absolutely won't mistreat you." All right. After Dong Li agrees, Shin Changqing immediately sets off fireworks in celebration. Wonderful. Congratulations to the first manager of Shun's roast duck on taking office. Our goal is to expand to Chang'an within a year, cover the whole country in 2 years, and we haven't thought about the 3rd year yet. As he's speaking, little Qing rushes in breathlessly. Immortal master, someone is looking for you outside." Shin Changqing and Dong Li hear this, and both widen their eyes in surprise. Then he turns to leave. "Don't be so surprised. We're considered famous in Jingyang County now. Countless people come to me for talismans to ward off evil. It's nothing strange." Outside the door, a middle-aged man leads 2 subordinates. He clasps his hands in greeting, his face anxious. "Taoist Master Shun, it's an honor. I am Sun Rong, and I humbly request to trouble the Taoist Master." Hearing this, Shin Changqing puts on a friendly smile and replies, "Master Sun, you're too polite. I wonder if you're here for a talisman or to buy roast duck." Sun Rong hears this and gets straight to the point. "Taoist Master Shun, I've only recently returned to Jingyang County, but I've already heard of your reputation in subduing evil ghosts and demons. My son passed away a few days ago. This time, I've come to invite Taoist Master Shun to choose an auspicious day to set up an altar and perform rituals to help my son's soul transcend." Hearing this, Shin Changqing quickly turns to leave. Another new trick? Writing characters to deceive people is fine, but setting up altars and performing rituals isn't my forte. Hearing this, Sun Rong immediately signals to his subordinate, "Taoist Master Shin, I've been too abrupt. Your status is noble, and I naturally won't treat you poorly. This is a small token of my sincerity." At the mention of money, Shin Changqing glances over. The subordinate opens a cheap wooden box, but its contents are anything but cheap. "What's that dazzling thing?" "These 200 taels are just a deposit. Once Taoist Master performs the ritual for my son, I, Sun Rong, will personally present 500 taels of silver in gratitude." Damn, they're trying to corrupt me. So Shin Changqing immediately changes his tone. "Master Sun, there's no need for such formalities. I, Taoist Master Shun, exorcise demons and eliminate evil all for Jingyang County. How could I be swayed by such trivial things? It's all for the safety of the common people. When the world is at peace, we cultivators enter society to help those in need. That's how we achieve true enlightenment." After speaking, Shin Changqing immediately takes the wooden box from the subordinate's hand, patting Sun Rong's shoulder as he continues. "Master Sun, you love your son dearly. You coming to me is heaven's will. If I don't help you, I'd be going against heaven's will." Hearing Shin Changqing speak this way, Sun Rong hurriedly gets into his horse carriage to return home. "Don't worry, Master Sun. Prepare everything well. I'll come tomorrow to help you set up the altar." Shin Changqing goes inside and secretly opens the wooden box. A beam of light filled with the scent of money illuminates his face. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. This is even easier than robbing a bank." He stands in the courtyard holding the gold, dancing the lambada like a madman, shouting, 200 taels plus 500 taels. I can buy a house in the capital right away." The scene shifts to the city god temple in Jingyang County. Inside the temple, the civil judge is smiling as he records in the ledger. He. Yesterday Taoist Master Shin exorcised ghosts in 10 Mile Village. It even shocked us. With such magical powers, it seems Taoist Master Shun is no less than those experts at the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The city god leans back in his chair, tiredly resting his chin. No, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is still stronger. For example, they calculate the fate of the nation, people's destinies, and worldly situations. Taoist Master Shun is currently only good at exorcising ghosts, but Taoists from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau can do this too. Just as he finishes speaking, the martial judge leans close to his ear and whispers, "Your Excellency, Be careful with your words. If Taoist Master Shun hears this, remember that Taoist Li Chunfeng from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has already taken Taoist Master Shun as his master. Experts like Taoist Master Shun are often a bit arrogant. If he hears this and causes us trouble later, it won't be good. Just as he finishes speaking, they see Shin Chongqing outside the door, performing a chicken dance in front of the city god. Seeing this, the city god is stunned, falling to the ground, causing Shin Chongqing to stop his dance. In this awkward situation, he can only put on a confident smile. Hello, everyone's here. Ha ha ha. The ancients didn't lie to me. In legends, thieves like to hide in abandoned temples. It's indeed true. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing steps forward and slightly bows. The bearded one must be the martial judge. Then Shin Chongqing runs to the martial judge's side and whispers, Sorry, I originally wanted to ask for your help. Didn't expect all your friends to be here. Don't worry, I won't report you to the authorities. Life isn't easy. I can understand people like you using these methods to make a living. Seeing the two whispering secretly, a subordinate of the city god speaks up. Your Excellency, this Taoist master suddenly visiting. Could it be that he wants to investigate us for disrupting his ghost play in the middle of the night? What should we do? Taoist master Shin doesn't seem like someone who's fickle. Hearing this, the city god hides behind the door, breaking out in a cold sweat. Be careful when speaking later. Don't anger Taoist master Shin. A moment later, the city god steps out with a smile. Shin Chongqing steps forward, clasping his hands in greeting. My apologies. Our hasty midnight encounter last time. Please forgive my poor eyesight. So it was the city god. The one beside, you must be the honorable judge and General Ganlu, right? After speaking, Shin Chongqing feigns innocence, thinking to himself, indeed a fraud organization. Everyone has a professional title. Hearing this, the city god also responds cheerfully. Last time, we were too abrupt. May I ask what brings you here this time? This person arrived without me sensing any disturbance. Could his magical power have surpassed even the divine power of the city god temple? Shin Chongqing, standing below, recalls the murderous look on the city god's subordinate's face, thinking to himself, it's over, haven't I just walked into a trap? Looking at the situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this temple today without shedding some blood. Thinking this, 2 tears roll down from the corners of Shin Chongqing's eyes, and he says, well, you are all outstanding talents in the industry. Since getting to know the martial judge, I've greatly admired you all. I came here today to promote industry exchange. Hearing this, the city god's face turns purple, sweating profusely. What industry exchange? We only have some minor skills. Taoist Master Shun's magical powers are profound. It's good enough that you don't look down on us. What industry exchange? Could he be here to cause trouble? What should we do now? After some discussion, the city god dictates to Shin Chongqing. This is the funeral ritual. It's best to use a simple ceremony. Form hand seals and chant mantras, first to guide the soul. Then invite the deity to be seated and read the plea. And finally ascend the platform to perform the ritual. I'll just explain the process steps to the immortal master. The hand seals and mantras have also been drawn for the Taoist master to see. Please review them. Very good, brother. You've worked hard. After recording the entire process, Shin Chongqing immediately picks up a basket of ritual tools and happily leaves. In contrast, the city god's group collapses on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting like dogs. Boo-hoo, Taoist Master Shun is really torturing us. What industry exchange? He's actually mocking us. He's from the immortal realm. Why does he need to ask us, mere earthly spirits, about how to set up altars and perform rituals? The martial judge hears this and glances at the city god. It must be because the city god was too rash before. He must have heard our complaints. Otherwise, why would he torture us from morning till night? Hearing this, the city god angrily shouts, all of you, shut up, such narrow-minded fools. Those below are startled by this. Then the city god uses his spiritual power to fly into the air. Taoist Master Shun is now a respectable immortal. How could his actions today be mocking or humiliating us? At this moment, golden spiritual energy is continuously absorbed by the city god. He smiles comfortably. He just wanted to train us. As soon as he left, the magical power in my body returned and even broke through significantly. At this moment, outside the temple, a column of spiritual energy pierces through the temple, accompanied by loud shouts. Breakthrough. Oh, I've also broken through to a new realm. Ah, What do we have to be narrow-minded about? It's our hearts that we're narrow-minded. Taoist Master Shun is truly an immortal. Shin Chongqing, standing outside the door, hears the shouting and hurriedly covers his ears, frowning. What are those tricksters shouting about? Didn't I just borrow their props to set up the altar and perform the ritual? It's not like I'm not returning them. In no time at all, it's the next morning at the Sun Mansion in Jingyang County. Outside the mansion is a scene of mournful funeral preparations. Taoist Master Shun, you've arrived. Please come in. In the room, many people in mourning clothes surround a coffin, below which a woman is continuously burning spirit money. At this moment, old Sun Rong is leading Shin Chongqing to the altar site. He looks around, thinking to himself, indeed a wealthy family. It's a pity that such a tragedy of the old burying the young has occurred. Truly pitiful. As they walk for a while, something causes Shin Chongqing to widen his eyes. He sees the tragic scene inside the house and is stunned. Then Shin Chongqing turns to old Sun Rong. Master Sun, I wonder if you could take me to see that well? Taoist Master, please follow me. The woman mechanically burning spirit money throws gold and silver paper money into the fire basin, her face emotionless. A moment later, old Sun Rong leads Shin Chongqing to the well. Thick, black energy emanates from the well. Master Sun, is this well used for the young master's funeral? After speaking, Shin Chongqing steps closer, placing his foot on the well's edge and looking down. It was exactly at night. The servants had finished weeding and gone to rest. I had finished dinner and also retired to my room. Who knew Fu Gue would run out to play by himself? I was so foolish. Our Fu Gue truly suffered. He was born with intellectual disabilities, and his mother passed away early. I was often busy with business and didn't take good care of him. Over a dozen years passed, and I always hoped his condition would suddenly improve. It's my fault for not taking better care of him. I've failed him and his deceased mother. Boo-hoo-hoo. At this point, Sun Rong's whole body trembles as he cries loudly. When the servants pulled him out of the well, he was still moving. His body was covered in blood and mud. His limbs were broken, but he was still obediently hugging the rattle drum I gave him, his mouth constantly calling Father. It's too painful. I deserve to die. Master Sun, please contain your grief. Saying this, Shin Chongqing lowers his head and closes his eyes. In any case, I will do my best. A sound comes from Shin Chongqing's basket of ritual tools. As he sits down to take out the tools, the little fox spirit emerges from the basket, surprising him greatly. How did you get into my basket? Be good and stay put. Don't run around. Shin Chongqing takes out a talisman from the basket. Master Sun, don't be too sorrowful. The dead cannot come back to life. Let me read a passage from the Tai Shang Jiuku Jing for the young master, hoping that in this life he can escape the suffering of karmic obstacles, and in the next life he can live a happy and joyful life. The little fox spirit stands below, looking at Shin Chongqing with sparkling eyes, thinking to itself, how could I miss the chance to watch the immortal master perform rituals up close? While thinking, the little fox spirit glances and sees something. Crawling out of the well is the remnant soul of a beautiful woman with a sad expression. The little fox spirit sees this and is startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Where did this wandering ghost come from? How dare it appear in broad daylight? That remnant soul floats in front of Shin Chongqing, clasping her hands to listen to the sutra. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the person who jumped into the well was this old man's son? Oh my, has the immortal master already guided the soul? The scene shifts to Shin's house in 10 Mile Village. At this moment, little Qing is walking in the courtyard when a beam of spiritual energy descends from the sky in front of her. Little Qing, holding 2 ducks, sees this spiritual energy and is startled, shouting loudly, "Ah, who's there?" It turns out that spiritual energy is the city god flying over. Young lady, I am the city god here, and I have matters to discuss with Taoist Master Shin. Oh, you're too late. Taoist Master Shin has already returned to Jingyang County to help someone with a ritual. As soon as little Qing finishes speaking, the city god immediately uses spiritual energy to fly up and disappear. Thank you, young lady. In that case, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Pardon my rudeness. Seeing this scene, little Qing is left speechless. As she's feeling angry, Dongli calls from the kitchen. Little Qing, is the duck ready? Bring it in quickly. Coming, sister. These people are so rude. If the immortal master were home, let's see if they'd still dare to fly in and out of the immortal master's mansion. At the same time, the city god returns to the temple, one hand holding a book, the other counting on his fingers. So it's the death of the Sun family's foolish son. The immortal master must have gone to their house to perform rituals. Oh, wait a minute. Why is there a ghost in the Sun family's old house that hasn't reincarnated for over a decade? Could it be a wrong soul? That night at the Sun Mansion in Jingyang County, a man approaches Shun Changqing and says, Taoist Master Shun, we have set up the ritual altar in front of the morning hall, as you requested. Please rest for today. If you need anything else, just call for me. All right, thank you, Butler Wang. A moment later, Shun Changqing is running all over the Sun Mansion. The rich are different indeed. Even looking for the bathroom can make you lose your way. How troublesome. As he's running, something causes Shun Changqing to widen his eyes. It turns out he has arrived in front of the morning hall. This morning when I came to the morning hall, wasn't there only one coffin? Since when did another coffin appear? Could it be that the Sun family has someone else to mourn? I've never heard old Master Sun mention this. This will cost extra. After thinking for a while, he remembers that he still hasn't gone to the bathroom and jumps up. Can't hold it anymore. Got to find the bathroom first. After taking care of his physiological needs, Shun Changqing takes a stroll around the mansion. At the same time, an extremely beautiful woman with a slender figure is walking on the same path. Shun Changqing sees her and his eyes widen. Oh, there's someone. Seeing Shun Changqing, the woman lowers her head pitifully, her eyes a deep blue, her soft white hair flowing. This young lady is truly beautiful. Shun Changqing moves closer to the beauty, wanted to get a better look. Then Shun Changqing reaches out his hand, his eyes round and foolish as he calls out, Young lady. Hearing this, the beauty runs away, causing Shun Changqing's face to turn pale as he shouts, why are you running? I just wanted to ask where the bathroom is. That night, after taking care of his physiological needs, Shun Changqing returns to his bedroom. At this moment, a dark figure is staring at Shun Changqing's face, calling, Taoist Master Shun, Taoist Master Shun. Shun Changqing hears the call and groggily wakes up, only to see the city god smiling kindly and calling, Taoist Master Shun. Without hesitation, Shun Changqing sits up and gives the city god a punch, sending him flying out, his face distorted. You bastard. After this punch, the city god's face is imprinted with 5 finger marks, one side of his face thin and the other swollen. Shun Changqing makes the city god kneel at his feet and begins to interrogate him. Why do you keep barging into other people's rooms in the middle of the night? Speak. What business do you have with me at this hour? The city god frowns and replies, This morning I went to 10 Mile Village to look for you, only to learn that you had returned to Jingyang County to help someone with a ritual. Then I did some investigation and found that there's something not quite right with the Sun family. I thought I should let you know. Hearing this, Shun Changqing closes his eyes and mutters, What do you mean? How can things be all right when someone has died? This trickster is too enthusiastic. Could he be trying to compete for business? I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep. The city god hears this and gapes, laughing to himself. Taoist Master Shun is so calm. He must have already known about the wrong soul in the mansion. It seems I worried for nothing. Then he says, In that case, this humble deity won't disturb Taoist Master Shun's rest any further. If Taoist Master Shun needs anything, we at the City God Temple can also help you resolve this matter. Hearing this, Shun Changqing's face turns as green as a toad's bottom. He crosses his arms, his whole body exuding a thick, murderous aura, and thinks to himself, Well done, you little brat, beating around the bush with me all this time. Turns out you want a piece of the action. As he speaks, Shun Changqing kicks the city god out the door, adding another blow that makes him fall face first to the ground, shouting, This is not something you can meddle in. Go back to where you came from. The city god raises his bruised face, looking terrified as he says, Not something I can meddle in? Taoist Master Shun, what do you mean? At this moment, outside Shun Changqing's room, pitch-black demonic energy is gradually pressing towards the city god. The city god raises his head, sensing this demonic energy, his expression turning sour as he thinks to himself, Could it be that the wronged soul in the Sun Mansion is as formidable as the vengeful ghosts in the Zika Mansion and the Hong family's old house? Thinking this, the city god immediately runs out of the courtyard. Thank you, Taoist Master Shun. Please take care. After running for a while, the city god stands in front of the Sun Mansion gate, muttering, "Sigh, how embarrassing. I'm the dignified city god of a county. Yet every time I have to trouble Taoist Master Shun to exorcise demons and subdue ghosts. We become too weak. This time when I return, I must make those lazy ones in the temple train properly." Just as he finishes speaking, two beams of light suddenly appear on the ground behind the city god. Then a voice rings out, "City god of Jingyang." Hearing this, the city god turns to look. Behind him appear two young people dressed in white and black, emerging from the beams of light. The one in black, with an uncomfortable expression, says quietly to the one in white, "Hey, bye, I'm stuck. Pull me up, will you?" Hearing this, the one in white uses all his strength to pull the one in black up, his whole body trembling. Seeing this, the city god speaks up, "Fan Wujio, Xiesian, why are you two here?" "We're here to catch a soul, of course. Someone in the Sun family is going to die tonight, so we've come to guide the soul." Hearing this, the city god's face darkens, his teeth grinding, cold sweat breaking out. Someone else is going to die in the Sun Mansion tonight? With Taoist Master Shun's personality, I'm afraid he'll do everything to save the person. There might be a conflict with these two later. Thinking this, the city god looks at the two in white and black and says, "My lords, please wait. There's an expert performing rituals in the courtyard. It's best if you two return." Hearing this, the two in white and black reveal murderous expressions, their red eyes flashing with a fierce smile. "Expert? Even more powerful than our King Yama? This person has been personally crossed off the book of life and death by King Yama. City god, don't meddle in others' affairs, lest you bring trouble upon yourself." After speaking, the two in white and black use ghostly energy to fly into the Sun Mansion, right in front of the city god, startling him. Hey, you're just leaving like that?" The city god stands behind, watching the two streams of ghostly energy gradually enter the Sun Mansion gate, his face turning purple with anger, thinking to himself, "What's so great about that? Just because they're sole officials personally appointed by King Yama, they think they're so good." The commotion outside wakes Shun Changqing. He sits up, his face pale. What's going on now? What are they repairing in the middle of the night? So Shun Changqing follows the sound and leaves his room. The noise seems to be coming from the morning hall in the front courtyard. After walking for a while, Shun Changqing arrives in front of the morning hall, accidentally seeing someone sneaking in. What are so many people doing here? Inside the morning hall, Old Sun Rong stands in front of a coffin, watching his two subordinates nailing the coffin shut, not saying a word. Old Sun Rong's face is gloomy as he mutters, "Fu Gui, this time when you go down, you'll have someone to take care of you. Father can only help you this far." Old Sun Rong cries bitterly, but then puts on a strange smile. "Don't worry, soon Father will join you down there. Even in the netherworld, Father will protect you completely, not letting anyone bully you." From inside the coffin comes the miserable cry of a living person. Shun Changqing outside hears this and grinds his teeth, his face darkening with anger, thinking to himself, "Is that crying coming from inside that coffin? How can there be a living person inside the coffin? Damn it." After that coffin is nailed shut, Old Master Sun immediately orders the two coffins to be placed side by side, then uses red flowers to decorate and connect the two coffins, performing a ghost marriage ceremony for his son. As the ceremony is being conducted, suddenly a loud shout comes from outside. "Everyone stop what you're doing right now." Hearing this, Old Master Sun turns to look. Shun Changqing at the door clenches his fists as he walks in, his face dark and teeth grinding, clearly very angry. Seeing Shun Changqing, Old Sun Rong stands still in fear, his face worried. From inside the coffin, loud crying continues to be heard. Without a word, Shun Changqing swiftly glides past Old Sun Rong, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Taoist Master Shun, what are you doing?" Shun Changqing doesn't answer Old Master Sun's question, instead directly kicking the head of the subordinate who was nailing the coffin, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Then Shun Changqing launches another kick, making the other person drop the hammer in his hand. After the attack, Shun Changqing steps on the chest of a young man, his whole body exuding murderous intent. His face gloomy, he shouts, "I just told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Just as he finishes speaking, a hand grabs the hammer from the ground. It turns out to be Old Sun Rong, his face purple. With a strange expression, he holds the hammer to drive in the last nail, shouting, "This concerns my son's happiness. It absolutely cannot stop." As soon as he finishes speaking, Shun Changqing immediately launches a kick straight at Old Sun Rong. This full-force kick sends him crashing into the wall, dust flying everywhere. Then, old Sun Rong coughs as he sits up, holding his head and grimacing. Shun Chongqing, with an extremely angry expression, steps in front of him. The old man sees this and cries out, "Taoist Master Shun, I invited you here to perform rituals. You can't ignore what's happening tonight." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing immediately grabs old Sun Rong's collar, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Then, Shin Chongqing pulls old Sun Rong up, pointing at the two coffins and shouting, "Look carefully. The woman trapped inside has an innate killing body. If she's paired in a ghost marriage with your son, the level of horror won't be less than the Zika mansion." Shin Chongqing immediately imagines that if that short-lived woman turns into a vengeful ghost, she will absorb the life force of innocent people to break through her demonic energy and increase her strength. By then, not only your Sun family, but the entire Jingyang County will face calamity. Hearing this, old Sun Rong's face turns purple, his whole body trembling. "Taoist Master Shun, are you telling the truth? Will that woman really be like that? But I've already invited someone from the capital to check their 8 characters. Was the person you found from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau?" Shin Chongqing immediately exaggerates, speaking until his nose grows 8 feet long. "Never mind others. Even the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has to listen to me." Old Sun Rong's eyes light up hearing this. As expected of Taoist Master Shun's reputation, while saying this, in his heart he's bowing to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's sign, just borrowing the reputation to create an impression. "Don't blame me, don't blame me." After borrowing the name, Shin Chongqing begins to speak loudly. "Ahem, now is not the time to flatter me. Quickly release the person. If they die, you'll all be finished." Hearing this, old Sun Rong hurriedly urges his 2 subordinates. "Didn't you hear what Taoist Master Shin said? Quickly open the coffin." "Yes, yes, yes." Shin Chongqing stands behind watching the subordinates pry open the coffin nails, thinking to himself, "Saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. Luckily, we're still in time." After a while, the nails are pried out, and the coffin lid is opened. Inside the coffin is the beautiful girl, as beautiful as a fairy, whom Shin Chongqing met when he went to the bathroom. "Taoist Master Shin, what should we do next?" Shin Chongqing steps in front of the coffin and says, "You all go out first, I'll handle what comes next." Shin Chongqing stares at the coffin and says softly, "I've saved your life." Suddenly, from outside comes the sound of footsteps of 2 people in black and white. Shin Chongqing hears the footsteps and glances over, shouting, "It's not over yet." Shin Chongqing turns around to see 2 people dressed in white and black and the city god, thinking to himself, "Are they here to compete for the job?" Dressed up as black and white impermanents. Quite convincing. Looking at the moving tongue, it seems real, just not very credible, covered in dust all over. The person in black glares at Shin Chongqing, thinking to himself, "This guy looks quite handsome, but otherwise quite ordinary. So-called experts are just this much." Seeing the silence, the city god speaks up. "These 2 are the 7th and 8th lords of the underworld, black and white impermanents." The person in black says sternly, "Bai Dongni's mortal lifespan has ended. We are here on King Yama's orders to collect her soul. Even if you're an immortal or expert, you can't interfere." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing glares at the city god. "Well done. You even found people to form a team to compete for business? Don't tell me the Sun family didn't believe your words. So they deliberately invited them to trick me into handing over Bai Dongni, afraid that as soon as I leave she'll be buried alive." At this moment, the city god puts on a "don't look at me, I dare not offend them" expression. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing slaps the coffin hard, then turns to black and white impermanence and says, "Bai Dongni is still alive." "So what? I said her mortal lifespan has ended, so it has ended. Obediently hand her over." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing raises his head, nostrils pointing to the sky like a pig, speaking boldly. "What if I don't hand her over?" White impermanence sighs upon hearing this. "You really don't know your place." Black impermanence immediately gathers a stream of ghostly energy in his palm. "Then I'll take her myself." With that, black impermanence immediately charges forward. He concentrates the ghostly energy into his fingertip, pointing forward to perform the impermanence life-snatching technique. The city god sees this and breaks out in a cold sweat. It's over. How embarrassing. Shin Chongqing witnesses this scene and is stunned. This kid's acting is pretty good, even bringing his own fan. Black Impermanence stares at Shun Chongqing's face, smiling contemptuously. Just a mortal daring to dream of stopping Impermanence from collecting souls. Truly dreaming. Shun Chongqing and Black Impermanence stare at each other, their expressions serious. The city god stands between them, whispering alternately to the human and the ghost. Can the 7th and 8th lords use their magic under Taoist Master Shin's pressure? Not sure. Let's keep watching. A moment later, Black Impermanence gapes, his face confused as he thinks. What's going on? Where's the soul? Where did my big soul go? So Black Impermanence turns to look at White Impermanence, their 4 eyes meeting with bewildered expressions. After looking at each other, White Impermanence takes out his weapon and points forward. Just a mortal, yet daring to play tricks. Quickly hand over by Dongni's soul. After speaking, White Impermanence hurriedly steps forward, pushing Shun Chongqing aside. Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's just use force. Shun Chongqing falls to the ground, squinting and frowning angrily. This fat guy really has no martial virtue. So Shun Chongqing grabs a wooden stick and shouts, "If you want to use force, you'll have to see if this Taoist master agrees." As soon as he finishes speaking, Shun Chongqing immediately gives White Impermanence a punch straight to the face. White Impermanence's tongue nearly flies out of his throat. Just one punch sends him rolling on the ground, a large bump swelling on his head, unconscious. Seeing this, Black Impermanence swings his soul-catching staff and shouts, "You dare to attack my brother? Watch me beat you until your soul scatters." Shun Chongqing doesn't back down, immediately raising his shovel and shouting, "You dare to bully a girl who couldn't even tie up a chicken?" As he speaks, Shun Chongqing immediately executes an elbow strike, a stream of golden spiritual energy shooting out, sending Black Impermanence flying straight into the wall. This critical hit causes Black Impermanence to lean against a pillar, dizzy, the ghostly energy in his body dissipating. Black Impermanence's soul-catching staff also breaks in half. "Ah, my morning staff. Boo-hoo-hoo." Black Impermanence sits up holding the broken staff, crying, his face a mess. The ancient divine weapon, the morning staff, has never been damaged before, yet this time it's broken. How am I going to explain this to King Yama? Shun Chongqing steps forward with the shovel, using his sharp gaze to stare at Black Impermanence, causing him to tremble all over. What else do you want to do?" Just as Shun Chongqing was about to give Black Impermanence another shovel blow, the city god rushed over like a gust of wind, shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Both of you, stop fighting!" The city god kneels down, hugging Shun Chongqing's legs and crying out, "Stop fighting! Someone will die!" Hearing this, Shun Chongqing turns around, his face gloomy, eyes full of murderous intent. "What? You want to join in too?" The city god hurriedly backs away. You can keep beating them, just don't hit me." Shun Chongqing immediately charges forward to fight with Black and White Impermanence. He grabs Black Impermanence's tongue and stretches it out 8 feet, while his feet continuously stomp on White Impermanence's back. The city god sees this and sighs helplessly. Heavens, how brutal. After a bout of fighting, Shun Chongqing emerges victorious, even tying Black and White Impermanence's long tongues into a pretty bow. "Do you still dare to bully people? Boo-hoo-hoo." The two with tied tongues think to themselves, "We don't dare anymore. We know our mistake." Shun Chongqing raises his shovel, sticking out his tongue to intimidate them, his sharp eyes revealing a smug smile. "What? You still haven't learned your lesson?" Black and White Impermanence are scared pale. "Boo-hoo, please untie our tongues. Wait until I find some rope, then I'll take you to the authorities." After speaking, Shun Chongqing hurriedly goes to find rope. The city god gently approaches Black and White Impermanence, immediately tucking them under his arms and lifting them up. Without a word, the city god carries Black and White Impermanence and flies out of the morning hall. "7th and 8th lords, I've offended you. On my tongue. Boo-hoo." After the city god and Black and White Impermanence leave, Shun Chongqing stands in the middle of the morning hall, surrounded by scattered spirit money. Old Sun Rong, hearing the loud noise, hurriedly rushes in. Taoist Master, what just happened?" Shun Chongqing closes his eyes and smiles, calmly replying, "Nothing. I was just fighting with something not human." Hearing this, Old Sun Rong falls backward in fear, his mouth gaping in terror. I'll lose years off my life. Could it be that Bai Dongni has turned into a vengeful ghost? Shin Changqing is at a loss for words. It's not Bai Dongni, it's someone else. Old Sun Rong holds his head dizzy. I'll lose years. I'll lose years. Calm down and listen to my explanation. A vengeful ghost seeking revenge. We're dead. We're dead. Shin Changqing sighs helplessly, then can't help but shout. Calm down. Old Sun Rong's whole body trembles upon hearing this. A moment later, Shin Changqing lowers his head, closes his eyes, and explains the past events in detail. Sigh, it's all your fault. If you hadn't wanted to use Bai Dongni for a ghost marriage, it wouldn't have led to vengeful ghosts eyeing her body. Hearing this, Old Sun Rong wipes his sweat with a handkerchief, lowering his head to admit his mistake. This humble one knows he was wrong. Shin Changqing turns around with a sly smile, rubbing his two fingers together in a money gesture. I've helped you subdue the vengeful ghost. This time I've expended a lot of vital energy. Old Sun Rong immediately responds. Taoist master, don't worry. You want to increase the fee, right? I understand. Hearing this, Shin Changqing smiles like a flower. Children are easy to teach, hee. The scene shifts to King Yama's hall. At this moment, black and white impermanents return to report to King Yama. Your Excellency, we've been wronged. That guy, without a word, took a shovel and hit us on the head. Look, even the divine weapon, the morning staff you gave us, has been broken by him. Boo-hoo-hoo. He's truly not human, Your Excellency. You must seek justice for us brothers. Hearing this, King Yama opens the Book of Life and Death to check Bai Dongni's death date. Bai Dongni died of suffocation from being locked in a coffin. Death date, the 7th day of the 10th month in the year of Bingshan. Who is so bold and reckless, daring to obstruct Soul officials from collecting souls, showing no regard for my underworld? King Yama angrily waves his hand, immediately shooting out a stream of blue, ghostly energy. Let me investigate this person's background. The ghostly energy flies up and wraps around the Book of Life and Death. Then King Yama shouts, Jingyang County, Shin Changqing appear. A moment later, the ghostly energy reveals the portrait of a young person in the Book of Life and Death. It's not this person. No, Your Excellency, it's none of them. Seeing the result, King Yama's eyes widen in shock. How can we not find this person? It's so strange. In the 3 realms, whether immortals or demons, all are recorded in this Book of Life and Death, unless this person has jumped out of the 3 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. Could he really be a hidden expert who can transcend the cycle of life and death? This kind of person must have a background. I'm afraid someone above is protecting him. Sigh, this is troublesome. While King Yama above is racking his brains, below, black and white impermanents continuously kowtow, pleading for justice and begging His Excellency to make a decision. King Yama, sitting above, doesn't know what to do and can only perfunctorily conclude, this matter, let's put it aside for now. Shin Changqing not being in the Book of Life and Death is quite strange. Wait until we investigate clearly before making a decision. At this point, King Yama suddenly remembers Bai Dongni's case. Her lifespan has ended. Then King Yama sees the Book of Life and Death shaking violently. In an instant, the book immediately changes Bai Dongni's fate. Bai Dongni dies peacefully at the Z hour on the 17th day of the 5th month in the year of Jihai. Seeing this, King Yama's eyes widen, exclaiming in great surprise, Oh my, we've seen a ghost. It's changed. Oxhead and Horseface, along with black and white impermanents sitting below, hear this and ask in unison, What's changed? King Yama sits above in silence. Then King Yama glances at the official beside him, whispering, This heaven-defying technique of changing fate, could it be that person? What should we do now? The official looks at King Yama's expression, smiling and whispering, There's no change, Your Excellency. You must have seen it wrong just now. This Bai Dongni dies peacefully at the Z hour on the 17th day of the 5th month in the year of Jihai. After speaking, the official and King Yama look at each other and smile, giving a thumbs up. Right. After discussing, King Yama slaps the table hard. Ahem, what Bai Dongni? Clearly, her lifespan hasn't ended yet. Why did you go to collect her soul? Your work attitude is not serious. Committing such a basic mistake. I'm docking your salary for half a year. Hearing this, black and white impermanence's eyes widen in bewilderment. What exactly did we do wrong? Suddenly, a ghost messenger comes in to report. Your Excellency, it's almost the 1st anniversary of Sun Fuki's death. We should let him return to the mortal world to visit his family. After speaking, the ghost messenger points to the beautiful woman beside him and says, This is Sun Fuki's birth mother, who died 10 years ago. Her obsession hasn't dissipated, and she's been wandering in the mortal world for a long time. It's time for her to reincarnate. Hearing this, King Yama immediately orders black and white impermanence. This task is assigned to you. Don't mess it up again. Yes, we obey your excellency's order. Back in the mortal world, at this moment, Shun Changqing is strolling in the Sun family's courtyard. In the small yard, old Sun Rong's voice can be heard. Son, it's your father's incompetence, unable to take good care of you. I can only do this. Shun Changqing accidentally overhears this, his eyes widening in shock as he whispers, "What's that sound? I'll go check it out." Inside the house, old Sun Rong's whole body trembles as he sobs and sighs. "Son, don't die. Father will soon join you down there." Shun Changqing stands outside the door, secretly eavesdropping. Is old Sun begging his son's forgiveness for not being able to complete the ghost marriage? Thinking of this, Shun Changqing's face darkens as he ponders. This Sun Rong isn't quite right. Listening to him talk so guiltily to his son, it sounds like he pushed his son into the shallow well, causing the child to fall to his death. With this thought, Shun Changqing goes to the well, bending down to observe carefully. There's indeed a problem. Sun Fuki's death wasn't an accident, but was caused by his father's hand. A moment later at the county yamen, Taoist Master Shin cries out in alarm. "Your Excellency, wait!" Shun Changqing pulls magistrate phone, running like the wind. "We can't delay. If we're a bit later, old Sun might escape." "What do you mean by that?" Taoist Master Shin. With Shun Changqing's wind-like running speed, Magistrate Feng's butterfly wing hat nearly flew off. Old Sun, the man known for his kindness and generosity in our Jing'an County, how could he commit murder? Hearing this, Shun Changqing's face darkens, grinding his teeth as he speaks directly. "I suspect Sun Fuki didn't accidentally fall into the well, but was pushed by Sun Rong." After running for a while, Shun Changqing leads the county magistrate to the shallow well. These bloody handprints can prove that when Sun Fuki fell into the well, he grabbed onto the well's edge. He didn't fall directly to the bottom and die. Someone must have used a brick to strike him, leaving these marks. I didn't notice before, but Sun Rong once locked a living girl in a coffin for a ghost marriage. Luckily, I discovered it in time and stopped it. Then I felt Sun Rong becoming increasingly suspicious, always blaming himself in front of Sun Fuki's coffin. At first, I thought it was a father's longing for his son, until I felt uneasy and went to check the shallow well. I'm certain the brick that struck down Sun Fuki is still at the bottom of the well. In the morning hall, incense smoke curls upward. Old Sun Rong hears footsteps and turns to look. Seeing Shun Changqing and Magistrate Feng approaching, he curiously asks, "It's so late. Why has the esteemed magistrate come here? What does Taoist Master Shin mean by this?" Shun Changqing flies into a rage, his eyes blazing, face turning pale, shouting, "Old Sun!" Then pointing at Sun Rong's face, he yells, "Why did you kill your own son with your own hands?" Old Sun Rong hears this and calmly replies, "What nonsense is Taoist Master Shin talking about? How dare you speak so recklessly in front of the esteemed magistrate?" Shun Changqing laughs coldly, striking directly at the weak point. "Old Sun, whether it's nonsense or not, you know best in your heart." Shun Changqing extends his hand forward, smiling faintly. "In front of your son's coffin, under the light of candles and incense, if you lie, you'll be sent to hell to have your tongue pulled out." Shun Changqing thinks to himself, this old man trembled with fear at the mention of vengeful ghosts earlier, but today he's unusually calm when talking about killing his son. There must be a hidden story here. Since he's afraid of ghosts, why not pretend to be one and play with him a bit? At this moment, old Sun Rong steps towards Magistrate Feng. "I didn't know your excellency was coming. This old one failed to welcome you from afar. This Taoist Master Shun was originally invited by me to perform rituals for my son. He must be dissatisfied with the payment and is now falsely accusing this old one." Seeing this, Shun Changqing begins to act, raising 2 fingers high and shouting, "Body dies in dry well thinking to sacrifice. True fate restored obtains wondrous truth." Then he points at the incense in front of Sun Fuki's coffin and chants, "7 days lost soul passes first 7, looking back soul and spirit return." As soon as he finishes speaking, the candle on the incense burner suddenly goes out. Old Sun Rong sees this and jumps in fright. Shun Changqing secretly rejoices. "Heaven is helping me." Just in time a gust of wind blew by. taking the opportunity to break this old man's defense. Seeing everything going according to plan, Shun Changqing continues his act, pointing forward and shouting, "Foolish child, your soul has returned. Why haven't you shown yourself?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a stream of Yin energy rises, and Sun Fuki's soul appears from it, holding a rattle and walking through the door. Old Sun Rong and Magistrate Feng see this and freeze in place, their faces pale, cold sweat pouring like rain. Sun Fuki's soul glides past Magistrate Feng's face, causing him to lose his wits. "Mother, Sun Fuki's ghost has really appeared." The ghost approaches old Sun Rong, crying soundlessly, his whole body trembling as he laments, "Father, father, I'm in so much pain. Father, please don't push me down." Old Sun Rong sees this and reaches out to embrace his son, but Sun Fuki retreats. Fuki, have you really come back? It's father's fault, it's father's fault." Shun Changqing stands beside, watching the scene before him, puzzled and questioning himself. Have I succeeded so quickly when I've just begun? At this moment, Magistrate Feng turns and gives a thumbs up to Shun Changqing. "Taoist Master Shun, this soul-summoning technique is truly shocking and eye-opening. I'm truly impressed. This is merely a psychological tactic. In the quiet of the night, people's hearts are at their weakest, and the ancients were very superstitious. This Sun Rong, who killed his son, has been restless day and night, and today happens to be Sun Fuki's first 7-day memorial. I took this opportunity to break down his psychological defenses." After speaking, Shun Changqing steps forward and grabs old Sun Rong's collar. "Old Sun, do you have anything else to say?" The bloody handprints on the well's edge and the blood-stained rock at the bottom of the well are all evidence proving you killed your own son. Hearing this, old Sun Rong's tears flow freely, his whole body trembling. "Fuki-san, can you come here? Father is sorry. Father has wronged your mother and you. I shouldn't have pushed you into the well, and I shouldn't have killed your mother." Shun Changqing and Magistrate Feng are shocked to hear this. "What did you say? Killed who?" "The doctor said my wife was too weak to bear children. It was I who always wanted a child. Since you were born, she was tormented by illness every day. I only wanted what was best for her, to let her escape the torment of illness early. It's all the fault of this father, causing both mother and child to suffer. In my dreams, I always hear my wife's reproach, blaming me for not letting her see our son more. But I only wanted what was best for her. How could I watch her suffer to death?" As he speaks, the soul of old Sun Rong's wife also appears beside Sun Fuki. "My wife, I was wrong. After you left, I never remarried, raising Fuki alone to adulthood. But I couldn't protect him for life. Fuki had grown up, and I had grown old. After I die, there would be no one left to protect him. Others would bully him." Recreating the scene of the night Fuki fell into the well and died, old Sun Rong sat by the well's edge, using a large rock to strike Fuki's hands, the child crying out in pain, "Father, Fuki's hands hurt so much, father." At this point, old Sun Rong cries soundlessly, tears flowing like rain, stammering, So I. "Fuki, father did it all to protect you. Father did it all to protect you." He kneels before Fuki, tears falling to the ground. "Son, can you forgive father?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Shun Changqing rushes forward and gives old Sun Rong a resounding slap. "Do you feel you're very great? Do you think saying these words is very touching? For whom are these tears of yours really falling? Before you killed them, did you ever ask if they wanted to die?" Hearing Shun Changqing's words, old Sun Rong turns to stare at his son's soul, calling out, "My wife." Shun Changqing points at his face and says loudly, "Your wife knew her body wasn't well, but still gave birth to a son for you. This great benefactor of yours clearly knew she wouldn't live long, but had no regrets. But what about you? What have you done?" And Sun Fuki, that child only had the intelligence of a 3-year-old. You pushing him into the well, how are you any different from those who would bully him? Saying this, Shun Changqing viciously kicks old Sun Rong again, shouting, "You're nothing but a beast." Magistrate Feng watches old Sun Rong fall to the ground, only able to remain silent. Then looking at the souls of mother and son, he sighs. So pitiful, yet so hateful. At this moment, dawn is approaching, and the sound of roosters crowing can be heard. The two souls step out of the door, leaving with black and white impermanence. "Brother, it's time. The mission is complete. Let's hurry while that person hasn't discovered us." Hearing this, Black Impermanence turns his head back in confusion. Then black and white impermanence, along with the two souls, leave the Sun household, returning to the underworld. The sky quickly brightens. Magistrate Feng orders two Yamen runners to arrest Old Sun Rome, taking him to the court to be dealt with according to the law. Suddenly, Doni appears out of nowhere, running quickly towards Shen Changqing, startling old Magistrate Feng, who cries out, "Taoist Master Shen, be careful." The large round white rabbits behind Doni collide with Shen Changqing's chest. She feigns innocence, saying longingly, "Immortal Master Shen, can you take me with you?" The young man looks at the two round objects pressed against his chest, stunned, his face flushing red. Then, coming to his senses, Shen Changqing awkwardly steps back. What are you saying? Your Excellency, this humble girl by Doni was sold to the Sun household by her family. Now that this has happened, Doni truly has no home to return to. Please take me in. I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, Shen Changqing hands Doni a pristine white handkerchief, then squats down with a friendly smile. If that's the case, come and do chores like boiling water and cooking rice. Doni hears this, her eyes brimming with tears, her face extremely adorable, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you, Master." Doni will certainly obey Master's words. At the same time, at the city god temple, people are coming and going in droves. The city god sits upright in his chair, smiling like a flower, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. "Your Excellency, did Taoist Master Shen really fight with the 7th and 8th lords of the underworld? That wasn't fighting, it was more like torture." The city god recalls the scene from last night, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring out like a bath. That scene was truly too brutal. As he speaks, outside the temple, a young lady and her maid enter. "Be careful, princess." That white impermanence first performed the 100 Ghosts night walk. The sky suddenly darkened. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rang out. But Taoist Master Shen wasn't afraid at all. He just lightly waved the weapon in his hand and immediately dispelled the overwhelming magical power. The young lady kneels before the city god statue, clasping her hands in prayer. "This mortal woman, Chang Yue, begs the deities to bless my mother with longevity of 100 years and restored health. I also hope that on this journey, I can meet a true immortal to cure my mother's illness." After praying, Chang Yue and her maid beside her kowtow before the city god statue. Strangely, at this moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shoots out from Chang Yue's body, shining directly onto the city god's face, causing the city god's eyes to widen, his mouth gaping as he exclaims, "Who is this with such a sincere, filial heart?" Hearing this, the judge responds, "Your Excellency, this is Princess Chang Yue, the beloved daughter of the current emperor, who was just praying for blessings for her birth mother, Empress Zhongsun." So what a pity. Empress Zhongsun's death date is already recorded in the book of life and death. We are just minor city gods. We can't help with anything. At the same time, Magistrate Feng leads Shen Changqing and Bai Dongni in. Shen Changqing looks around, flashing a bright smile, thinking to himself, "Trickster cosplay, previously even bringing people to steal my rice bowl. Now that Magistrate Feng is here, I might as well borrow the authority of the esteemed magistrate to teach them a lesson." Thinking this, Shen Changqing turns and clasps his hands in greeting. "Magistrate Feng, please come with me into the city god temple for a moment." What business does Taoist Master Shen have? This humble official is just a mortal. I'm afraid I can't be of any help. Hearing this, Shen Changqing smiles and replies, "It's all right, I'm just taking you to meet someone, haha. Even Tang Dynasty officials are too superstitious." After speaking, Shen Changqing quickly leads Magistrate Feng into the temple. He waves his hand forward, calling out loudly, "Trickster, look who's behind me." The city god sitting high up hears this and gapes in shock. Is Taoist Master Shen bringing Bai Dongni here to personally demonstrate his vast divine powers? Knowing he can't escape, the city god immediately manifests and descends to the ground. The city god appears, then together with the martial judge, enthusiastically greets, "Taoist Master Shen, there's no need for this. We've long known of your vast divine powers." Yes. Chang Yue and her maid see the scene before them, their eyes widening, faces turning pale, exclaiming in shock, Is this the manifestation of immortals? Princess, it seems we've encountered living immortals. Hearing the city god speak, Shen Changqing laughs heartily. It's good that you know. Don't do it again, understand? A bunch of frauds indeed gathered here. Even if there are many of you when facing mortal officials, You still have to live with your tails between your legs. Who told you to dare steal this young master's rice bowl? The city god ponders Shun Chongqing's words. It seems we've underestimated the custom of ghost marriages, displeasing Taoist Master Shun. He's here to remind us not to be careless in our work. Yes, we swear to heaven we won't repeat this mistake. Humph. It's good that you understand. Princess Changyue and her maid beside her look at Shun Chongqing and his group with sparkling eyes. Princess, this person is truly formidable. With just one sentence, he made the city god appear in person. Most terrifying is how he seriously admonishes the city god, a battle deity, and the city god doesn't dare to argue a single word. The maid leans in and whispers, Princess, do you think Taoist Master Shun might be? Before she can finish, Changyue, who is kneeling, suddenly stands up and rushes forward, her face full of adoration. Tears in her eyes as she kneels before Shun Chongqing, crying out loudly. Changyue tightly hugs Shun Chongqing's legs, sobbing, causing the young man to widen his eyes in surprise. Please save my mother's life. Hearing this, Magistrate Feng recalls Shun Chongqing's words before the temple, finally understanding, breaking out in a cold sweat. So this was Taoist Master Shun's intention. The person he wanted me to meet was Princess Changyue, the most favored princess in the court. At this moment, Changyue tightly grasps Shun Chongqing's pants, tears in her eyes as she says, Taoist Master Shun, my mother is gravely ill. Father has invited the divine physician Sun Simiao to diagnose and treat her, but despite years of treatment, there's been no effect. Please, Taoist Master, come with me to Chang'an to save my mother's life. Whatever conditions you have, my father will meet them all. Hearing this, the city god leans in close to Shun Chongqing's ear and whispers, Taoist Master Shun, for Empress Zhongxuan's illness, besides you who could save Miss Bai Dongni, I'm afraid no one else can save her. Oh, I see. Outwardly he says this, but inwardly he's furious. Damn it, Empress Zhongxun has asthma. I'm just a technician. Without specific medicine, how the hell can I cure her? Even the divine physician Sun Simiao is at a loss. What ability do I have to treat her? Seeing Shun Chongqing hesitate to answer, Changyue clasps her hands, tears in her eyes as she pleads. This humble girl knows it's wrong to disturb the Taoist master's cultivation, but Changyue truly wants to do anything to save my mother. Please, Taoist master, have mercy. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing breaks out in a sweat. I want to be merciful too, but I'm not a doctor. If I can't cure her, I'm dead for sure. But I can't refuse to go either. If Princess Changyue goes back and tells her father, I'm afraid I'll be beheaded by the emperor immediately. What should I do? Is this a death sentence? Most Tang Dynasty officials are superstitious. It seems now the only chance of survival is to continue pretending to be a trickster. Thinking this, Shun Chongqing spreads his arms, closing his eyes tightly as he says, It's not that I don't want to help. It's truly because Empress Zhongxuan's fate is already determined. For this heaven-defying task, I only have a 20% chance of success. Hearing this, Changyue's eyes light up, her face beaming. Even 20% is hope. Changyue thanks the immortal master for his mercy. The martial judge and the city god hear this and turn pale, their eyes wide and mouths agape in shock. The Book of Life and Death has already set the death date, yet Taoist Master Shun dares to say he has a 20% chance of success in this heaven-defying task of changing fate. It's terrifying, truly too terrifying. Changyue stands up, grasping Shun Chongqing's hand. Taoist Master Shun, we can't delay. Let's set off for Chang'an now. No rush. Let me go back to my old home, 10 miles away to get some necessary items. Then we can go. It's not too late. His mouth says this, but his heart aches. Damn system. Only a little over 140 hours left. This trip to Chang'an, who knows how long it will take. I must think of a way to earn more time. Taoist Master Shun, please feel at ease going to Chang'an to treat the Empress. I will carefully protect your home. As soon as the words are spoken, the horse carriage begins to move. The little maid drives the horse carriage, setting off for Chang'an. After Shun Chongqing finished preparing his luggage, the three of them set off from Jingyang County to return to Chang'an City, a rather long journey. A few days later, Princess Changyue and Shun Chongqing's horse carriage arrived at Mingda Gate, Chang'an. Having traveled a long distance, Changyue suggested, Taoist Master Shun, the journey has been tiring. Please rest for a day at the relay station. I will go inform my father, and tomorrow morning I'll bring you into the palace to treat my mother. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing smiled awkwardly. Everything will be as the princess arranges. But in reality, his heart was burning with anger. If I wasn't afraid of your father beheading me, who would bother coming to Chang'an to examine some empress? After speaking, Princess Changyue's horse entourage departed. Shen Changqing, carrying a basket on his shoulder, strolled through the streets. To be honest, the prosperity of Chang'an truly lives up to its reputation. Today, with some free time to wander around, I must try the mutton soup. In an inn at Mingda Gate, on the table was a steaming bowl of rice soup, filled with meat, fish, and vegetables, looking very appetizing. At this moment, Shen Changqing sat in the inn, holding a duck leg and muttering. Although this duck leg has been sitting all day and is a bit cold, at least it hasn't gone bad. Just then, an old man entered and said, "Taoist master, may I ask if I can sit at your table? The inn is full." Hearing this, Shen Changqing hurriedly pulled his rice bowl towards himself, then said, "Please sit, old sir." The old man placed a box on the table, gently sat down and smiled. "Thank you, Taoist master. This old one is Wei Zheng, Grand Master of Remonstrance." Then the waiter brought a bowl of rice soup to the table. "Sir, here's today's mutton soup." Old Wei Zheng opened the wooden box on the table, which was filled with fragrant green vegetables. The aroma of the vegetables wafted into Shen Changqing's nose, surprising him. "Celery. This is a side dish to cut the greasiness, right?" Seeing Shen Changqing staring at his vegetable box, the old man smiled and said, "The pickled celery my wife makes is the best delicacy in Chang'an. It seems even outsiders can't resist its charm." At this moment, a faint aroma drifted to the old man's nose, as if caressing his face. "What's that smell?" Looking closely, he realized the fragrance was coming from the duck leg in Shen Changqing's hand. The golden roasted duck leg looked truly appetizing. It was this duck leg. How could it smell so good? Shen Changqing looked over and saw old Wei Zheng drooling. It seemed even in Chang'an, there were people who hadn't seen such delicacies. Seeing this, Shen Changqing spoke up. Hey, how about I trade my duck leg for your pickled celery?" Old Wei Zheng heard this and nodded in agreement. Old Wei Zheng opposite saw Shen Changqing's satisfied expression as he ate the pickled celery, thinking to himself, using such a fragrant and delicious duck leg to trade for common pickled celery, this Taoist must be a fool. After thinking this, old Wei Zheng also brought the duck leg to his nose to smell. From the duck leg emanated an aroma, and a shimmering golden dragon appeared, its aura enveloping old Wei Zheng. He smelled it and was startled. Is this dragon energy? Without thinking further, old Wei Zheng took a big bite of the duck leg. Then he seemed to enter a heavenly realm, bouncing, his face flushed red. "This flavor, heavens! I feel my whole body filled with energy." Shen Changqing, sitting opposite, saw old Wei Zheng's whole body trembling, his mouth continuously making strange noises, and thought to himself, "No way, are all Tang Dynasty people sick?" So he immediately stood up, shouldered his basket, and ran out of the inn, thinking, according to the standard procedure, when the old man comes to his senses, he'll probably hug my legs and thank me. He'd better to slip away first just to be safe. A while later, old Wei Zheng regained consciousness, but Shen Changqing had long since vanished without a trace. He frowned, muttering to himself in discomfort. Using the excuse of exchanging pickled celery to bestow an opportunity on me, Wei Zheng, then turning and leaving without entanglement in karma, truly a man of great cultivation. The next day in Chang'an, Changyue led Shen Changqing into the great hall to report to her father. "Father, this Taoist master is the expert I told you about." Hearing this, the emperor said, "Taoist master Shen, I have heard of your legendary deeds. Thank you for not minding the trouble to come here and treat our empress. If successful, we will certainly reward you generously. Looking so young, could it be rejuvenation? Is there really a technique for eternal youth in the legends?" Hearing this, Shen Changqing clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty is too kind." A moment later in the empress's palace, Shen Changqing entered the bedchamber. At this time, the emperor was sitting beside the empress, speaking softly. "Empress, we have brought an expert to examine your illness." Hearing this, the empress opened her eyes dreamily. "Please invite him over." Upon seeing Shen Changqing, the empress thought to herself, "This Taoist looks very ordinary. Could it be that His Majesty has been deceived in his desire to cure my illness?" The emperor stood up, spreading his arms wide, saying, "Taoist Master Shen, please." Hearing this, Shen Changqing waved his hand. "There's no need." At this moment, Shen Changqing was terrified inside, thinking to himself, "Even the medicine king's son Sameo couldn't cure asthma. What can I possibly do?" "Your Majesty, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I can only continue to deceive you both." Thinking this, Shen Chongqing raised 2 fingers solemnly and said, "Fate is predetermined. Medicine is hard to save. I have a method, but there's only a 20% chance of success. If successful, the Empress will be cured immediately, free from illness from now on. But if unsuccessful..." Hearing this, the Empress suddenly sat up, and then the Emperor and Empress spoke in unison, interrupting Shen Chongqing. "If unsuccessful, what will happen?" Shen Chongqing closed his eyes and calmly said, "If unsuccessful, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive past the 21st day of the 6th month this year." Hearing this, the Empress suddenly understood, thinking to herself, "These past few days, I've been dreaming of King Yama, saying I would die on the 21st day of the 6th month. This Taoist master didn't even look at me once, yet he can calculate to this degree, unless he's an immortal." Outwardly, Shen Chongqing appeared calm, but inwardly he was anxious. "Ha! Thankfully 9 years of compulsory education weren't wasted. I know when you'll die. Otherwise it would be truly difficult to find a way out." Thinking this, the Empress turned to the Emperor and said, "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please allow Taoist Master Shun to treat me. I am willing to try once." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing continued to pretend, pacing back and forth, gesturing to the sky and earth. "My method is very simple. I just need a pear and a bowl of rootless water. Wait for me to personally cook it into a bowl of cold pear water for the Empress to drink. That's all." Hearing this, the Emperor immediately turned and ordered the eunuch, "Quickly, go get what Taoist Master Shen needs." "Yes, Your Majesty." Just as the eunuch was about to step out, 4 people appeared at the door. They were Zhang Sun Wuji, Sun Simeo, Yuan Tiangang, and Old Wei Zheng. All 4 spoke in unison. "Your Majesty, please don't harm this subject's sister. We beg Your Majesty to reconsider." Hearing this, the Emperor stepped towards the door, pointing forward and shouting loudly, "You dare to barge into the Empress's bedchamber. Do you intend to rebel?" Shen Chongqing inside heard this and secretly laughed. "It's getting noisy. Let it be noisy. This is just the opportunity for me to slip back to 10 Mile Village to sell roast duck." Outside, the Emperor was furious at the actions of the high officials. Behind the Emperor appeared the aura of a golden dragon, with lightning flashing around it. Seeing this, the 4 high officials bowed their heads respectfully and said, "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare." "You mean you'll dare after I'm dead? Please calm your anger, Your Majesty." At the same time, the Emperor gestured to the eunuch. Understanding the signal, the eunuch hurriedly approached Shen Chongqing. "Taoist Master Shun, please proceed to the imperial kitchen to prepare the elixir for Her Majesty the Empress." "Very well. Thank you for guiding me, eunuch." At this moment, Shen Chongqing thought absent-mindedly, "Is it poisoned?" Not trusting the divine physician Sun Simeo, but trusting me, a trickster they've never met before. Is this how the legendary enlightened ruler Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of Tang, really is? As soon as Shen Chongqing left, the divine physician Sun Simeo kowtowed forcefully, "Your Majesty." Then raising his head, he said, "That Taoist background is unclear. He's a fraud. I beg Your Majesty not to believe his words and harm the Empress. Such heretical doctrines that deceive people's hearts cannot be tolerated, let alone trusted." Hearing this, the Emperor angrily pointed forward and shouted, "What? Are you suggesting that if I trust Taoist Master Shun, I'm a foolish ruler?" Old Wei Zheng stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words." Hearing this, the Emperor's face turned purple, frowning in displeasure. "Wei Zheng, do you need to meddle in our family affairs?" Old Wei Zheng stepped forward and explained, "The Son of Heaven has no private matters. Your family affairs are state affairs, Your Majesty. The Empress is the mother of the nation, a role model for all under heaven. The life and death of the nation's mother are related to the fate of the country. This subject cannot help but be concerned. That Taoist background is unclear. Where he comes from, what cultivation method he practices, how old he is, Your Majesty knows none of this. To trust him based solely on Princess Changyue's word is not the action of a wise ruler." As he finished speaking, someone approached, calling out, "Lord Wei." It was Princess Changyue. She stood up and said, "I witnessed all of this with my own eyes. How could it be false?" Hearing this, Old Wei Zheng pulled Princess Changyue aside, glaring at her as he questioned, "Your desire to save your mother, making you fall for deception, is understandable. The tricks of those fraudsters are numerous." At this moment, Yuan Tiangang also stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, I have consulted countless divinations. The Empress's ascension to heaven is predestined. Even now, I'm afraid it's difficult to change." Hearing this, the emperor's face darkened like water as he questioned the imperial physician's son Sameo. "You're a divine physician. Over the years, the empress has taken medicine as food, all following your arrangements. Has there been any improvement?" Then turning to Yuan Tiangang, "You manage the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, establish the calendar, and exorcise demons. Now you tell me it's hard to defy heaven's will. Have you accomplished what I need you to do? You just keep talking nonsense." As he was speaking, suddenly a voice rang out. "The elixir is here." The four high officials turned their heads in surprise. The emperor and Princess Changyue also smiled at this. Among the four high officials, except for Sun Sameo and Zhang Sun Wuji, the faces of Yuan Tiangang and Wei Zheng showed extreme shock and panic. Shen Chongqing entered, following the eunuch, and said enthusiastically, "Your Majesty, this poor Taoist pear water is ready." Seeing the officials so worried, why not find someone to test for poison first? Then Shen Chongqing put on an arrogant face, thinking to himself, "After all, it's just ordinary pear water. Drinking it won't cause any problems. If it's not enough, I can brew another pot." Old Sun Sameo immediately turned and shouted, "Your Majesty, you must not. Pears are cold in nature. Even boiled into water, they've lost their cold properties, but for the Empress's condition, it's still useless." Hearing this, the Emperor's face turned purple with anger, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Sun Sameo." At the same time, Shen Chongqing stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and said gently, "The divine physician speaks the truth. This poor Taoist magic is shallow, with only a 20% chance of success. How can it compare to the divine physician's superior medical skills? If it doesn't work, we should still follow the divine physician's advice." Hearing this, old Sun Sameo was so angry he trembled, unable to speak, only able to curse inwardly. "I've practiced medicine for many years. Is he mocking my inability to cure asthma? How can this be?" Old Wei Zheng, standing to the side, saw Shen Chongqing and thought in surprise, "So it's the mysterious Taoist I met on the street the other day. His duck leg contained dragon energy. This pear water must be equally miraculous." Thinking this, Wei Zheng spoke up, "Your Majesty, I object." Zhang Sun Wuji and Sun Sameo, standing nearby, thought with full of expectation, truly worthy of being called a loyal minister of the state, daring to point out mistakes even when facing the true dragon son of heaven. Lord Wei is indeed a pillar of the nation. Unexpectedly, Wei Zheng immediately closed his eyes tightly, frowning as he said loudly, "Taoist Master Shen's magical powers are profound. I have personally experienced them. Therefore, I object to testing for poison. I believe this pear water can be given directly to the Empress." Sun Sameo and Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and simultaneously fainted, falling backward. Shen Chongqing glanced at Wei Zheng, smiling bitterly. "So you are Wei Zheng. I gave you a duck leg, and you repay kindness with enmity, trying to force me into a corner? The Empress suffers from asthma. How could a bowl of my pear water cure it?" At this moment, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward, kneeling before the Emperor and calling out, "Your Majesty, does Yuan also want to question us like those two?" Sun Sameo, standing nearby, felt a bit confident. Although Yuan Tiangang is mysterious every day, at crucial moments we still have to rely on him. Unlike that old Wei Zheng, who is basically unreliable, Yuan Tiangang then said, "Your Majesty misunderstands. I agree with Lord Wei's words. I have also witnessed Taoist Master Shun's heaven-defying abilities." The two old ministers behind heard this and spat out a mouthful of water. Daring to compete with King Yama for a person and still having a 20% chance, Taoist Master Shun truly has profound magical powers. Seeing everyone continuing to argue endlessly, Changhua stepped forward and said, "Father, we can't delay any longer. Let your daughter test the poison for mother." After speaking, Changhua scooped up a spoonful of pear water and swallowed it, immediately feeling her whole body burning hot, her eyes tightly shut and difficult to open. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji turned and pointed at Shen Chongqing, shouting loudly, "There really is a problem. Guards, arrest this fraudulent quack for me. This is it. I said, how could pear water fool the Emperor? Will Shen Chongqing be beheaded in the back palace today?" Changyue collapsed to the ground, her face showing an intoxicated expression. Beside her appeared the aura of a brilliant golden phoenix. Heavens, drinking this pear water feels like immortal energy flooding the entire body, making one lose control. After speaking, Changhua stood up and began performing ballet in front of Wei Zheng and Yuan Tiangang. Taoist Master Yuan, did Taoist Master Shen add something to the pear water? Princess Changhua's state seems a bit off. I'm not a divine physician either. I'm not sure. After a moment of joy, Changhua regained her senses, opening her eyes wide and looking around in confusion. The princess shyly approached the emperor. Your daughter has been disrespectful. Please forgive me, father. It was truly because the pear water was so delicious that it caused me to act so improperly. Your daughter believes this pear water can save mother's life. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing was stunned. Princess, you're overthinking it. This is just an ordinary bowl of pear water. I only added a bit more sugar. Then the emperor carried the pear water into the empress's bedchamber. Empress, this is the elixir personally prepared by Taoist Master Shen. Drink it quickly. The empress took the pear water and drank it all in one go, without hesitation. As soon as she finished drinking, the empress seemed to enter a realm of immortals, with 100 flowers blooming. Her spirit became refreshed, her cheeks flushed, transforming from a dying old woman to a youthful, radiant beauty. The empress fell into the emperor's arms, softly saying, Your Majesty, Taoist Master Shun's elixir truly has extraordinary spiritual power. It can really make one's body and mind comfortable. It seems I have really been cured. Sun Samayo, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Shen Chongqing were all stunned upon hearing this. Sun Samayo, disbelieving, stepped forward to check the empress's pulse. Impossible! How can this be? After checking for a moment, Sun Samayo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, It's cured! It's really cured! Wei Zheng and Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to express their admiration. Truly worthy of being called Taoist Master Shen, his magical powers are profound and leave no trace. Taoist Master Shen is pure and effortless, truly an otherworldly expert. Strange, the asthma that the medicine king Sun Samayo couldn't cure. Can a bowl of my pear water really heal it? At this moment, Sun Samayo began to believe, looking at Shen Chongqing and thinking to himself, this person looks young, yet he's a master at using medicine and can even bring the empress back to life. Thinking this, Sun Samayo knelt down, hugging Shen Chongqing's legs and crying, Taoist Master Shen, please teach me. On the night the empress recovered, Li Shimin held a banquet to entertain Shen Chongqing, Yuan Tiangang, and others. In the great hall, dancers performed, and it was very lively in front of the emperor and the ministers. Today, thanks to Taoist Master Shen's elixir, the empress's illness has been cured. We are very pleased. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li Chengxian stood up and said, Father, on this occasion, your son suggests a general amnesty for the realm, so that all people can rejoice together. Old Wei Zheng and Shen Chongqing heard this and raised their hands, frowning as they shouted, It must not be done. The emperor was very surprised to hear this. Why does Taoist Master Shen object? Can you explain it to us? Shen Chongqing immediately stood up, respectfully clasping his hands and replying, Your Majesty, the laws of the Great Tang are already lenient, and most of those in prison have committed serious crimes. A hasty amnesty would harm the victims and go against Your Majesty's original intention. After speaking, Shen Chongqing's face turned pale as he thought to himself, It was originally just a blind cat catching a fried fish. I should be more humble, lest the secret be exposed later. Hearing this, Crown Prince Li Chengxian frowned angrily, cursing inwardly. This little brat, why does he always oppose me? After thinking for a moment, Li Chengxian stepped forward and said, Father, your son is ignorant and has made a mistake. I wish to offer Taoist Master Shen a cup to seek his guidance. The crown prince was granted permission, but his face was full of murderous intent, his sharp eyes staring straight ahead. Then, carrying a cup of tea, he approached Shen Chongqing's table and said enthusiastically, I offer Taoist Master Shen a cup. After speaking, the crown prince leaned close to Shen Chongqing's ear and whispered, Taoist Master Shen, if you don't want to die an ugly death, stop meddling in other people's affairs. Say less. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing laughed coldly, interrupting the crown prince. I wonder if your highness's illness has been cured yet. Is the heart disease still not healed? Li Chengxian was shocked to hear this, his face turning pale, as if struck in his weak spot, his whole body trembling and unable to speak. Seeing this, Shen Chongqing immediately grabbed the crown prince's hand, standing up to support him and saying gently, "Your Highness, please be careful." Shen Chongqing leaned close to the Crown Prince's ear and whispered, causing the Crown Prince's face to turn white, cold sweat pouring like rain. "I advise your Highness to be careful with your words. We originally have no quarrel with each other." Hearing this, the Crown Prince left in frustration. Shen Chongqing smiled to himself. "You dare threaten this great master? Watch me scare you to death." The Crown Prince left, feeling resentful, grinding his teeth. "No, impossible. How could he know about my male concubines? Hateful." Thinking this, he turned his head to look at Shen Chongqing leisurely drinking wine, feeling irritated. "This guy knows too much. I must find a way to silence him." After several rounds of drinks, the emperor continued to drink without stopping. By now completely drunk, he closed his eyes and smiled foolishly, mumbling, "Taoist Master Shen, let me ask you, how can one achieve immortality and eternal youth like you?" Shen Chongqing below was also drunk, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling and shouting loudly, "Ah!" Then he suddenly stood up, slapping the table, his face flushed red, coughing dryly before standing up. "Eternal youth, you say?" After speaking, Shen Chongqing staggered away from his seat, then stood up straight like a puppet. Then he laughed like a madman, mumbling, "The second thing is to raise the flag. The feudal era is calling. Prepare to take up guns and shoot birds." After shooting birds, Shen Chongqing stood in the middle of the Great Hall doing morning exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each of Shen Chongqing's movements emitted brilliant golden spiritual energy. After exercising, he continued to practice martial arts, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yuan Tiangang and Zhangsun Wuji, sitting below, witnessed the scene before them and exclaimed, "These seemingly ordinary movements are like those of a master of all schools, raising hands and lifting feet without chaos, every action in harmony with heavenly principles and human ethics." No wonder Taoist Master Shen can write the character Tao. He has indeed reached this realm. Shen Chongqing practiced martial arts for a while, the spiritual energy around him condensing into an 8 trigrams formation. Then it transformed into a goldfish swimming in water, happily gliding through the clear waters. Next, the surging water rose to surround Shen Chongqing, who continued to dance under the astonished gaze of the emperor and empress. The crystal-clear water rushed straight towards the emperor, startling him. Such immortal techniques we have never heard of before. After swimming, Shen Chongqing assumed a taekwondo stance, immediately causing powerful spiritual energy and brilliant golden talismans to appear before him. From another angle, one could see Shen Chongqing standing in a ball of dazzling golden light. The light was so bright that even the empress and emperor had to shield their eyes with their dragon robes. Taoist Master Shen is truly formidable. Then, Shen Chongqing raised 2 fingers to the sky, laughing foolishly without stopping. "Ha ha ha, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2. After laughing, he collapsed to the ground, causing the surrounding palace maids to widen their eyes in panic. "Ah, ah, ah!" Taoist Master Shen. Seeing this, the emperor's eyes widened in surprise. "Old Yuan, what's wrong with Taoist Master Shen?" Old Yuan Tiangang heard this and stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. In this subject's opinion, Taoist Master Shen might be too drunk. The palace maid supported Shen Chongqing's head, using large round fans to fan his face. He mumbled in his drunken state, "Drunk, this poor Taoist is truly drunk." Seeing this, Old Yuan Tiangang approached the emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, this subject sees that this cultivation method aligns with the great Tao above and the 8 trigrams below, naturally manifesting the 5 elements. I'm afraid it truly has the effect of longevity. Such orthodox Taoist techniques are not easily transmitted. Taoist Master Shen must be intentionally pretending to be drunk to pass on this cultivation method to us. So according to your beloved minister, how should we reward him?" Hearing this, Old Wei Jing stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that for such an otherworldly expert, it's better to observe quietly and let Taoist Master Shen consider it himself when the time comes." Lord Wei speaks very wisely. After hearing the opinions of the ministers, the emperor had no other choice but to agree. Then tonight, let Taoist Master Shen rest at the beloved minister's residence. Tomorrow morning after the court session, we will meet with Taoist Master Shen again to discuss rewards. We obey the imperial edict. That night, 2 subordinates used a stretcher to carry Shen Chongqing back to the sleeping quarters to rest. Lying on the stretcher, although Shen Chongqing was drunk and sleeping soundly, the corners of his mouth still wore a smile, and he even breathed out 3 sons. Can't drink anymore. If I drink more, I'll sleep, sleep, sleep. After speaking, Shin Chongqing suddenly made a retching motion, startling the 2 subordinates. The next day on the streets of Chang'an, Shin Chongqing strolled along. I didn't expect the emperor to be so easy to talk to. That was before leaving the imperial court. As soon as Shin Chongqing woke up, the emperor had awarded him a chest of dazzling gold, even brighter than the sun. If Taoist master Shin doesn't wish to enter the court as an official, we won't force you. Consider this gold as travel expenses and understand our sincerity. As soon as Shin Chongqing heard about the gold, he smiled confidently. Who could refuse such sincerity? It would be disrespectful for this poor Taoist to decline. As soon as he finished speaking, the money pouch at Shin Chongqing's waist immediately sucked up all the gold from the chest. The emperor in old Weizhong saw this and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Is this immortal magic?" Seeing this, Shin Chongqing became flustered, his hands and feet fumbling. It's just a small trick this poor Taoist is showing off before experts. But in reality, he was extremely angry with the damned system. Damned system. What kind of operation is this? That was a whole chest of gold. Remaining lifespan, 1,600 hours. 648 successfully absorbed. Do you want to receive the reward now? Seeing this, Shin Chongqing was furious, wanting to smash this shameless system. Receive the reward? Receive my ass! Give me back my money! Shin Chongqing recalled with a heart-wrenching pain. Oh, the path to making money is so bleak. As he was feeling dejected, suddenly someone called out beside him, "Old immortal, old immortal. This is the first fish I caught today, as promised. I'm giving it to you." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing turned his head to look and saw an ordinary fortune-telling stall on the street. Know the past and future, divine yin and yang, 100 when per reading. Below the stall sat an old man with white hair, holding a folding fan, who was Yuan Shoqing. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing was stunned, thinking to himself, in a golden land like Chang'an, to end up like this colleague is really not up to much. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing took out a small gold nugget from his pocket, carefully examining it. Maybe I should ask when I can transport. After speaking, Shin Chongqing stepped forward and placed the gold nugget firmly on the table, saying arrogantly to the old man, "Master, read my fortune. Look at my destiny." Hearing this, old Yuan Shoqing calmly handed Shin Chongqing 3 coins. "Young master, please." Shin Chongqing pinched the 3 coins with his fingers, thinking to himself, this Taoist master seems profound and unfathomable, but I don't know if it's real or fake. Is it okay to just throw them like this? Before he could finish his thought, Shin Chongqing tossed the coins. Surprisingly, the 3 coins stood upright on the table. Shin Chongqing saw this, and his eyes widened in shock. Heavens, what kind of luck is this? Could it be that my colleague sees me as someone here to cause trouble? Thinking of this, Shin Chongqing looked around in panic. No one's going to rush out to kill me, right? Which direction should I run to? Old Yuan Shoqing stared at the table, his face pale, eyes wide with shock. What is this? At this moment, an 8 trigrams formation appeared on his table, with golden spiritual energy radiating in all directions. I've read countless divinations, but this is the first time I've seen one like this. Let me see what kind of divine being you are. Old Yuan Shoqing used 2 fingers to point at his forehead, silently reciting an incantation. Instantly, a stream of blue spiritual energy emanated. Immediately after, 2 streams of ethereal tears flowed from his eyes. In old Yuan Shoqing's eyes appeared a majestic emperor, his body filled with boundless spiritual energy. The old man saw this, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his mouth agape as he stared at the golden light. He couldn't withstand it anymore and fell backward, his soul shaken. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing's face turned pale, muttering, "No way. Is this because he can't read the divination and is preparing to cheat me out of my money? Or is some immortal about to jump out? Is the water in Chang'an this deep?" Then, old Yuan Shoqing suddenly knelt on the ground, pushing the gold back to Shin Chongqing. "Senior, you have transcended the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. A destiny like this is not something this junior can read. Today, Shoqing has overstepped his bounds. Please, senior, take back your money." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing remained silent, taking back the gold with both hands and leaving in a daze, thinking to himself, Ah, still don't know how to save money. No wonder I'm dressed so shabbily. Suddenly, a foot kicked over the table, and a cup of water fell to the ground. An ugly young man glared, grinding his teeth and waving his fist as he said, "Old man, I heard your fortune-telling is accurate, but I think you're just a fraud. Come on, tell me if it will rain or shine tomorrow. If it's sunny, what time will the sun rise? If it rains, how long will it rain?" Shin Changqing heard the shouting and turned his head to look. This tone sounds like he's looking for trouble. Tomorrow at the dragon hour there will be clouds, at the snake hour there will be thunder, at the horse hour it will rain, at the goat hour it will rain heavily, with a rainfall of 3 feet, 3 inches for tenths, and 18 points. The young man heard this and revealed a sly smile. Good, good, good. If tomorrow isn't as you say, I'll smash your stall to pieces. Shin Changqing, standing nearby, heard this, his face gloomy, sighing incessantly. Old Yuan Shouqing saw Shin Changqing staring at the young man, thinking to himself, the senior must have seen this person's past and future, and feeling compassionate, he can't help but sigh. Shin Changqing finished looking and turned his head away, exhaling a long sigh that released a puff of smoke. This Taoist doesn't know how to behave again. Speaking in such detail, isn't he just giving people a reason to smash his stall? Afterwards, outside the city gate, people were coming and going in droves. Princess Changyue, leading an adorable little boy, was strolling through the streets, her face beaming as she waved and called out loudly, "Taoist Master Shin, over here!" Hearing the call, Shin Changqing immediately stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Greetings to Princess Changyue. Taoist Master, there's no need for such formality. Princess Changyue pointed to the adorable little boy and said, "This is my younger imperial brother, Li Ji, 9 years old this year. Father instructed us to see Taoist Master Shin off here." Li Ji heard this and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings to Taoist Master Shin. Princess Changyue had prepared a perfect horse carriage for Shin Changqing, which surprised him as well. Please convey this poor Taoist gratitude to His Majesty for his kindness, Princess. A few days later, Shin Changqing returned to Shin Manor in 10 Mile Village, Jingyang County. Arriving at the door, Shin Changqing knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, the door opened. Bai Doni came out from inside, her face beaming, opening her round eyes wide as she called out, "Taoist Master Shin." Then Bai Doni knelt down, putting on an innocent expression, her eyes slightly closed, cheeks flushed. "You've finally returned. Doni was worried you wouldn't come back." At this moment, Doni's younger sister and the little fox spirit pounced forward to hug Shin Changqing. Even Princess Changyue was surprised. Let's go inside and talk. Let's go inside and talk. That night, they had prepared a feast to welcome Shin Changqing back and wash away the dust of his journey. Shin Changqing raised his cup, his face full of excitement. "I, Shin Changqing, have returned from Chang'an. From now on, I will surely take you all to great heights, show you a different world. Just wait and see how you'll be shocked by the science and technology of 2,000 years in the future." Dong Li, Little Qing, and the little fox spirit heard this and thought to themselves, "Is the immortal master saying he wants to take us to ascend to the immortal realm together?" Thinking this, the two sisters stood up and raised their cups. "Immortal Master Shin, we sisters would like to dance a piece to thank you for your great kindness." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." Princess Changyue heard this and raised her hand, smiling like a flower. "Immortal Master, I brought a pipa. I can provide musical accompaniment." So the princess transformed into a pipa player, plucking out melodious, enchanting tunes that captivated everyone. Next was the dancer Dong Li, who began to dance gracefully. "Immortal Master, see how we dance." Finally, Little Qing performed a novel dance, showing off her snow-white back and plump cheeks. "Immortal Master, please watch Little Qing too." Shin Changqing, with fine wine in his mouth below and singing and dancing to entertain above, was extremely happy. "Ha ha ha, good, good, beautiful, another cup, Taoist Master Shin." At this moment, the little fox spirit jumped onto the table, using its nose to sniff a few drops of wine on the table. This is the immortal wine that the Taoist master brewed himself. The little fox spirit licked a bit, and its eyes immediately widened. In its subconscious, the little fox spirit's body was completely controlled by some force, constantly twisting. Such dense spiritual energy, such an intoxicating flavor. Li Ji sat gnawing on a chicken leg, watching the singing and dancing, drool dripping, his eyes sparkling. The big sisters are so beautiful. As the dance ended, the sisters Dong Li and Little Qing leaned close together, striking seductive poses, showing off their enchanting figures. Immortal Master, how was it? At this time, the city god and the martial judge were standing on a cliff, looking towards Shun Changqing's mansion. Seeing this scene, the two couldn't help but feel envious. That fox spirit and those two dragon girls are so fortunate, being able to stay with a great expert like Immortal Master Shin. How enviable. After a night of drunken revelry, the sky was beginning to dawn. Shin Changqing lay on the bed in deep sleep, wearing only a piece of cloth. Oh no, there was also a jade bell. Then, Shin Changqing turned over, burying his face into something soft, mumbling, so fragrant. Next, Shin Changqing unconsciously groped around, causing Bai Dongni beside him to let out a soft moan. Shin Changqing still hadn't realized, continuing to feel the elasticity. Bai Dongni couldn't help but cry out, finally waking Shin Changqing. He opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened. Ah, why is Bai Dongni on my bed? Shin Changqing lay down, bewildered and confused. What on earth happened last night? After speaking, he turned over, biting his finger, eyes brimming with tears. What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that I lost control due to drunkenness last night? In the midst of his panic, Bai Dongni called from behind, Taoist Master Shun. Hearing this, Shin Changqing trembled, his hair standing on end, cold sweat breaking out, pretending to snore to deceive Bai Dongni. Seeing this, Bai Dongni smiled, got up and dressed, hurriedly walking out the door, closing the room door behind her. As soon as Dongni left, Shin Changqing immediately sat up, pulling down his pants to check the jade bell, his eyes wide, mouth agape. What should I do? What should I do? Calm down, calm down. How could a 21st century young man like me encounter such a situation? The worst case scenario is just marriage, right? Shin Changqing thought about searching on Google. Boyfriend slept with someone else? He said he lost control due to drunkenness. What should I do? If a man is truly drunk, he basically can't get it up. Both theory and practice say so. So nothing happened, that's right. Last night, I was so drunk I couldn't have done anything. I'm safe. Later, Bai Dongni carried a bucket to the well to fetch water, walking and chuckling to herself. Taoist Master Shin last night was really hee. In the courtyard was the battlefield of the Dong Li sisters. Little Qing and the little fox spirit fell asleep right where they drank, sleep-talking with drunken expressions. Clearly I came first. Little fox spirit, don't you dare take advantage of the Immortal Master. That's right, the Immortal Master belongs to us. At this moment, Princess Changyue and Li Ji came out to greet Shin Changqing. Taoist Master Shin, father wants Li Ji to be your disciple. What do you think? Hearing this, Shin Changqing was stunned. That's Li Ji. Emperor Gaozong Li Ji wants to be my disciple? Before he could answer, little Li Ji had already knelt down and kowtowed. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. Even if I'm just a little servant pouring tea and serving water, it's fine. You said it yourself. Don't blame me for corrupting you. All right then, you can stay. Thank you, Taoist Master Shun. Changyue will immediately return to report this good news to father. Thank you, master. With matters settled, Shin Changqing saw Princess Changyue off back to Chang'an, finally getting some peace after days of rushing about in the imperial palace. Suddenly, outside the great hall appeared the imposing aura of a giant water dragon. Li Shimin, come out here. I want you to pay with your life. Early the next morning, at Shin Changqing's mansion, 3 secret manuals appeared before his eyes. Soap-making formula, distillation formula for liquor, how to make fragrant flower greeting cards. The system panel displayed the remaining time, 1612:33:23. Do you want to receive the reward? Shin Changqing stared at the 3 secret manuals on the table, frowning in annoyance. Before, when I topped up a little money, it gave me these 3 things. This time I topped up 648 yuan. Surely it won't deceive me, right? After speaking, Shin Changqing pressed the confirm button to receive the reward on the system panel. In an instant, a huge treasure chest appeared before Shin Changqing's eyes, causing his face to flush red, smoke to rise from his nose, and his tongue to stick out drooling. Indeed, the reward for 648 yuan is different. Let me see what good things are in this treasure chest. Before he could open it, suddenly the treasure chest flashed with a golden light, so dazzling that Shin Changqing couldn't help but step back. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the light, his face full of expectation. What is this? From within the golden light appeared another secret manual, 3,000 questions and answers on pig farming techniques. As soon as Shun Chongqing saw it, he angrily threw the manual to the ground, his face pale, shouting in frustration, "Why is it this damned thing again? Heavens!" In the midst of his anger, a sudden noise came from outside the door. Shun Chongqing hurriedly picked up the manual and called out, "Who's there?" Outside the door was Li Ji. The boy smiled brightly and said, "Master, this disciple wants to ask what I should do today." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing took out the manual, a sly smile spreading across his face as he thought to himself, "The roast duck shop can make money. Li Ji is just free labor, and the system has just given me a pig farming guide." Thinking this, Shun Chongqing put on a serious face and opened the door, stepping out. "Li Ji, for the sake of allowing all the common people of the Great Tang to eat meat, are you willing to endure hardship? If Master has a way for all the common people to eat meat, don't speak of enduring hardship. Li Ji is willing to sacrifice his life for Master." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing immediately handed the manual to Li Ji, smiling. "Raise a herd of pigs according to the methods in this book, and there will come a day when all the people under heaven can eat meat. Little one, can you endure the hardship?" Li Ji took the manual and replied, "This disciple can endure." As the master and disciple were talking, Bai Doni rushed in from the main gate, panting as she said loudly, "Taoist Master Shin, there's an old man outside who calls himself Yuan Tiangang and says he wants to see you." Outside the door, old Yuan Tiangang knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Taoist Master Shin, save us." As he was crying, a loud shout rang out, "Master Yuan!" Shun Chongqing stepped out, closing his eyes and breaking out in a cold sweat as he said, "Please stand up and then we'll talk." This, Taoist Master Shun, this matter is not convenient for others to know. Could it be that you've also contracted some strange illness and want me to cure you? Then, Shun Chongqing helped old Yuan Tiangang up, turning to speak to Dongni and Li Ji. "Li Ji, you just follow the book I gave you and go with Bai Doni to buy a few pigs to try first." "Yes, Taoist Master Shun." "Yes, Master." After Dongni and Li Ji left, Shun Chongqing lowered his voice and said to old Yuan Tiangang, "All right, everyone's gone now. What's really going on? Is it that you've contracted some illness that's difficult to speak about?" No, it's not me. It's His Majesty." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. "I just cured Empress Zhongsun, and now it's His Majesty's turn?" "It's not like that. The imperial physician says His Majesty has epilepsy, always saying things like 'Don't come near, don't look for me.' When His Majesty fell ill, he instructed me, 'Master Yuan, I fear only Taoist Master Shun can save my life. You must invite Taoist Master Shun here. This old minister has diagnosed it as being caused by a ghost or immortal entanglement, but with my meager Taoist skills, I'm not enough to resolve it. If we leave it like this, I'm afraid His Majesty won't live much longer. Taoist Master Shun, I beg you." Shun Chongqing heard this, stroking his chin and closing his eyes. "Wait a moment, let me think." Shun Chongqing imagined himself being beheaded, his face turning pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. From what this old trickster describes, it sounds like His Majesty might have paranoid delusions. I don't know how to cure this either. Treating His Majesty and failing could result in beheading. Moreover, if his illness is truly paranoid delusions, he might see me as an assassin, and my head would be off my shoulders in an instant. I'm still young. I don't want to die in such an ambiguous way. As he was deep in thought, old Yuan Tiangang said loudly, "Taoist Master Shun, His Majesty knows I've come to find you. He's placed all his hopes on you." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing's face turned purple, inwardly cursing. What a pig of a teammate. If I go now, I could be executed. If I don't go, I'm seen as abandoning someone to die. I really thank you for thinking of me first for such an opportunity to achieve merit. Taoist Master Shun, there's no need for politeness. Taoist Master Shun, His Majesty is in imminent danger. Please set out quickly. After speaking, old Yuan Tiangang immediately pulled Shun Chongqing along, leaving him no chance to react. "What about Li Ji then? Are you taking him back with you? His Majesty has said that the Crown Prince is still young and doesn't want him to see His Majesty in this state." Then, old Yuan Tiangang led Shun Chongqing to 2 horses. "Taoist Master, Shun surely knows how to ride a horse, right? I brought one from the inn for you." Shun Chongqing stared at the horse, thinking to himself, riding in a carriage for 100 miles was tiring enough. Don't tell me they want me to ride a horse all the way to Chang'an. Do we really have to ride horses to Chang'an? Hearing this, Old Yuan Tiangang imagined Shun Chongqing flying on a sword, thinking, could it be that Taoist Master Shen originally intended to fly on a sword to Chang'an? But for my sake, he's reluctantly choosing to ride a horse. Truly worthy of being Taoist Master Shen. Please, Taoist Master, if you could ride the horse. Shen Chongqing closed his eyes tightly and sighed. If I must ride, then I'll ride. Fortunately, I learned horseback riding in university, so I won't be too clumsy. But let me warn you, I'm not very skilled at riding, so the speed might not be fast. Just as he finished speaking, a dog's bark suddenly came from afar. Woof, woof, woof. Old Yuan Tiangang and Shen Chongqing turned their heads to look. It was the adorable little fox spirit. Last time you went to Chang'an without taking me. This time I must go with you. As soon as Shun Chongqing saw the little fox spirit, he hugged it to his chest, smiling brightly. What's this? You want to go to Chang'an with me? Oh, woof, woof. The little fox spirit being hugged, his cheeks flushed. Yes, 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 right there. It feels so good. Shun Chongqing gently stroked the little fox spirit's head and said, all right, I'll take you with me. After speaking, Old Yuan Tiangang and Shun Chongqing mounted their horses, beginning their journey to Chang'an. Master Yuan, please lead the way. Before setting off, Shun Chongqing instructed the little fox spirit. Little White, when we get to Chang'an, you can't lick other people's saliva, understand? As expected of Taoist Master Shen, treating a noble fox immortal from the pure Qingxiu lineage like a pet. The scene shifts to the imperial palace in the capital. Old Yuan Tiangang and Shen Chongqing had arrived in Chang'an. Old Yuan pulled Shun's hand like a gust of wind, rushing into the imperial bedchamber. Quickly, go see His Majesty. As they were walking, suddenly something made Old Yuan Tiangang and Shen Chongqing stop in their tracks, staring straight ahead. In front of the bedchamber door stood two generals on guard, one holding a halberd, the other an iron whip. They must be Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, truly imposing and majestic. While they were stunned, Old Yuan Tiangang clasped his hands in salute. Please, Taoist Master Shen, use your magic to subdue the ghost or immortal and cure His Majesty. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing inwardly cursed. Damn it, this old trickster dragged me here and now wants me to go in alone. Are you looking for a scapegoat? This young master has been educated since childhood about anti-fraud propaganda. Don't even think about making me go in alone. If by chance the emperor really passes away, we'll both bear the crime. Master Yuan, please come in with me. I still need your support. All right, I'll follow your lead. Just as Shun Chongqing entered, the two generals turned to discuss. The young man who just went in doesn't seem to have any real abilities. At this point, we have no other choice. Shun Chongqing entered the room and saw the emperor in a state of mental collapse, his entire body enveloped by thick yin energy. It seems to be a mental issue indeed. Let's try the most common modern treatment method. Thinking this, Shun Chongqing turned to Old Yuan Tiangang. Old Taoist Yuan, please fetch the 4 treasures of the study for this poor Taoist. Then Shun Chongqing placed a black stone on the paper. Shun Chongqing produced a brush from somewhere, intently looking at the ancient patterns on its tip. The dead become ghosts. Ghosts become vengeful spirits. Ghosts fear vengeful spirits as humans fear ghosts. As expected of Taoist Master Shen, even his seal is extraordinary. It's actually a piece of the stone used by Manhwa to mend the sky. Next, Shun Chongqing dipped the brush in ink and drew distorted symbols on the paper. Immediately after, a stream of black and white energy rose up, extremely bizarre. As soon as this talisman appeared, 100 ghosts retreated. At this moment, the black and white energy stream flew towards the emperor, continuously being absorbed into his dantian. The energy surrounded the dragon-shaped ghost immortal in front of the emperor's dantian. The emperor's eyes rolled back in pain, his mind hazy. Old Yuan Tiangang, standing behind, witnessed the scene before him, his mouth agape as he thought. Such marvelous immortal techniques. Taoist Master Shen truly has vast divine powers. Even ghost immortals are no match for him. The ghost immortal in the emperor's chest was being countered by the spiritual energy created by Shun Chongqing, experiencing excruciating pain. The ghost immortal opened its mouth wide and screamed, "Why? Why can't I use any of my divine powers? Instead, I'm bound by these talismans, dying so unjustly." Shun Chongqing smiled at his achievement. Indeed, to deal with the superstitious ancients, language therapy is the most effective. As the ghost immortal in the emperor's body died, the emperor regained consciousness, opening his eyes wide. Taoist Master Shen, you've finally arrived. Earlier, Wei Zheng said he had already greeted the judge of the underworld, ensuring my safety. Thanks to you, I've avoided a trip to the netherworld. Hearing this, Shun Changqing smiled and clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under this poor Taoist's control. Li Shimin is indeed not yet cured, starting to talk nonsense again. This is a symptom of paranoid delusions. Meanwhile, in King Yama's hall, King Yama was pacing back and forth, holding his head in worry. King Yama received Wei Zheng's commission to welcome Li Shimin. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? As he worried, suddenly there was movement in the Book of Life and Death. King Yama turned to look, his eyes widening and mouth agape. What's happening now? King Yama approached to examine the Book of Life and Death closely, his face turning purple, drained of blood, as he said loudly, wasn't Li Shimin predetermined to die in the 11th year of Jingguan? Why has it changed to the 33rd year of Jingguan? King Yama angrily slammed the table and stood up. Then King Yama waved his hand forward, grinding his teeth, his eyes wide open with red flashes. We can't sit idly by anymore. Oxhead and Horseface, black and white impermanence, come forth. As soon as they heard King Yama's call, Oxhead and Horseface, black and white impermanence, immediately appeared. They immediately knelt down, clasping their hands in salute to King Yama. King Yama stood before black and white impermanence and Oxhead and Horseface, shouting, Li Shimin dares to change his fate arbitrarily. Go to Chang'an immediately and fetch his soul for me. Back in the mortal realm, in the imperial bedchamber, an old man entered, clasping his hands respectfully and saying, Taoist Master Shun, although you've controlled that ghost immortal, why didn't you completely destroy it? Of course, it's because we need to use language therapy. Could it be true, as you said, that there's a ghost inside Li Shimin? Do you understand science? Shun Changqing turned his face and smiled in response. It's been suppressed by me, temporarily harmless. Instead, we should ask His Majesty what has happened recently. Hearing this, the Emperor held his head, his face darkening. After the Taoist master left, I dreamed of meeting someone who called himself the Dragon King of Jinghe. He told me that because I and Yuan Shouqing, his fellow countrymen, won a bet, I had secretly changed the timing and amount of rainfall. Now the heavens want Wei Zheng to kill me. Please save my life. If successful, I will surely ensure Chang'an has favorable weather for eternity. I agreed with that Dragon King, so I invited Wei Zheng into the palace to play chess, playing all day until Wei Zheng was tired and took a nap. Only then did I leave for a moment. Afterwards, that Dragon King transformed into a ghost deity to claim my life, saying I had broken my promise. Hearing this, Shun Changqing was thunderstruck, his face gloomy. Damn it, isn't this the plot from Journey to the West? No, from my observation, there are many martial arts experts in the Great Tang. Flying on rooftops and walking on walls is quite familiar to them. The truth is always singular. That is, there's an unjust immortal deity trying to scare the emperor to death, deliberately doing this. As he said this, the emperor clutched his chest in pain and closed his eyes. Although I was unaware, letting Wei Zheng kill the Dragon King in a dream. If the Dragon King had violated heavenly laws and deserved death, what fault is it of mine? Seeing this, Shun Changqing stepped forward and patted the emperor's shoulder. This matter is indeed not your Majesty's fault. The ancients of the Great Tang are too superstitious. Perhaps if I speak directly, they won't believe me, so I can only proceed like a fraudulent fortune teller. At the same time, four streams of ghostly energy appeared outside the door, shooting straight towards the emperor's bedchamber. The 4 streams of ghostly energy landed on the ground, revealing Oxhead, Horseface, and black and white impermanence in succession. Horseface immediately blew out a stream of soul-confusing ghostly energy. The 2 generals, smelling this soul-confusing ghostly energy, froze in place, unmoving. Let's go. Today we must fetch Li Shimin's soul. There will be rewards from above. Upon entering the bedchamber, Oxhead, Horseface, and black and white impermanence were stunned for 5 seconds. Shun Changqing heard the commotion and turned to look, thinking to himself, indeed, there are unjust people who want to capture the emperor, even cosplaying like this. Do they take others for fools? Black and white impermanence saw Shun Changqing and angrily glared, grinding their teeth. It's him. Without hesitation, black and white impermanence immediately used their weapons to strike out a fierce, ghostly energy towards Shun Changqing. Evil Taoist, surrender your life. Oh my, so it's you guys. Shin Chongqing held the black stone in his hand, his whole body radiating dense spiritual energy, smiling as he thought to himself. If it were other experts, I might be 3 parts afraid, but this cat-scratching move of yours can only tickle me. Before he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing gripped the black stone tightly and charged straight at Black Impermanence. But this time, Black Impermanence had become wiser, dodging Shin Chongqing's attack and smugly saying, "Evil Taoist, you rely only on evil magic, suppressing my magic. But this young master relies on martial arts, and you're no match for me." Shin Chongqing looked straight ahead, withdrawing the black stone, and said through gritted teeth, "You dare to dodge." Hearing this, Black Impermanence glared and laughed coldly. "Umph, indeed an evil Taoist who doesn't understand martial arts. Watch me now." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Impermanence suddenly widened his eyes, immediately receiving a powerful attack from Shin Chongqing. He used the black stone to strike directly at Black Impermanence's chest, sending him flying. One strike had knocked Black Impermanence down at Shin Chongqing's feet. He stepped on this imposter, laughing coldly. "Well, do you still want to solo or fight me in a group? I'll accommodate all of you. Just look carefully, this one is the example. When dealing with many, you must know how to suppress them." Oxhead saw Shin Chongqing's actions and frowned, thinking to himself, "This guy looks handsome and carefree, with an immortal's bearing, but there seems to be nothing special about him, and no fluctuation of magical power at all." Thinking this, Oxhead slammed his trident into the ground. Oxhead glared straight ahead and said, "The underworld is at work. Bystanders, step aside. Today was originally Li Shimon's death day, and the old dragon on you is also waiting for trial in the 3 offices. Therefore, no matter what, you cannot continue to stay in the mortal world." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing remained silent, thinking to himself, "How arrogant. I'm afraid the people outside have already been controlled by their anesthetic." Oxhead stepped forward and shouted, "Come with me quickly." The Emperor heard this and was extremely frightened. "Guards, protect me. Don't waste your effort. All those who could come are already in deep sleep. Now you can only obediently listen to us." After speaking, Oxhead glanced over. "As for you, Shin Chongqing, you are a cultivator who has repeatedly obstructed the underworld's work, violating heavenly laws, so you must also come with us for a trip." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing was not afraid, but instead gripped the black stone in his hand tightly, his body flashing with dazzling golden lightning. "Get the hell out of here. Watch this." Facing Shin Chongqing's attack, Oxhead squinted his eyes, 2 beams of light looking straight at the black stone, thinking to himself, "Humph, it's just a mortal's trick. I only need to disperse some Een wind to deal with it." Just as the black stone was about to hit his face, Oxhead suddenly realized, why can't I control my magical power? Not good. I can't dodge." As a result, Oxhead took the full brunt of the attack, rolling dozens of times. Oxhead fell to the ground, staring blankly at Shin Chongqing. "Why? I clearly wanted to dodge but couldn't move. What kind of evil magic is this?" Before he could steady himself, Shin Chongqing charged forward with the black stone again, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Your head's quite hard. You can take a beating pretty well." Before finishing his words, Shin Chongqing immediately rushed forward, repeatedly striking Oxhead's face hard. "Trash. Garbage. Scum. Bam, bam, bam." After a thorough beating, Oxhead was pummeled into a milk-faced Oxhead. "What's happening? My cultivation weakens with his vulgar words. Could this be the great divine power of words become law?" Thinking this, Oxhead fainted, his head spinning and foaming at the mouth. At the same time, the little fox spirit bristled with anger, charging forward, woof woof woof, barking at White Impermanence and Horseface. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing turned to Old Yuan Tiangang. "Old Taoist, look, you're not even as good as Little White. He knows to lend a hand when he sees me fighting. Taoist Master Shun is formidable. This old man truly can't interfere." At this moment, the little fox spirit became enraged, a phantom of a 9-tailed fox immortal appearing behind it with an immense aura. White Impermanence and Horseface saw the scene before them, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Horseface, what is this?" Yes, a 9-tailed fox immortal? I'm afraid the 2 of us can't fight it." As they were stunned, the black stone suddenly flew over. "Watch this move. One hit will definitely land." The black stone hit Horseface squarely in the face, causing him to fall backward. At this moment, Horseface had a blank expression. "Who am I? Where am I? What did I do wrong? I hadn't even made a move yet. Then Shin Chongqing stepped forward, twirling the black stone in his hand, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Ha ha ha, now it's just you left. Come on, where can you hide from me? Hearing this, White Impermanence raised his trembling hand, trying to shout, I'll fight you to the death. Fight you to the death. Ah! White Impermanence charged towards Shin Chongqing like a gust of wind, but he seemed very confident, standing still without moving. No need to move much. Just let the enemy charge in. I only need to use the black stone to gently counterattack, and I can make the opponent cry miserably. In an instant, Shin Chongqing had subdued Black and White Impermanence and Oxhead Horseface, tying them together. Then he bent down to pick up the little fox spirit. It's done. Shin Chongqing flipped the little fox spirit over, scratching its belly playfully, causing the little fox spirit to feel comfortable all over. Little White is so good, even knowing how to help me. Seeing this scene, old Yuan Tiangang turned his face away, wiping sweat as he said, Taoist Master Shun. Oxhead and Horseface are underworld enforcers. Black and White Impermanence are also underworld messengers. I'm afraid it's not good that we've injured them. Although the underworld's strength is ordinary, they're still orthodox immortals after all. Behind them are all the gods of the celestial court. We really can't offend them. Hearing old Yuan Tiangong's words, Shin Chongqing stroked his chin, thinking to himself. It seems the old Taoist means that this underground organization called the Underworld apparently has very strong power. That's right, they even dare to break into the imperial palace to kidnap the emperor. Their strength indeed can't be underestimated. But having already offended the underworld, the only option is to cling tightly to the emperor's thigh. As long as he trusts me, when the time comes, I'll sweep away all evil spirits again. At that time, forget about the underworld. Even the mortal world or celestial court will have to tip their hats to me. But I should still use the great method of language therapy on the emperor first. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing stepped in front of the emperor, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully as he said, Your Majesty, the underworld villains have been captured, but we still need you to clearly recount the matter of the ghost immortal in your body. I wonder if that's all right. Of course it's all right. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor's entire body emitted purple energy mixed with white energy. Then it seemed as if some force was generated within the emperor's body, causing him to open his mouth wide in pain and cry out, Ugh 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 ah. In an instant, a remnant soul of himself appeared behind the emperor. On its head were two sharp dragon horns. Its eyes rolled back full of resentment. Its mouth continuously saying, So unjust, I'm so unjust, died so unjustly. Shin Chongqing, standing opposite, exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Shin Chongqing looked at Oxhead and Horseface, thinking to himself, So I can't communicate with the Emperor's second personality. It seems the one who tied the bell must untie it. To completely resolve his mental illness, I need to use these fake gods and ghosts first. Therefore, Shin Chongqing turned and gave Oxhead a slap that twisted his face. Then Shin Chongqing also gave Horseface a slap to make it a pair. After being hit, Oxhead and Horseface had blank expressions. Ouch, brother, what on earth did we do? Shin Chongqing stood with his arms crossed, his face gloomy as he said, You two, now I want to ask you a few questions. Think carefully before answering. Otherwise, I don't know what might happen. Do you understand? Hearing this, Oxhead and Horseface nodded continuously, their faces as white as paper, with no strength to resist. Understood, understood, immortal master. Please ask. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing suddenly gave Horseface a resounding slap. I'm a Taoist. What immortal master? Horseface glared, grinding his teeth. Death is fine, but I can't bear this humiliation. Hearing this, Oxhead immediately turned and used his horn to deliver a devastating headbutt to Horseface's face. Then Oxhead turned back and said, Taoist Master Shun, Taoist Master Shun, no immortal master at all. You're right. After speaking, Oxhead glanced at Horseface and said in a low voice, The one before us might be a great master whose words become law. At least a reincarnated golden immortal. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Horseface broke out in a cold sweat. Mother, is his background really that big? At this moment, Shin Chongqing clasped his hands behind his back, closing his eyes as he paced back and forth. Was the Dragon King of Jinghe wrong to cause trouble with Yuan Shoqing in order to protect his people from harm? Hearing Shin Chongqing's question, the remnant soul behind the emperor shouted, I'm not wrong. Horseface, sweating profusely, said, Not wrong. It's reasonable and justified. Next, Shun Chongqing took out the stone and juggled it in his hand, asking, "Then was Yuan Shouqing wrong to go fortune-telling for people in order to have a better life?" Seeing the stone, Oxhead widened his eyes and said tremblingly, "Not wrong at all." As soon as Oxhead finished speaking, the emperor also frowned and said, "Indeed, not wrong." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty is benevolent, agreeing to save the Dragon King, but in the end, due to not being proficient in magic, couldn't investigate thoroughly, allowing Wei Zheng to kill the dragon in a dream. Is that wrong?" His Majesty did his utmost. Of course it's not wrong. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing stood with his hands on his hips, his face gloomy. "Then why did you come here to trouble His Majesty, wanting to take his soul away?" Oxhead and Horseface were thunderstruck, their faces turning purple as cold sweat poured like a spring, answering in unison, "That we were wrong. We were just following orders." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing glanced at them, his face pale, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Watch out for me." Oxhead and Horseface behind him were anxious and helpless. "How are we going to explain this to King Yama when we return?" "Let's wait until the four of us can return to Yama's hall before discussing." At this moment, the remnant soul behind the emperor spoke. "Taoist Master Shun, Little Dragon knows this death isn't unjust, but Little Dragon's heart is suffering." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing fell silent and sighed. After all, if one's name is in the book of life and death, it's hard to escape the underworld. It's very difficult to defy heaven's will. Hearing this, Horseface turned and said, "Oxhead, I remember this guy has amended the book of life and death twice recently." "Shut up. What if the immortal master hears our telepathy? Don't get me in trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Chongqing turned back with a strange smile. "You're right, you two underworld enforcers, Oxhead and Horseface." Hearing this, Oxhead and Horseface were startled, their mouths agape in shock as they cried out, "Oh no! Oh no! He heard! The immortal master definitely heard! Why don't you shut up already?" Shun Chongqing turned to look at the emperor, thinking to himself, "Now I just need to persuade this Dragon King personality to give up its obsession and willingly disappear. Li Shimin will surely be 70% cured. Dragon King, it's all fate. In your previous life, you accumulated a lot of merit. Your next life won't be bad either. Don't hold on to this obsession and create more karmic obstacles." The remnant soul behind the emperor seemed to soften upon hearing this, smiling as it said, "Sigh, Little Dragon has learned. Thank you, Taoist Master Shin, for your guidance." As the words ended, the remnant soul transformed into the aura of a blue dragon, separating from the emperor's dragon body and returning to heaven and earth. With the matter settled, Shun Chongqing turned to leave. "We must go quickly. Don't miss the auspicious hour." This tone suggested the matter was concluded. At this moment, old Yuan Tiangang approached and whispered in his ear, "Taoist Master Shun, the evil dragon on His Majesty has been eliminated. But how should we deal with these four from the underworld?" Hearing old Yuan Tiangang's words, Shun Chongqing gritted his teeth, his face turning purple as he thought, "Is this old Taoist stupid? We're tricksters. How can we replace judges and sentence criminals like this? Does he want to die?" Thinking this, Shun Chongqing turned to old Yuan Tiangang and said, "This crime is one of the 10 evils in Tang law. But as for the specifics, His Majesty is a sage ruler. Naturally, it's up to him to determine the punishment." The emperor on the bed laughed upon hearing this. "Taoist Master Shin just mentioned the 10 evils, yet says it's for me to judge. This is showing respect for me, and also giving me a chance to sell a favor to the underworld." "Thank you, Taoist Master Shin. I know how to handle this now." Oxhead and Horseface were stunned upon hearing this, looking at each other for 5 seconds. "Oxhead, is Taoist Master Shin planning to use us as a gift for Li Shimin to sell a favor?" "Shut up, I don't want to be disciplined by Taoist Master Shin again." Old Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to help the emperor up, walking towards Shun Chongqing and enthusiastically saying, "Taoist Master Shin first saved the empress, and now has saved me. Please stay in the palace for a few days, so I can prepare a banquet to thank you for your great kindness." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing thought to himself, "How considerate. This is what you call considerate. Why can some people become emperors? It's because they know when someone wants to cling to their thigh, they offer their thigh to be clung to. Everything will be as your Majesty arranges." Not long after, Princess Changyue approached enthusiastically and said, "Taoist Master Shin, the banquet will be held tonight. Father has allowed Changyue to show Taoist Master around the palace." Shun Chongqing, holding the little fox spirit, gently thanked Princess Changyue. Taoist Master Shun. Ahead is the eagle Muse. The eagles inside are very majestic. Let me take you to see. Then Princess Changyue led Shen Chongqing to visit the imperial menagerie, where there were lords of the green forest, polar bears, and prehistoric eagles. Suddenly, the little fox spirit unexpectedly jumped out of Shen Chongqing's arms, looking fierce and angry, causing him to cry out in alarm, "Little White! Little White!" But Shen Chongqing couldn't keep up with the little fox spirit's speed. After jumping out, the little fox spirit leaped onto the rooftops one after another and disappeared. Shen Chongqing looked around frantically, but couldn't see the little fox spirit, thinking to himself, "Oh no, if Little White runs around like this and bites some concubine's pet, both of us will be finished." Suddenly, Crown Prince Li Chengxian appeared behind him, saying, Oh my, isn't this Taoist Master Shun, the miraculous hand of rejuvenation?" After speaking, the Crown Prince clasped his hands in salute. Previously, Chengxian was too worried about Mother Empress and spoke rudely. "I hope Taoist Master Shen can forgive me." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing waved his hand. "Your attitude seems sincere enough. It's a pity that a crown prince plotting rebellion like you. I should still keep my distance. This poor Taoist is just a rough person from the mountains. Your Highness need not be so formal. Now I should quickly find Little White. Although it won't bite other people's pets, being bitten by other pets isn't good either." Just as he was about to leave, suddenly the eunuch beside the crown prince chased after him, shouting loudly, "You insolent fool! Stop right there!" Crown Prince Li Chengxian stood behind, sneering as he thought to himself, just the opportunity to teach this arrogant Taoist a lesson. Shen Chongqing turned around, folding his arms and looking straight at the eunuch, challenging, "Who are you calling an insolent fool?" "I'm calling you an insolent fool." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing covered his ears with his hands, the corners of his mouth curling into a provocative smile. "Oh, so this insolent fool is cursing at me, The eunuch, hearing this, flared up in anger and immediately called for guards, pointing his sword directly at Shen Chongqing. "Palace guards, arrest this man who disrespects royal dignity and trespasses into the inner palace." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing remained calm, smiling as he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, so this eunuch can also represent royal dignity?" A guard, hearing this, glared and shouted, "You audacious fool, kneel down now." At this moment, Princess Changyue approached, frowning, her face showing anger. "All of you, stand down. Taoist Master Shun is here at Father's personal summons. He doesn't need to perform any courtesies. Do you all wish to die?" Hearing this, the guards hurriedly knelt at Shen Chongqing's feet, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Please forgive us, Taoist Master." Shen Chongqing's face darkened as he looked straight ahead with a sinister smile. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this poor Taoist doesn't need to kneel or bow when meeting His Majesty. Yet I'm supposed to kneel before the Crown Prince? Could it be that your Highness is already eager to replace His Majesty?" Crown Prince Li Chengxian, hearing this, staggered, his eyes tightly shut as he hurriedly replied, Taoist Master Shun, don't joke like that. How could I possibly?" After speaking, he turned and kicked the eunuch, causing him to cough up blood. "You careless-mouthed fool, get out and receive 80 strokes. Miss one and hang yourself." Seeing this, Shen Chongqing stepped forward and patted the Crown Prince's shoulder. Now, your Highness, there's no need for that. This was just because he spoke without thinking. It has nothing to do with you, and there's certainly no need for 80 strokes. Isn't that just asking for his death? It's just that recently, this poor Taoist has encountered some obstacles in cultivation and wanted to ask for your Highness's help. Hearing this, the Crown Prince smiled slyly, thinking to himself, it seems this guy is no different from the common rabble, just after fame and profit after all. Taoist Master Shun saved Mother Empress. I should repay you. Please speak freely. Don't hesitate. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Chongqing suddenly turned and kicked the eunuch, causing his face to distort and blood to flow profusely. This is a hee. Seeing this, the Crown Prince gritted his teeth, but faced with Shen Chongqing's smug expression, he could neither do anything nor say a word. At this moment, the little fox spirit returned from its fight, immediately jumping into Shen Chongqing's arms, its body covered in wounds. "I've defeated all the monsters in the palace. Praise me quickly. This stupid dog went to fight with others again. didn't it? Woof woof woof. Shun Chongqing, holding the little fox spirit, turned to Chang Yue and said, Princess, Little White fought with the pets in the palace, is it? Before he could finish, Chang Yue interrupted. Don't worry, Taoist Master Shin, nothing will come of it. After Shin Chongqing left, the eunuch approached Crown Prince Li Chengqian, grabbing his robe and calling out tremblingly, Your Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince drew a sharp sword, without hesitation, stabbing it straight into the eunuch's back, blood splattering everywhere. The Crown Prince now resembled a cold-blooded assassin, killing without blinking an eye. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, his face turning purple. Taoist Master Shin, very well. Today you've made me lose face. Wait until I ascend the throne. The first person I'll kill will be you, you evil Taoist. The scene shifts to Noble Consort Wei's bedchamber. Noble Consort Wei in the palace was furious, her face purple with rage, holding a black cat covered in injuries. Who dares to be so bold as to hurt my black cat? Investigate this thoroughly for me. In the evening, the great hall was filled with music and dance, dancers gracefully performing before the emperor, empress, and court officials. The emperor, holding a cup of tea, his face beaming with joy. This time I nearly lost my life, but thanks to Taoist Master Shun defying heaven and changing fate, he has helped me extend my lifespan by several decades. Taoist Master Shun's magical powers are profound, feared even by the gods. I offer you a toast. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing raised his cup enthusiastically and replied, This poor Taoist wouldn't dare. Your Majesty is heaven's chosen. Heavens will incarnate. Your achievements surpass the 3 sovereigns. Your virtue exceeds the 5 emperors. Even without this humble Taoist, your Majesty could turn danger into safety. The Crown Prince, hearing these words from across the room, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, thought to himself, So it's just flattery. The ministers below, hearing these words, stared with mouths agape, endlessly amazed. So His Majesty is truly this wise and powerful. The Emperor, with these words from Taoist Master Shin, I could die without regret. My beloved ministers, let's all drink a cup. From afternoon until the 3rd watch of the night, the great hall remained brightly lit with lanterns. At this moment, Shin Chongqing, completely drunk, staggered over to Wei Zheng and said, Old man, everything's good, but you care too much about reputation. Be careful after death. What about after death? The emperor, hearing these words, fell into deep thought. Is Taoist Master Shin using wine to reveal heavenly secrets to us? After pondering for a moment, the emperor looked at Shun Chongqing and spoke. Taoist Master Shun, although I now rule over a peaceful world, I always feel it's not enough. I wonder if Taoist Master has any suggestions? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing turned around, his face panicked, smiling foolishly as he said, Li Shimin, I give you 8 words. The fire of stars can ignite the source. After speaking, he drained his cup of wine, then fell to the ground in a deep sleep, surprising even the emperor. The next morning in Chang'an City, the little fox spirit was curled up on Shun Chongqing's face, sleeping soundly, emitting indescribable snoring sounds. In the midst of deep sleep, Shin Chongqing suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open, his face pale. No, what did I say yesterday? Shin Chongqing sat up, holding his head in distress. The little fox spirit also fell to the ground because of this. The fire of stars can ignite the source. That's exactly the emperor's autocratic rule over the world right now. Thinking of this, Shin Chongqing hurriedly grabbed the little fox spirit, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he prepared to flee. No, this isn't good. I must run quickly. Just as he stepped out the door, he bumped into Princess Chang Yue, who had been waiting there for who knows how long. Taoist Master Shin, you're awake. Shin Chongqing's face turned pale, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Stunned for 5 seconds. It's over, I've been intercepted. At this moment, Shin Chongqing was extremely frightened, his eyes wide open, his whole body covered in goosebumps, his appearance unbearably ugly. What should I do now? Will the next step be to throw me into the imperial prison? And then blah blah blah. Shin Chongqing didn't dare to look directly at Princess Chang Yue's face, turning away and muttering, Calm down, must stay calm. Shin Chongqing, you followed the path of a trickster. You just saved the emperor's life. He won't do anything to you. Taoist Master Shin, do you have a headache? Let me have someone prepare some hangover soup, or perhaps breakfast? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing immediately changed the subject. I suddenly calculated that something is about to happen in Jingyan County. I'm afraid I can't stay in Chang'an for long. First, find an excuse to leave Chang'an, then see Li Shimon's reaction before deciding what to do next. Just as he finished speaking, a resonant voice rang out, "His Majesty arrives. Taoist Master Shun, receive the imperial edict." It seems I truly have an affinity with immortals. In the imperial bedchamber, the emperor was conversing with a beautiful consort. This humble consort congratulates your majesty on being blessed by immortals. The emperor, hearing this, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! A horse's hoof stamped heavily on the ground. Shun Changqing appeared, looking refreshed and energetic. Not only did he not pursue my reckless words, but he even granted me the Changqing Temple to be built outside Chang'an City. It seems I've firmly grasped Li Shimon's thigh. After speaking, Shun Changqing mounted his horse and set off on his return journey. After a long journey, Shun Changqing finally returned to the border of Jingyang County. At this moment, behind Shun Changqing's carriage appeared some demonic energy in pursuit. In an inn, a noble, elegant, and dignified lady asked, "But why do you want to buy a house in this county? My lord, help me see if there's a quieter place with a better environment." In the inn, a man holding a book enthusiastically said to the woman before him, "There's a vacant room next to Taoist Master Shin's house. The rent is a bit expensive, 200 won per month, but it's the safest and best place in the county." The woman, hearing this, smiled and replied, "I must ask my lord, who is this Taoist Master Shin, and what are his magical powers? I didn't expect such a beautiful scenery here, with abundant spiritual energy, truly 100 times stronger than where I cultivated before." This was Lady Bai, the 1,000-year-old white-boned spirit who had emerged into the world. The man, hearing Shun Changqing mentioned, his eyes lit up as he sang and danced in praise. Speaking of Taoist Master Shun, 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be enough to tell all the stories, but he is a very cool existence. The scene shifts to Shun Changqing's house. From outside the courtyard came someone's voice. "Dehua, don't run. Your brothers and sisters have all bathed clean. If you don't bathe, you'll be disliked." It turned out to be Li Ji, holding a brush and chasing after a boar, shouting loudly, "Dehua, stop right there. I order you in the name of Prince Qin not to run." During the chase, Dehua accidentally bumped into Bai Dongni, who was coming out from the courtyard, causing her to stagger and fall. Fortunately, as she fell, she hit something familiar, thinking to herself that the feeling was very familiar. When Bai Dongni looked up and saw it was Shun Changqing, she was overjoyed. "Taoist Master Shin, you're back?" I'm back. I'm back." In the morning, at Shun Changqing's house, Bai Dongni and Shun Changqing sat facing each other in the cozy room. Bai Dongni softly called, "Taoist Master Shin." What is it, Taoist Master Shin? I recently found a dual cultivation manual, and I'm worried about issues with cultivation. I wanted to ask for your guidance. Hearing this, Shun Changqing's face turned red as he thought to himself, "Why did I agree to let Bai Dongni sleep with me, and let Li Ji sleep alone? Who could resist such temptation? Dual cultivation manual? Let me see. I'll give you some pointers." At the same moment, at the white-boned spirit's mansion, she was sitting in meditation, cultivating evil energy under the moonlight in the courtyard. "This place is indeed my blessed land. 1 night of cultivation here is better than half a year of hard training in the mountains." The white-boned spirit raised 2 fingers before her face, chanting, "White bone in wind, great Tao accomplished. Transform energy into bone, burn the soul lamp." After performing the magic, the white-boned spirit transformed into a skeleton. Before her appeared an object surrounded by demonic energy. Almost the great divine power of the illuminating ancient lamp. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Dongni in the neighboring house let out a moan. This sound distracted the white-boned spirit, and the illuminating ancient lamp immediately disappeared. She gritted her teeth, glaring at Shun Changqing's mansion. What kind of Taoist is he so vulgar? The white-boned spirit was determined to try again. Her hands formed a seal, and immediately demonic energy poured out from her body, gathering around the illuminating ancient lamp. The great work was about to be completed. There could be no mistakes. The illuminating ancient lamp was condensing. Just as it was about to succeed, Bai Dongni cried out again, "Taoist Master, my lord, not there." The illuminating ancient lamp dissipated once more. The white-boned spirit was enraged to the extreme, gritting her teeth, revealing 2 long fangs. She suddenly stood up, her hair standing on end, her eyes shedding bloody tears, her body full of flesh with only her arms remaining as bare white bones. What an immoral Taoist! The white bone spirit helplessly squatted on the empty wall, resting her chin on her hand, frustrated by the failure of the illuminating ancient lamp. This old lady is so unlucky. From next door, Doni's cries continued. Ah, Taoist master, it hurts so much. 2 hours later, the white bone spirit sat in the courtyard muttering. Finally, it's quiet. They must be asleep now. She transformed back into a skeleton to continue her cultivation. Illuminating ancient lamp. It's today. Finally, the white bone spirit succeeded in her cultivation. The illuminating ancient lamp is complete. Ha ha ha. From now on, in heaven and earth, there's only me. Before she could finish speaking, Doni started moaning loudly again. The illuminating ancient lamp disappeared once more. The white bone spirit's face turned pale, tears streaming down. Ruining my great magic, destroying my 100 years of work, you lowly Taoist. The white bone spirit, enraged, transformed into a ghostly face and shouted, Today, I want to sever your soul in your dreams. Great magic of ghost soul entering dreams. After 500 rounds of intense battle, Shen Chongqing and Doni lay on the bed. At this moment, the demonic energy of the white bone spirit was gradually infiltrating them. The white bone spirit materialized and rushed toward Shen Chongqing, thinking to herself, Indeed, a Taoist who doesn't cultivate, not even having a protective formation. She revealed a sinister smile, her hands forming seals to cast a spell. Since you're a lustful Taoist, then die in your dreams. The white bone spirit pointed at Shun Chongqing's head, and the demonic energy before him flashed. She entered Shun Chongqing's dream, seeing him enjoying a carefree life with beautiful women, including the white bone spirit herself. A beauty approached Shun Chongqing, her face flushed. Young master, are you tired? Shall we go upstairs to rest? Ha ha ha. Good. Let your body and soul be destroyed in this dream. The once beautiful woman suddenly transformed into a skeleton. Are you satisfied now? Seeing this, Shun Chongqing's face turned pale, and he remained silent. Then he struck out, sending the skeleton flying. Demon, you dare deceive this master? This master saw through you with a single glance, knowing you weren't human. After speaking, Shen Chongqing waved his hand to cast a spell, golden light flashing. Great majestic heavenly dragon, Prajna all Buddhas, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna Paramitha Hong. He transformed the golden spiritual energy into a golden dragon, striking the white bone spirit out of the mansion. I will definitely return. In the room, Doni heard the strange noise and woke up, rubbing her eyes drowsily, gently covering Shun Chongqing with a blanket. Thus, Shun Chongqing and Doni fell into a deep sleep, embracing each other. As for the white bone spirit after returning, her skull was cracked, demonic energy constantly leaking out. Exhausted, she transformed into a skeleton, silently staring at the ground, unwilling to accept her defeat. That Taoist destroyed my white bone Dharma body. How hateful. Tonight, it's either you die or I perish. Just wait and see. I was careless earlier, rushing into your dream at your strongest period without checking. Now I'll enter your childhood dream. Let's see how you cast spells then. In his childhood, Shen Chongqing often sat reading scriptures in the temple. Young Shen Chongqing looked very adorable, holding a scripture, his face beaming with a smile. In the book he was holding, there was an illustration of Sun Wukong using the azul gold-banded cudgel to subdue the white bone spirit. Immediately after, the white bone spirit transformed into an adorable form, standing naked before Shen Chongqing, calling out, Taoist Master Shen. Young Shen Chongqing, seeing this, immediately summoned the as-you-will gold-banded cudgel, without hesitation swinging it forward, opening his mouth to reveal a gap-toothed grin as he shouted, Demon, taste this old son's cudgel. Shen Chongqing's azul gold-banded cudgel instantly extended, striking the white bone spirit directly, piercing through her body. This blow left the white bone spirit's entire body wounded, angrily thinking to herself, Good, very good. You may be able to break my white bone magic, but I don't believe you can survive 3 times of me entering your dreams to take your life. A moment later, an old woman suddenly appeared outside the door, leaning on a cane, calling, Little Tsunyang, Little Tsunyang. The old woman trembled, her eyes tightly shut, coughing as she entered, muttering, Why haven't you come home yet, Little Tsunyang? Shun Chongqing, carrying the as-you-will gold-banded cudgel, heard the call and turned his head with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, the old woman wailed miserably, her eyes wide open. "Ah, little Taoist, give me back my daughter's life." Shin Chongqing found this strange and used his fire eyes' golden gaze to see through illusions. After looking, Shin Chongqing's face turned pale as he glared at the old woman and shouted, "Umph, you dare try to deceive your grandpa." As he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing summoned the azul gold-banded cudgel again, without hesitation delivering a fatal blow. "Taste this old son's cudgel." The old woman's hand writhed in the golden light, and in an instant, the white-boned spirit transformed into ghostly energy and flew away. Shun Chongqing pointed at her and scolded, "Will you pretend to be my old friend next? Come if you're not afraid of death." After wandering through Shin Chongqing's childhood dream, the white-boned spirit returned with half of her skull cracked, demonic energy leaking out more and more. She held her head, tears streaming down. This Taoist Shin's cultivation is profound, truly not to be trifled with. "I can't stay here long. I must quickly restore my Dharma body tonight and leave tomorrow morning." The next day came quickly. Shin Chongqing was exercising in front of the white-boned spirit's mansion, and she was startled when she happened to open the door and see him. The white-boned spirit stared at Shin Chongqing, her cheeks flushing, thinking to herself, why is he standing here blocking the way? Could he want to kill me?" As she was pondering, Shin Chongqing turned his head, squinting his eyes and smiling warmly. "Good morning." Before the white-boned spirit could react, she ran back to the courtyard and shut the door tightly, leaving Shin Chongqing very surprised. Hey, why is the new neighbor so shy?" The white-boned spirit hid behind the door, sweating profusely. "What should I do? This kind of greeting doesn't seem like he wants to kill me, but standing in front of my house blocking my way, what does it mean?" Before she could recover, Shin Chongqing had already come to knock on the door. "Patron, this poor Taoist has to go out for a while. Please trouble you to look after by Dongni and the others. This poor Taoist will certainly repay you generously." The white-boned spirit inside was so scared she almost wet herself, thinking, "What does he mean by that? Does he want to lock me up here to help him watch the house?" No, the 3 knocks just now had a deeper meaning. 3 knocks, 3rd watch. Could he want me to come find him at the 3rd watch of the night? That night, Shin Chongqing stood in front of the courtyard gate talking to Bai Dongni. Bai Dongni's face was adorably seductive. Her cheeks flushed as she said coyly, "Taoist Master Shin, Dongni still has many things she doesn't understand, needing your guidance in dual cultivation." Shin Chongqing's face was haggard, his cheeks sunken, exhausted, his face turning purple. "Dongni, tonight this poor Taoist wants to stargaze and cultivate in the courtyard. You should go rest first." Hearing this, Dongni moved closer, rubbing her ample bosom against Shun Chongqing's face, causing him to blush. But Dongni said, "But there are many clouds in the sky tonight." Shun Chongqing, determined not to engage in dual cultivation anymore, turned and walked away, leaving Bai Dongni extremely disappointed. "You wouldn't understand these matters of cultivation even if I explained them to you. Just go rest first. I was too hasty. But if I don't do this, I truly fear that one day Taoist Master Shin will leave me all alone." Shun Chongqing left with a tired expression, his eyes dull, unable to smile. "I am the heir of socialism, the victor on the battlefield of college entrance exams. AFA determined to live single for 30 years. How could I waste my youth on a woman's belly?" At this moment, the little fox spirit ran up from behind, looking at Shin Chongqing with eyes full of admiration and desire. "Heavens, how can Taoist Master Shun be so attractive? I really want to get intimate with him." Just as it thought this, the little fox spirit immediately imagined Shin Chongqing gently embracing it, smiling tenderly at it. So the little fox spirit skipped along, laughing foolishly. At this time, Shin Chongqing was looking up at the sky, his face expressionless. "Take pride in patriotism. Be ashamed of harming the motherland. Take pride in serving the people. Be ashamed of betraying the people." As Shin Chongqing muttered in the courtyard, the white-boned spirit in the neighboring house was also standing in front of something in her yard. It turned out she was looking in a mirror to see if she was beautiful enough to move people's hearts. "This must be my most dignified outfit. I wonder if it will catch the Taoist Master's eye." After speaking, the white-boned spirit placed her hand on her chest, frowning in distress. No good, this Taoist Master Shin doesn't seem like those fake immortal cultivators. He's more like a rogue. So the white-boned spirit decided to change into a sexy cherry blossom outfit, revealing what needed to be revealed. Taoist Master Shin. Then, the white-boned spirit stood on high ground, looking towards Shun Changqing, thinking to herself, even if I become his plaything, I'll accept it as long as he spares me a way to live. As Shun Changqing was lost in thought, suddenly the woman fell from above, her face planting directly into the ground, right next to Shin Changqing. It hurts so much. Shin Changqing, startled by the sound, turned his head to look, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Who's there?" Shin Changqing saw the white-boned spirit's sister, his face turning as white as paper, cold sweat breaking out, as he thought to himself, is this how they joke in the Tang Dynasty? Wearing fetish clothes and climbing over the wall into my temple, and still pretending to be shy. After thinking this, Shin Changqing pointed his staff at the white-boned spirit's face, frowning as he shouted, "Speak, why are you climbing over the wall in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" The white-boned spirit heard this and looked confused. Didn't you knock on my door 3 times this morning, hinting that you wanted me to come see you at the 3rd watch? Hearing this, Shin Changqing subconsciously wanted to slam the table, his anger rising. Come see me at the 3rd watch? Do you think your son, Wukong? And I'm the patriarch Bodhi? Do you think this is Journey to the West? Shun Changqing glanced sideways at the white-boned spirit, but it seemed that he did indeed knock on her door 3 times this morning. Could it be that she misunderstood? Taoist Master Shun, Susu shouldn't have teased you. It's all Susu's fault. Whether at home or serving you every night, Susu is willing to accept Taoist Master Shin's punishment. Hearing this, Shin Changqing's face turned pale, his eyes widening and mouth gaping. What? Such a huge misunderstanding. This lady must be intentionally pretending to be an overzealous girlfriend. This woman must have been lusting after my beauty for a long time. I must be careful in dealing with her. Can't let her misunderstand any further. So Shin Changqing hurriedly helped the white-boned spirit up, coughing lightly. My lady, you've misunderstood. This morning's knocking was just a greeting, to make it easier for us to look after each other in the future. There was no other meaning. The white-boned spirit's face fell as she thought. Is this a warning for me not to have any ideas? Shin Changqing smiled. Do you understand now? Then Shin Changqing draped his robe over the white-boned spirit, saying kindly, the yin energy is heavy at night. My lady should return early to rest. With my robe, even if you're pretending to be an overzealous girlfriend, you should be able to deal with it temporarily. As the white-boned spirit draped Shin Changqing's robe over herself, it seemed as if some power burst forth within her body, dense spiritual energy continuously swirling around her. He's given me too much pure spiritual energy. Shun Changqing, seeing the white-boned spirit writhing before him, his face darkening, asked awkwardly, would my lady like me to escort you back? Hearing this, anger flared up in Shun Changqing's heart. This is too much. Always seducing others to commit crimes like this. Why must she live next to my house? So as Shin Changqing escorted the white-boned spirit home, he muttered the words from earlier. Take pride in respecting science. Be ashamed of ignorance. Take pride in diligent work. Be ashamed of laziness. The little fox spirit stood behind, witnessing this scene, its cheeks flushing red as it thought to itself. Taoist Master Shun is truly formidable. He can defeat even immortals, yet he always treats everyone politely and kindly. He's really too attractive. When Shin Changqing escorted the white-boned spirit home, it was also the time of their 500 rounds of intense battle. The white-boned spirit's noisy voice. Don't, Taoist Master Shin, Master, don't stop. The next morning, Shin Changqing stood in the courtyard exercising. After a night of hard work, his face was withered, needing a rejuvenating mask, no, a revitalizing one. As he was in a daze, Shin Changqing suddenly froze when he saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be the white-boned spirit. She approached and bowed, her cheeks flushed, her whole body full of energy. Susu pays her respects to the master. Last night must have been tiring for the master. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing lowered his head in deep thought, not saying a word. Then, Shin Chongqing looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "This won't do, I must do something. I can't be immersed in this gentle fragrance. I'll die." After thinking, Shin Chongqing turned and went into the house, opening his mouth wide to shout. Li Ji quickly called Dong Li and Little Qing here. "Master has important business." On the table was a drawing. "You all take a look. This is the new project we'll be doing, a roast duck shop." Shin Chongqing and the women gathered around the table, staring at the drawing before them. A roast duck shop. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing replied excitedly, "That's right. Establish a roast duck shop and expand roast duck production. Use this as a lever to stimulate the local economy, promoting regional economic prosperity." By Dongni, Li Ji, the white-boned spirit, and the dragon sisters heard these words, their minds reeling, their spirits confused, holding their heads as they cried out in unison, "Taoist Master Shun, please stop reciting." Seeing this, Shin Chongqing's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out. "Ah, you all don't understand?" The women and Li Ji heard this and nodded repeatedly. Shin Chongqing immediately extended his hand, his eyes widening as he smiled smugly. "Well then, you all listen to my commands. Dong Li, go find trustworthy people. They will be our roast duck chefs. Then, teach them how to make roast duck." Dong Li stood before a group of people, clenching her fist as she said, "Father has reincarnated. We must follow his last wishes. Cling tightly to immortal Master Shin's thigh. Everything must be done according to immortal Master Shin's orders, like thunder." The group immediately repeated those words. "By Su, go hire some strong men. Invite them to help build our roast duck shop. You decide the wages. There's still silver in the shop. Taoist Master Shin is clearly testing my abilities. They're just mortals. I could control a group of them with a wave of my hand. And Bai Doni is in charge of preparing food. Don't let the workers go hungry." So Bai Doni also went to carry out her task, laying out steamed buns on the table, cheerfully shouting, "Hot steamed buns here. Hot steamed buns here." The tall, strong men and middle-aged men were also diligently working. Some were carrying wood, others pushing sand, all working together to build the roast duck shop for Shin Chongqing. At the same time, Shin Chongqing sat beside Li Ji, telling the child to put his fingerprint on a piece of paper. "Good disciple, you represent the royal family in signing this contract with your master. This way, the royal family will receive 3 parts of the roast duck shop's profits." "Master, why is that?" Hearing this, Shin Chongqing patted Li Ji's head. "Silly child, only when the national treasury is abundant can certain policies beneficial to the country's prosperity and security be implemented, allowing more people to live well. Not just the roast duck shop, but future pork businesses will also be self-operated, and the royal family will receive 3 parts of the profits." Li Ji's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this, his eyes widening as he said, "So that's why. No wonder Wei Jing sometimes proposes excellent suggestions, but father always delays them. It must be because the empty national treasury worries father." Shin Chongqing, seeing Li Ji's excited expression, his face darkened as he thought to himself, "It's best if you really believe that. If I told you the truth, that I'm deliberately giving money to your father because I want to cling to Li Shimon's thigh, I'm afraid this kid's worldview would collapse." Just as he finished speaking, someone kicked over a water basin. A flamboyantly dressed man leading a group of young men approached, shouting, "Everyone stop right there! Who gave you permission to build a house here? Everyone stop for me!" This man was the son of Li Zheng from 10 Mile Village, Hulai. Faced with Hulai's words, the young men working for Shin Chongqing paid no attention, continuing to focus on their work. Hulai became furious and immediately ordered the group of young men carrying sticks to charge forward. "Damn it, treating my words like a breeze passing by your ears? Brothers, let these country bumpkins know whose territory this is." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand raised signaling them to stop. The group of young men turned around, and after seeing something, their eyes widened, jaws dropped, cold sweat broke out, faces turned purple, trembling in fear. As soon as they saw him, the group of young men were so scared they almost wet themselves, trembling as they called out, "Taoist! Taoist Master Shun!" Shin Chongqing frowned angrily, glaring straight ahead. Seeing this, Hulai became exasperated, opening his mouth wide to shout, "He's just a fake Taoist pretending to be a god. What are you afraid of?" A young man turned back and said, "Big brother, you've just returned so you don't know. This Taoist isn't pretending. The haunted house in our 10 Mile Village, and even the Zizia mansion in the county, were all dealt with by him. How can a Taoist have such abilities? At this moment, Shen Chongqing's anger was sky-high, his killing intent palpable. Young man, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. They seem to know about my ghost catching. Less trouble is better than more trouble. It's best to deceive them and let it pass. It seems the public security of the Great Tang needs improvement. I must speak with Magistrate Feng. Hearing this, Hulai gritted his teeth, frowning as he thought to himself. He even knows my name is Hulai. Could he have guessed? Bai Susu stepped forward with a gentle smile. Taoist Master Shen, this person is so disrespectful. Why don't you let Susu handle him? Shen Chongqing saw the young men staring at Bai Susu with lustful eyes and turned to say, "Don't cause more trouble. If you go handle it, won't it be like sending a lamb into a tiger's mouth?" As soon as Hulai saw Bai Susu, he puckered his lips perversely. "Fairy maiden, since when did Jingyan County have such a beauty, Taoist Master Shen? Let the beauty by your side serve me for one night, and not only will I not cause trouble, I'll even give you silver. How about it?" Hearing this, Shen Chongqing's face turned purple with anger, hurriedly stepping forward to intervene, thinking to himself, "You see, when you don't appear it's fine, but as soon as you show up, things go wrong. Truly, a beautiful woman brings disaster. It seems a fight is unavoidable. 1 against 4, the odds of winning are too low. If Li Chunfeng were here, it would be good. He knows how to fight." Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao appears. Li Chunfeng suddenly appeared behind Shen Chongqing. Li Chunfeng gripped his sword tightly, leaping over Shen Chongqing's head as he shouted, "You shameless wretch!" Li Chunfeng was so angry his hair stood on end, charging forward with a kick that shattered the young man's teeth. "How dare you act so recklessly in front of my master?" Li Chunfeng knocked the young man to the ground, then stepped on his chest, raising his sharp sword in warning. Seeing this, the young man trembled and said, "Hero, spare my life, spare my life." Hulai, standing nearby, was so frightened his face turned pale. "Don't come near me, my father is Li Zheng. If you dare approach, I'll have you thrown in jail to spend the rest of your life in prison." As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward from behind Hulai and said, "Just the son of Li Zheng, yet daring to bully innocent people." It turned out to be Magistrate Feng. He angrily pointed forward and shouted, "Today, I'll not only throw you in jail, but I'll also punish your father for failing to discipline his son properly." Hulai turned his head to see this, his face drained of blood and fear. Magistrate Feng. Shen Chongqing closed his eyes, frowning with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "I told you not to misbehave, or you'd bring trouble upon yourself." Then the group of young men was arrested. Li Chunfeng stepped in front of Shen Chongqing, clasping his hands in salute. "Master, this disciple arrived late, allowing those villains to disturb you. Please punish me." "It's all right, you arrived just in time. Quickly, stand up. Ha ha ha, free labor and henchmen have all returned." After speaking, Shen Chongqing turned to Magistrate Feng and asked, "I wonder what important matter brings your excellency here?" "Taoist Master Shen, there's an urgent matter from Chang'an, 8,000 li away. His Majesty says your Chongqing temple has been completed and asks when you'd like to come and see it." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing replied with a serious expression, Good. Once I've resolved matters here, I'll set out for Chang'an to see the Chongqing temple." Outwardly serious, but inwardly blooming with joy. "Ha ha ha, good things keep coming. Indeed I, Shen Chongqing, am truly the darling of the Great Tang." At this point, Magistrate Feng curiously asked with wide eyes, "What is this matter that Taoist Master Shen speaks of?" "This poor Taoist must keep it a secret. Your Excellency will know in half a month." A few days later, in front of the construction site of the roast duck shop, a red banner was hung. The golden characters on the banner emitted spiritual energy, spreading throughout the bodies of the young men standing in front of the shop. The young men absorbed the spiritual energy, their faces flushing as they hugged their faces in ecstatic joy. Just as the princess said, endless enjoyment. "Standing here for just a moment, I feel my cultivation has increased by half a year." As they were enjoying this, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared behind the group of young men, saying, He, a bunch who understand nothing." The old man's expression was naive, smiling foolishly, revealing a gap-toothed grin as he stared straight ahead. His cheeks flushed, One can enlighten oneself through these characters, my treasures. Behind them, by Susu, by Dongni, and Shin Chongqing saw the group of young men and the old man absorbing spiritual energy from the characters they had written, and said happily, "Seeing everyone take the slogan I wrote so seriously puts my mind at ease." Hearing this, by Susu snorted, "Wondrous words, an immortal speech, personally written by immortal Master Shin. Even I can only understand 3 parts of it. It's their good fortune that they can see it. As long as Taoist Master Shin is happy, that's all that matters." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing turned and patted by Dongni's head. "Dongni, you don't need to make me the center of everything. You should have your own thoughts and preferences." Bai Susu heard these sweet words and became jealous, thinking to herself, "Hateful to be outdone by this vixen. I forgot that Taoist master Shin always favors the weak." Bai Susu raised 2 fingers, chanting an incantation to gather demonic energy at her fingertips. "Bai Dongni, you're just a mortal after all. Blazing sun, waning moon, bright fire, dark shadows, seal your skin." Fire-avoiding body-gathering technique. However, the magic by Susu cast had no effect. She was so angry her face turned purple, breaking out in a cold sweat. How can this be? At this moment, Shin Chongqing suddenly turned around and saw the scene before him, frowning in displeasure. He immediately knocked Bai Susu's hand away, shouting, "Bai Susu, stop thinking about these heterodox practices all day. As a person, one must progress step by step, understand?" Hearing this, Bai Susu's expression softened as she thought to herself, "So that's it, Immortal Master Shin doesn't like me using magic. Aren't these words telling me to live like a mortal?" Susu understands now. Shin Chongqing saw Bai Susu's slightly fearful expression and thought to himself, "Have I spoken too harshly?" Bai Susu stared at Shin Chongqing, thinking to herself, "The opportunity has come. Taoist Master Shun has been moved to compassion." So she blurted out, "Immortal Master Shun, please punish me." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Stop. Follow me to the construction site to confirm production safety first." Women in this prosperous Tang era are truly incomprehensible. Everyone is a difficult character to deal with. So both Susu and Dongni followed Shin Chongqing. Susu obediently said, following Taoist Master Shun to inspect the construction site, "Tonight I'll wait for your punishment." Dongni's dual cultivation technique also needs your guidance. The 2 girls had now become love rivals. That crazy Susu is truly shameless, daring to compete with me for Immortal Master Shin. That vixen Dongni is truly shameless. Half a month later, Shin Chongqing sat in his roast duck shop, suddenly beaming with a smile. The roast duck shop has been officially open for 7 or 8 days. If we continue at the current pace, in less than a year, Dongni, you and I, my Taoist family, will be able to move into our own house in Chang'an. Hearing this, Bai Dongni's heart filled with joy, her face flushing adorably. "Taoist Master Shin, as long as I'm with you, Dongni is happy anywhere." Ha ha ha, Dongni is still the most obedient. At the same time, outside the room, Dongli overheard Shin Chongqing's words and smiled to herself. Little sister Dongni is indeed obedient. Dongli can try hard too. I believe I can do it. Dongli put away her thoughts and pushed open the door. "Taoist Master Shin, I've come to report." At this moment, she accidentally saw the intimate scene between Shin Chongqing and Bai Dongni. Shin Chongqing and little sister Dongni heard the sound and turned their heads in surprise. "Oh my, Sister Dongli." Bai Dongni ran out of the door in embarrassment. "Sister Dongli, please talk to the Taoist master first. I'll go cook." Shin Chongqing awkwardly bit his finger and coughed. "Ahem, Dongli, do you have something to see me about?" "Taoist Master Shin, I've come to report obedient." What?" Dong Li's face turned red, her words jumbled. No, I came to report about trying hard or something." "Dong Li, what are you saying? Haven't you already guessed the relationship between little sister Dongni and the Taoist master?" Seeing Dong Li's awkwardness, Shin Chongqing smiled and sighed. "You're here to report yesterday's accounts for the roast duck shop, right?" Dong Li hurriedly lowered her head and opened the account book, handing it to Shin Chongqing. Yes, please take a look, Taoist Master Shin." Shin Chongqing sat down to look at the accounts, smiling as he thought, "So little sister Dong Li also has feelings for me." Sigh, being handsome is also a kind of trouble. As he was looking, he suddenly discovered something that made his eyes widen. The account book showed the cost of purchasing goods as 1,300 taels. Shin Chongqing curiously asked, "Why has this purchase cost tripled?" Dong Li explained clearly. "The duck seller said there weren't enough ducks, so they temporarily increased the price by 30%. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing stroked his chin and laughed coldly. Ha ha ha. They see that our Taoist family has money and are aiming for this fat piece of meat. Dong Li heard this and looked confused. What fat piece of meat? Shin Chongqing closed his eyes and raised his hand. Dong Li, go call those merchants to come talk. Just tell them that in 5 days, I need a very large quantity of ducks. The price can increase by 50%. Tell them to bring as much as they have. Hearing this, Dong Li was thunderstruck, standing there dumbfounded. Shin Chongqing sat in his chair with his arms folded, suddenly saying, "When you go, call Li Chunfeng here. I have something I want him to do." Yes, Taoist Master Shen. After speaking, Shin Chongqing frowned, stroking his chin as he thought to himself, "Ha ha ha. If you dare to touch the lifeline of our Taoist family, don't blame me for being merciless." What to do? The Taoist master's smile is so scary. In Shin Chongqing's roast duck shop, Shin Chongqing was sitting with several merchants around the dining table. Come. For our future prosperity, let's all drink a toast. Shin Chongqing raised his wine cup, his face flushed as he scratched his head and said, He. To be honest with you all, Taoist Master Shin, selling roast duck is unparalleled in the Great Tang. But without ducks, I can't magically produce roast ducks. So this cup of wine, Taoist Master Shin, offer to you all. It's thanks to your continuous supply of ducks that I have achieved my current success. Thank you all. As soon as he finished speaking, a merchant in blue robes raised his cup and said, Come, Taoist Master Shin, I toast to you. This transaction, before he could finish, Shin Chongqing had already picked up an entire jug of wine and started gulping it down. It's my fault for not thinking things through. I didn't expect that mobilizing so many ducks would greatly affect everyone. So, I'll punish myself with a jug. After drinking the entire jug, Shin Chongqing was so drunk he could barely open his eyes, his mouth still mumbling. Don't worry, everyone, this business deal I will definitely. He then collapsed onto the table, snoring. Seeing this, the merchants became anxious. Taoist Master Shen, when will we settle the payment for this business deal? What should we do now? I brought thousands of ducks. Each day, they eat as much as horses. That's right, raising ducks requires water. We brought so many ducks, even the daily water usage is a problem. What should we do? Shin Chongqing, in his drunken stupor, heard these words and just grinned. He. The next day, Shin Chongqing led the merchants to stand on a cliff. Everyone look, the mountains and rivers of our Great Tang are truly magnificent. How can one not be enchanted? When will we settle the payment? Soon. It was the 3rd day, and Shin Chongqing continued to lead the merchants on a tour of the streets. Everyone look, our roast duck is now everywhere. We sell every day. Our future is limitless. Yes, Taoist Master Shin. When will we settle the payment? By the 4th day, the merchants, seeing that talking to Shin Chongqing was futile, turned to Dong Li. Miss Dong Li, is Taoist Master Shin regretting and not wanting to pay anymore? If so, we'll all have to leave. That's right, these ducks outside are costing us every day. We can't bear it anymore. Don't worry, everyone. My master enjoys wine and play. When he remembers, he'll naturally come to do business. After speaking, Dong Li smiled to herself. Taoist Master Shen is truly formidable. Even these people who usually look down on everyone are now bowing before him. By the 7th day, the merchants truly couldn't bear it anymore, standing in front of Shin Chongqing's house, shouting loudly, Taoist Master Shen is shameless, a debt dodger. Give us back our hard-earned money. Just as they finished speaking, a yamen runner appeared from behind, shouting, How dare you cause trouble in front of Taoist Master Shin's house? A bunch of frauds. Do you not want to live anymore? Come with me to the yamen. Yes, we've long been annoyed by them. That's right, making such a ruckus in front of Taoist Master Shin's house. I'm afraid he'll lose all his immortal energy. Quickly arrest them. The fat merchant, being tied up, shouted unwillingly. We're collecting debts properly, not causing trouble. You should be arresting Shin Chongqing instead. You dare to call Taoist Master Shen by his full name. You want to die. The scene shifts to the prison, 3 merchants in the cell talking to each other. What should we do now? This Shin Chongqing has quite some connections in Jingyang County. Isn't it just a county yamen? Who among us doesn't have powerful backers? But now we're imprisoned. Things outside. Before he could finish, suddenly his subordinate rushed in panicking. Master, it's terrible. The ducks from all our houses have been sealed by the officials, saying our behavior over the past 7 days was suspicious. They suspect us of market disruption, hoarding, or something. The fat merchant was stunned for 5 seconds. What should we do now? This accusation of hoarding. Even our backers will find it hard to protect us. Not long after, at a seaside port, in front of a large ship, Shin Chongqing, Magistrate Feng, and the merchant stood by the shore talking. I'm truly sorry. It was all because this poor Taoist suddenly had the whim to travel, causing you all to be imprisoned. No, don't mention it. Magistrate Feng stepped forward, speaking softly to the fat merchant. Next time you come to do business, just speak directly to me. I'll help you purchase at normal prices, ensuring your assets. Of course. See you next time. The merchants boarded the ship to return to their hometown. Shin Chongqing and Magistrate Feng stood behind, watching the ship gradually disappear. Taoist Master Shin, this time I've helped you drive down the price. I'm afraid they won't come again next time. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing smiled, surprising Magistrate Feng. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. Li Chunfeng should be back soon. Then you'll naturally understand. Meanwhile, at the county yamen, Li Chunfeng stood before a crowd of commoners, announcing loudly, fellow villagers, Taoist Master Shin, wanting everyone to have a better life, has specially invited an immortal master from Chang'an to teach everyone how to raise ducks. Li Chunfeng carefully handed a duckling to a man, smiling as he said, the first batch of ducklings prepared by Taoist Master Shin is free, given to everyone to try raising. Inside, Dongli was doing business with an old lady. The healthy adult ducks that you villagers raise, our roast duck shop will purchase at market price, as many as you have, paying on the spot. As a result, the commoners set up an incense altar for Shin Chongqing. May Taoist Master Shin bless us. May the ducks this year be free from disease and grow smoothly. Thank you, Taoist Master Shin, for helping us escape poverty. Li Chunfeng and Magistrate Feng stood on high ground, watching the men releasing ducks, saying contentedly, I never expected Taoist Master Shun to not only have miraculous Taoist powers, but also be so proficient in business. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng smiled and replied, Master says the rich help the rich, redistributing the means of production. The golden words of the Taoist master indeed contain profound mysteries. While saying this, Magistrate Feng's heart was breaking out in a cold sweat, his face pale. What to do? I don't understand any of this at all. Could it be that Taoist master Li Chunfeng looks down on me? After observing, Li Chunfeng turned to Magistrate Feng and said, the affairs of Jingyang County rely entirely on Magistrate Feng. Once these matters are settled, I should return to Chang'an with Master. Taoist Master Li, rest assured, this humble official will certainly do his utmost. The scene shifts to Chongqing Temple outside Chang'an City. In the courtyard, Shin Chongqing, along with 3 young ladies, the little fox spirit, and his young disciple Li Ji, were doing morning exercises together. Little Li Ji was practicing flexibility, Bai Doni was working on toning her muscles, Little Qing was training her wasp waist, the little fox spirit was doing a one-arm handstand, raising the other arm high, though standing still but sweating profusely. Shin Chongqing, while exercising, happily thought, having a big house with beauties by my side, this is the success of life. The next morning at Chongqing Temple, Shin Chongqing stepped out of his room, stretching his arms, with a radiant smile. A day's plan starts in the morning. Indeed, it's not wrong. As he was feeling joyful, suddenly Yuan Shouqing ran in from outside and knelt before Shin Chongqing, startling him. Noble Taoist Master Shin, please accept this disciple's kowtow. Old Yuan Shouqing clasped his hands in salute, his face beaming with expectation as he said, Disciple Yuan Shouqing, hopes Taoist Master Shin will accept me as a disciple. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing hurriedly stepped forward to help old Yuan Shouqing up. Quickly stand up, how can a Taoist master like you bow to me as a teacher? Previously, my unworthy son Li Chunfeng, disciple of Yuan Tiangang, returned to Chang'an. I accidentally overheard the two of them discussing the Tao, mentioning Taoist Master Shin's 99 true words, feeling it to be a profound, great Tao. I secretly learned 1 or 2, and can only bow to become a disciple of Taoist Master Shin. If the Taoist Master doesn't accept me, this Yuan can only commit suicide to preserve Taoist Master Shin's lineage integrity. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing's face turned purple, breaking out in a cold sweat. So Li Chunfeng is also my disciple. How will you two address each other then? Before he could finish speaking, the long sword was already out of its sheath. Old Yuan Shouqing placed the sword on his neck, closing his eyes as he said, Taoist Master Shin need not worry. If you don't want to accept this Yuan will leave to find a quiet place. Wait, I accept you. Hearing these words, old Yuan Shouqing immediately threw away the long sword, kowtowing before Shun Chongqing. Disciple Yuan Shouqing pays respects to master. Just at this moment, Li Chunfeng returned, accidentally seeing old Yuan Shouqing and calling out, "Grandmaster." Li Chunfeng approached and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing remained silent, then slowly stood up. Shouqing pays respects to senior brother. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng immediately knelt down. Li Chunfeng pays respects to Grandmaster. Shin Chongqing, standing behind and witnessing this scene, said helplessly, "All right, everyone just call each other as you see fit. It's really too chaotic." In front of Shin Chongqing's mansion, people were coming and going in droves, when suddenly someone came running in panic. It was a man. He ran up to Shin Chongqing and old Yuan Shouqing, shouting loudly for help. Save me, please help me." A young man in black clothes ran up, hurriedly dropping a few coins into a wooden box. That young man clutched his neck tightly, his whole body trembling, his face contorted. "Taoist master, please have mercy on me." Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing said to the young man, "Please cast the divination." The young man, gritting his teeth in pain, immediately grabbed the coins and threw them down hard. The coins fell to the ground, forming a triangular shape. Seeing this, old Yuan Shouqing's face turned pale, blurting out, "According to this divination pattern, immortal master, there is no danger to your life." The young man in black clothes, still clutching his neck, his eyes half closed, shouted loudly, "What? I see you're all frauds. Last night I went home, and today as soon as I left the house, I felt short of breath, my whole body without strength. Surely, I must have encountered something unclean last night. And you're saying I'm fine?" After speaking, the young man turned towards the door and continued shouting, "Everyone, stop worshiping! These are fraudsters scaring people. There's no efficacy at all." Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing's face turned purple with anger, his mouth opening to shout, "Don't talk nonsense. According to the divination, you're not actually. All right, Shouqing, let me handle this." Hearing this, old Shouqing stepped back. "Foolish Shouqing, I've troubled master." Shin Chongqing stepped forward, his expression serious, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "This matter is very simple." After speaking, Shin Chongqing walked around the young man, causing him to cry out in panic. "Ew, what are you looking at? You frauds won't even let people speak." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing only asked softly, "Do you want to live or die?" The young man's face turned pale upon hearing this, saying in terror, in broad daylight, "Do you still want to kill to silence me?" After observing the young man's entire body, Shin Chongqing stood still and said, "Didn't you say you were afflicted by evil? I'm asking if you want to live or die. If you want to live, take off your clothes." "What do you mean?" Shin Chongqing stepped closer, his face dark and full of killing intent, glaring as he asked, "You won't take them off? Then did you come here to seek help or to cause trouble?" Hearing this, the young man immediately took off his shirt, revealing six-pack abs. "All right, I'll take it off. Let's see what you have to say after I do." Shin Chongqing immediately opened the fan in his hand. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing smiled. "Now, don't you feel better?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. He looked closely at his hands and cried out, "Ah, it's really cured." Then Shin Chongqing grinned. "Want to know why? Go kowtow 3 times to the 3 pure ones." Hearing this, the young man in black clothes immediately started kowtowing repeatedly, causing Shin Chongqing to be startled. Kowtowing so hard without harm must have practiced before. Truly an expert. After finishing the kowtows, the young man stood up and asked sheepishly, "Taoist master, I've kowtowed and taken off my clothes. Can you tell me now? Put your clothes back on, but remember not to wear the shirt." The young man turned to old Yuan Shouqing and asked curiously, "Taoist master, is there something unclean about these clothes?" "Master, this set of clothes has no evil energy nor magical power. Why is this?" Hearing this, Shin Chongqing sat down in a chair, pointing forward as he smiled and said, "You all don't always think about ghosts and spirits for everything. There aren't that many unclean things. Go home and find a tailor to loosen the collar. It's too tight." Everyone hearing this was stunned, not understanding what Shin Chongqing was saying. The young man, having received guidance, took his clothes and ran off. "Thank you, Taoist master, for saving my life. See you again." Night had fallen. At Chongqing Temple, Old Yuan Shouqing stood before Shin Chongqing, bowing his head in salute. Master, it's late. This disciple bids farewell. Shin Chongqing immediately grasped old Yuan Shouqing's hand to help him up, then moved closer to instruct. You must be careful on the road. After dark, if someone calls out to you, you must quickly leave. Don't answer. Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing showed a worried expression, hesitantly asking, "Why is that?" Shin Chongqing wagged his finger. "I can't say yet." Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing didn't ask further, turning to leave. Then this disciple takes his leave. After old Shouqing left, Shin Chongqing frowned and sighed. Having read fortunes for so many people today, it's hard to avoid making mistakes sometimes. I also can't tell him that I'm afraid someone might use a sack to cover his head and beat him at night. At this moment, old Yuan Shouqing was slowly walking home. The guards, seeing him, bowed their heads in salute. "Greetings, Elder Yuan." Suddenly, behind old Yuan Shouqing appeared a stream of green demonic energy, emitting an eerie laugh. Heh. He instinctively turned his head to look. Looking up, he saw the green demonic energy spreading in the air, and it spoke. "Yuan Shouqing, I hear your fortune-telling is very accurate. Why don't you try to see if you'll die by my hands tonight?" Hearing this, old Yuan Shouqing's anger flared up, and he immediately unleashed his heart thunder palm. His palm flashed with dazzling golden lightning. "What demon dares to disturb Chang'an? Take a palm strike from me?" As old Yuan Shouqing executed his move towards the green demonic energy, the energy immediately dodged to the side and laughed mockingly. "What heart thunder palm? Imsoska?" Immediately after, a strange skull appeared from within the demonic energy, its mouth wide open as it stared at old Yuan Shouqing, continuously mocking. "Taoist Master Yuan, spare me." Old Yuan Shouqing could no longer contain his anger, his hands forming seals. Hand seals. Golden light sparkled, accompanied by powerful lightning. Golden light's swift manifestation blessed the true immortal. In an instant, a stream of golden spiritual energy descended, forming a barrier to prevent the demonic energy from invading. Old Yuan Shouqing glared straight ahead. Coward. As soon as he finished speaking, the green demonic energy began to seep into his barrier. The backlash from the demonic energy immediately caused old Yuan Shouqing to spit blood. Seeing this, the demonic energy descended to the ground, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. From within the demonic energy appeared a female ghost, with black eyes and lips as dark as beef. "Chang'an Shouqing Taoist, spare me. I'll spare you one life. Don't fight with me anymore. Ha 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 ha." The plague ghost flew towards old Shouqing. "I didn't expect Taoist Master Shouqing to know a small plague ghost like me. How embarrassing. Ha 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 ha." After being mocked for a while, old Shouqing frowned tightly in anger. "Today, even if I have to perish with you, I'm determined not to let you harm the common people of the Great Tang." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and spat blood towards the plague ghost, who instantly transformed into demonic energy. Then, she continued to use demonic energy to surround old Shouqing's barrier. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Old Shouqing didn't give up, immediately employing his thunder magic. Grass man's spirit, brilliant and majestic, heaven and earth in unison. So Master had foreseen this. That's why he reminded me. At this moment, blue veins popped up on old Yuan Shouqing's face. Expel the 5 plagues, the talisman arrives and is obeyed without delay. Pity my enlightenment is insufficient. I haven't fully grasped it. That's why I'm facing this great calamity. Thinking this, his anger soared to the heavens, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide as he continued to cast spells. Mighty talisman defies fate. Above there is the celestial form. Establish the prosperous thunder god. Greatly manifest divine might. Urgent. Master, this disciple can only wait for the next life to repay your great kindness and virtue. In this critical moment, suddenly Bai Susu appeared. Taoist Yuan, stop! Bai Susu gritted her teeth, her face displeased. Let me handle this female ghost. Don't harm yourself. Old Yuan Shouqing was extremely surprised to see this. Lady Bai, did Master call you here? If not, how would I manage you, old man? As soon as she saw Bai Susu, the demonic energy immediately descended to the ground. The plague ghost transformed into human form, standing before Bai Susu and said, Bai Susu, 100 years without meeting, you're getting more beautiful. Plague ghost, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Hearing this, the plague ghost stuck out her tongue, leering at Bai Susu. Still remember when you were a scholar? How about tonight we? Hearing this, Bai Susu flew into a thunderous rage, two streams of killing intent flashing in her black eyes as she shouted, "Arrogant! You've always wanted to use plague energy to invade my Dharma body, and now you dare speak such shameless words." Bai Susu, in her fury, unleashed the 9 deaths in Ghost. In an instant, countless skulls appeared. After Bai Susu gave the order, all the skulls began to absorb the green, demonic energy. The skulls continuously absorbed the demonic energy until the plague ghost materialized. Some force was constantly gnawing at her entire body, causing the plague ghost extreme pain, screaming with her eyes wide open. Unable to bear it, she immediately fled. Bai Susu, just you wait. How dare you destroy this old lady's magical power? I'll have my revenge. Hearing this, Bai Susu angrily said, "Plague ghost, we were once fellow cultivators. Listen to my advice and turn back." Lady Bai, are you just gonna let her go like this? Bai Susu replied casually, "Sigh. I hope she can change. Now the important thing is to get you home safely. Don't let Master worry. It's my uselessness." Meanwhile, at Changqing Temple, Shun Changqing stood by the window, muttering uneasily. Seems like there's a mouse sound outside. Let Bai Susu go check. Why hasn't she returned after so long? The next morning, Shun Changqing walked out of his room clear-headed, stretching as he did his morning exercises. A year is counted from spring, a day is counted from morning. Suddenly, old Shoqing appeared out of nowhere, kneeling at Shun Changqing's feet and kowtowing. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." Then he raised his head, his face beaming. "Last night this disciple was attacked. If not for Master's guidance, I'm afraid I would have lost my life." Shun Changqing immediately imagined him being covered with a sack and beaten with a baseball bat, thinking to himself, it seems he was attacked because his fortune-telling wasn't accurate. Thinking this, Shun Changqing helped him up. "Get up, it's a small matter. Just be careful today." He looked at Shun Changqing, sweating in fear, thinking to himself, still need to be careful today. Could there be more danger today? Shun Changqing turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct. "I'm telling you, don't do any fortune-telling for anyone today. Just sit quietly and listen to my arrangements." Old Shoqing immediately agreed upon hearing this. Shun Changqing closed his eyes and thought to himself, on his first day of fortune-telling, he's already been beaten with a sack over his head. If I let him continue fortune-telling, I'm afraid someone will come and wreck my Changqing temple. The scene shifts to a dense forest. In the air, a swirling stream of ghostly energy appeared, descending next to a large urn in the forest. This ghostly energy was none other than the plague ghost. She transformed into human form, laughing loudly as she called out, "Come here, come here. These are the treasures those people gave me. With these, you can freely move about under the sunlight." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately threw 2 necklaces into the urn of water before her, the water in the urn enveloping the necklaces. A moment later, a ghostly head emerged from the urn, gradually transforming into a complete human form, and quite a fat one at that. "This is called the ghost in the urn. Ha 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 ha," the plague ghost said. "You found quite a generous thing. This is truly not bad. Tell me, who should we kill?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared from behind, saying, "No matter who it is, just kill them." First appeared the fat ghost, then another malnourished ghost called the drowned ghost. "Sister Yin CNI." The plague ghost stepped forward, her long tongue licking the drowned ghost's face. "Indeed, little sister understands me best. Sister Yin, this time the one we want to kill is that 1,000-year-old white-boned spirit and her new master." The 3 ghosts gathered together, chattering away, their laughter echoing throughout the forest. "Those people dare to provoke me, but I like it. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, at Changqing Temple, people were coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Ada stood in the middle of the crowd, pointing forward with a frown as he shouted, "White-boned spirit, and your new master, come out and face your death." Hearing this, people began to discuss. Heavens, someone's come to cause trouble with the immortal. Look at these 3. They don't look human at all. They must be monsters. But one young man who saw the ghosts, his eyes shining brightly, said, "I think they look fine." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other men immediately moved away, as if afraid of catching the coronavirus. Shin Chongqing and the women stepped out from the mansion, his mouth wide open as he shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble at my Chongqing temple? Do you know that heaven's authority cannot be violated? This is a Taoist temple bestowed by the emperor himself. Do you believe that if you cause trouble, the emperor will exterminate your entire family?" Hearing this, Li Chunfeng turned to transmit his thoughts to old Shoqing. "Did you hear that? Heaven's authority. Master can actually be compared to heaven's authority. No wonder that underworld dragon only dared to be angry but not speak to Master. It turns out Master's identity is even more astonishing than I imagined." Ghost Ada swung his baseball bat, howling, "We're here for you and that white-boned spirit. What does it have to do with heaven's authority? If you don't want to die too miserably, obediently take one of my hits. Dying will be more refreshing." Standing behind, the plague ghost raised 2 fingers and chanted, demonic energy surging from her entire body. This guy actually dares to compare himself to heaven's authority. Looks like I'll have to find a way out for myself. After casting her spell for a while, the plague ghost discovered, "What's going on? Why can't I use my ghost prison disease energy?" "Aha, surprised, old woman?" At this moment, Bai Susu stepped forward and said softly, "Master, let us handle this women's matter." The 2 dragons behind also said in unison, "We hope Taoist Master Shun will allow us." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing had no other choice but to agree. "Go then, be careful. It seems this is Susu's old business. She doesn't want me to interfere." Bai Susu and Dong Li slowly advanced towards the plague ghost group. Before they could make a move, the plague ghost group had already frantically charged forward, attacking with demonic energy. Seeing this, Bai Susu's side immediately counterattacked, grabbing sticks and charging forward. Shin Chongqing sat in the middle, watching the girls' show. But suddenly, some force caused the girls to stand still, unable to move. He was extremely surprised. "What's going on?" At this moment, Bai Susu glared straight ahead, then charged towards the plague ghost, shouting, "Die for me! What do you want to do to me?" Next, Little Qing instantly caught the malnourished ghost. Damn it, why isn't my magic working?" Just then, a long spear flew through the air, knocking away the baseball bat. Dongli gripped the long spear tightly and charged forward. The spear tip aimed straight at the fat ghost's belly, shouting, "Monster, die under my spear." Just as success seemed imminent, Shin Chongqing suddenly spoke, "Capture them alive." Dongli immediately changed her strategy, raising the long spear high and bringing it down hard on the fat ghost's head, delivering a decisive blow. Thus, after a battle that hardly cost any effort, they finally subdued this group of ghosts. Taoist Master Shin has conquered the monsters. How should we deal with them? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing raised his hand and said, "Let Susu decide everything. I'm tired and need to rest." Shin Chongqing looked up at the blue sky, thinking to himself, everyone has a past they don't want others to know about. After tying the 3 female ghosts together, Bai Susu turned to old Shoqing and said, "Taoist Yuan, these 3 monsters are all ghosts. We've used magic to control them. Please escort them to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for interrogation." Yes, this disciple obeys. A moment later, the 3 ghosts were confined in the storage bag on old Shoqing's belt. "Let us out." Old Shoqing rode his horse swiftly, muttering, "I must quickly deliver these 3 monsters to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau." After riding for a while, he finally arrived at the gates of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. "It's right ahead." Suddenly, a stream of yellow energy struck a tree branch. Then, a cat person ghost flew over to attack old Shoqing, causing him to widen his eyes in terror. Not good, ambushed again. But this cat person ghost didn't attack old Shoqing. Instead, it ducked under the horse's head, smiling sinisterly. "Yuan Shoqing, long time no see." Then, it snatched the storage bag from old Shoqing's belt, and just like that, the 3 fierce female ghosts were released. "Ah ha ha ha, Taoist Yuan, you didn't expect I had a backup plan, did you?" The 3 ghosts hovered in the air, glaring at old Shoqing as they said, "Angering us comes at a price. Let's kill him together." Old Shoqing sensed trouble and immediately employed his magical powers, condensing lightning in his palm to counterattack the ghosts. Master's prediction was indeed divine. Today is truly dangerous. But the cat person ghost attacked from behind, using ghostly energy, focusing all its power on old Shoqing's head, causing him to grit his teeth with wide eyes. "This time I really can't escape." Seeing this, the plague ghost also frantically joined in. "Ha ha ha ha, my lord, hand Hand him over to me. I want to kill him." Before she could finish, the cat person ghost shouted, "Stop!" The cat person ghost glared at the plague ghost and said, "I'm keeping him alive. He's still useful." Seeing the cat person ghost's expression, the plague ghost immediately backed away in fear. "Ah, yes, yes." The cat person ghost frowned in displeasure and asked the plague ghost, "How's the task I gave you 3 days ago coming along?" The plague ghost recalled the cat person ghost's words. "As long as you succeed in spreading the plague, I'll promise you 2,000 strong men as furnaces for your cultivation." The plague ghost remembered and gritted her teeth in fear, panicking as she knelt at the cat person ghost's feet. "My lord, give me a bit more time. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." The cat person ghost held up one finger. "Then I'll give you one more day, or you'll die a horrible death." After speaking, the cat person ghost left with old Shocheng, leaving behind only 2 streams of purple, demonic energy. At this moment, a wandering soul appeared beside the drowned ghost, saying, "Who is she? Truly detestable. This, don't ask what you shouldn't." That night, the plague ghost wandered through the forest, thinking to herself, "It seems I must act tonight. The lord in the palace can't wait any longer." At the 3rd watch, in Chang'an City, the plague ghost went everywhere spreading the plague. First was a scholar reading a book. To learn and practice in due time, is it not a pleasure? Next was the room of an adulterous couple sowing their seeds. The scholar next door is too noisy, reading at the 3rd watch. "My lady, don't rush, let's change positions." Then to the house of a mother and child sleeping soundly. Soon, early the next morning, people outside the city were shaking all over, some clutching their stomachs, others their buttocks, groaning incessantly. "It's coming again, it's coming again." A young man, holding his stomach, his eyes wide and sweating, legs tightly clenched, screamed, "Toilet! I need to find a toilet." The young man rushed away like the wind. At this moment, Shin Changqing came out from an alley. Hey, move aside, move aside." The young man was in such a hurry. He crashed into Shin Changqing. Unable to hold it anymore, he defecated right there. If you're eating while reading this part, don't blame the administrator. The young man, after his stomach pain subsided, said with a satisfied expression, "Now I don't need it anymore." After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Shin Changqing hurriedly ran over to inquire, Hey, are you all right?" Then Shin Changqing looked around, thinking in surprise, "What's wrong with the people of Chang'an City today?" Shin Changqing glimpsed another young man behind, pulling down his pants on the spot to relieve himself. Defecating in the middle of the road by pulling down pants, it's really too urgent. So Shin Changqing immediately closed his eyes and turned away, not wanting to meddle. "I'll just go find Sun Sameo to discuss the medicine trade." At this moment, the plague ghost sat on a rooftop observing the situation below, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Ha. It seems last night's plague spreading was very successful. Soon, the entire Chang'an City will fall. Just as she was feeling smug, suddenly a loud voice rang out, freezing the plague ghost's smile. "Anyone feeling unwell, come here. The imperial physician has arrived to examine everyone." Divine Physician Sun, hearing about the strange illness in the city, has come specially to diagnose and treat everyone. Hearing this, the common people rushed over, their faces showing joy. That's wonderful. With the divine physician here, there will surely be a cure." A young man sat before Sun Sameo, honestly describing his condition. "Divine physician, since last night, I've been vomiting and having diarrhea. I'm about to faint." Old Sun Sameo saw everyone's haggard faces and thought to himself, "The complexions and symptoms of these people are very similar to the plague. Let me examine more closely." Saying this, he immediately took the young man's pulse. After taking the pulse, Sun Sameo suddenly trembled all over, his face gloomy. "Strange, is this really just the plague? I only took the pulse. Why does my whole body feel cold? It feels like evil energy has invaded." Seeing old Sameo not saying anything, the young man hurriedly asked, "Divine physician, what disease do I have? Can it be cured?" The old man stammered, not knowing how to answer. The people behind also cried out, "It's hopeless. Even the divine physician is at a loss. We're surely going to die. I don't want to die. Someone save us. Boo-hoo-hoo." Just as everyone was in despair, Shun Changqing appeared, flashing a confident smile as he waved to Divine Physician Sun. So you're here. A moment later, the table was full of steaming bowls of medicine. Sun Sameo spread his arms, pointing to the bowls of medicine on the table, saying softly, "Everyone, this is the medicine I just decocted. Each person try one bowl." Hearing this, people scrambled like hungry tigers. Shun Changqing stood in the middle of the crowd like an invisible person. "I want a bowl. I came first. I'll take first." Waves of people jostled to drink the medicine. People didn't think much. They picked up the bowls of medicine and drank them in one gulp. But immediately after, their eyes suddenly rolled back. They fell to the ground convulsing, vomiting blood. Seeing this, Shun Changqing was startled, looked around and shouted, "Heavens, what's happening?" Sun Sameo looked at the scene before him, thinking helplessly, "Not good. This plague is indeed not simple. Ordinary medicine not only doesn't cure it, but makes the condition worse." Shun Changqing angrily ran over to confront Sun Sameo. "Divine Physician Sun, do you have a grudge against these people? Why did you poison them to death?" "Taoist Master Shun, you misunderstand. Last night, Chang'an City broke out in plague. They fell because they were infected with the plague." Hearing this, Shun Changqing's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape in shock. "PLA plague?" As they were speaking, a medical assistant rushed in. "Divine Physician Sun, terrible news. What's the matter? Why so panicked? This morning, all the ministers in the court fell ill. The emperor has summoned you to the palace immediately." Shun Changqing and Sun Sameo heard this, and their eyes widened in shock. "What? Well, even the ministers in the palace are infected. This plague is truly terrifying." Shun Changqing frowned, stroking his chin in thought. "I was planning to expand my medicine business. Now that the plague is spreading, wouldn't selling medicine be a good opportunity? It's just that there doesn't seem to be a cure for the plague. If I'm not careful, I might get infected too. This is difficult. I'll just have to play it by ear." Sun Sameo didn't think much, immediately grabbing Shun Changqing's hand and saying, "Taoist Master Shun, the palace is dangerous. Let's go together." After speaking, he pulled Shun Changqing, running like the wind towards the imperial palace. "What do you mean go together? I haven't agreed yet." As soon as they reached the imperial palace, they saw corpses emitting a foul stench everywhere on the road. Sun Sameo looked at the scene before him and said, "It's bad. The plague has spread wider than imagined. The palace is in complete chaos." Shun Changqing covered his nose tightly, his face pale. "Damn it, I just want to do business, not lose my life. No, I must find a place to bathe and disinfect." As he was speaking, he suddenly glimpsed what seemed to be a bathroom nearby. So Shun Changqing turned and waved goodbye to Sun Sameo. "Divine Physician Sun, I have something to do. You go ahead." Sun Sameo watched Shun Changqing hurriedly run into that room, thinking to himself, "Isn't that the imperial kitchen? What does Taoist Master Shun want to do? Ah, that's right. The imperial kitchen has equipment for decocting medicine. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun wants to decoct medicine to treat the plague? That's wonderful. With Taoist Master Shun personally taking action, this plague will surely be eliminated." One foot stepping inside, it was Shun Changqing. He stared at the food on the table, saying in surprise, "So it's the kitchen. I went to the wrong place." Just as he was about to leave, Shun Changqing accidentally saw a basin of hot water nearby. So he stopped to observe carefully, a bright smile spreading across his face. "Never mind, since no one's using it anyway, I'll just use it a bit." At the same time in the Great Hall, the emperor was anxiously pacing back and forth, with two ministers beside him constantly coughing up blood. Why hasn't Sun Sameo arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a shout, "Your Majesty, I have arrived." The emperor turned around with a satisfied smile. But immediately after, his face turned serious as he questioned Sun Sameo. "Sun Sameo, you've finally arrived. Do you know about the plague?" "Your Majesty, I am aware. This plague is not simple at all. I suspect it's related to ghostly entities. Do you have any way to cure it?" "Forgive me for speaking bluntly. I do not." Hearing this, the emperor frowned. "This is terrible. The plague has thrown the palace into chaos. If this continues, it will surely spread throughout the country. Your Majesty, don't worry. Although I have no solution, Taoist Master Shin does." The emperor's eyes widened. "Taoist Master Shin?" Sun Sameo clasped his hands in salute. "Taoist Master Shun has entered the palace and is decocting medicine to treat the plague. Your Majesty only needs to send someone to the imperial kitchen to fetch the medicine." The emperor immediately called a young palace maid. "Quickly go to the imperial kitchen and fetch Taoist Master Shun's medicine." "Yes, Your Majesty." At the same time, in the imperial kitchen, Shin Chongqing was comfortably soaking in hot water. Ah, so relaxing, washed away all the dirt. Suddenly, the young palace maid poked her head in from outside the door, smiling as she said, "Taoist Master Shin, I've come to fetch the medicine." Shin Chongqing saw the girl and hurriedly used his hands to cover himself, his face turning red. The young palace maid was also startled and covered her eyes with her hands. "Who are you? Why didn't you knock before entering?" "I'm sorry, Taoist Master Shin. I just came to get the medicine." Shin Chongqing's eyes widened. "What medicine? Where's the medicine?" Hearing this, the young palace maid looked around, innocently muttering, "That's right, where's the medicine?" After looking for a while, the young palace maid stared at Shin Chongqing's bathtub. Shin Chongqing saw the girl looking at him, his face turning pale, a big question mark appearing in his mind. The young palace maid innocently thought to herself, "The only liquid here is the bathwater. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun used his body as an ingredient to brew a special kind of medicine?" Thinking this, the young palace maid immediately used a bowl to scoop some of Shun Chongqing's bathwater. Taoist Master Shun is indeed, as rumored, a divine physician. Even his method of brewing medicine is different from others. "What are you doing? Men and women should keep their distance." Half an hour later, "Your Majesty, the medicine has arrived." The emperor reached out to receive it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. Quickly bring the medicine." Sun Sameo took the bowl of medicine from the young palace maid's hands. "Give me the medicine. I'll go give it to the ministers." Shun Chongqing stood beside, watching this scene, his face turning pale as he thought to himself, "What medicine? That's just bathwater. Even if I say it, no one will believe me. This is hopeless. If they drink it and die, don't blame me." A minister picked up Shun Chongqing's bathwater and drank it in one gulp. Then he felt as if he had entered a fairyland, his face flushing red as he covered his face and danced happily. "Ah, this refreshing feeling is amazing. Hee, how embarrassing." Seeing this, the other court ministers also drank Shin Chongqing's bathwater in turn, and miraculously their bodies became healthy. "This medicine is so powerful. Drink it and you're cured immediately." Not only does it cure the disease, but it also fills the body with strength like a dragon or tiger. The emperor and Sun Sameo saw this scene and were overjoyed. Taoist Master Shin truly lives up to his reputation as a great expert, brewing such a miraculous medicine. I told you, with Taoist Master Shun taking action, the plague would surely be eliminated. It's just that we don't know what secret recipe Taoist Master Shin used. Just as he finished speaking, a girl turned and clasped her hands, reporting, "Divine Physician's son, I saw Taoist Master Shin using his body to brew bathwater, so I took the bathwater as medicine and brought it here." Sun Sameo, the emperor, and the ministers heard this and were thunderstruck, their eyes widening in shock. "What? Bathwater? This seems to be something wrong. Did we just drink Taoist Master Shun's bathwater?" Shin Chongqing's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes wide, raising both hands as he thought to himself, "It's over, it's all over. The bathwater incident has been discovered." Looking at their expressions, they seemed very angry. Thinking this, he awkwardly turned 360 degrees and fled. Seeing the black faces full of killing intent of the emperor and Sun Sameo, running was the best option. Sun Sameo saw this scene, his eyes widening, his face turning pale as he shouted, Hey, why is Taoist Master Shin running? Someone quickly stop Taoist Master Shin." The subordinates immediately chased after him, shouting loudly, "Taoist Master Shun, please stop." Shin Chongqing turned his head to look. The group of subordinates had rushed over, fiercely looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. Sun Sameo saw him being pinned to the ground by the subordinates and turned to clasp his hands, reporting to the emperor, "Your Majesty, what should we do about this? Taoist Master Shin's bathwater can cure the plague. We must make efforts to promote this virtue." "How should we promote it?" "Of course, by brewing more medicinal water." Not long after, the emperor ordered people to take Shun Chongqing to the execution ground, dropping him into a large cauldron that was burning fiercely. He curled up in the cauldron, his face full of fear as he thought, "The emperor is so inhumane, wanting to boil me alive." The sick people surrounding Shun Chongqing buzzed with discussion. "Did you see the announcement? Taoist Master Shin's bathwater can cure the plague. Is it true or false? Who cares if it's true or false? If there's water, scoop it up." A moment later, Dong Li and Bai Dongni came to his side, crying out, "Taoist Master Shin, What's happened to you? Boo-hoo-hoo, Taoist Master Shin. You've all come. Bai Susu frowned, her eyes widening as she asked, Taoist Master Shin, what's going on? Why has His Majesty punished you? Isn't it because of the plague causing havoc? The ministers caught the plague, accidentally drank my bathwater, and the emperor got angry and sent me here. Hearing this, Bai Susu's eyes widened, somewhat surprised. The plague? You know about the plague? Bai Susu covered her mouth with her hand, firmly saying, Taoist Master Shin, I have a way to save you. Shin Chongqing heard this and was overjoyed. What way? Quickly tell me. I know who spread the plague. As long as we eliminate the one who spread it, His Majesty will surely be delighted and forgive you. At this moment, down below, the plague ghost had blended into the crowd. Can bathwater really eliminate my plague? They're underestimating you, plague ghost. Hearing this, the plague ghost flipped her hair, arrogantly saying, Foolish, my plague isn't so easily cured. Just as she finished speaking, a bowl fell to the ground and shattered. Then a young man clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this medicine is truly effective. Drink it and you're cured immediately. It's amazing. Is it that effective? Truly miraculous. Seeing this scene, the plague ghost's face changed in panic, cold sweat breaking out. The young man's words caused the people to surge forward, running towards him shouting, I want 1 bottle. I want 2 bottles. Shin Chongqing saw the people with greedy faces rushing towards him, his face turning pale with fear, sweating profusely as he shouted, Damn it, don't be fooled. My bathwater can't cure diseases. Suddenly, Bai Susu panicked, pointing into the crowd and shouting, Taoist Master Shin, I found the one who spread the plague. Over there. Where? Shin Chongqing turned his head to look, his eyes directly towards the plague ghost group as he angrily shouted, Those 3 suspicious people. It must be them. At this moment, the crowd was growing larger, causing Shin Chongqing to be so scared he could barely breathe. Damn it, there are too many people. I can't squeeze out. We must find a way to catch them. Ada poked his head out from behind, looking at the plague ghost and saying loudly, Plague ghost, that guy's bathwater seems to really be able to cure the plague. What should we do? What's there to be anxious about? Just kill him and be done with it. Hearing this, the plague ghost immediately strode forward. The drowned ghost is right. I'll go kill him now. At this moment, Shin Chongqing saw the plague ghost group coming towards him, feeling a bit panicked. Why is she suddenly coming here? The plague ghost stomped her foot on the ground and leaped up, condensing ghostly energy in her palm, charging towards Shin Chongqing and shouting loudly, causing the people to fearfully back away. Boy, prepare to die. The plague ghost gritted her teeth, staring at Shin Chongqing, swinging her sharp claws to attack him. However, before she could touch him, he easily grabbed her hand. Got you. At this moment, when Shin Chongqing touched the plague ghost, her entire body seemed to lose all strength. The plague ghost was suppressed by a powerful pressure, unconsciously falling to the ground. What's going on? My body suddenly lost all its strength. I have no power left at all. Seeing this, the fat ghost and the malnourished ghost ran over, placing their hands on the plague ghost's buttocks, their faces uncomfortable, so useless, can't even deal with a normal person. Don't touch me. But now it was too late to say these things. The malnourished ghost and the fat ghost were also affected by that force and fell down, letting out miserable cries. Seeing this scene, Shin Chongqing's eyes widened, his face confused. What kind of trick is this? Are you cheating? After speaking, he summoned all his courage and ran out of the water cauldron. Then he clenched his fists, his face gloomy, gritting his teeth as he rushed out. Whatever it is, let's catch them first and figure it out later. Shin Chongqing raised both hands, twisting his body to splash water outwards, shouting loudly, startling the plague ghost group. Got you all. Immediately after, golden lights sparkled, accompanied by groans, as his entire cauldron of bathwater poured down, drenching the people, causing young and old alike to feel incredibly refreshed. Heavens, what miraculous medicine! It feels like both body and soul have been cleansed, and the disease is cured. Yanxi and I and the plague ghosts couldn't escape the surge of pleasure in their bodies, their cheeks flushing red as they moaned. What's happening? All my magical power has disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shin Chongqing's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised, his face reddening. Are they really the ones who spread the plague? As he said this, something made his eyes widen. Then he stared at the plague ghost and Yanxi and I lying on the ground, saying anxiously, I'm sorry, you 3. I know you're innocent. Bai Susu was eager to save me, so when she saw you, she deliberately framed you. Your past grievances, I'll help you resolve them after this matter. A moment later, the Imperial Guards came before the plague ghost and the others. Quickly go. Seeing this, Susu's eyes widened in surprise. Is Taoist Master Shen really handing these three over to the palace guards? How can ordinary people suppress such monsters? Hearing this, Shen Changqing turned his head to glance at her, sighing, Susu, I know about the past hatred between you all. Don't say such harsh words like monsters anymore. After speaking, he turned to leave. All right, let's quickly go back, or we might be caught and boiled again. Clearly, it was Divine Physician's son's medicine that these people drank earlier that had an effect, yet they truly believe my bathwater can cure diseases. They're really crazy. What does Taoist Master Shen mean? Handing the three plague ghosts over to mortal guards. Isn't that just letting them escape? Thinking of this, Susu's face suddenly darkened, her eyes widening as if realizing something. Could it be that these plague ghosts are just pawns? Behind the plague, there's an even bigger mastermind. Taoist Master Shen deliberately used mortal hands to release them to catch a bigger fish. The scene shifts to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, the mansion of old Yuan Tiangang. At this moment, he was sitting in his private room, facing an 8-trigram pill-refining furnace, his face full of worry. A moment later, old Tiangong's eyes widened. Then he counted on his fingers, and in a flash like a gust of wind, he rushed out of the mansion, shouting, Not good! Uncle is in danger! At the same time, in another place, the cat-person ghost was in a private room with old Shoqing, tying him to a wooden wall, holding an extremely sharp knife in hand. This old man found us quite quickly. After speaking, the cat-person ghost transformed into a black cat and jumped out of the room. Well, can't fight head-on. I'll return this old man to you all. As soon as the cat-person ghost left, old Tiangang flew in from the sky, landing in old Shoqing's room, calling out, Uncle. Old Shoqing at this moment was in a state worse than a plucked chicken, his body naked except for a pair of pink shorts, with strange shapes drawn all over his body. Seeing this scene, old Tiangong's eyes rolled back, his face turning purple, his whole body trembling in fear. He let out a cry that echoed throughout the imperial palace. Oh, my uncle! Who on earth has humiliated you like this? Nephew, why are you like this? Where are we? After a while, old Shoqing put on his clothes, his cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as he said, The monsters in the palace are truly outrageous. Old Tiangang heard this and felt helpless. Uncle, please calm down. This monster's cultivation is extraordinary. I just cast a few divinations, but couldn't find its location. I could only sense demonic energy in the palace, but it was intermittent. This monster kidnapped people. Uncle, do you know what its intentions might be? Old Shoqing stroked his beard, answering with dignity. It might be related to those plague ghosts. This monster is hiding in the imperial palace. We must find a way to locate it. Otherwise, who knows what calamity it might cause. When old Tiangang heard the words plague ghost, his face immediately turned pale, carrying a hint of terror. 2 days later, at Changqing Temple, people were again kneeling before a giant deity statue. Gods protect us. Let my son not fall ill. I pray to the Taoist ancestor to show divine power. Let this poor old woman recover soon, no longer tormented by illness. At this moment, Shen Changqing, along with Li Ji and the little fox spirit, were sprawled on the table, each sighing and muttering. These past few days, because of the plague in the city, people are worried and have all closed their doors, not going out. Shoqing also hasn't come to the temple for fortune-telling for days. He must be busy to the point of exhaustion in the court. Speaking of this, Shen Changqing turned his head to look at Li Ji and asked eagerly, Your Highness, what have you learned these past few days? Learned what? Master hasn't taught this disciple anything these past few days, so I haven't learned anything yet. Your Highness, although you're only 9 years old now, you must understand some principles. Look at these people. Don't you see how sometimes they go to pray to gods and ask spirits for trivial matters? Some even want to know if they can pick up money on the street today and go to make offerings. Have you ever thought about this? That's the common people. Moreover, this isn't Chang'an. If it were a place further from Chang'an, they'd be even more worried about their next meal. You must know about the locust plague 7 years ago, right? At that time, there was no harvest, and people had to eat insects to survive. It looks disgusting, doesn't it? Everything they do is sinful. But you must remember, they're just trying to survive. After hearing these words, Li Ji frowned and said, "Then, master, if every citizen were well-fed and warm, even in the face of disaster, they wouldn't need to worry about livelihood. Wouldn't this world be free of crime?" Shun Chongqing's face darkened, his eyes heavy as he said, "No, as long as there are humans, there will be crime. We can never turn this world into a completely ideal world. That's also the meaning behind why each dynasty has laws. What we need to do is make people as virtuous as possible. But when necessary, we must also take up arms to protect our rights. In short, it's very complex, involving human nature and reason. You'll gradually understand in the future and find your own path. Master, if there were tens of thousands of people in the world trying to stop you, even the people you want to help don't want to change, what should be done?" Shun Chongqing clasped his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead, his expression determined, his aura towering. "Even if there are 10,000 people, I will stand firm as a rock." Hearing this, Li Ji's eyes widened, stunned. The words, "even if there are 10,000 people, I will stand firm as a rock," deeply etched in his mind. A moment later, the boy clasped his hands tightly, then raised both hands to his forehead, bowing his head and closing his eyes, smiling as he saluted. "This disciple obeys." As they were talking, someone hurriedly ran up to Shun Chongqing and Li Ji, saying loudly, "Taoist Master Shin, we've finally found you." The eunuch's face was anxious and fearful, his eyes closed as he panted. "Quickly follow this servant into the palace. His Majesty urgently summons you." At the same time in the imperial palace, a resounding voice came from the imperial study. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from the relay station. The plague has broken out in Guanyi and Hudong." Hearing these words, the emperor's face turned pale. "What? The plague is spreading so quickly." After speaking, the emperor angrily waved his hand, his mouth wide open as he shouted, "Taoist Master Shin will arrive at noon. Quickly send someone to invite him." The emperor sat upright on his chair, looking down at the ministers below, and asked urgently, "Minister Li, explain clearly. It's reported that Yuzhou, Jizhou, Liangzhou, Jinyang, and other places have all experienced plague outbreaks. The local reports say it's dysentery. The infected people have high fevers. Their urine is yellow-red like pus and blood. Their feces are rotten and blocked like fish brains. Then their intestines rot, and finally, they die in agony." Hearing these words, the emperor's eyes widened as he pointed forward and said loudly, "It's even more serious than the plague in Chang'an a few days ago. Immediately send people to issue an edict to comfort the people and assess the situation. Dispatch people from the Imperial Medical Institute and the Imperial Pharmacy to prevent the spread of the plague and quickly research a cure." Just as he finished speaking, a eunuch's voice came from outside. "Prince Jin has arrived. Taoist Master Shun is here." As soon as he saw Shun Chongqing, the emperor immediately stood up and walked towards him. "Immortal Master Shun, you've finally arrived. The plague in Chang'an earlier was fortunately contained thanks to you. But now, Your Majesty, I heard about it on my way here. The plague has broken out in Guanyi and Hudong, and I've come for this matter." Shun Chongqing reached into his robe and took something out. "Your Majesty, that bathwater incident was just a misunderstanding, all superstition. Even if this poor Taoist's bathwater truly had an effect, it couldn't cure the plague raging in Guanyi and Hudong." After speaking, Shun Chongqing took out a book. "Your Majesty, look at this first. Plague Prevention Handbook. Is this a prescription?" Old Sun Sameo, hearing the word prescription, immediately opened his eyes wide and stared straight ahead, then rushed over to snatch the book from the emperor's hands. "Can this prescription cure dysentery?" "I don't dare to fully guarantee this prescription. It still needs Divine Physician Sun's efforts to verify. This type of plague is contagious. Treatment is one thing, but prevention is even more important. If Your Majesty orders all counties and prefectures to follow this handbook, it should have a great effect. But Your Majesty, natural disasters often come with human calamities. For the benefit of the people in Guanyi and Hudong, please immediately dispatch someone to take charge of the plague prevention situation." Hearing this, the emperor turned without hesitation and ordered his subordinates, "Go call the crown prince, Prince Wei, and Yuan Tiangang here." After a very, very long time, finally, someone entered the imperial study. Li Chunqian approached the emperor, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Father Emperor, your son has arrived late. Please punish me." Hearing this, the emperor was extremely angry, turning around to glare behind him, frowning as he shouted, "Why is the crown prince so late?" Li Chunqian was startled by this shout, shocked beyond words. Then he hurriedly said, his face pale, "Father Emperor, just now in the Eastern Palace, a sixth-rank internal official was killed. Your son was urgently investigating all eunuchs, palace maids, and internal officials. The emperor heard these words like a thunderbolt, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "What?" A moment later, someone entered the imperial study and spoke. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid this matter was caused by a monster." The speaker was old Yuan Tiangang. "I just divined that this great plague is an ill omen. I sense demonic energy in the Eastern Palace. There must be something sinister afoot." Shun Chongqing, standing nearby, heard this and put on a face of both naivety and helplessness, muttering, "Feudal dynasties are always like this. Whenever there are natural disasters or human calamities, they always say it's caused by evil spirits and monsters. A murder in the Eastern Palace. This matter is certainly not simple. It might be a struggle for the throne. It seems Chang'an might not be peaceful for long." The emperor angrily waved his hand, saying loudly, "How audacious! Even a small monster dares to cause trouble in the Eastern Palace. Yuan Tiangang, go investigate this matter immediately. Catch that monster for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." After instructing Yuan Tiangang, the emperor turned to Li Chengqian and Prince Wei. Chengqian, Qingke. With the Great Plague in Guanyi and Hedong, the court and the palace all need to send people to comfort the people and take charge of the situation. Which of you is willing to go? Hearing this, Li Chengqian and Qingke, both young men, remained silent. Then Qingke gritted his teeth and glanced at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian also frowned and looked at Qingke. Then both turned their heads to look elsewhere. "What's the matter? Don't you usually compete to show off in front of me? Now with this great matter at hand, one a crown prince, one a prince, don't you have the courage to take responsibility?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian's face darkened as he glanced at Shun Chongqing, thinking to himself, "Damn it, Father Emperor suddenly called us here to send someone to the plague area. Could it be that this Shun fellow has said something to Father Emperor?" Qingke beside him also turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. "This is dysentery. It doesn't discriminate between old and young, male or female, and spreads extremely fast. I've heard that those who contract it die horribly. Big brother is here. He's the crown prince. It should be him who steps up." Just as Li Chengqian and Qingke were hesitating, Li Ji stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Father Emperor, your son is willing to go." The emperor frowned upon hearing this and shouted, "Do you know that if you go this time, you might not see your father and mother, or your brothers and sisters again?" Li Ji heard this, lifted his robe, knelt on one knee, and answered resolutely, "Your son remembers what Master and Taoist Yuan said at Chongqing Temple. Taoist Yuan once said, if one can hear the way in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Your son also once asked Master, what if on the path of pursuing one's ideals, there's no return? Because your son is actually afraid of many things. But Master only said one sentence to your son." Speaking to this point, Li Ji raised his head and looked forward, his expression determined. "If there's no return, then so be it." The emperor heard these words, his eyes wide with astonishment, speechless. The court ministers were also shocked by Li Ji's words. Then everyone knelt down, clasped their hands to their foreheads, bowed their heads, and said in unison, "Congratulations to your majesty. Congratulations to the people of the Great Tang. Your majesty has such a son. The Great Tang has such a Prince Jin. It is truly a blessing for the country." The emperor bent down and used both hands to help Li Ji up. Good. Then let you go. If you return safely, I will certainly reward you greatly." Shun Chongqing stood behind, smiling at Li Ji, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this little guy to act so well, truly worthy of being my disciple." When the emperor hugged Li Ji and cried, the boy turned his head and winked at Shun Chongqing. This little rascal. Shun Chongqing couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, he still remembers my teachings. Although I don't know how much my time travel can change this world, I hope that when you become emperor in the future, you can make the people of this world live better. Thinking this, Shun Chongqing stepped forward, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and said gently, "Your Majesty, Shun Chongqing is Prince Jin's master, naturally has the responsibility to go along. Old Mr. Sun Sameo will also go together. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Ha ha ha. With these words from Immortal Master Shun, I am at ease. After speaking, the emperor turned to look at the ministers, raised his hand, and issued orders in a loud voice. Prince Jin will take charge of part of the plague prevention work under the assistance of Immortal Master Shun, Yang Shizhong, and Sun Sameo. Quickly prepare relief supplies and set out for Hedong tomorrow. The scene shifts to the 18th level of hell. King Yama approached a Buddhist statue, emitting a brilliant golden light, and asked, "How is it? I've sent people to investigate this person 500 years before and after, but there are no clues. This person named Shun Chongqing, I'm afraid his background is not simple. King Yama had better not make an enemy of him." This Buddha statue was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, characterized by long, flowing hair. Hearing this, King Yama's eyes widened and his brows furrowed, clearly showing anger. Then what should be done? Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence still haven't returned. Judge Chui, you go to Chang'an for a trip. Meet with the Tang King and bestow some favor. Without them, we really lack people for the plague in the mortal realm. Back in the mortal world, groans could be heard coming from a mansion. In a private chamber, beautiful servant girls were stepping on Oxhead and Horseface backs. Great immortals, the Yin energy in your bodies is too heavy. You must live in a cold environment, right? That's right. Our place is extremely cold. Sister, do you have any yang boosting, kidney nourishing stepping techniques? Give me a few of those. Black and White Impermanents were also thoroughly enjoying themselves nearby. We're indulging in pleasure here, not returning to the underworld to report. Isn't that rather improper? What's improper about it? We were captured by Shin Chongqing and imprisoned, unable to escape. Right, we're prisoners now, just with better prison conditions. Just as they finished speaking, Judge Chui entered the chamber, startling the servant girls. But Oxhead, Horseface, and Black and White Impermanence remained oblivious, continuing to make excuses for their debauchery. When the time comes, we'll just say Shin Chongqing used evil magic to seal our powers. So we were trapped in the palace and couldn't escape. Right, it's not that we didn't want to go, but we were too severely injured to leave. Oxhead lifted his eye mask and said, "Sister, why did you stop stepping?" Judge Chui's face darkened, his bloodshot eyes staring at Oxhead, causing him to cry out in terror. "Oh no, Judge Chui is here." Earlier, Judge Chui had gone to report to the Emperor, pleading for the Tang King to release Oxhead, Horseface, and the others, saying the underworld would be extremely grateful. Since Judge Chui personally came to request their release, I will naturally respect the underworld's face and release them. Recalling that scene, Judge Chui's face turned purple with anger. "I humbly beg the Tang King to release you, and here you are indulging in pleasure." After speaking, Judge Chui's eyes turned red, and he gave Oxhead and Horseface each a soul-crushing punch, scattering their souls. Old Wei Zheng saw Oxhead and Horseface souls floating before his eyes, and said with some panic, "Although they've erred, it doesn't warrant killing them, does it? This is the fastest way for them to return to the underworld." Seeing this, Black and White Impermanence trembled. "Judge Chui, we know our mistake." Judge Chui angrily turned to Black and White Impermanence, shouting, "Right now, Guanyi and Hudong are plagued by an epidemic. Go collect souls quickly. Don't let wandering spirits linger in the mortal realm." "Yes, we'll go right away." After speaking, Black and White Impermanence hurriedly flew up into the sky, leaving the imperial palace without daring to utter another word. Then Judge Chui turned to old Wei Zheng, clasped his hands, and said gently, "Brother Wei, I've made a fool of myself. I hope you won't speak of this outside, to avoid damaging the underworld's reputation." "Brother Chui, you're too kind." Wei Zheng is not one to gossip. As they were talking, Judge Chui suddenly raised his hand and counted on his fingers. Then he turned his head, staring in one direction as he gritted his teeth and said, "There's such a formidable monster in the imperial palace again. Is what Brother Chui says true? Why hasn't Taoist Master Shin mentioned it in his many visits to the palace before?" Judge Chui glanced sideways, cold sweat streaming down. Taoist Master Shin's Taoist skills are profound. If he hasn't mentioned it, he must have his own arrangements. We'd better not act on our own. That's right, Taoist Master Shin's actions have always been mysteriously effective. With him here, there's no need to fear any monster. It's truly wonderful that the Great Tang has Taoist Master Shun. I really want to see Taoist Master Shun's majestic appearance with my own eyes. At the same time, in another place, Shin Chongqing's face was pale, his eyes rolling back in exhaustion. He sat in a carriage with Li Ji and two ministers, his face dark, hand covering his mouth. "Traveling so far by carriage, I'm so motion sick." "Master, you don't look well. Should we stop and rest for half a day before continuing?" Shun Chongqing gritted his teeth and turned his head to say, "No need. The plague won't wait for anyone. Minister Yang's leg is injured, yet he perseveres on the journey. I'm just motion sick. It's nothing." Hearing this, old Minister Yang gave Shun Chongqing a thumbs up, smiling confidently. Taoist master, Shun indeed thinks of the people. Let's quickly continue our journey then. After speaking, he ordered the coachman to speed up. The driver immediately whipped the horses into a gallop. This speed caused Shun Chongqing, sitting in the carriage, to nearly vomit up the chicken and duck he had just eaten, cold sweat pouring down his face like a spring. There's really no need for this. The scene shifts to Taiyuan Prefecture. Here, ancient architecture stands densely packed, exuding prosperity. As soon as Shun Chongqing's group entered the prefecture, they witnessed this scene. Along the road were frail, elderly people, wearing only thin, patched clothes. Some even slept on the streets, while those with broken legs lay scattered on the ground. Li Ji lifted the curtain to look outside, and seeing this scene, his face turned purple with fear. "Master, I really dare not look." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing became a bit angry, frowning as he said, "Why does Prince Jin not dare to look? Is it because their appearance is too frightening?" Li Ji, his face pale with fear, stammered, "Yes, master, I didn't know this place was like this." Shun Chongqing clasped his hands tightly on his lap, looking sternly ahead. "If your highness can't bear it, then let's go back. Consider the words at our departure as a joke. Cry a bit in front of your father, and his majesty will naturally forgive you." Hearing this, old Minister Yang became a bit irritated and said loudly, "Taoist Master Shun, his highness is only 9 years old. Have you considered his feelings when you speak so indirectly?" Shun Chongqing heard this and stared ahead, saying firmly, "The common people outside are constantly dying from the plague. Has anyone considered their feelings?" Speaking to this point, Shun Chongqing lifted the curtain to look outside. "Coming here and then turning back, how is that different from deserting soldiers? If we abandon them, who else can save them?" Li Ji, old Sun Samayo, and old Minister Yang all stared at Shun Chongqing upon hearing this. A moment later, Shun Chongqing placed his hand on Li Ji's shoulder, tilting his head to look at the boy with a smile. "The most important thing in doing work is attitude. You must start doing it to have hope of succeeding. Master, I understand. I won't run away anymore." At the same time in the Taiyuan government office, an old man angrily shouted at the officials who were packing their belongings, preparing to leave the office. "The people sent by the imperial court are about to arrive. What do you think you're doing? The plague in the city is so severe, packing up and running away is the right thing to do. If we stay here, everyone will die. Who knows if the imperial court has sent a few weak old men as sacrifices?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the office. "The imperial envoys have arrived." Shun Chongqing's group entered Taiyuan Prefecture, all looking haggard, their eyes rolling back. The old man and the officials in the office saw Shun Chongqing's group and were so frightened they lost their composure, thinking to themselves that indeed the imperial court had sent a group of weak old men as sacrifices. Taiyuan Prefecture was doomed. Thinking this, the old man also turned to flee with the officials, which surprised Shun Chongqing a bit. "Wait, what's going on in this government office?" It seems the situation in Taiyuan is very complex. At the same time, in the distance, a young man wearing a hat was staring intently at Shun Chongqing, his eyes widening and brows furrowing as he smiled sinisterly, thinking to himself, "Shun, you've finally arrived." Old Minister Yang's face darkened with anger as he shouted loudly, "The imperial court has sent the wrong people. How can you behave like this?" Hearing the shout, the officials in the office stopped in their tracks, turning to look at Shun Chongqing's group. Then, one by one, they put on angry faces and shouted, "You few that the imperial court sent as sacrifices, what are you so proud of? Won't you also die of illness here in a few days? You weak, sickly old men, pretending to shoulder what great responsibility? The world doesn't belong to your family. This is the imperial court's business. If you don't want to die, then run away quickly." Hearing this, Li Ji's face turned red with anger, his cheeks puffing up. "Who says the world doesn't belong to my family?" The officials heard this and laughed loudly in mockery. "So the world belongs to your family? Don't tell us you're a prince. How could the imperial court send such an important figure to a plague-stricken area to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Chongqing stepped forward and patted a young man's shoulder, saying, "Brother, your tongue is truly sharp. Being a yamen runner is a waste of your talent. Fortune-telling would suit you better. What is this plague ghost talking about?" Old Minister Yang looked ahead with glazed eyes, taking something out from his robe as he said, "Do you really not know who we are? Open your eyes and look carefully. This old man is the Great Tang's divine physician Sun Sameo. This is the Great Tang's Prime Minister Yang Sherdao. This is His Highness Prince Jin Li Ji. And finally, this one is Shun Chongqing, the super cool semi-immortal of the Great Tang. We are the 4 great noble and accomplished officials. Well, do you still say we are weak and sickly? Hearing this, the officials in the office were immediately shocked and pale-faced. Oh no, we've hit the mark with everything we said. Did the imperial court really send you to the plague area? It's over. Won't we be beheaded for what we just said? After speaking, they all knelt down and kowtowed. We lowly officials have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Please forgive us. This humble one knows his mistake, begging the great ones to spare our lives. Hearing this, old Yang Sherdao turned around, frowning as he glanced at them, and shouted loudly, "All office personnel, I give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Follow me into the main hall for a meeting. I will arrange the plague prevention work." A moment later, Shun Chongqing, old Sun Sameo, and Li Ji divided their tasks. I'll go check the prescriptions for treating the plague. I'll go out to comfort the people and stabilize the situation. Then I'll go. Speaking to this point, Shun Chongqing quietly looked at Li Ji and old Sun Sameo, who were busy muttering, "It seems I don't have anything to do." After speaking, Shun Chongqing squinted his eyes, wiggling his finger as he smiled brightly. "That's right. I can write plague prevention slogans, reminding everyone of the preventive measures." The scene shifts to the City God Temple in Taiyuan Prefecture. City God, Taoist Master Shun, is writing characters all over the alleys in the city. Each character is full of spiritual energy, and the aura of the plague ghost is weakening. The City God heard this and stroked his chin. What is Taoist Master Shun writing? Could it be secret Taoist incantations? The subordinate heard this and recounted what Shun Chongqing wrote. Roughly, it's with love there's no calamity. Unite to fight the plague. The imperial court is behind you. Don't fear if infected. The imperial court provides free treatment, and so on. Taoist Master Shun writes in common language. I don't see anything special. Hearing this, the city god was shocked, clutching his chest as he said, could it be that Taoist Master Shun has reached the realm of natural Taoism, where writing characters that can exorcise demons? Just as he finished speaking, two subordinates approached the city god and said, City god, should we go pay our respects to Taoist Master Shin? Such a formidable figure as Taoist Master Shin has arrived, we shouldn't be disrespectful. That makes sense, but we don't understand Taoist Master Shin well. It might not be good to approach rashly. As they were speaking, White Impermanence entered the temple, his face angry, waving his hand as he said loudly, We have come on the true monarch's orders to Taiyuan Prefecture to collect souls. As soon as the city god saw Black and White Impermanence, he clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said enthusiastically, You two great ones with vast divine powers must be able to understand Taoist Master Shin. Great ones, in the capital there is a Shun Chongqing, Taoist Master Shin. Before he could finish speaking, Black and White Impermanence were already pale with fear. Shin, has the news of our defeat by Shun Chongqing already spread here? Good news doesn't leave the door, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. We can't lose face. Thinking this, they both lowered their heads in shame and said, The matter of our defeat by Taoist Master Shun is very complex. Your rank is insufficient. We can't tell you about it. That's right. There are many hidden circumstances. It's not as you think. Do you understand? What? You two great ones were defeated by Taoist Master Shin? Taoist Master Shun is more formidable than I imagined. Black and White Impermanence slapped themselves in the face, clenching their mouths shut. It seems he didn't know about this. We've been exposed again. It's all because of the huge psychological shadow that Taoist Master Shin left. How embarrassing. Let's go. Thinking this, Black and White Impermanence transformed into two streams of light, one black and one white, and flew away. Time is pressing. We'll go collect souls first. Remember to keep what we just said secret. Don't tell outsiders. The city god subordinates saw this and scratched their heads. Why are the two great ones in such a hurry today? Don't they usually stay for a meal? Taoist Master Shun is so formidable, Taiyuan Prefecture is saved. I must quickly go pay my respects to Taoist Master Shun. Back to Shun Chongqing. At this moment, he was very frustrated constantly patting his shoulder and sighing. Writing characters all day. My hand is about to break. Then, Shin Changqing sat in a room with the two ministers and Li Ji to discuss. After testing, this prescription is indeed effective. Patients who took the medicine showed significant reduction in symptoms. As expected of divine physician Sun, it seems the disease will soon be under control. Hearing this, Shin Changqing immediately raised one finger and offered his opinion. Don't be too optimistic. We still need to continue implementing many preventive measures. These ancient people don't even know about popping champagne to celebrate or banning camera flashes. How unfortunate. Old Sun Sameo and old Yang Sherdao turned to Shin Changqing with a smile. Rest assured, Taoist Master Shin, I've diagnosed those patients. They'll be cured after 2 more doses of medicine. Indeed, heaven is blessing the great Tang. I'll write a letter to report the good news. Just as he finished speaking, a Yamen runner rushed in panicking. Great lords, it's terrible. The severely ill patients suddenly got worse after taking the medicine. Some have already died. Old Yang Sherdao and old Sun Sameo immediately stood up, their eyes wide and brows furrowed as they said loudly, "How can this be? Are you sure you cared for the patients exactly as instructed? This shouldn't be happening. I just checked, and their condition had improved. Their pulse was stable. We all cared for the patients according to divine physician Sun's instructions." In contrast, Shin Changqing didn't find it strange at all, shrugging his shoulders and sighing. Sure enough, something went wrong. I told you not to casually raise flags. That old Sun Sameo and old Yang Sherdao turned to Shin Changqing, their faces beaming as they said, "No wonder Taoist Master Shin said not to be too optimistic, so you had already divined this. Did you know in advance that this old man's prescription would be useless? Taoist Master Shun's Taoist powers are divine. Your mouth contains heavenly law." Yang is in awe. Faced with these praises, Shin Changqing wasn't happy at all, instead thinking to himself, this flattery came too suddenly. Then, seeing the 2 old men looking at him with sparkling eyes, he felt even more helpless. Could they be trying to push all the responsibility onto me? Just at this moment, something suddenly crashed into the door outside, making a loud noise. Shin Changqing heard this and frowned, looking out with his mouth agape as he shouted, "What's that sound? Could it be an assassin?" At this time outside, the city god was using his lightness skill to fly through the air towards Taiyuan Prefecture. As he was flying enthusiastically, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly disappeared, and the city god's eyes widened in shock. With the spiritual energy in his body dissipating, the city god fell freely from the air, his eyes bulging as he let out a terrified cry. Falling from high up, his entire face smashing into the ground, creating a deep crater with many long cracks. The city god raised his head and stared intently ahead, sweating profusely as he thought to himself, "Why did I suddenly fall? Didn't I know how to fly?" Thinking of this, the city god's eyes widened as if sensing something. He suddenly stood up, panicking as he felt all over his body. "This isn't right. Why has all the magical power in my body disappeared?" As he was panicking, the prefectural official led Shin Changqing's group out, clasping his hands in salute to the city god. This lowly official pays respects to the great city god. Hearing this, the city god also turned and clasped his hands respectfully in reply. "This humble city god of Taiyuan has rudely come to visit. Please forgive me." Shin Changqing stood beside, stroking his chin in thought. This underworld organization is truly divine and powerful. They have their people in every city. Old Yang Sherdao stepped forward, clasping his hands in enthusiastic greeting. "So it's the city god paying a visit. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. May I ask what brings the city god here to instruct us?" Shin Changqing heard this with some surprise, turning his head to look behind him as he thought, "Is this a member of a secret society? A few days ago, they were in the palace monitoring the emperor. Why are you being so polite to him? No wonder the underworld organization has existed for so long. So they've already infiltrated the imperial court." Thinking this, Shin Changqing glanced at old Yang Sherdao, startling him. "Oh, Yang Sherdao, I never thought someone with such big eyes like you would betray the imperial court." Seeing Shin Changqing's expression, old Yang Sherdao broke out in a cold sweat. What does Taoist Master Shin's expression mean? "All right, I haven't been hospitable enough. How can we receive guests in the courtyard?" Thinking this, old Yang Sherdao waved towards the door, saying cheerfully, "Great city god, this is no place to talk. Please come inside." After speaking, he turned his head back with a confident smile at Shin Chongqing. Is Taoist Master Shin satisfied this time? The old man can still smile. What's there for a traitor to smile about? Then everyone entered the room. The city god stood in the middle, hands clasped behind his back, with a righteous expression as he said, "This plague is not simple. Even with Taoist Master Shun and Divine Physician Sun here, it cannot be completely eradicated. The plague will continue to spread." Hearing this, old Yang Sherdao immediately raised his hand to respond. "Does the city god know the origin of the plague? I've been in contact with city gods from other plague-stricken areas. We all agree that this plague is not caused by humans, but by the plague ghost." Shin Chongqing sat in a chair, hand on his chin, with a contemptuous expression thinking, "We've spent so much effort controlling the plague, and you just say in one sentence that it's caused by ghosts and monsters?" Old son Sameo stroked his beard and said, "No wonder my prescription had no effect, so it was caused by the plague ghost. If the plague ghost is causing trouble, why doesn't the city god take action to eliminate it?" Hearing this, the city god recalled the scene of being beaten badly by the plague ghost, lowering his head in shame. The plague ghost's cultivation is too high. This humble deity is powerless. Speaking to this point, the city god smiled and pointed at Shin Chongqing. "Now we can only rely on Taoist Master Shun to take action." Old Yang Sherdao immediately clapped his hands in agreement. "That's right. With Taoist Master Shun here, no evil spirits or demons are to be feared. Taoist Master Shun's Taoist powers are profound. The plague ghost is absolutely no match. I can use decocted medicine to drive away the plague, but this plague ghost can only be dealt with by Taoist Master Shin. Please, Master, exorcise the ghost." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing pointed at his own face, frowning in surprise. "You want me to go exorcise the plague ghost? There are no ghosts in this world." Thinking about the two old men reporting to the emperor that he couldn't exorcise the plague ghost, he broke out in a cold sweat. "This won't do. I must think of a way. Otherwise, I can't bear this responsibility." Thinking this, he waved his hand, pointing at the ministers, closing his eyes as he said, "Why make me do everything? You all must share the responsibility." Old Yang Sherdao immediately flattered Shin Chongqing. "Taoist Master Shun is indeed of high virtue and prestige, not monopolizing the credit, but wanting to support us. Following Taoist Master Shin truly has limitless prospects. Master is teaching us not to compete for credit with subordinates, but to yield credit. This disciple has learned." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing's face turned pale, gritting his teeth helplessly. "What are you all saying? You're clearly using morality to pressure me." At this moment, the city god standing beside closed his eyes and smiled, thinking, with Prince Jin speaking up, Taoist Master Shun will surely agree to take action. The common people of Taiyuan are saved. Shin Chongqing saw the city god's friendly smile and felt a chill down his spine. What does this smile of his mean? Wait, the underworld has vast divine powers. They're not even afraid of assassinating the emperor. They must have already investigated the cause of the plague. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing immediately jumped down, stroking his chin. There is only one truth. They've known for a long time that someone has been deliberately spreading the virus. The so-called plague ghost is just an excuse. They want me to achieve merit. They want to rope me in. The underworld's interests are being offered proactively. I can't refuse. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing stepped forward, clasping his hands enthusiastically as he said, "If that's the case, this Shin respectfully obeys and accepts this task." The scene shifts to a gloomy prison, with sparks flying accompanied by miserable screams. Outside the prison, two guards were using large sticks to stir a pot of black liquid. The two guards looked up at each other and said, "The Great Lord's idea of using the prison as a quarantine area is truly brilliant. It's just a pity for us. Didn't you see how many of those patients died today? It's terrible." One of the guards, holding a packet of medicine, his face pale as he frowned, thought to himself, "Want to control the plague, huh?" Just then, a subordinate surrounded by ghostly energy was dreaming. With pitch-black eyes, holding a basin of water, he fiercely walked towards the severely ill patients, exuding a murderous aura. As soon as he entered, the ghostly energy spread around, affecting the people, causing their faces to start rotting. Hearing the commotion, two other guards hurriedly ran over, shouting, "This is bad. The condition of these patients has suddenly worsened. What's going on? Weren't they fine just now?" Before they finished speaking, the two guards were also invaded by the ghostly energy. Their their faces beginning to rot. The plague ghost spread his arms, condensing a huge stream of ghostly energy, leaving only white skeletons of the guards and people at his feet. Seeing this scene, the plague ghost was ecstatic, throwing his head back in laughter. But it was all imagination. The plague ghost was still disguised as a guard, holding a basin of water, unconsciously grinning foolishly, attracting the attention of the young people nearby, who found it puzzling. The plague ghost used his sharp, white eyes to look ahead, thinking to himself, "Let's begin." At this moment, a voice rang out from outside. "The Imperial envoy has arrived." Hearing this, the plague ghost turned his head in panic to look. Shen Chongqing and his group had entered the prison, all wearing black masks. The subordinates immediately knelt down and kowtowed upon seeing this. Only the plague ghost remained motionless. This humble one pays respects to the great lord. As soon as the city god entered, he stared at the plague ghost, recognizing him, and trembled in fear. Then the city god turned his head to look behind, his face pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Wait, the plague ghost is clearly right in front of us. Why doesn't Taoist Master Shin have any reaction?" Thinking this, the city god clenched his fists, staring at Shen Chongqing. Indeed, a true expert is an expert, not even batting an eye at such a formidable plague ghost. After silently observing for a moment, Shen Chongqing squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Everyone has worked hard. We've come on behalf of the imperial court to visit you." After speaking, he took out a stack of red envelopes, distributing them to the guards on duty. "This is a small token from the imperial court. Thank you, great lord, for your kindness." Being praised, Shen Chongqing thought smugly to himself, "Haha, first win over the people's hearts, build a good image, and later I'll benefit from the underworld, gaining both fame and profit. My plan is truly brilliant." After distributing to the other guards, finally, it was the plague ghost's turn. The red envelope was held out for a long time, but he didn't take it. Shen Chongqing then spoke up. "What are you standing there for? Come and receive your reward." Hearing this, the plague ghost's face turned red with anger, blue veins popping on his forehead. "What is this Shen fellow up to? Does he know I'm disguised as a yamen runner and want to take this opportunity to humiliate me?" Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and tore off the mask on his face. A man can be killed but not humiliated. His face turned pale, his hands sharp, his eyes white, as he threw the mask aside and shouted, "Since you've recognized this old man, I won't hide anymore." This old man is the plague ghost. Li Ji, old Yang Sherdao, and old Sun Sameo were all startled upon hearing this, exclaiming in unison, "What? You are the plague ghost?" After speaking, the two old men stared at Shen Chongqing and whispered, "No wonder Taoist Master Shun suggested we come here. So the plague ghost was right here all along. Taoist Master Shun is truly divine in his calculations. This son is in awe, truly in awe." Shen Chongqing pointed forward, turning his head to think. "Someone's claiming to be the plague ghost. What's this rhythm? Who can tell me? City god, could this person be?" With no one answering, Shen Chongqing turned his head to look and saw the city god, and the group had hidden behind a wall. "What's wrong, everyone? Why are you hiding so far away?" "Taoist Master Shen, we won't disturb you in exorcising the demon anymore. We'll just cheer for you." After speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "Taoist Master Shun, you can do it! Master, hang in there! Taoist Master Shun, we believe in you!" Seeing this scene, Shen Chongqing's eyes widened, his face darkening. Then he turned his head to look at the plague ghost fiercely approaching him, thinking to himself, "Could the city god be hinting at something? Is this person arranged by them?" Thinking this, Shen Chongqing ran his hand through his hair, striking a handsome pose. "Well then, let's play along. Hey, are you the mastermind behind this plague? Speak. Who's the one behind you, ordering you around?" The plague ghost looked at Shen Chongqing with eyes like bullets, gritting his teeth as he said, "Trying to trick me into revealing the truth? You've ruined my good work. I'll destroy you first." Saying this, he raised his sharp claws and shouted, "Deadly poison miasma." However, in front of Shen Chongqing, this move looked like a theatrical performance. Oh, the hometown river. It had no power at all. Seeing this, the plague ghost's face turned pale. "It's not flying out? What's going on? How can this be? Where's my magical power?" Shun Chongqing stood opposite, pinching his nose with a look of contempt. What are you doing? What the hell? Is deadly poison my asthma? Are you farting or something? Hearing this, the plague ghost angrily pointed straight at Shun Chongqing's face and shouted, I understand now. You've set up an ambush, arranged a spirit-sealing formation to seal the magical power in my body. After speaking, he bared his teeth in a ferocious grin, the corners of his mouth splitting to his ears. Too bad your mechanism has been exhausted. In this spirit-sealing formation, you can't use magical power either. As he spoke, his face began to rot, his flesh melting and sagging. Extremely disgusting. Besides magical power, I have other ultimate moves. The city god's people saw this scene and were terrified. The plague ghost's appearance is truly horrifying. I'm still a child. This scene is too stimulating for me. The plague ghost has revealed his true form. This is his strongest form. Just touching him will poison you. Your flesh will rot. The plague ghost stuck out his long tongue, stepping closer to Shun Chongqing. But Shun Chongqing still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not moving at all. Shun Chongqing looked at the plague ghost's appearance with a confused expression. Hearing the words of the city god's group, Shun Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat. What did they just say? The plague ghost revealed his true form? What's this about a very disgusting appearance? In Shun Chongqing's eyes, the plague ghost still maintained his normal appearance, without any changes. So he was a bit confused. He clearly hasn't changed at all. He's just showing off. Is there really no problem like this? At this moment, the plague ghost still didn't know that Shun Chongqing couldn't see his terrifying form, and laughed triumphantly. Haha, seeing my current appearance, you're so scared you can't speak, right? This is my true face. Shun Chongqing tilted his head and shrugged, his face bewildered. What true face? What the hell are you all talking about? What's changed? Hearing this, the city gods group all exclaimed. Taoist Master Shun is truly a divine person. I'm about to wet myself in fear. Yet he doesn't even blink. I thought only the judges of the underworld were this brave. I didn't expect Taoist Master Shun to be even more so. Although I don't know what master means, I feel he's very stylish. After Li Ji finished speaking, all four of them imitated Shun Chongqing's shrug. Shun Chongqing turned his head to see this scene, making an unpleasant expression. It seems we're not on the same wavelength. Could it be that I'm not perverted enough? No, that's not right. The city god is from the underworld. Old Wang and his group have all been bought by the underworld. This plague ghost must also be arranged by the underworld. Thinking this, Shun Chongqing stared at the plague ghost with sharp eyes, causing him to fearfully step back. Are they hinting for me to play along? Since this is a plague ghost-catching show, I should say a few imposing words. Then everyone will rush forward to beat the plague ghost. Having thought it through, Shun Chongqing pointed forward, his eyes widening as he shouted. Is this all the ability the plague ghost has? Daring to imagine having profound cultivation, shameless to the extreme, why don't you just kill yourself? After speaking, he closed his eyes and smiled smugly, savoring his cool line. This is my highest level of literary skill at present. Now I'm definitely super cool. Just then, suddenly a golden light carrying a powerful aura struck the plague ghost, causing him to stagger in pain. Under the effect of the aura, the plague ghost's eyes rolled back, his face ferocious. No, it can't be. Words become reality. How can you? Before finishing his sentence, the plague ghost fell face first to the ground. Shun Chongqing was startled and hurriedly stepped back, glancing at the plague ghost at his feet, scratching his head. Even if it's acting, your performance is too exaggerated. If you want to die, at least do it with some style. After speaking, Shun Chongqing stared at the plague ghost, thinking, this isn't right, the stomach isn't moving, even pretending to be dead can't be like this. Feeling something was off, Shun Chongqing stepped forward and squatted down, using 2 fingers to check the plague ghost's pulse. After realizing something, his face turned pale as he shouted with wide eyes, Heavens, no pulse, he's really dead. Shun Chongqing turned to look at the city gods group, his face pale as he thought to himself, don't the underworld people have health checks before taking office? This guy clearly died from a sudden stroke. The city gods group was now stiff all over, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Shun Chongqing saw this scene and could only sigh helplessly. It seems they didn't expect the fake plague ghost to die suddenly either. Life is truly full of unexpected events. After a moment of shock, old Yang Sherdao and the city god exclaimed with wide eyes, That plague ghost looked so formidable, yet he was killed by just one sentence from Taoist Master Shin. Words become reality. Does Taoist Master Shin know this kind of karmic power magic? Li Ji stared and asked the city god, "What is words become reality? Is it very powerful?" Words become reality is to execute decisions on behalf of the heavenly way. The words spoken are the will of heaven, irresistible. Since ancient times, anyone who can use words become reality can communicate with the heavenly way of the immortal realm. Taoist Master Shun is a true immortal. Old Yang Sherdao heard this like a thunderbolt, his eyes widening in shock. Words become reality. The will of heaven is hard to defy. Doesn't that mean Taoist Master Shun could face 100 soldiers on the battlefield with just one sentence? As soon as he finished speaking, an image of hundreds of soldiers gathered before the mansion appeared in his mind. Shin Chongqing, holding a fan and pointing down, his face full of anger. "You must all die." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers were suddenly struck down by an invisible force, going to meet King Yama. Shin Chongqing, with a determined face, said, "To whom the world belongs lies in just one word from me." Old Yang Sherdao glanced at Li Ji, thinking to himself, if Taoist Master Shun could assist Prince Jin, never mind that Prince Jin is a child, even a fool could become emperor. The city god turned and knelt down, clasping his hands and looking up at Shun Chongqing as he said loudly, "On behalf of the people of Taiyuan, the city god of Taiyuan thanks Immortal Shun for eliminating the plague ghost and saving Taiyuan City." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing held his head and sighed helplessly, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. "I'll say it again, I'm not an immortal. Do all the underworld people like to act? Is this a terrorist organization founded by actors?" Old Yang Sherdao stepped forward, extending his hand towards Shun Chongqing, saying firmly, "Taoist Master Shin doesn't care about fame or fortune. We all understand. We won't publicize this matter." Shin Chongqing looked straight ahead, raising one finger. Just now, a criminal carrying the plague germ died from an acute outbreak. Everyone agree on this explanation. Don't speak carelessly in the future. Hearing this, the two old men smiled and said, "Taoist Master Shin doesn't want to cause panic. We understand. Tomorrow we'll tell the people this. We'll all follow Taoist Master Shin's lead, absolutely not mentioning the plague ghost. Fine, destroy it. I'm exhausted." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ji's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The two old men turned to see this scene, their eyes widening in shock as they called out, "Your Highness." A moment later, everyone brought Li Ji back to his room. The young man lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Old Yang Sherdao stepped forward and asked, "Divine Physician's son, why has His Highness suddenly fallen ill?" His Highness is still young. He's already been through a long and tiring journey, and recently, he's been working hard to fight the plague. His weakened body has led to external evils invading and causing illness. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing and Old Yang Sherdao panicked. "How is His Highness's condition? Is the illness serious? Tell us straight. Can it be cured?" Old Sun Sameo stepped in front of Shun Chongqing and Old Yang Sherdao, replying in a deep voice, "His Highness is young and weak. His pulse is complex. The prognosis is not very optimistic. This old man will certainly do his best." Speaking to this point, Old Sun Sameo lowered his head in silence, his eyes becoming sorrowful. "But whether he can be cured or not depends on His Highness Li Ji's fate." Li Ji, in a daze, raised his trembling hand, drenched in sweat. Master, I won't really die, will I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing stepped forward and took Li Ji's hand, smiling reassuringly. "What nonsense is this silly child talking about? You'll be fine. We have Divine Physician's son here." Just as Shun Chongqing grasped Li Ji's hand, a dazzling light flashed. Then Li Ji opened his eyes wide, his cheeks flushed and glossy, the sweat disappearing. Li Ji let go of his hands and looked at Shin Chongqing, smiling brightly. "Master, I feel much better now." Hearing this, Old Sun Sameo immediately rushed over to check the young man's pulse. "Taoist Master Shin, let me see." After examining for a while, Old Sun Sameo said joyfully, "His Highness's chaotic pulse has recovered. His condition has improved greatly. This old man just needs to prescribe the right medicine, and in a few days His Highness will be fully recovered." Then, Old Sun Sameo and Old Yang Sherdao turned to look at Shin Chongqing, smiling as they said, "This old man has heard that immortals can grant longevity by patting one's head, but thought it was just a rumor. Today, seeing Taoist Master Shin cure illness just by holding hands, It's truly eye-opening. Does Taoist Master Shun have any more surprises that we don't know about? Shun Chongqing raised one finger, glancing at them before emphasizing, I didn't do anything. This is all due to His Highness's heavenly constitution. It seems you two have never heard the saying that children's illnesses are mostly pretend. If Divine Physician Sun says you're fine, then just rest easy and recover. Children pretend to be sick out of laziness. I'm just going along with it, not making things difficult for this child anymore. That night, Shun Chongqing and the two old men talked in the courtyard. Now that the plague ghost has been eliminated, the plague in Taiyuan has been controlled, and His Highness's condition has stabilized. It's all thanks to Taoist Master Shun. Taoist Master Shun's merits are immeasurable, enough to be carved on a monument. Shun Chongqing frowned uneasily, glancing at the two grinning old men, thinking to himself, want to bathe in champagne again? Want to slap faces again? Thinking this, Shun Chongqing extended his hand forward, emphasizing, Minister Yang, Divine Physician Sun, although the plague has been controlled, we cannot be careless, especially in strictly implementing the rule that people coming from elsewhere must be quarantined for 7 days. Hearing this, the two old men clasped their hands, looking at Shun Chongqing with serious expressions. Taoist Master Shun is right. The plague in the city has just been controlled. If sick people from elsewhere come and spread the disease, it will all be for nothing. Rest assured, Taoist Master Shun, this lowly official will personally see to this matter. There will absolutely be no oversights. The scene shifts to Chang'an, where the emperor is sitting in the imperial study asking Li Chengxian, have you seen the urgent secret report from Taiyuan? Jir has fallen ill? What do you think? Li Chengxian, holding a piece of paper, looked ahead with a serious expression. Reporting to Father Emperor, according to the secret report, my brother's illness is due to Taoist Master Shun arranging for him to care for sick commoners. My brother is of noble royal lineage. How can he do such things as caring for the sick? Hearing this, the emperor, though somewhat displeased, still managed to say calmly, continue. Li Chengxian lowered his head, smiling smugly to himself. Judging by Father Emperor's expression, he's very unhappy about Li Ji falling ill. I can use this opportunity to eliminate that troublemaker Taoist Master Shun. Thinking this, he raised his head and said loudly, Taoist Master Shun clearly knew how terrible the plague was, yet he still let my brother care for the sick. This is clearly intentional harm to a prince, an unforgivable crime. For the sake of the great Tang's altars, this son begs Father Emperor to punish him severely according to the law, to hang Taoist Master Shun's head as a warning to others. Hearing this, the emperor stroked his chin, closing his eyes in thought. Harming a prince, an unforgivable crime. Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Li Chengxian already revealed a smug smile. Ha ha ha, Taoist Master Shun, let's see if you can survive this time. At this moment, the empress standing beside tilted her head to look at the emperor, smiling as she said, Your Majesty, I believe Taoist Master Shun letting Zhi care for the sick was to allow him to interact with the common people, to understand the hardships of the common folk. Speaking to this point, the empress glanced at Li Chengxian with a displeased expression. The people are precious, the state comes second, and the ruler is of least importance. Zhi is a prince. Caring for the common people is only natural. Taoist Master Shun's approach has no problem. Hearing these words, Li Chengxian's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out, standing dumbfounded and speechless. The emperor looked at Li Chengxian and said, The empress speaks reason. Having Zhi take Taoist Master Shun as his teacher was indeed right. Taoist Master Shun's Taoist powers are miraculous, and he cares for the people, truly admirable. Hearing this, Li Chengxian gritted his teeth. Hateful. Not only could I not eliminate that Shin fellow, but I've made Father Emperor praise him even more. This man cannot be allowed to remain. The emperor called a subordinate to receive an order. But Zhi is still young after all. For his safety, he should return early. He's still young. There will be many opportunities for training in the future. Send an edict to Taiyuan. Summon Prince Jin to return quickly to Chang'an. This servant obeys the edict. Li Chengxian saw the old eunuch passing by him and winked, signaling. The old eunuch understood and nodded. Then Li Chengxian went up to the city wall, watching the old eunuch ride towards Taiyuan, thinking to himself, no one knows, but the eunuch by Father Emperor's side is actually a death soldier I've cultivated for many years, one of my strongest cards. Father Emperor is increasingly fond of Shun Chongqing. Things have come to this point. The only way is to let the death soldier take the opportunity of delivering the edict to eliminate him, permanently removing this future trouble. In eunuch Li's imagination, he arrived at Taiyuan Prefecture, standing before Shen Chongqing to proclaim the emperor's edict. Taoist Master Shen, receive the edict. This humble citizen receives the edict. Eunuch Li used a sharp, meaningful glance to look at Shen Chongqing. Seeing this look, Shen Chongqing felt a bit scared, his face darkening. Eunuch Li waved his sleeve, for sharp beams of light shot toward Shen Chongqing as he laughed sinisterly. Die, Shen Chongqing. Shen Chongqing was hit, his eyes rolling back, continuously vomiting tomato sauce, letting out miserable cries. Shen Chongqing trembled, pointing at Eunuch Li's face. What's going on, you fat man? Why are you harming me? The eunuch's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, using eyes like bullets to stare at Shen Chongqing, gritting his teeth as he said, "This is the Tang family's secret weapon, the violent rain flower-gathering needles. Those hit will die within 3 steps." Seeing Shen Chongqing fall to the ground, his eyes rolling back, old Yang Shidao rushed to support him, shouting loudly, "Taoist Master Shen." As soon as he finished speaking, old Yang Shidao suddenly stood up, pointing at the eunuch's face and shouting, "Guards, arrest him for me!" Old Yang Shidao's eyes widened, his mouth open wide as he shouted, "Interrogate him under torture. We must find out who's behind this." Before he could finish, blood was already trickling from the corner of the eunuch's mouth. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. I've already taken poison. You won't get any information from me." Thinking of these scenes, Eunuch Li on horseback let out a maniacal laugh. A perfect plan. As long as that Shen fellow comes to receive the edict, he's sure to die. Then he took out a pill. The eunuch looked at the pill with determination, thinking to himself, "This is the Tang family's death-hastening powder. After taking it, one will die from poisoning in half an hour." Thinking this, he raised his head and swallowed the poison pill. "For His Highness the Crown Prince, this dog's life is worth dying." After taking the poison, he whipped his horse to gallop faster. "I only have half an hour left. I must hurry." After a long while at Taiyuan City, something made Eunuch Li start, breaking out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Not allowed in? What kind of reasoning is this?" The 2 gate guards folded their arms and looked straight at the old eunuch, saying bluntly, "Minister Yang has ordered that to prevent the spread of the plague, anyone coming from elsewhere must be quarantined for 7 days before entering the city." Hearing this, the eunuch immediately raised the imperial edict and shouted, "I'm here to deliver His Majesty's imperial edict. You dare to stop me? Aren't you afraid of losing your heads?" The guards frowned, their eyes widening as they said loudly, "Minister Yang has ordered that even if His Majesty himself came, he would have to follow the quarantine policy. Please cooperate, eunuch." Hearing this, Eunuch Li was so angry he gritted his teeth, his speech becoming unclear. You're going to anger this old eunuch to death." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Shen Chongqing and old Yang Shidao riding horses towards the city gate. Shen Chongqing and old Yang Shidao were riding and chatting happily. After getting used to riding in carriages, occasionally riding a horse feels quite comfortable. Indeed, if it weren't for us common folk holding you back, Taoist Master Shen, I'm afraid you'd have long since been riding the clouds and treading the wind to other lands. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing glanced at old Yang Shidao, raising an eyebrow as he thought, "I thought old Yang was quite proper, but now it seems his flattery is quite skillful." As he was thinking, Shen Chongqing looked towards the city gate and saw Eunuch Li waving frantically, calling out his name repeatedly, "Taoist Master Shen, Minister." Eunuch Li quickly hid his look of disgust, becoming more enthusiastic than a flipping pancake. "Taoist Master Shen, Minister Yang, His Majesty has an edict." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing looked intently ahead and said, "Isn't this Eunuch Li? What edict does His Majesty have?" Eunuch Li raised the imperial edict high, closing his eyes as he shouted, "Shen Chongqing, receive the edict." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing immediately raised his hand to stop him. "No, you're someone from elsewhere. You must be quarantined first. Whatever edict His Majesty has, you can just read it out directly." "That's right. Eunuch Li is from elsewhere. He might be carrying the plague. He must be quarantined for 7 days. Hearing this, the eunuch was both angry and frustrated. "Damn it, why won't that Shen fellow come closer? I can't shoot him from this far." Suddenly thinking of something, the old eunuch revealed a cunning smile. His Majesty has a secret edict he wants me to convey to Taoist Master Shin. Please come a bit closer. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing picked his ear. Didn't you hear what I just said? You might be carrying the plague. We can't have contact. If it's a secret edict, you can just write it down and pass it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards had already brought paper and pen to Eunuch Lee. Eunuch Lee, just do as Taoist Master Shin says. Write down the secret edict. We definitely won't peek. With no other choice, Eunuch Lee's eyes widened as he blurted out. His Majesty has an edict ordering His Highness Prince Jin to return to the capital immediately. Old Yang Sherdao stroked his beard and replied firmly. The plague hasn't ended yet. Why is His Majesty in such a hurry to summon His Highness back to the capital? He must have heard that Prince Jin is ill and is worried about his son. Hearing this, old Yang Sherdao turned and whispered close to Shin Chongqing. Taoist Master Shin, should we obey the edict and return to the capital? How can we talk about returning to the capital when the plague hasn't been resolved? A general in the field can refuse the emperor's orders. Our primary mission is to resolve the plague. As they were talking, Shin Chongqing glanced at Eunuch Lee again. Wait until your quarantine period is over, then report back to His Majesty that Prince Jin is safe and sound. We'll return to Chang'an after we've dealt with the plague in Xia Prefecture. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing saw a convoy of carriages ahead. This road is blocked. Let's take a detour. Eunuch Lee stared at Shin Chongqing, thinking to himself, did I hear wrong? This Shin fellow dares to openly defy the imperial edict. Then he fumbled with his clothes. That's right, quickly take the antidote. I can't die in vain. Eunuch, please follow us to the quarantine area. Eunuch Lee placed an antidote pill in his palm, revealing a sinister smile. You want to go to Xia Prefecture? The prefect of Xia Prefecture, Zhao Jia, is a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince. You're walking into your own death. The scene shifts to inside Xia Prefecture, where Yamen runners are going from house to house arresting people. It's unjust. They truly weren't sick, but the Yamen runners still handcuffed a mother and child, causing them to cry out to heaven and earth. They really aren't sick. Why are you arresting them? The Yamen runner frowned, his eyes widening as he raised his hand and shouted. Not paying the plague prevention fee means you're sick. Arrest them. When they pay the money, then they'll be cured. Hearing this, the man clasped his hands, his whole body trembling, his face pale. Great sir, it's not that this humble one doesn't want to pay but truly has no money. The Yamen runner bent down, pointing at the man's face. I think it's not that you don't have money, but that you don't want the government to control the plague, right? Great sir, Xia Prefecture doesn't have a plague at all. There's no one sick in the city. Yet every day you collect plague prevention fees. What do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, the Yamen runner kicked the man in the face, blood streaming down. There are no sick people in the city because the government manages it well. You refusing to pay money is clearly opposing the government. After beating and scolding him, he stepped back, pointing at the man and shouting, Li Laosan is openly opposing the government. Arrest him for punishment, confiscate his property. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing and his group arrived. Stop! What are you doing? Old Yang Shidao's face turned purple with anger as he shouted, You're Yamen runners, yet you're robbing people in broad daylight. Is there no law? Shin Chongqing showed displeasure, thinking to himself, Old Yang suspected there was a problem with the plague in Xia Prefecture and told us to investigate secretly. Sure enough, we've discovered something. The Yamen runner turned and pointed at Old Yang Sherdao. What fool dares to interfere with official business? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing's face darkened. What official business? The people aren't sick, yet they have to pretend to be patients. You're acting so recklessly. Doesn't Zhao Jia manage this? I want to get to the bottom of this. Another Yamen runner glanced cunningly and whispered, Chief, these people are dressed quite richly. If they want to see the Lord, why don't we? Hearing this, the two young men revealed sinister expressions, thinking to themselves, Right, let's trick them to the governor's mansion and hand them over to the Lord. Let them know who holds power in Xia Prefecture. After discussing, the lead Yamen runner pointed behind him, raising his head to say, If you want to see our Lord, please follow us to the governor's mansion. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing glanced at old Yang Sherdao, signaling, We were planning to go to the governor's mansion anyway. Let's see what tricks they're up to. After thinking, Shen Chongqing raised his hand, his eyes widening as he looked at the two Yamen runners and said sternly, "Very well, lead the way then." The scene shifts to the governor's mansion. Sounds of pleasurable moaning could be heard from a room. Inside the inner chamber, a woman whose face couldn't be clearly seen appeared, surrounded by several beauties with round, firm breasts caressing a fat man. "Oh my, this feels so good." The lead Yamen runner stood outside the door, clasping his hands and bowing his head to report, "My lord, there are some people on the road who say they want to see you. Your servant has brought them here." This fat man was none other than the prefect of Xia Prefecture, Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia ignored the Yamen runner's words, continuing to enjoy his pleasure as he casually replied, "Can't you see I'm busy? Throw them in jail. Wait for their families to come pay ransom." Hearing this, the Yamen runner turned to look at Shen Chongqing and his group, sneering, "Did you hear that? The Lord has spoken. You can wait to eat prison food." As soon as he finished speaking, old Yang Shidao stepped forward. "Very well, Zhao Jia." He walked up to Zhao Jia and stomped his foot hard. "As the parent official of Xia Prefecture, how dare you engage in such debauchery right in the government office?" Hearing the commotion, Zhao Jia raised his head, drowsily opening his eyes and picking his ear. This voice sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." Hearing this, old Yang Shidao's eyes widened as he shouted, "Zhao Jia, do you still recognize this official?" Seeing old Yang Shidao's face, Zhao Jia finally panicked, his face turning pale as he stammered, "Yang? Minister Yang?" Then he knelt naked before old Yang Shidao. "Minister Yang, please be understanding. This lowly official has been busy with plague prevention work these days, tired and aching, and only sought someone for a relaxing massage, not neglecting my duties." Old Yang Shidao sat in a chair, his face dark as he shouted, "This official only believes what he sees and hears. You know the truth in your heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jia raised 3 fingers, grinning widely. "This lowly official swears to heaven, every word I've said is true. If there's a single lie, may heaven strike me down." Shen Chongqing raised a cup of tea to his lips, muttering, "Don't swear so carelessly, it might come true and cause trouble." Before he could finish speaking, a powerful bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the Yamen runner standing next to Zhao Jia. The Yamen runner struck by lightning was charred black, still smoking. "Ouch, it wasn't me who swore." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jia's face turned purple, drained of blood. "Impossible. How can it be so effective?" Old Yang Shidao glared at Zhao Jia and said sternly, "Zhao Jia, that bolt of lightning wasn't random, but Taoist Master Shen Chongqing, demonstrating the heavenly authority of his thunder magic." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing looked bewildered, sweating profusely as he said quietly, "What are you talking about? What does thunder and lightning have to do with me? Taoist Master Shen's Taoist powers are miraculous." Standing before him, "You'd better confess your crimes quickly." Hearing Shen Chongqing's name, Zhao Jia's whole body trembled, his face turning purple with anger. "He is Shen Chongqing?" Then he pretended to be angry, glaring at Shen Chongqing while thinking to himself, "This stinking Taoist is the one His Highness the Crown Prince hates the most." At this moment, Zhao Jia seemed to be controlled by some force, suddenly banging his head on the ground. He raised his head, his forehead swollen and red, saying loudly, "Minister Yang, please be clear-sighted." Even standing before Taoist Master Shen, this lowly official dares to say he has not been lazy. Hearing this, old Yang Shidao became even angrier. "Then let me ask you, you reported to the court that the plague in Xia Prefecture was severe, so why don't we see any sick people in the city?" Hearing this, Zhao Jia lowered his head and reported, "Minister Yang, to prevent the spread of the plague, this lowly official has gathered all the infected people on the mountain outside the city. This lowly official can lead the great lords to see." Hearing this, old Yang Shidao stood up, pointing at Zhao Jia's face. "Fine, get up and lead the way. I want to see how you've been preventing the plague." Hearing this, Zhao Jia turned around, grinning. "Great lords, this lowly official will arrange carriages to go up the mountain." He stood up and turned his head, revealing a sinister smile. "That Shen fellow, as soon as you reach the mountain, it will be your death day. I must eliminate this scourge for the crown prince." Shen Chongqing, standing behind, sensed the thick murderous intent from Zhao Jia and stroked his chin in thought. An illusion? Just now when he looked at me, there was something off about his gaze. A while later, on a sky-piercing high mountain, the sunlight was dazzling. Zhao Jia led Shin Chongqing and his group up the mountain peak, everyone tired and sweating profusely. The mountain path is rugged, carriages can't make it up. I apologize for the inconvenience, great lords, of having to walk. Zhao Jia, where have you arranged for the people to stay? Why are there no houses on the mountain? Hearing this, Zhao Jia pointed ahead, turning to smile at old Yang Shidao. My lord, to prevent the spread of the plague, this lowly official has arranged for the people to stay deep in the mountains. We must reach the peak to see them. After speaking, he turned and stared intently at the towering mountain peak, revealing a sinister smile, thinking to himself, I've already arranged for my subordinates to ambush them in this forest. Today, you will all die. As he was thinking, Shin Chongqing quickly stepped forward, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked in a certain direction. Lord Zhao, what are you smiling at in that forest? Is there something there? Hearing this, Zhao Jia turned back nervously, raising both hands as he replied, Nothing, nothing. This lowly official was just thinking of something amusing. Great lords, let's quickly continue on our way. Just as he turned to take 2 steps, Shin Chongqing behind him raised his hand to stop him. Hold on a moment, Lord Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Jia gritted his teeth and glanced back, sweating profusely. Could it be that Shun has discovered something? They say his Taoist powers are extraordinary. Could it be true? Zhao Jia turned his head to look, only to see Shin Chongqing leaning against a tree trunk, rubbing back and forth. Sorry, my back's a bit itchy. Let me scratch it for a moment. Shin Chongqing, with his hands on his hips, leaned his back against the tree trunk to scratch, making a face of comfort as he muttered, So good, so good. No wonder black bears like to scratch their backs this way. Old Sun Sameo and old Yang Shidao looked toward Shin Chongqing, smiling as they said, In ancient times, Huatua was inspired by animals to create the 5 animal frolics. Now we have Taoist Master Shun, inspired by bears to scratch his back. This is truly the natural way of the Tao, unconcerned with trivial details. Shin Chongqing, accustomed to hearing such words, could only helplessly say, Are you praising me so blatantly because you've received some benefit from me? Just then, Shin Chongqing rubbed too hard, disturbing a beehive on the tree branch. Zhao Jia walked up beside Shin Chongqing, putting on a friendly smile. Taoist Master Shin, it's getting late. Shall we continue on our way? Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the beehive from the tree fell straight onto Zhao Jia's hands. He felt something heavy in his hands, looked down, and seeing the huge beehive, his face turned pale with fear. Mother of Heaven, where did this beehive come from? Seeing this, Shin Chongqing and his group immediately turned and ran. Run quickly. Why are you still standing there? Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of assassins gathered in one place, waiting. Lord Zhao instructed us to kill them all, leave no one alive. The leader said firmly, Brothers, it's not our first time posing as mountain bandits to kill people. There will definitely be no mistakes. Just then, a shout rang out from behind the forest, catching his attention. I hear voices. Lord Zhao has arrived. Let's charge out. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw Shin Chongqing rush out of the bushes like a gust of wind. They said, Hey, this mountain was opened by us, this road we planted the trees. However, Shin Chongqing paid no attention to the assassins and just kept running, leaving them bewildered. Why is this different from what Lord Zhao said? What are they running from? Lord Zhao is running so fast. Could it be that Lord Zhao is actually a master? Before they could finish speaking, 2 honeybees flew past the assassin's eyes. I know what they're running from now. 2 assassins looked up and discovered a swarm of honeybees circling in a large ring before them, their mouths gaping in fear. A long while later, the 3 old men and Li Ji stopped before a cliff face. Old Sun Sameo leaned against the rock wall and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. This old man truly can't run anymore. We've run so far. Surely we've left those bees behind, right? Minister Yang, you've had a hard time. At this moment, Zhao Jia was behind them, his face ashen, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. I think I see my grandmother smiling at me. However, Shin Chongqing, having run just as far, seemed unaffected and even more alert. Everyone needs to increase their training. You're all exhausted after just a bit of running. Zhao Jia coughed dryly and climbed up the cliff face, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he thought to himself, Isn't all of this because of you? Shin Chongqing stood on the cliff edge looking down, calmly praising. Truly a vast and magnificent landscape. Zhao Jia sat behind, staring at Shen Chongqing, thinking to himself, a good opportunity has arrived. He put on a vile expression and raised both hands. Just a gentle push, and Shen will be finished. Shen Chongqing stood under the multicolored sunlight, shading his eyes as he admired the misty mountain scenery and the fairyland-like view below the cliff. Seeing Shen Chongqing completely off guard, Zhao Jia immediately lunged forward, his mouth open in a smug grin. Ha 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 die. However, just as he was about to push Shen Chongqing, Shen suddenly squatted down, reaching forward to pick a flower. Hey, what flower is this? It's beautiful. Zhao Jia looked down to see Shen Chongqing squatting there and broke out in a cold sweat. Then, his face pale, he looked straight ahead and realized he was about to fall off the cliff. Zhao Jia hurriedly stopped his steps, trying to steady himself. He spread his arms wide, tilting his head back to maintain balance, shouting, I've stopped. I've stopped. Shen Chongqing and his group saw this scene and panicked, shouting in unison, Lord Zhao. Shen Chongqing reached out towards Zhao Jia, who was now bent like a shrimp, the situation suddenly becoming strangely silent. Shen Chongqing sensed something was wrong and turned his head to look. Don't come closer. The cliff can't support too many people. After speaking, Shen Chongqing turned to the trembling Zhao Jia and said loudly, Lord Zhao, hang on. We'll think of a way to save you. Shen Chongqing frowned as he looked behind him and discovered a thick, long, and sturdy vine nearby. He suggested, there's a vine here. Let's pull it out and use it as a rope to pull Lord Zhao up. Hearing this, old son Sameo immediately took out an extremely sharp meat cleaver and said, as luck would have it, I have an axe in my magic bag. Let's all work together. At this moment, Zhao Jia was so scared his entire body was rigid, his face contorted. Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing quickly ran over, grabbed the vine, and extended it towards Lord Zhao. The vine is here. Hearing this, Zhao Jia desperately turned his head to look, tears in his eyes as he smiled with relief. However, right after that smile, a strong gust of wind blew by, accidentally blowing Zhao Jia off balance. Zhao Jia hung, suspended in midair, his face covered in sweat, his eyes rolling back. Impossible! Am I so unlucky that even the wind won't spare me? As Zhao Jia fell, he flailed his arms and cried out, Save me! Shen Chongqing ran with all his might, throwing the vine to Zhao Jia. Lord Zhao, grab on. In one swift motion, Zhao Jia quickly grabbed the vine, crying with joy, Heavens, I'm saved! Shen Chongqing turned his head to look behind him, his mouth wide open as he shouted, Everyone pull quickly! However, just as he finished speaking, the vine snapped and flew past Shen Chongqing's eyes, leaving him dumbfounded. Oh no! Shen Chongqing turned his head to look and discovered the two old men and Li Ji hugging the tree trunk tightly, drenched in sweat. Taoist Master Shen, we hadn't secured the vine yet, and you already started pulling. And so, Zhao Jia fell into the abyss with the vine, leaving behind a miserable cry. You've killed me. I won't let you off, even as a ghost. Shen Chongqing could only helplessly say, Lord Zhao has fallen. There's no way we can save him now. Old son Sameo stroked his beard, frowning as he said seriously, I think Lord Zhao's actions just now seemed like he was trying to push Taoist Master Shen down. That's right, I saw it too. It's fortunate that Master bent down to look at the flower. Otherwise, I fear Master would have been pushed down. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing turned around and said naively, You must have seen wrong. I thought Lord Zhao was very nice. Would he really try to harm me? Old Yang Shidao immediately raised his hand and said sternly, Regardless of the truth, Zhao Jia has fallen to his death. We should deal with the plague issue in Xia Prefecture first. 3 days later, in old Yang Shidao's room, he slammed down a stack of ledgers. That bastard Zhao Jia. He dared to use the plague as an excuse to deceive the court, embezzling for years in Xia Prefecture, forming cliques, treating people's lives like grass. It's truly an unforgivable crime. Hearing this, Li Ji also angrily clenched his fists and frowned, saying, If Minister Yang hadn't taken over his work, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered these things. I wrongly thought he was a good person. Now I see his death was well-deserved. Old Yang Shidao clasped his hands and looked at Li Ji, saying, Since there's no plague in Xia Prefecture, we should return to Chang'an. This official will report everything about Xia Prefecture to His Majesty. We've been away long enough. It's time to go home. I really miss Chongqing Temple. Finally, we can return to Chang'an. As he said this, the The image of 5 beauties appeared in Shun Changqing's mind. Ha ha ha, I'll be seeing everyone soon. At night, in the back courtyard of the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unically standing before him. Reporting to your highness the crown prince, as per your orders, those who people have been arranged in the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian's face darkened. Very good. This matter must be kept secret. Don't let outsiders know. After speaking, Li Chengqian frowned deeply, staring intently at something. Before him was the cat person ghost in its black cat form, the two looking at each other, both revealing equally cunning smiles. Early the next morning, Shin Changqing's horse caravan had returned to Chang'an. Shin Changqing leaned back in the carriage, his hands behind his head, a relaxed expression on his face. Finally back at Changqing Temple, a golden bird's nest or a silver bird's nest can't compare to one's own dog kennel. After a while, the driver turned his head into the carriage and called out, "Immortal Master Shin, we've arrived at Changqing Temple." Hearing this, Shin Changqing held onto the carriage door and stepped out, his face beaming. "Haha, I'm home." As soon as he finished speaking, a certain scene caused Shin Changqing's eyes to widen in shock. He stared dumbfounded at the obvious changes to Changqing Temple. What's going on? How has Changqing Temple turned into a two-faced style? Shin Changqing saw that his home had been designed in 2 different styles, scratching his head as a drop of sweat rolled down. Could it be that my house has been taken over? Is this still my Changqing Temple? Not daring to believe his eyes, Shin Changqing stepped inside, cupping his hands around his mouth as he shouted, "I'm back!" As soon as he finished speaking, the little fox spirit appeared on the roof, wagging its tail. "Ah, it's Immortal Master Shin. No, I'm a 1,000-year-old fox immortal. I must mind my image." Shin Changqing looked up, spreading his arms wide as he smiled and said, "Little White, come down and let me give you a hug. I really missed you." Hearing this, Little White smiled like a blooming flower, jumping down from the roof. "Immortal Master Shin says he missed me. I'm in his heart." Just as Little White was about to throw herself into Shun Changqing's arms, Bai Dongni stepped out, her cheeks flushed. "Immortal Master, you're back." As soon as Shin Changqing saw Bai Dongni, he immediately turned towards her, ignoring Little White. "Yes, I'm back." After speaking, he hugged Bai Dongni tightly. "Immortal Master has been gone for so long. Dongni missed you terribly." Hearing this, Shin Changqing smiled awkwardly, his face flushing red. "I missed you very much too." Little White curled up angrily in a corner, tears streaming down. All men are lustful creatures. He still doesn't have me in his heart. After embracing for a while, Shin Changqing pointed at his house and asked, "By the way, why has Changqing Temple become like this?" Immortal Master is becoming more and more famous. Naturally, Changqing Temple must be decorated to match your status. But on how to decorate, Sister Donglai and I had some disagreements. Doni thought that Immortal Master is not an ordinary person, so you'd prefer elegance. But Sister Donglai believed that since Immortal Master's reputation is so illustrious, it should naturally have an air of wealth and nobility. We argued for a long time, and finally had to compromise like this. Hearing this, Shin Changqing's face darkened as he held his head helplessly. Indeed, children choose, adults want it all. Just as he finished speaking, Donglai rushed out from inside the house, shouting loudly, "Immortal Master, you've finally returned. You must do justice for me. Eliminate this poisonous woman Bai Dongni." Hearing this, Doni put on a pitiful expression. "Immortal Master, it seems Sister Donglai has some misunderstandings about me. What's going on here? Haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't we be happily reuniting? How has it turned into filing complaints?" Donglai frowned angrily and said, "At this point, sister, you still want to deny it? You've bribed Little Qing, intentionally trying to poison me. Little Qing has told me everything. I am loyal and devoted to my mistress. I won't be bribed by others." After speaking, Donglai took out a bottle of medicine and showed it to Shun Changqing. "Immortal Master, we haven't opened this bottle yet. Here's the evidence. Bai Dongni can't escape her crime." Shin Changqing took the bottle, helplessly rubbing his forehead as he thought to himself, "What's with this palace intrigue feeling? If we add this servant has discovered the noble consort's affair now, it would be perfect." Bai Dongni turned to Donglai, raising one finger as she said seriously, "Sister Donglai, this is something I specially prepared for you. It's hawthorn powder. It can help with digestion. I noticed you've been busy selling roast duck lately and haven't had much appetite, so I asked Lil Qing to give it to you to eat." Hearing this, Shin Changqing leaned in close to sniff the bottle, then smiled awkwardly and said, "This smell is indeed hawthorn. Donglai, you've really misunderstood Dongni. Then why did sister give it to me secretly and even gave me money, telling me to quietly put it in the mistress's food? That's right, if it's hawthorn powder, why couldn't you give it to me directly? Doni clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, putting on an aggrieved expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister Dong Lai comes from a noble background and has always looked down on me. I was afraid that giving the medicine directly would make Sister Dong Lai misunderstand even more and gossip about it. This is all Sister's fabrication, so cunning and deceitful. Shen Chongqing stood outside, his eyes widening as he watched the two women argue, speechless. After arguing, the two women each grabbed one of Shen Chongqing's arms. Doni biting her finger, "Immortal Master, you must do justice for me." Dong Lai angrily shouted like a sour woman, "Immortal Master, you must do justice for me instead." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing tilted his head back and sighed, his face turning pale. No wonder even the emperor has headaches because of the harem. It's truly too difficult. Just then, 3 eunuchs suddenly appeared outside the mansion, loudly announcing, "His Majesty has an edict summoning Immortal Master Shun to the palace for an audience." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing's eyes lit up, smiling as brightly as if he'd had a bountiful harvest. Perfect, I'm saved. The scene shifts to the imperial palace. The emperor looked ahead with an unhappy expression, saying in a deep voice, "Taoist Master Shen, you've really deceived me." Hearing the emperor speak like this, Shen Chongqing stood motionless, extremely shocked. Then he anxiously turned pale, cold sweat breaking out as he thought to himself, "Has Li Shimin discovered something? Could my identity as a time traveler have been exposed?" The emperor clasped his hands behind his back, walking step by step towards Shen Chongqing. At this point, Taoist Master Shen, you still won't tell the truth? Hearing this, Shen Chongqing froze like a wooden statue, his face pale and bloodless, thinking to himself, what is Old Li talking about? What have I deceived him about? Indeed, being close to the emperor is like being close to a tiger. Could it be that my little life will end here today? Thinking this, he glanced at the antique vase behind him, a scene flashing through his mind. Shen Chongqing smashing the antique vase, rushing towards the emperor, holding a shard to the emperor's throat, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the guards pointing their spears at him, Shen Chongqing shouted a warning, "Everyone back off, or I'll kill him." The emperor, terrified and sweating profusely, shouted with his mouth agape, "Everyone back off. Do you want me to die? Execute their entire clan?" As Shen Chongqing calculated his plan in his heart, he frowned, looking ahead and thinking, strike first to gain the upper hand. When it comes to life and death, I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, the emperor's expression changed from anger to kindness. I heard from Yang Shidao that Immortal Master Shen's treasure can ward off evil and bring blessings. Very efficacious. Shen Chongqing didn't hear the emperor's words clearly and directly grabbed a shard of the antique vase, rushing forward. The emperor, completely unaware, continued speaking. "Such a good thing. Why didn't Taoist Master Shun tell me earlier? Why keep it hidden?" As he finished speaking, the emperor opened his eyes to see Shen Chongqing pointing a shard at him, startling him. In an instant, Shen Chongqing hurriedly withdrew his hand, his eyes widening in shock as he said, "You said I deceived you. Is this what you meant? I just wanted to ask for Immortal Master Shen's treasure. Why is Immortal Master Shen so agitated?" Hearing this, Shen Chongqing quickly coughed a few times to cover up, thinking of a response. Then he extended his hand, saying gently, "This subject saw that this flower vase was a fake, so I broke it to show your majesty." Hearing this, the emperor threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Taoist Master Shen even knows how to appraise antiques? What other talents does Taoist Master Shun have that I don't know about?" Hearing this, Shen Chongqing walked straight to the blank paper on the table. "I wonder what your majesty would like Shen Chongqing to write? Immortal Master Shen, please write as you wish. As long as it's a treasure from you, it's fine." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. He raised the brush, staring at the blank paper before him. Old Li understands calligraphy. Why not let him broaden his horizons? Thinking this, he wrote 2 characters on the blank paper, self-cultivation. The emperor saw these 2 characters, and his eyes widened. Then Shen Chongqing wrote another sentence. Cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, bring peace to the world. Not forgetting to sign Shen Chongqing in the corner of the paper. Though it couldn't compare to Song Hui's own, at least it looked presentable. After writing, the emperor came closer, carefully examining the characters on the paper. Immortal Master Shen's treasure. Though the strokes are thin, they don't lose their strength, and the transitions are smooth. I've never seen this type of calligraphy before. After speaking, the emperor looked at Shun Chongqing expectantly. May I ask, immortal master, what style of calligraphy is this? Slender gold style. It's something Shun Chongqing accidentally created. Haha, I can only apologize to Song Huizong in advance, who told him to bring calamity to the country and people. The emperor was very satisfied with Shun Chongqing's answer, picking up the treasure to admire it. This is witnessing the birth of history. I must frame immortal master's calligraphy and hang it here, so that all who come can see it. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing clasped his hands, revealing a confident smile. Haha, isn't a time traveler's plagiarism of inventions and books just for fun? Oh, that's right. Immortal Master has one more matter. The emperor took out a box containing a pearl emanating strong energy. A few days ago, King Yama sent someone telling me to give this soul pearl to Immortal Master. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing bent down, stroking his chin in deep thought. This pearl looks familiar. The underworld tried to assassinate Old Li before, and now they're telling Old Li to give me something. Has Old Li been bribed too? Oh, I understand. Old Li is afraid that directly rewarding me would make me stand out, causing negative effects. So he's using the underworld's name. Having figured it out, Shun Chongqing turned and clasped his hands in a salute. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Shun Chongqing thanks your majesty. Your majesty is truly thoughtful. Hearing Shun Chongqing speak like this, the emperor was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, the soul pearl, refined from 10,000 years of souls, is the most precious treasure. Yet Immortal Master Shun says the gift is light, but the sentiment heavy, and even praises me for being thoughtful. Oh, Immortal Master Shun is reminding me that my thinking wasn't comprehensive. I cannot give him a gift. Just for this piece of calligraphy alone, I should reward him generously. I've been careless. The emperor immediately summoned someone to issue an edict, rewarding Immortal Master Shun with 1,000 taels of silver, conferring upon him the title of Great Virtue of the Taoist Path, with the salary of a second-rank official, not subject to the Ministry of Rights jurisdiction, allowed to have an audience with the emperor, exempt from kneeling before officials, and in charge of all court sacrifices and divinations. Shun Chongqing heard this with eyes wide in shock, then knelt on one knee, clasping his hands to his forehead. I thank your majesty for this great kindness. After speaking, Shun Chongqing squinted his eyes, revealing a smug smile. Haha, although I don't know why Old Li is rewarding me, now I'm a court official, eating the court salary. At the same time, an angry roar came from the Eastern Palace. I just received news that Father Emperor has greatly rewarded Shun, and even hung his calligraphy in the most visible place in the study. This Shun is truly favored. Li Chengqian angrily slammed his hand on the armrest. This Shun always ruins my good plans. Zhao Jia's death must be related to him. He's clearly targeting me. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Hearing this, the cat person ghost sitting beside him spoke up. What are you panicking about? He's just a wandering Taoist from who knows where. The cat person ghost lifted its foot, gathering energy, and said confidently, I'll help you eliminate him. After speaking, the cat person ghost stomped its foot hard on the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Back to Shun Chongqing, who was now walking out of the study with a beaming face. La 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 la, being an official is so satisfying. Just as he was so excited that his cheeks were flushed red, the cat person ghost's giant foot descended from the sky, carrying powerful force and emitting a dazzling golden light. As the cat person ghost's foot was about to touch Shun Chongqing, it seemed to be affected by some invisible force, quickly shrinking before it could even touch his hair, finally disappearing inexplicably. Shun Chongqing, still holding his head, leisurely walked away. At this moment, the cat person ghost in the Eastern Palace stared blankly at its own foot, while Li Chengqian excitedly ran over to ask, Has the great immortal eliminated Shin? The cat person ghost licked its claws, emitting a beam of light. That Taoist has some skill. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. The scene shifts to Shun Chongqing's mansion, where two meals are laid out on the dining table, one side with fragrant meat and fish, the other with simple green vegetables. Shun Chongqing, holding chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, looked at the food on the table with a purple face. It's just a meal. Why does it need to be so formal? Dong Lai and Bai Dongni stood facing each other, hands on hips, arguing. Immortal Master is a cultivator. His diet should be light and simple. Little sister Dong Lai, what do you know? Immortal Master travels far and wide for the country and people, working extremely hard. Of course, he should eat more meat. Hearing these words, Shun Chongqing closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. All right, a combination of vegetarian and non-vegetarian is most reasonable. I'll eat both, okay? A real-life version of palace intrigue. It's truly headache-inducing. At this moment, Shun Chongqing caught sight of something, his face immediately darkening. He watched with wide eyes as Little White unhesitatingly picked up a medicinal pill and put it in her mouth. Shun Chongqing immediately jumped towards Little White, but she had already chewed and swallowed the pill. Little White, don't. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Chongqing fell face first to the ground, causing an eerily quiet atmosphere. Then, Little White came over, extending her long tongue to lick Shun Chongqing's face, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Didn't I tell you? Eating random things will be dangerous. Thank you, Great Immortal, for your kindness. My cultivation is sufficient. I can swallow this soul pearl. Shun Chongqing hugged Little White, his hands tightly squeezing her stomach. You all should learn from this. There's no veterinary hospital here. I don't know if first aid methods work on pets. Hearing this, Dong Lai went over and hugged by Dongni's waist. Could it be that Immortal Master wants to perform immortal magic? As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Lai tightened her grip on by Dongni's stomach. She immediately revealed an expression of enjoyment, her cheeks flushing red as she thought to herself, could this be the dual cultivation technique that Immortal Master just researched? I like this position. Then, Shun Chongqing forcefully squeezed Little White's stomach, causing water to flow out. Immortal Master, what on earth are you trying to do by hugging me? Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Bai Dongni and Dong Lai saw this and cried out in panic. There are still clothes drying in the backyard and duck food hanging out. After speaking, the three looked up at the sky with fearful expressions. In contrast, Shun Chongqing frowned in discomfort. This is a 1,000-year-old demon using demonic energy to trigger a heavenly tribulation, activating the resonance of heaven and earth. Immortal Master needs to be careful. Shun Chongqing looked up at the sky and said, why has the sky suddenly become so gloomy? It wasn't supposed to rain today. However, at that very moment, a ball of light shone into the dark clouds, causing them to suddenly dissipate. Seeing this, Little White's face darkened as she thought, a 1,000-year-old demon triggering a heavenly tribulation. How can it just disappear like that? Shun Chongqing raised his hand to shield his forehead, looking at the light shining on his face as he said, the weather in June is really like a child's temperament, changing at a moment's notice. Wait, is it June now? Immortal Master has dispelled the great demon's magic. That demon, I'm afraid, is about to... At the same time, in another place, the cat person ghost suffered a backlash of magical power, vomiting blood continuously. The cat person ghost sat on a wooden sword, wiping away the blood with its hand, sweating profusely as it thought, damn it, the magical backlash directly cost me 8 lives. Luckily cats have 9 lives, otherwise I'd be dead by now. The scene shifts to the Eastern Palace, where someone is calling, Luli, Luli, where are you? Hearing the call, the cat person ghost glanced at Li Chengqian, saying, the noble consort is looking for me. I must go out. Luli glared ahead, her expression displeased. That Shin broke my magic, damaging my foundation. I won't let you off. Just as she finished speaking, Shun Chongqing sneezed. At this moment, he was sitting with 2 senior ministers, Yuan Tiangang and Wei Zheng. Sorry, gentlemen, please continue. Immortal Master Shin clearly knows there's a demon in the Imperial Palace but doesn't say anything. Surely he wants to test our abilities. Unfortunately, this Yuan is incompetent and still can't find any trace of the demon. The Tibetan envoy is about to visit. We must eliminate the demon before then. If those Tibetan barbarians discover that there's a demon hiding in the Great Tang's Imperial Palace, it would truly damage our national prestige. At this point, old Wei Zheng and old Yuan Tiangang stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed their heads sincerely, saying, we humbly request Immortal Master Shin to lend a hand in slaying the demon and eliminating evil. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing scratched his head with a puzzled expression. There's a demon in the palace? Are you 2 certain you've investigated thoroughly? Old Yuan Tiangang, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, responding resolutely. Is Immortal Master Shun implying that we should investigate again? The matter stems from the strange suicide of a palace maid. The case remains unsolved, leading us to suspect it was caused by a demon. Could there be more to this? Shin Chongqing heard this with a blank expression, thinking to himself, the ancient's perspective is truly limited. Unable to solve a case, they immediately suspect demons. Thinking this, he smiled brightly and said, if that's the case, I'll lend a hand. Let Shin Chongqing, who's familiar with Holmes and Kandaichi, help you with some deductions. A moment later, Little White stood next to the Taoist compass, her face beaming. Shin Chongqing looked at the compass and Little White, closing his eyes and sighing. I can only rely on Little White and the compass, combining them into a working dog and investigation tool. As he was racking his brains, old Yuan Tiangang let a subordinate carrying a wooden box. Minister Wei is busy with official duties and has specially arranged for Sun Fujiagia from the Court of Judicial Review to assist in solving the case. After speaking, Sun Fujiagia stepped forward and bowed. This lowly official, Sun Fujiagia, pays respects to immortal Master Shin. Shin Chongqing's expression turned serious, his sharp gaze fixed on the other party. Has Minister Sun brought what I need? Hearing this, Sun Fujiagia immediately brought the wooden box to immortal Master Shin's table. The clothes and personal effects worn by the deceased at the time of death are all in here. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing immediately opened the wooden box, reaching out to grab the clothes inside, his face turning pale as he remained silent. Seeing Shin Chongqing's expression, old Yuan Tiangang curiously asked, has Immortal Master Shin discovered something? Before he could finish speaking, Sun Fujiagia smiled smugly. As expected of Immortal Master Shin, your case-solving method is truly unique. However, contrary to Sun Fujiagia's words, Shin Chongqing was thinking to himself, it seems I can't see anything from these items. Solving cases is indeed not easy. If I say I haven't discovered anything now, won't they mock me? I must stay calm. Thinking this, he angrily pointed at the pile of clothes and shouted, Little White, come and smell this. Little White heard this and was dumbfounded, her face as ugly as a toad, thinking, what does Immortal Master mean? I'm not a dog. Sun Fujiagia heard this and rolled his eyes, saying, Immortal Master, we initially used hunting dogs to smell the deceased's clothes, but they didn't discover anything. Immortal Master's methods surely have their reasons. What do you understand? Shin Chongqing's face turned purple with anger as he grabbed Little White's head and pushed it into the deceased's clothes, gritting his teeth as he shouted, quickly smell it and see if you discover anything. As soon as Little White smelled the clothes, her eyes widened in shock. There's demonic energy. This demonic energy is very familiar. It's the breath of the demon that attacked Lord Shin Chongqing. At that time, fearing my strength wasn't enough, I ate the soul pearl. Immortal Master hugged me to make me remember the demonic energy in the air. Now Immortal Master is testing me, seeing how my abilities are, whether I can find that great demon. Thinking this, Little White turned and winked at the protagonist, even giving a thumbs up. Immortal Master, leave everything to me. After signaling to Shin Chongqing, Little White quickly flew away, leaving the three men utterly astonished. The protagonist scratched his head with a bewildered expression, muttering, when did Little White learn this new skill? Did Dong Lai teach her? After pondering for a moment, Shin Chongqing hurriedly chased after her. Hey, Little White, this is the Imperial Palace. Don't run around. After chasing Little White for a while, the three men stopped, panting heavily. Damn it, Little White runs too fast. We can't keep up. Weren't we supposed to be investigating a case? The case hasn't made any progress, and we've been running around the Imperial Palace for half an hour already. Immortal Master Shin, has your Divine Hound discovered anything? Just as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion occurred nearby, filling the air with dust and smoke. As the dust settled, they saw Little White chasing after Lu Li, who was drenched in sweat. Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fujiagia were stunned by this sight. Isn't that the black cat raised by Empress Wei? We didn't pay attention before, but looking closely now, that black cat is indeed not ordinary. Could Empress Wei be related to the demon? Shin Chongqing, standing nearby, heard these words and turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat as he thought to himself, isn't cats and dogs fighting just a normal thing? Why are you analyzing it so seriously? In an instant, Shin Chongqing seemed to realize something, panicking. Wait, could this be palace intrigue? Old Yuan wants to frame Empress Wei. They're not afraid of death, but don't implicate me. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing raised his hand and said directly, don't jump to conclusions, don't implicate Empress Wei. What do you mean, Immortal Master? At this moment, Empress Wei and her palace maids hurriedly ran over, quickly chase after it. What stray dog dares to chase my Lu Li? As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to block her. Empress Wei, we suspect you might be related to the demon in the palace. Please cooperate with our investigation. This matter is very important. Please cooperate, Empress. Hearing this, Empress Wei's face went blank, completely not understanding what was happening. What? Shin Changqing could only helplessly hold his forehead. What I just said might as well have been nothing. After some negotiation, Empress Wei finally agreed to go with Sun Fujiajia and Yuan Tiangang for investigation. This Empress agrees to cooperate. If you investigate and find that Lu Li is not related to this matter, you must give this Empress an explanation. If the investigation clearly shows no relation to the Empress, this Yuan is willing to resign and accept punishment. Shun Changqing widened his eyes and whispered to Yuan Tiangang, Old Yuan, aren't you going too far? Don't you care about your future anymore? Since a mortal master's dog has determined that the Empress's cat is problematic, the Empress surely can't escape involvement. A moment later, Sun Fujiajia suddenly turned back, exclaiming in panic. The dog and cat have entered the Crown Prince's bedchamber. Hearing this, the protagonist and everyone else rushed to Li Chengqian's chambers, immediately hearing shouts from inside. Kill them for me! Charge and kill him! Why are there sounds of killing coming from the Crown Prince's chambers? It sounds like there are dozens of people. Could there be assassins in the Crown Prince's chambers? Inside Li Chengqian's chambers, a group of people wearing fur coats were engaged in fierce combat with his subordinates. Li Chengqian, wearing a fur coat and holding a sickle, shouted excitedly, Kill! Kill! As he spoke, his face turned purple, his eyes rolled back, and he revealed a sinister smile as he charged forward, using the sickle to slash at a subordinate's neck. Ah, I'm dead. You can still speak after dying? How fake. The group wearing fur coats charged towards the subordinates with sickles. Die. Li Chengqian's eyes rolled back, his cheeks flushed red as he opened his mouth in a loud, crazy laugh. So exciting. This is such fun. It wasn't a waste of effort to bring you all into the palace. At this moment, amidst the chaos, a young palace maid fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Chengqian grabbed a knife, his face twisted as he approached the young palace maid step by step. Oh, beautiful girl. After speaking, he tore the clothes in front of the young palace maid, causing her to be so frightened that her eyes rolled back, her face turning pale as she screamed, Crown Prince, please don't. Li Chengqian glared at the young palace maid, his forehead flushed red as he revealed an evil smile. I'm not the Crown Prince, I'm a Turk. Turks have no humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, the young palace maid was affected by some strange force, her clothes immediately tearing to shreds. Li Chengqian now resembled a mad bull, stepping towards the young palace maid, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Haha, today is even more exciting than playing with those ordinary sleeping girls. Just as he was about to indulge in this delicacy, a subordinate rushed in, shouting loudly, Crown Prince, it's terrible. Empress Wei, Shin Changqing, and Yuan Tiangang are leading people here. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's face turned pale with fear, his eyes widening as he cried out, Why are they coming here? After speaking, he immediately grabbed his clothes to tidy himself up, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. They can't see me like this, quickly change my clothes. Outside, the guards at the door were being scolded by the protagonist's group. Empress Wei, my lords, the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace cannot be entered at will. The Court of Judicial Review is solving a case. Who dares to obstruct? Delaying the investigation. Can you bear that responsibility? As soon as they finished speaking, the protagonist's group stared in shock at something, stunned for 5 seconds. Li Chengqian, his clothes disheveled, looked out with terrified black eyes. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere suddenly falling silent. Empress Wei was utterly frightened by this scene. Then Shin Changqing couldn't help but laugh. He grinned at Li Chengqian, mocking, Oh my, so the Crown Prince is cosplaying and acting? How interesting. Heavens, how can the dignified Crown Prince dress like this? What has become of propriety? A moment later, Li Chengqian, now properly dressed, stepped out, clasped his hands in salute, and said with a forced smile, Chengqian pays respects to Empress Wei and the lords. Chengqian was momentarily excited and played around in the palace, truly disrespectful. I hope you can forgive me. Sun Fujiajia, with an unhappy expression, clasped his hands and questioned, Crown Prince, we are investigating the matter of demons in the palace. The situation is serious. I hope the Crown Prince will cooperate. We saw Little White and the Black Cat run in here. Your Highness has disturbed our investigation. Hearing this, Li Chengqian raised his hand and said with a smile, Minister Sun, please proceed naturally. Chengqian is clean and unafraid, willing to cooperate with any investigation. Hearing this, Sun Fujiajia immediately ordered 2 subordinates. Finding the Black Cat is more important. Go search quickly. Yes. Old Yuan, let's go search too. Li Chengqian walked past the protagonist, glaring at him with eyes like bullets. His face is black as the bottom of a pot. Then he looked behind him, his face purple with murderous intent, thinking to himself, Shin Chongqing, it's you again. Why are you always opposing me? After this thought, Li Chengqian finally noticed Empress Wei beside him. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking to Empress Wei's side with a smile. Empress Wei, aren't you going to investigate with them? This Empress has been inexplicably dragged into this matter. I don't want to make a fuss with them. Hearing this, Li Chengqian leaned close to Empress Wei, smiling as he said, Empress Wei, if I'm not mistaken, you've been dragged into this because of Immortal Master Shin, right? How do you know? Because Immortal Master Shin's dog chased after my Lu Li. So I. Before she could finish, Li Chengqian seized the opportunity to badmouth the protagonist. Immortal Master Shin likes to cause trouble. If he doesn't step up to solve problems, he can't show his importance. The schemes of this immortal master are truly unfathomable. Hearing these words, Empress Wei's eyes widened, her brows furrowing in anger as she said, The Crown Prince speaks truly. This Empress recalls all that Immortal Master Shin has done. It is indeed so. This Empress must warn His Majesty to stay away from such petty individuals. Li Chengqian, having successfully sowed discord, revealed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, outside, Little White had subdued Lu Li in her palm. Lu Li glared, her mouth open, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Li curled up, feeling sorry for herself as she thought, Damn it, if I hadn't been bitten and injured earlier, reducing my strength, you wouldn't be a match for me at all. Just then, Shin Chongqing and Old Yuan Tiangang came running, panting heavily. Seeing Little White biting Lu Li, they angrily shouted, Don't bite Empress Wei's cat to death. Hearing this, Little White released Lu Li from her mouth, looking up at the protagonist. Immediately after, Lu Li revealed her true form, suddenly standing up, her eyes flashing with golden light. Yuan Tiangang, standing behind, saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, The demonic energy is too strong. Lu Li stomped hard on the ground, creating a shockwave, as dazzling golden light burst from her back. You are indeed that great demon. Shin Chongqing looked at Lu Li and asked, What? It's the great demon? Isn't this just an ordinary cat? As he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing slapped his hand hard, his eyes widening as if suddenly understanding. Then, he angrily glanced at Yuan Tiangang. Old Yuan wants to cause trouble in the palace, so he dragged Empress Wei into this, saying that cat is a demon. At this moment, Lu Li was enraged, her demonic energy emanating intensely. Yuan Tiangang clenched his fists, taking a step back into a defensive stance. Immortal Master Shin, this great demon is ready to fight to the death. If I can't handle it, we can only rely on you. Old Yuan, you're overacting a bit. Lu Li stomped her foot hard, then flew quickly in one direction, leaving Yuan Tiangang and the protagonist with their mouths agape. This is bad. Don't let it escape. Why is it running? Is this solving a case or a marathon in the Imperial Palace? Just as the protagonist finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang and Little White chased after Lu Li, coincidentally meeting Empress Wei and Li Chengqian. Sun Fujiajia angrily stepped forward, raising his hand and shouting, Empress Wei, we suspect your cat is a demon. Please hand it over. Hearing this, Empress Wei became furious, saying loudly, My Lu Li is well-behaved and understanding. How could it be a demon? Before she finished speaking, Li Chengqian also glanced and said, If you say the Empress's cat is a demon, you must provide evidence. Otherwise, it's just slander. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang immediately pointed at the protagonist, answering firmly, Immortal Master Shin's dog is the evidence. It has confirmed that the Empress's cat is a demon. Old Yuan, what are you talking about? What did Little White confirm? Little White, sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, secretly communicated with Lu Li. Give it up. Stop pretending. Do I have to force you to reveal your true form by fighting you? Don't be smug. Although I'm not your match, It doesn't mean I'll surrender and be captured today. Yuan Tiangang, with one hand behind his back and the other raised, frowned and said, as expected of a mortal Master Shin's dog, it can even communicate with cats. Flattery should have its limits. How can cats and dogs communicate? They don't even speak the same language. At this moment, the group of young men disguised as Turks were calculating. Big brother, weren't we supposed to infiltrate the palace for an assassination? What should we do now? Don't rush. Wait for an opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, Luli turned her head to stare at the group of young men, seeming to realize something. Then, Luli glared at the group of young men with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the leading young man was controlled by some force, his face turning purple, his eyes rolling back, blood vessels popping. Then, he drew a sharp dagger, his eyes bloodshot as he charged forward. Big brother, has the opportunity come so quickly? Two palace guards saw four assassins wielding weapons charging towards them, crying out in terror. What's going on? What are you doing? Seeing this, Sun Fujiajia waved his hand and shouted, "This is bad. Stop them. These are the assassins." Li Chengxian saw this scene, his face turning purple as he cried out with wide eyes, "Why do you have hidden knives? What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Luli jumped out of Empress Wei's arms, causing her to panic. "Luli, come back quickly. It's dangerous ahead. Don't go there." Little White jumped down from the protagonist's shoulder, and seeing this, Luli communicated, "I've been hiding in the palace for many years, secretly approaching the crown prince to help him ascend the throne, borrowing the dragon energy to cultivate and achieve immortality sooner. Dream on. With my immortal master here, your schemes will never come to fruition." Luli possessed the four assassins, glaring at Little White as she said loudly, "Can your immortal master stop these frenzied barbarians? You're forcing me to use my full power." Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fujiajia stomped their feet and charged forward. "This place isn't far from His Majesty's chambers. We absolutely cannot let them leave. Even if we die, we must stop them." After speaking, the two men summoned all their courage and charged straight at the assassins. Yuan Tiangang swung his hand, hitting the leader's face squarely, dislocating his jaw. Sun Fujiajia used his elbow to sweep across another's face, knocking him backwards, and conveniently punched the one in front of him unconscious. Shun Chongqing clenched his fists, staring ahead as he shouted, "Old Yuan and Minister Sun are so brave, I can't fall behind their spirit." At this moment, the assassins were frantically charging towards Li Chengxian and Empress Wei. "Charge forward and kill that Han traitor emperor." Hearing these words, Li Chengxian and Empress Wei's faces turned pale, drained of blood. Seeing the assassins charging towards them, Li Chengxian and Empress Wei hurriedly separated and fled. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fujiajia ran over to push the assassins away, shouting loudly for the palace guards that there were assassins in the palace, urging them to stop them quickly. At this moment, Shun Chongqing's face turned purple with anger as he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Better to be a hero for a minute than a coward for life." Thinking this, the protagonist summoned all his courage and stepped in front of the assassins, stomping his foot to suppress them. Then, he angrily waved his hand, creating a ring of golden light shockwave carrying a powerful aura. "Who dares to be so reckless here? Do you think I'm Hello Kitty?" The assassins were blocked and suppressed by the power emanating from the protagonist, unable to get close to him. The bloodshot eyes of the assassins now became empty, their expressions confused and bewildered. Seeing this, Shun Chongqing immediately had a thought. "Indeed, they've been frightened by me." Thinking this, he pointed directly at the assassins, opening his mouth wide to shout, creating a powerful five-colored light ring. "Surrender and be bound immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins suddenly fainted in a strange manner. Seeing this, Shun Chongqing stepped back in panic. "Why do they all faint? You're overacting, people." Yuan Tiangang, standing beside him, was very pleased and slapped an assassin, causing tomato sauce to splatter. "As expected of immortal Master Shun, your words carry heaven's mandate. One sentence has caused the evil spirits to dissipate." Yuan Tiangang continued to beat the assassins while praising the protagonist nonstop. "Immortal Master Shun, I'm now completely in awe of you. You truly are a living immortal." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing pointed at his own face and said naively, "To be honest, you're all overacting." At this moment, Luli saw the assassins rolling on the ground, and her eyes widened in shock. "My magic has actually been broken." At the same time, Little White approached step by step from behind, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Li as she thought, "Let me surround this stupid cat, not letting it escape." However, when Shin Chongqing saw Little White, he showed an angry expression. This naughty dog Little White, wanting to bully Empress Wei's cat again? What will Empress Wei think when she sees this? Always causing trouble. Thinking this, he cupped his hands around his mouth, his eyes widening as he shouted, causing Lu Li's soul to nearly leave her body. "Little White, come back quickly." Hearing this, Lu Li turned her head to glare angrily at Little White. "I knew it. It's all because of this fox spirit's tricks. This person seems to have no magical power. He must be the fox spirit's master in the mortal realm. Now he's calling the fox spirit back to protect him." Thinking this, Lu Li spread her legs wide, glaring at Little White as her fur stood on end. Then, Lu Li used her sharp claws to scratch the ground and charged forward. Seeing this, Little White opened her mouth and let out a loud roar, releasing an extremely intense and powerful spiritual energy. Lu Li jumped into the air, kicked Little White once, and then landed. "Mad dog, come down here." Little White, hit by the attack, gently fell to the ground, glaring at the sky as she thought to herself, "With just this little skill, you want to defeat me? Dream on, darling." A moment later, something made Little White's eyes widen. Lu Li, carrying intense demonic energy, charged straight towards Shun Chongqing, causing him to instantly freeze in place, unable to move. Lu Li glared at the protagonist with a smug smile. Is this stupid fox so scared it can't even react? Thinking this, Lu Li raised her claws and charged towards Shun Chongqing, her eyes flashing with golden light. "You've ruined my plans, now die." Yuan Tiangang, watching from afar, gritted his teeth. The demonic energy is too strong. This demon must have at least 1,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, in Lu Li's imagination, she glided past the protagonist, using her claws to attack him. Under Lu Li's fatal blow, the protagonist's head separated from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Then Little White also fell unconscious. "Shun Chongqing is my master. If the master dies, I will also be severely injured." Lu Li glanced and revealed an extremely sinister smile. "Isn't my plan to kill two birds with one stone brilliant, my friends?" Having finished planning, Lu Li opened her mouth and laughed like a mad, rabid cat. "Ha ha ha, die?" However, when Lu Li got close to Shun Chongqing, the demonic energy on her body instantly dissipated. Shun Chongqing quickly caught Lu Li, holding her in his arms, revealing a friendly smile as he thought to himself, "I must catch the Empress's cat, otherwise the Empress will surely punish me." Lu Li, now lying comfortably in Shun Chongqing's arms, suddenly trembled all over, screaming inwardly, "Damn it, where has the demonic energy on my body gone?" Little White, standing nearby, didn't find this scene strange and just sighed, not taking the road to heaven, but preferring to plunge into hell, daring to provoke immortal Master Shun, truly not knowing life from death. Lu Li opened her mouth wide, staring at Shun Chongqing's darkened face, thinking in horror, "This isn't right. This guy doesn't lack magical power. His cultivation is too high. He's been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along." Thinking this, Lu Li kept struggling in the protagonist's arms. "I'm dead. I've fallen for it. I must quickly get away from here. If I can escape, there's still a chance." Seeing Lu Li trying to struggle, Shun Chongqing immediately swung his hand, striking her directly on the nape of her neck. Grabbed by the scruff, Lu Li's whole body trembled. "Damn it, he's got my weak point." Note: grabbing a cat by the scruff of its neck will make it more docile. This is often called a weak point. The scene shifts to the imperial study in the palace. Son Fujiegia presented a memorial to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have investigated clearly. The group of confused people that the crown prince secretly brought into the palace were indeed assassins sent by the Turks." Hearing this, the emperor's face turned purple with anger, his eyes widening as he frowned and shouted, "Good, very good. What a fine crown prince I have, causing such a big incident." After speaking, the emperor suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. "Issue an edict. The crown prince's behavior is improper, indulging in debauchery, and despite repeated teachings, he is not changed. Order the crown prince to be confined for 1 year, not allowed to leave the Eastern Palace a single step, and to copy moral classics 100 times each day. After speaking, the emperor clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the calligraphy written by Shun Chongqing, looking at it with a smile. Once again, it's Immortal Master Shun who has achieved great merit. I don't even know how to reward him anymore. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty, it's terrible! A big incident has occurred!" At the same time outside, the protagonist's carriage was on its way back to Chongqing Temple. Earlier, after subduing Lu Li, the protagonist had tried to hand her over to Bai Susu and Yuan Tiangang, but was flatly refused. "This is a demon cat, I don't want it. Take it away quickly, Immortal Master Shun. Your Taoist skills are profound. This cat should be left in your care." So the protagonist had no choice but to put Lu Li in a cage and bring her back to Chongqing Temple in his carriage. Such a good cat. Why don't they want it? After speaking, Shun Chongqing opened the cage and reached in, speaking in a friendly manner. "From now on, you'll follow me. The name Lu Li is too hard to pronounce. I'll call you Little Black." "Okay." Hearing this, Little White revealed an uncomfortable expression and transmitted to Little Black. "Stinky cat, Immortal Master Shin bringing you home is your great fortune. Don't be ungrateful." Little Black heard this and narrowed her eyes mockingly. "Being captured is called fortune? You can flatter all you want. I don't want to." Keep talking tough. You'll understand soon enough." After a long journey, the coachman turned his head to look inside the carriage and called, "Immortal Master Shun, we've arrived at Chongqing Temple." The protagonist got off the carriage, one arm holding Little White, the other carrying Little Black, and said cheerfully, "Little White, Little Black, we're home." Little Black opened her eyes wide, staring straight ahead, and was utterly shocked by what she saw. Seeing Little Black's expression, Little White smiled smugly. Eye-opening, isn't it? Little Black saw the spiritual energy emanating from the protagonist's mansion, breaking out in a cold sweat. The spiritual energy here is so dense, even the dragon energy of the Imperial Palace can't compare. Little White glanced over mockingly. "Impressed yet? If you cultivate here, the effects will be much better than in the Imperial Palace. Also, wipe your drool, darling." Little Black revealed an embarrassed expression, using her paw to cover her mouth. "Last time I tried to summon a heavenly tribulation, my magic was broken too quickly. Now, even if I could see the weak points of the Taoist temple, I wouldn't dare provoke the Immortal Master." Shun Chongqing, with one hand on his hip and the other carrying Little Black, walked while calling out, "Dongni, come quickly and see what I brought back for you all." Hearing the call, Bai Dongni ran out from inside, her face beaming with a smile. "Immortal Master, you're back." Sister Dong Lai's gone to work at the roast duck shop. She's not home now. Little Black stared wide-eyed at Bai Dongni, thinking to herself, "Am I seeing things wrong? This woman actually has the rare pure Yin constitution. If I could cultivate with her, the effects would surely double." Shun Chongqing pointed at Little Black and said happily, "This is the new member of our temple. Her name is Little Black. Do you like her?" Hearing this, Bai Dongni bent down, clasping her hands as she looked closely at Little Black. "Oh my, how adorable. Can I keep her? I really like her." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing handed Little Black to Bai Dongni without hesitation. "Of course you can. If you like her, let her stay with you. That's great. With Dongni taking care of her, I won't have to be the one cleaning up after her anymore." Bai Dongni hugged Little Black, gently stroking her head. "Immortal Master, look, Little Black is cuddling with me. That can't be right. I coaxed her the entire journey, and she didn't pay any attention to me." Seeing this, Little White curiously stepped forward and looked up, asking, Hey, aren't you a female cat? What do you know? Sister's chest is so big. Who wouldn't like it? So, do you still want to run away now? The spiritual energy here isn't bad. This old lady will stay here for now." Suddenly, a voice from outside caught Shun Chongqing's attention. "Imperial edict arrives. Immortal Master Shun to receive the edict." Eunuch Li, holding the Imperial edict, looked at the protagonist with a meaningful smile. "Immortal Master Shin, I hope you're well. Do you remember me?" The protagonist heard this and smiled, pointing at Eunuch Li's face. "I remember now. You're the eunuch who delivered the edict in Taiyuan. When did you return to Chang'an?" Hearing this, Eunuch Li's face darkened, and he forced a smile. "Thanks to Immortal Master's blessing, this servant was quarantined in Taiyuan for 7 days before returning." The protagonist heard this and clasped his hands, speaking warmly. "This was all necessary for plague prevention. Thank you for your cooperation, Eunuch. By the way, I haven't asked how I should address you." Eunuch Li stared directly at the protagonist and said frankly, "Immortal Master is too polite. Everyone calls me Gao Lisher." The protagonist heard this and felt as if struck by lightning, thinking to himself, "Wait, who? Gao Lisher? Could it be the most famous eunuch of the Tang dynasty?" Shen Chongqing stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "That's not right. I remember Gao Lishur was from Emperor Xuanzong's time. Now Li Ji is still a child. It can't be the same person." Thinking this, he clasped his hands and bowed to Eunuch Li. "So it's Gao Lishur. My apologies for my disrespect. There are many people with the surname Gao. It must just be a coincidence. Why am I getting so tense?" Gao Lishur's face darkened as he looked at the protagonist, thinking, this Shun fellow was first surprised, then deep in thought, and finally gave a cold smile. He must have guessed my identity, then thought about the crown prince being punished, and finally felt he didn't need to fear me. This Shun fellow's information is quite fast. He already knows about the crown prince's punishment so quickly. He must indeed have strong backing. Shen Chongqing saw Gao Lishur standing in a daze and waved his hand in front of him. "Hey, Gao Lishur, what are you spacing out for?" Gao Lishur, startled, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and forced a smile. "Please forgive this servant, immortal Master Shen. I just remembered something and was momentarily distracted. Now that the crown prince has been confined, we can't cause him any more trouble. At this time, I must establish a good relationship with this Shen fellow." Thinking this, Gao Lishur took out the emperor's edict. "His Majesty has an edict. Immortal Master Shen, please receive it and then quickly enter the palace." The protagonist received the edict and stared at it in surprise. The Tibetan delegation has arrived? Wasn't it supposed to come next month? Gao Lishur covered his mouth and whispered to Shen Chongqing, "I heard from Minister Yuan Jianzheng that there's a very powerful figure in the Tibetan delegation who used magic to fly them from Tibet to Chang'an, which is why they arrived so quickly." Shen Chongqing heard this and was dumbfounded, breaking out in a sweat. "Flew to Chang'an? Nonsense, how could anyone fly? It's probably 9 out of 10 that the Tibetan delegation took a shortcut and wasn't discovered along the way." After chatting for a while, Gao Lishur pointed towards the door cheerfully. "Immortal Master Shun, the carriage is waiting at the door, please." Shen Chongqing held his head and sighed helplessly. "I just came out of the palace and now I have to go back in. I haven't even eaten yet." The scene shifts to the great hall of the imperial palace, with 2 guards standing at the front. Inside the hall, the emperor is hosting a banquet for his officials, accompanied by a lively performance of singing and dancing by the court dancers. The emperor sits on the dragon throne with Empress Wei, smiling as they look down at the scene below. At this moment, Shen Chongqing arrives at the door, peering in. "Looks like I'm late. Is there still a place for me?" Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Princess Changyue was also present at the banquet, raising her cup to drink. A moment later, Changyue also noticed the protagonist and raised her hand to wave warmly, which surprised him quite a bit. Then, Shen Chongqing walked to Changyue's table and said, "Princess Changyue, it's been a while. Why haven't you come to visit Chongqing Temple?" Hearing this, Changyue closed her eyes and smiled. "Immortal Master works tirelessly for the country and the people. You're busy with 100 tasks and 1,000 duties. Changyue is just a woman. How dare I disturb the Immortal Master?" The protagonist stepped to Changyue's side and sat down. "Why are you being so formal with me? You can come to visit anytime you want." After speaking, he quickly grabbed a chicken leg and brought it to his mouth. "I'm starving. Let's talk after I've eaten." "Immortal Master, what do you think about Trisong Detsun?" Shen Chongqing glanced over, still chewing as he replied. "Trisong Detsun? I remember the books saying he was very capable, unified Tibet, and even became related by marriage to the Great Tang, marrying Princess Wensheng, promoting ethnic unity and harmony." Hearing this, Changyue tilted her head in confusion and asked eagerly, "The things Immortal Master speaks of, Changyue has never heard before. From which book did you learn this?" "Oh no, I forgot. Accidentally spoke of history. These events haven't happened yet." After pondering for a moment, he confidently raised one finger and answered frankly, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." Hearing this, Changyue immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Changyue understands. "Don't worry, Immortal Master. Changyue won't speak carelessly." Shen Chongqing picked up the wine jug and raised it with a smile. "Come, let's drink, let's drink." Just then, someone suddenly stood up, placing their hands on the table. A long-haired young man placed his hand on his chest and looked ahead. "Kagan, Trisong Detsun has come here to propose marriage to the Great Tang." This young man was the Tibetan leader, Trisong Detsun. He stared ahead with a meaningful smile. "I hope to marry Princess Changyue." Hearing him say this, Changyue and Shen Chongqing couldn't help but choke and spit out their drinks. Changyue stared at Trisong Detsun, her face pale. "He wants to marry me? This is completely different from history. Wasn't he supposed to marry Princess Wensheng?" The emperor heard this proposal and forced a smile. Princess Chongyue is still young, not yet of marriageable age. The royal family has many other princesses. Perhaps we could choose someone else? Trisong Detsun spread his arms before the emperor and said firmly, Kagan, I sincerely love Princess Chongyue. If I can marry the princess, from now on, the Great Tang and Tibet will become even closer, harmonious as one family. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If your majesty is reluctant to part, could it be that you look down on Tibet's soldiers as weak and our horses as feeble? Hearing this, the emperor's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, Trisong Detsun has unified Tibet, and now indeed has strong troops and capable generals. The Great Tang should not engage in conflict with him, but to send Chongyue as a peace envoy, I truly can't bear it. After pondering for a while, the emperor turned to look at his ministers. My beloved officials, what do you think of this matter? Who can help me resolve this dilemma? Faced with the emperor's question, the ministers all frowned, none daring to speak up. Seeing this, Trisong Detsun glanced around with a smug smile. Then, Shun Chongqing stood up and looked towards Trisong Detsun, speaking, Tell me, how much do you like Chongyue? Hearing this, Trisong Detsun frowned in displeasure, using sharp eyes filled with killing intent to stare at the protagonist. Turning around, he saw Shun Chongqing walking towards him, fan in hand. The protagonist glanced at him with a carefree expression. Seeing the protagonist's expression, Trisong Detsun's face turned purple with anger as he pressed. Who is this? What do you mean by those words? Hearing this, Shun Chongqing replied amiably, Of course, I meant it literally. Don't you understand Chinese? Trisong Detsun frowned and rubbed his chest. I have admired Princess Chongyue for a long time, infatuated and besotted. I dare say no one likes Princess Chongyue more than I do. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing closed his eyes and laughed loudly. So Trisong Detsun is just a lovesick fool. My apologies, my apologies. Hey, what exactly are you trying to say? The protagonist ignored Trisong Detsun's words, closed his eyes, raised his head, and chanted, Love the rivers and mountains more than the beauty. How can a true hero be content with loneliness? Why is this person suddenly singing? Moreover, what song is that? As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist's face darkened, revealing a meaningful smile. Then, he used a cold gaze and raised his fan, pointing at Trisong Detsun as he shouted, Then let me ask you, between the land of Tibet and Princess Chongyue, who would you choose? Oh, this! Before he could finish, Shun Chongqing quickly interrupted Trisong Detsun. Your mouth says you like the princess, but now you hesitate. Hearing this, Trisong Detsun hurriedly replied, I choose Princess Chongyue. Hearing this answer, Shun Chongqing immediately moved closer, squinting his eyes as he laughed loudly. Ha, very well. Then you should stay in Chang'an. From now on, be a carefree imperial son-in-law, spending your days in passionate love with the princess. As for Tibet, why not offer it as a dowry to the Great Tang? It would show your sincerity. The emperor heard this and laughed heartily. If that's the case, I will make the decision to marry Chongyue to Trisong Detsun. From now on, Tibet will be territory of the Great Tang. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, Trisong Detsun immediately turned around, his eyes widening as he shouted, No, I choose Tibet. You're not willing to give up even your country, yet you dare say you like the princess. Clearly, you have other intentions. Hearing the protagonist speak like this, Trisong Detsun turned his head to look at him, letting out a cry. Then he frowned, his eyes widening, revealing a sinister expression as he said, Why must I choose? I want it all. Shun Chongqing heard this and laughed loudly. With such a determined attitude, it seems you really do like Princess Chongyue. So what do you like about the princess? Trisong Detsun stroked his chin, saying arrogantly, I like that the princess is educated, understands the ways of the world, and has a noble soul like an orchid. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing glanced at Chongyue and said, Princess, remember these merits well and change immediately. Trisong Detsun heard this and angrily widened his eyes, shouting, What are you saying? At this moment, Chongyue looked at the protagonist with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushing. Trisong Detsun pointed at Shun Chongqing's face and said loudly, Your words are mocking. Do you think the men of Tibet are weak and easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Chongqing raised his hand in front of him and said firmly, Don't get excited, I was just joking. If I'm not mistaken, you and the princess have never met. Where did you learn of these merits? Trisong Detsun used sharp eyes to stare at the protagonist as he answered. The princess's reputation for virtue and wisdom has spread far and wide across the land. I've heard about it in Tibet for a long time. Shen Chongqing closed his eyes and raised one finger. Oh, so you've only heard about it. Then the Princess Chongyue you like is the Princess Chongyue in people's words, not necessarily the real princess. Hearing this, Trisong Detsun's eyes widened, his expression confused. What's the difference? Of course there's a difference. What you think you like isn't real liking, it's just your imagination. What you think you don't like might not be real dislike either, it's just what you assume. Real liking can't be based on your imagination, but must come from mutual understanding between both parties. That's real liking. Hearing this, Trisong Detsun felt dizzy, blood rushing to his head, losing his balance. The Chinese language is so profound and difficult to understand. I feel like I've understood, yet I don't understand at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Chongqing stepped forward and slapped Trisong Detsun's shoulder hard. All suffering stems from forced desires. You're confused because you don't truly like the princess. Is that so? The emperor, sitting on the golden throne, was very pleased with the protagonist's handling of the situation. Immortal Master's words are truly profound. My dear minister, go back and think it over carefully. You will surely gain great insights in this matter of marriage alliance. We'll discuss it another day. Hearing this, Trisong Detsun returned to his seat with a confused expression. Yes, we'll discuss it another day. The emperor looked at the protagonist with a smile, as expected of the immortal master, easily resolving this trouble for me. Shen Chongqing then returned to his own seat. It's a small matter. This is called overwhelming with logic. Returning to his seat, Trisong Detsun finally came to his senses. He looked at the protagonist, gritting his teeth as he thought. It seems I've been toyed with by that Taoist. How hateful, how embarrassing. This fellow is indeed cunning. Thinking this, he signaled with his eyes, instructing his subordinate to bring something up. That stinking Taoist surely doesn't have designs on the princess, does he? No good. I must regain my dignity. Trisong Detsun pointed at a wooden box, glancing at the emperor as he spoke resolutely. I've heard that the Great Tang has produced talented people generation after generation, with skilled craftsmen throughout the realm, and rare treasures as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. This treasure I obtained in Tibet was created by a skilled craftsman who poured 25 years of his heart and soul into it. It looks simple, but is extremely difficult to solve. The Great Tang, blessed with talent, surely can easily solve this treasure. Would your majesty care to try? Hearing this, the emperor's eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, is he trying to challenge our Great Tang? Then Trisong Detsun stepped into the center of the Great Hall, taking out a Rubik's Cube from the wooden box. This treasure is called the Lu Ban Jade Cube, consisting of 16 faces divided into 6 colors. Each face can rotate freely. After speaking, he immediately used force to scramble the colored squares. Now I will disorder its sequence. The Kagan, wise and divine, with supernatural intelligence, should find it easy to restore the treasure to its original form. The subordinate quickly handed the Rubik's Cube to the emperor, who was greatly intrigued. I've only heard of the Lu Ban lock, but never of the Lu Ban Jade Cube. Is it truly so miraculous? The emperor eagerly took the Rubik's Cube and began to turn it. In my youth, I was very fond of such interesting things. And so the emperor turned it for a very long time, until the tangerine season came with no progress at all. The emperor still didn't give up, continuing to turn it through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, turning until he was drenched in sweat, yet still made no progress. Trisong Detsun watched the emperor concentrate on the puzzle and smiled to himself. Kagan, there's no need to rush. Even the craftsman who created this treasure would take several hours to restore it to its original form. Hearing this, the emperor looked up at Trisong Detsun, pondering deeply. This young Trisong Detsun is clearly trying to regain face after being embarrassed by the Taoist Shen Chongqing. After thinking for a moment, the emperor raised the Rubik's Cube high and said to his officials, I am old now and can no longer play with such things. Which of my beloved ministers would like to try? If anyone can complete it within an hour, I will certainly reward them handsomely. Hearing this, the officials whispered among themselves, this matter concerns the face of the Great Tang. We can't easily accept. Even His Majesty couldn't restore this toy. I'm afraid we'll be at a loss too. Trisong Detsun stared at the two ministers, thinking smugly, what Great Tang, celestial dynasty? Aren't they stumped by me now? Thinking this, he pointed at Shen Chongqing and said, you spoke so eloquently earlier. Surely with your superior intellect, why don't you give it a try? Shen Chongqing folded his arms and glanced over, saying, isn't it just a high-end version of a Rubik's Cube made of jade? What's there to be smug about? It seems you look down on this Lu Ban Jade Cube. Could it be that you can restore it to its original form? Shin Chongqing raised both hands, his expression calm. To play with this, don't you just need hands? I've known how to play with it since I was young. Hearing this, Trisong Detsun angrily pointed at the protagonist. Nonsense. This jade cube was clearly created by our Tibetan master craftsman after years of painstaking effort. How could you have known how to play with it since you were young? Shin Chongqing laughed coldly. This is originally a children's educational toy from our Great Tang. I didn't expect it to become a treasure in your country. It seems Tibet is truly backward and remote. It's really pitiful. As soon as he finished speaking, Trisong Detsun pointed at the emperor, frowning as he said, "You say the jade cube is a children's toy from the Great Tang. Then why can't the nobles and ministers here, including the Kagan, restore it?" Hearing this, the emperor and the ministers broke out in a cold sweat, hanging their heads dejectedly. Even if it were true, there was no need to state it so bluntly. How impolite. Shin Chongqing stepped forward, one hand on his hip, the other extended in front of him, sneering. When a 3-year-old child holds a stick and calls it a treasure sword, would you argue with it? We refrain from exposing you, yet you're still smug and arrogant. After speaking, he winked at the emperor and gave a thumbs up. Is this enough face saving for the old man? This is how the Jianghu works. Our EQ is truly high. Seeing this expression, the emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Taoist Shin Chongqing is still reliable, able to share in resolving difficulties for me. But can he really restore the jade cube? Trisong Detsun held out the Rubik's Cube, his face pale. Fine, if you can restore it within half an hour, I'll believe what you say. If not, this prince will not let you off. The protagonist took the Rubik's Cube, stroking his chin as he stared at it intently. Half an hour, is it? Anyone can talk, but can they really do it when it comes down to it? To be honest with you, even the highly skilled Buddhist elders of our Tibet need an hour to restore this jade cube. As he spoke, he began to skillfully turn the Rubik's Cube. In an instant, Shin Chongqing had restored the Rubik's Cube to its original form, the colors clear and distinct. Seeing this, Trisong Detsun's eyes widened, sweat pouring like rain, unable to believe his eyes. 15 minutes is enough? What's half an hour? Impossible. Impossible. How could it be restored so quickly? You must be cheating. Shin Chongqing squinted and raised his eyebrows, looking over with a smug smile. This game has a formula. If you remember the formula, anyone can play it. Trisong Detsun angrily widened his eyes and frowned, turning to point at the protagonist's face. You must have memorized the sequence when I scrambled it earlier. I just need to reverse it to succeed. You're clearly cheating. Do it again. You scramble it this time. After speaking, Shin Chongqing turned around, folding his arms as he waited. Hey, are you done scrambling? Hurry up. A moment later, Trisong Detsun handed the scrambled Rubik's Cube to the protagonist. This time I don't believe you can restore it so quickly. Shin Chongqing took the Rubik's Cube, tilting his head to look at Trisong Detsun smugly. Then you better watch closely. What follows is the moment to witness a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing immediately set to work, his movements turning the Rubik's Cube as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. In an instant, Shin Chongqing had brought the restored Rubik's Cube back to its original form before him. What the hell is this? What do you have to say now? Just as the protagonist closed his eyes and was about to launch into a tirade, a person in a red robe suddenly appeared. Shin Chongqing opened his eyes to see the person in red and startled back, crying out in shock. Heavens! How did a living person just appear? Under the red robe was an old man with a bald head and white hair. Taoist master, this jade cube is too ordinary. How about competing with this humble monk in a different way? As soon as the old man appeared, the entire hall fell into an unusual silence. The court officials repeatedly rubbed their eyes, looking at the appeared old man. Am I seeing things? Where did this old llama come from? This magic is no different from that of immortals. Hearing this, Shin Chongqing frowned and turned his head to look behind him, muttering, "It's just a magic trick of making a person appear, and it scared you all this much? The ancients truly have limited knowledge." Then Shin Chongqing walked around the old man once, observing from top to bottom. But where's the mechanism? I can't see it. It seems this old llama's skill is no less than Lucien's. At this moment, the emperor sitting on the golden throne saw the old man appear and frowned, showing displeasure. He can break through the imperial palace's restrictions and suddenly appear in the great hall. His cultivation is indeed formidable. It seems he is Tibet's trump card. The emperor looked at the protagonist, breathing a sigh of relief. If it were before, I might have been frightened. But now with immortal Master Shin here, there's nothing to worry about. Trisong Detsun stood behind, revealing a sinister smile. This fellow seems to have been scared out of his wits. He must be looking for a way to escape. After speaking, Trisong Detsun stepped forward, spreading his arms with a flattering smile. Kagan, this is the Thurni elder of our Tibetan Tantric school. The elder's Buddhist skills are profound, and he has come to compete with the great Tang's experts. After speaking, the old Thurni introduced himself. This humble monk Thurni pays respects to the Kagan. I humbly request your majesty's permission to exchange skills with this Taoist master. Hearing this, the emperor replied happily, since the great master is so interested, I permit immortal Master Shin. Immortal Master Shun, great Master Thurni, has come from thousands of miles away. Why not have a friendly competition with him? Hearing this, Shin Chongqing pointed at himself, his expression bewildered as he scratched his head. What? Me? Or someone else? Thurni immediately revealed a face full of killing intent. This humble monk just proposed a competition with the Taoist master. You shouldn't decline. Now that the Kagan has given the order, if you still deliberately refuse, could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Hearing this, Shun Chongqing was extremely annoyed, turning to shout, Where do you see me having a guilty conscience, you stinking old monk? Isn't it just transformation magic? Who are you mocking? Hearing the protagonist's straightforward response, the emperor was very pleased and smiled. Immortal Master Shin, no need to be modest. In this Chang'an city, you are the most qualified person to represent our great Tang. Hearing this, the protagonist glanced at the emperor, understanding old Li's intention. This is great Tang's territory. Even the referee is one of our own. What's there to fear about his transformation magic? This transformation magic mainly relies on props and assistants. If we change the location, not allowing his props and assistants the opportunity to perform, wouldn't we win for sure? Thinking this, Shin Chongqing waved his hand forward, his face confident as he revealed his characteristic smile. If that's the case, this Shin accepts the Great Master's challenge. The Great Master proposes the content. I choose the location. How about that? Hearing this proposal, Thurni seriously replied. This humble monk dares to suggest competing with the Taoist master in rainmaking, fortune-telling, and entering a cauldron of oil. Aren't these the tricks used in the magic competition in the Tri-Kingdom in Journey to the West? They've all been exposed long ago. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing frowned as he looked ahead, his expression determined. I'll definitely win. A moment later, at the arena in the Imperial Court Square, the protagonist stood opposite the old Thurni, thinking to himself, this place is flat ground. Surely there can't be any magic mechanisms here. There's no one else around either. Without props, mechanisms, and assistants, let's see how you perform your tricks. Thurni looked at the protagonist with an expressionless face, saying, May this humble monk make rain first? Great Master, please proceed. Then, Thurni stepped onto the arena. Shin Chongqing stood below, looking ahead with a smug smile, thinking to himself, now the sky is clear and vast. It's basically impossible to make rain. In the end, neither the old Lama nor I will be able to make rain. We can only tie. Thurni clasped his hands and stood before the altar. He chanted a spell, and suddenly the sky darkened, with fierce winds swirling around Thurni. Not only that, but powerful lightning bolts also descended from the sky, astonishing the court officials. Heavens, the sky has really darkened. This is the first time I've seen someone able to make rain so quickly. Even the Dragon King is only this good. The wind is too strong. Shin Chongqing had to raise his hand to shield himself, frowning as he thought. What's going on? Just saying the sky is gloomy, and it immediately becomes gloomy. I didn't expect him to gain the upper hand. His luck is really good. After Thurni gathered enough wind, he widened his eyes, looking at the sky as he shouted, Rain! At the same time, the Dragon King in the sky held a talisman between his fingertips. All right, the monk has given the signal. It's time to rain. Just as he finished speaking, someone grabbed the Dragon King's hand. It turned out to be the King of Hell. Dragon King, my brother, don't seek death. The Dragon King saw the King of Hell, and his eyes widened in shock. Brother King of Hell, what are you doing here? The King of Hell glared angrily. Let me ask you, do you want to give rain to that old Lama? That old Lama has always worshipped the East Sea East Palace. Giving him rain would be as easy as turning your hand over. Hearing this, the king of hell became even angrier, opening his mouth to shout, "Brother, you're too foolish. If you let this rain fall, I'm afraid from now on, the one in charge of giving rain will have to be changed." The Dragon King's face stiffened upon hearing this, and he said in confusion, "Elder brother, why do you say that?" The king of hell turned to look towards the arena. "Do you know who that Taoist competing with the old llama is?" The Dragon King stared at the protagonist, answering resolutely, "I don't know. He looks like a mortal." The king of hell turned his head to glare at the Dragon King, his tone severe. "A mortal? If he's a mortal, there are no more immortals in this world." Below the arena, thick black clouds gathered, accompanied by powerful lightning bolts. Trisong Detsun, standing behind the emperor, glanced over with a cunning smile. "Kagan, it seems our Tibet has won the first round." The emperor calmly looked at the sky. "My dear minister, don't be hasty. Immortal Master Shun hasn't made his move yet. If both succeed in making rain, it will be a tie." As he said this, the emperor turned with a smile. "Moreover, it hasn't rained yet. The elder will call 3 times, and the rain will come. It will surely be a heavy rain. Please wait and see, Kagan." Derny stood on the platform, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Rain fall!" Then he raised both hands to the sky, but no raindrops fell. Only a few leaves fluttered down. Shin Chongqing stood below, looking straight at Derny, muttering helplessly, "The weather really does change as soon as you say it will. What drizzle. Looks like you're getting anxious too." Just as he finished speaking, a fly suddenly flew past Shin Chongqing's face, catching his attention. The protagonist couldn't help but wave his hand to shoo the fly. Where did this little demon fly come from? How annoying. While swatting at the fly, Shin Chongqing inadvertently waved his hand. Instantly, the thick black clouds suddenly dissipated, returning the sky to clear blue, with bright sunlight shining on Derny's face. Seeing this scene, his face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down, his mouth agape in shock. "What's going on?" He immediately turned his head to look at Shin Chongqing. "I clearly had an agreement with the Dragon King. Call 3 times, and the rain would fall. Could it be that this Taoist knows how to dispel clouds, mist, rain, and wind? What kind of cultivation is that?" Thinking this, he glanced over, revealing a suspicious expression. "No, it must be a coincidence. I'll pray for rain once more, and it will work." After speaking, Derny solemnly clasped his hands and chanted a spell. After finishing the chant, he widened his eyes to look at the sky, opening his mouth to shout, "Rain fall." But the result was still a clear sky with bright sunshine, a 5-colored halo shining, and the mist dissipating. He looked at the scene before him, his face pale, his eyes rolling back. "Where's the rain? Where are the clouds?" Shin Chongqing again revealed a smug, confident smile. "Ha ha, the weather has changed again. It seems I'm a lucky one." At this moment in the sky, the old Dragon King wore a fearful expression, scratching his head. "Thank you, elder brother, for reminding me. If not, I would have made a big mistake. To please immortal Master Shun, this small matter is far from enough." Hearing this, the Dragon King turned with a beaming smile, clasping his hands as he said, "Please, elder brother, give me some guidance." The king of hell leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Do you know why I could become the ruler of the underworld, while you're just a small dragon king? Because I know how to flatter the leaders. I also want to flatter, but haven't had the chance yet." The king of hell found this answer very correct and irrefutable, so he changed the subject. "The opportunity is right before your eyes. If you can please immortal Master Shin, what future would you have to worry about? Whether you can be promoted to a position in the celestial court depends on your performance today. Little brother understands. Please watch my performance." After Derny finished his performance, Shin Chongqing stepped up to the altar, his hands resting on the cold surface of the table, thinking to himself, "The llama's rainmaking has failed. Even if I lose, a tie would make both sides happy." Thinking this, Shin Chongqing suddenly widened his eyes in panic. "But I don't know how to make rain either. How did those great immortals on TV make rain?" Derny stood below, looking at the protagonist, feeling frustrated. "He ruined my rain-making magic. What goes around comes around. When he tries to make rain, I must use magic to disrupt him." But just as he thought this, Derny's eyes widened. The sky suddenly filled with thick black clouds, rain pouring down in torrents, leaving Derny astonished. "Is it really raining?" Before he could finish speaking, the rain grew heavier, thunder rumbling, leaving Derny standing in shock. At this moment, the king of hell in the sky turned to ask the Dragon King, "Brother, immortal Master Shin hasn't even started to make rain. Are we just highlighting his profound Taoist skills by doing this?" The wind and rain were so strong that even the emperor and Trisong Detsun had to raise their hands to shield themselves. Is this rain summoned by that Taoist? Does a mortal master Shen really have such abilities? The court officials saw the protagonist standing amidst the thunder and lightning and exclaimed, "Look at Immortal Master Shen!" Shen Chongqing looked up at the sky in confusion. Has the eye of the storm passed? Indeed, there's no wind in the eye. Science programs really don't lie. As he was thinking, the emperor below shouted, "Immortal Master Shen, quickly retract your divine powers." Trisong Detsun, standing behind the emperor, clutched a large piece of wood tightly, shouting, "Stop immediately. Tibet concedes this match." The protagonist heard this, but hadn't yet reacted. "I haven't done anything yet. How have I won?" Derny was now gritting his teeth in anger. "Stinking Taoist, I'll consider you formidable this time. Next time, I'll make you pay." After a long while, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, leaving large puddles in the imperial courtyard. Palace maids and servants hurriedly brought brooms and water basins to clean up. The protagonist thought to himself, "Everyone thinks the storm just now was my doing. What a big misunderstanding." Then, Derny stepped forward, his face gloomy, saying sarcastically, "The great Tang is indeed wealthy, able to make the Dragon King exert himself like this." As he said this, Derny's face turned purple with anger as he stared at Shen Chongqing. This humble monk didn't lose in terms of Taoist skills, but because Tibet's wealth can't compare to the great Tang's. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing glanced over, silently thinking, "Indeed, I don't understand what he's saying." But clearly, he's not convinced. "I hate those who can't accept defeat. I should put on a bit of an act too." Thinking this, Shen Chongqing sneered. "A frog in a well? Do you know? What just happened was merely a small trick. If you're not convinced, I'll make you lose until you're thoroughly convinced." Hearing this, Derny's eyes widened, his mouth agape, thinking to himself, could it be that he really did summon the wind and rain just now? Is his Taoist cultivation really that high? As the two were facing off tensely, the emperor stepped forward, laughing heartily, dissolving the tense atmosphere. The emperor extended his hand, closing his eyes with a smile. The magic duel, just now, was truly wonderful. How will the next divination contest be conducted? Derny stepped forward, clasping his hands as he said, "I trouble the Kagan to find 3 boxes, each containing a different object. The Taoist master and I will stand 100 paces away from the boxes and guess what's inside." Hearing this proposal, Shen Chongqing glanced uncomfortably. "So all you need is to find someone who knows the objects in the boxes beforehand? Haha, indeed. You started looking for help. I won't let you have your way." Hearing this, Derny stepped forward, spreading his arms as he said frankly, "Then let the Kagan place the objects." Surely that's convincing enough? What does the Taoist master think? Hearing this proposal, the emperor stroked his chin and said, "Not bad. I will place the objects. I will certainly be fair and absolutely not favor anyone." After speaking, the emperor stepped forward and patted Shen Chongqing's shoulder. "Immortal Master Shen, the great Tang, and Tibet are on friendly terms, so don't show off too much. I obey the imperial edict." As he said this, the emperor winked at the protagonist, suggesting that Immortal Master Shen shouldn't win too overwhelmingly, at least to save face for Tibet. The protagonist saw this look and understood the emperor's intention, smiling. Oh, Oldly is afraid Tibet will lose face, hinting that I should lose in the next round." The two thought back and forth and then burst out laughing, leaving Derny feeling utterly confused. An incense stick later, the emperor had prepared 3 boxes of different colors placed on the table. "I have finished placing the objects, ensuring no one has seen what I put in. The 2 immortal masters can begin the competition with peace of mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Derny stepped forward, clasping his hands tightly. Then he slowly released his hands, his face pale as he looked ahead, his eyes rolling back. Next, he widened his eyes, which turned bloodshot. Seeing this, Shen Chongqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Great Master, with your eyes so wide, have you really seen the objects in the boxes?" "This humble monk has cultivated the heavenly eye ability. My eyes can see future causes and effects. Naturally, I can see through the objects in the boxes." Hearing this, the protagonist blinked and sighed. "Great Master, this isn't the heavenly eye ability. It's clearly conjunctivitis. You should go get it treated quickly." However, something made Derny's eyes widen in shock. Then he turned his head to one side, his expression uncomfortable. Was that just now an illusion? Why did I feel a fluctuation of demonic energy? This is the Great Tang's imperial palace, with experts as numerous as clouds. How could there be demons? It must be an illusion. After thinking for a moment, Lernie turned to the protagonist and said, Taoist Master, how about we both write our answers on paper and reveal them at the same time? Of course, no problem. After speaking, the protagonist picked up a brush, grinning. Anyway, I have to lose this round, so let's just play along. Finally, both of them held up their papers. Lernie wrote, apple pie, jade pendant, teacup. The protagonist wrote, bald-headed bird, a bowl of noodles, half a peach. Seeing the results, the Emperor's eyes widened in shock. This monk is indeed formidable. He got everything right. But what did Immortal Master Shin write? Could there be some deeper meaning? The court officials nearby heard the protagonist's answers and discussed in astonishment. Could Immortal Master Shin be joking? How could His Majesty put such things in the boxes? Lernie turned to the protagonist, clenching his fist as he questioned, writing such answers. Is Immortal Master Shin mocking this humble monk? Hey, isn't this the dialogue from Liu Zhishin beating the Zhang Guanxi? As he spoke, the protagonist imagined those scenes and chuckled, leaving Lernie completely bewildered. Then, he inadvertently said, whether it's entertaining or not doesn't matter, as long as everyone's happy. Hearing this, Lernie's eyes widened, his face pale as he stood frozen. A moment later, the guard stepped forward to open the boxes and check. Unexpectedly, the first box really contained half a peach, shocking the guards, the protagonist, and Lernie. It was clearly a teacup inside. This humble monk's heavenly, I couldn't have seen wrong. Writing randomly and still getting it right. I'm too impressive. The second box, a bowl of noodles. Wow, I even guessed this right. Maybe I should go buy a lottery ticket. Lernie's face turned purple with anger as he rushed over to overturn the items on the table, shouting, Impossible! There must be some trickery here. Lernie ran straight to the last box. This humble monk doesn't believe the third box contains a bald-headed bird. He opened the last box himself, but the result was beyond expectation. It was indeed a bird with a large bald patch on its head. Seeing this scene, the Emperor's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, clearly I placed objects similar to what the Lama wrote. How did they turn into the things Immortal Master Shin wrote? At this moment, behind the Emperor, Little White and Little Black were sitting on the roof observing the competition. Little Black glanced at Little White and asked, Immortal Master Shin's Taoist skills are profound. Does he still need us to play these tricks? It seems you don't understand human affairs. No wonder you've cultivated for many years and are still just a wild demon. Tell me, we changed the objects in the boxes to what Immortal Master Shin wrote. Is this really Immortal Master Shin's intention? What else could it be? You're not quick-witted at all. Your and my invisibility spells can fool ordinary people, but in Immortal Master Shin's eyes, there's basically nowhere to hide. He must know we've entered the Imperial Palace. Little White frowned, lifting one paw as she said, In your opinion, did Immortal Master Shin even glance at us once? That Lama, on the other hand, sensed our presence and even glanced at us. Immortal Master Shin is always gentle. He wouldn't ignore us to that extent. Little White recalled the scene of the protagonist writing and said, when writing the objects in the boxes, why did Immortal Master Shin suddenly smile? Wasn't it to see our reaction? I understand now. So being by Immortal Master Shin's side, one can learn so much. In the future, I'll ask Big Sister Little White for more guidance. You still have a lot to learn in the future. Shin Chongqing was still rubbing his chin in amazement, staring at the boxes on the table. I guessed all three boxes correctly. Could I really be a genius? Then, the Emperor and Trisong Detsun approached the protagonist, speaking gently. Immortal Master Shin's divine powers are vast, once again broadening our horizons. I wonder if Immortal Master Shin could reveal a little. How did you do it? As he said this, Trisong Detsun glanced at the old man, frowning uncomfortably as he said, Elder Lernie's heavenly, I has never been wrong, but this time it was wrong all 3 times. It's hard to imagine. The Emperor heard this and said with some irritation, Could it be that my dear minister thinks I and Immortal Master Shin colluded to cheat? Shin Chongqing heard this and imagined the Emperor arranging for someone to cheat. That's right, Old Li could arrange for someone to cheat. Then, he turned to look at the young eunuch who was cleaning up the boxes, covering his mouth to hide a chuckle. There's an 80% chance this eunuch is a master of magic tricks. With his help, it would be difficult for Tibet to win. Trisong Detsun clasped his hands before the Emperor and explained, I absolutely did not mean that. I'm just curious how Immortal Master Shin did it. I've never seen Elder Lernie fail like this. The emperor heard this and glanced at the protagonist, saying firmly, "This is naturally Taoist Master Shun's profound Taoist skills. How could we ordinary people understand?" Is oldly hinting at how I should answer? After thinking for a moment, Shun Changqing pointed at himself, smiling as he said, "That's right. What just happened was merely a small magic trick of this poor Taoist. I've made you all laugh." After chatting for a while, the emperor turned to ask Trisong Detsun, "My dear minister, our great Tang has won 2 rounds. Do we need to compete in the 3rd round?" "Kagan, the Han people have a saying, a good beginning makes a good ending. I think we should still complete the competition." Hearing this, the emperor turned to ask the protagonist, "What does a mortal Master Shin think? The 3rd round is entering a cauldron of oil. Do you want to compete? Then let's compete. I have no objections." After speaking, the protagonist imagined a scene of a boiling oil cauldron in his head. "I've seen decoding entering the oil cauldron. Isn't it just adding a bit of vinegar to the oil to lower the boiling point? I can completely expose this trick right on the spot." Trisong Detsun, with an indignant expression, turned to leave. Immortal Master Shun is indeed formidable. "Then I'll go discuss the 3rd round of competition with Elder Thurney." After he left, the emperor turned his head to wink at the protagonist, even sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, giving a thumbs up in praise. Seeing this, Shun Changqing also happily gave a thumbs up in response to the emperor. At the same time, Little White and Little Black, sitting on the roof, saw this scene and turned to each other, smiling. "Look, Immortal Master Shun is giving us a thumbs up. See? I told you Immortal Master Shun is testing us. It seems he's very pleased with us." A moment later, Trisong Detsun approached Elder Thurney, his eyes wide as he spoke loudly. "Elder, this isn't going as we discussed. We've already lost 2 rounds. That Shin fellow is too strong. This humble monk was too careless. In the final round, this humble monk will use his ultimate move to help Tibet regain face." As he said this, Thurney looked at the protagonist, muttering, "Your magic may be profound, but my magic is rare and hard to find. I don't believe you can defeat me." Today's duel with Taoist Master Shun has made this humble monk feel his skills are inferior. The 3rd round has been decided to be the Cauldron of Oil Challenge. With Immortal Master Shun's cultivation, he must have already achieved the indestructible diamond body, right? Shun Changqing overheard snippets of the conversation and turned his head to look behind him. What is the Lama saying? Is he planning to concede already? Thurney extended one hand forward, placing the other by his mouth as he chanted, his face gloomy. "Immortal Master Shun, this humble monk wants to demonstrate his strongest skill. Do you want to compare our abilities?" As soon as he finished speaking, he began to perform his technique, spiritual energy surging around his body. The powerful aura whipped up a fierce wind, blowing up the skirts of the palace maids and causing the eunuchs to stagger. Seeing this scene, the protagonist raised his hand to shield himself, revealing a fearful expression. What is this Lama's ultimate skill? Is it specifically for being a hooligan? After Thurney exerted his power for a while, a square block of ice appeared in his hand. He stared at the ice block, panting as he said, "This is this humble monk's ultimate skill, condensing air into ice." Little White and Little Black, observing from above, discussed, "Indeed, it's not simple. Condensing the surrounding water vapor into ice, this Lama is truly formidable. If using the 5 elements magic, condensing into ice wouldn't be strange, but he's not borrowing the power of the 5 elements mutual generation at all. He's completely relying on his internal cultivation to condense ice. It's truly an ultimate skill." The protagonist pointed at the ice block in Thurney's hand and asked, "Was all that earlier display just to make this ice block? To be able to condense ice without borrowing magic? Could it be that Taoist Master Shin also knows how?" The protagonist heard this and put his hands on his hips, his face confident as he said, "Isn't it just making ice? Let me broaden your horizons, show you the prowess of the deadly poison master." In Shun Changqing's imagination, he transformed into an old man with a face full of beard, pointing forward as he said in English, "Let's cook." Back in reality, Shun Changqing pointed directly at Thurney's face with a silly grin, thinking to himself, "Haha, as a hardcore fan of Old White, I finally have a chance to say this line." Seeing this attitude, Thurney frowned and asked, "What incantation did Immortal Master Shin just say?" Indeed, Breaking Bad is too old now. Even modern people rarely watch it, let alone people from the Tang Dynasty. Thinking of this, Shun Changqing folded his arms and closed his eyes, saying, "Isn't it just making ice? As much as you want. Taoist Master Shun, this humble monk condensed ice without borrowing magic. Don't confuse the concepts. Shin Chongqing opened his eyes and glanced over, saying, "Then I can also have anyone condense an ice block at will. Can you do that?" Derny said sternly, "Taoist Master Shun, don't speak nonsense. If condensing ice were that simple, wouldn't my decades of hard training become a joke?" Shin Chongqing immediately pointed at the palace maids behind him. "You choose any palace maid. I'll have her make ice right here for you to see. Let's see what you have to say then." Derny stared at the protagonist, his expression determined as he said, "Fine, this humble monk wants to see how Taoist Master Shin will make an ordinary person produce ice." The palace maids at this moment were enthusiastically calling out, "This is a good opportunity to perform in front of His Majesty. Great Master, choose me. I'm very smart. Great Master, choose me." Derny looked at the excited girls before him, his face reddening involuntarily. These palace maids are indeed ordinary people, with no cultivation on them. Can Shin really make them produce ice? Thinking this, he caught a glimpse of the protagonist whispering to a eunuch, "He must be up to something. I can't let him have his way." A moment later, the eunuch prepared a basin of clean water for the protagonist. Shin Chongqing held a bowl of something in his hand, sprinkling black grains into the water basin, humming a tune, looking very cheerful. Seeing this, Derny stepped closer, staring intently at the water basin as he asked, "Taoist Master Shin, what are you doing? Are you playing some trick?" Shin Chongqing glanced at him, replying straightforwardly, "Great Master only said not to use magic to condense ice, but didn't say anything about not adding something to the water." After speaking, he told the eunuch to pour all the fruits from the plate in his hand into the water basin. "Besides, have you ever seen anyone play tricks by adding peaches, plums, and fruits?" Hearing this, Derny was stunned, pondering deeply. "Indeed, I can't sense any magical power in the water. Let's see how he condenses it into ice." After thinking for a while, Derny said to the protagonist, "Immortal Master Shun, this humble monk can be responsible for condensing the ice block. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Derny frowned with some irritation. "Does Immortal Master Shin insist that the person condensing ice must be a palace maid? If necessary, this humble monk can also wear women's clothes." Hearing those words, the protagonist immediately imagined Derny dressed as a palace maid, involuntarily shuddering as cold sweat broke out. Why go to such extremes? It's just making ice, not a competition to see who's more foolish. Imagining those scenes, Shin Chongqing covered his face with his hand, waving dismissively, thinking even the idea was terrifying. "Then just choose anyone. Great Master, please stir the water basin." Hearing this, the old monk immediately went over, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged his hand into the water to stir. "Great Master, the water is very cold. Would you like to use this stick instead?" Derny glanced behind him, answering bluntly, "Taoist Master Shin need not worry. This humble monk has an indestructible diamond body. Mere cold water is nothing." He thought to himself, "The trick must be in that stick. I absolutely cannot let him have his way. Great Master, if your hand gets too cold, please pull it out immediately. Though the water is cold, it's still far from the icy ponds in the snow realm." At the same time, the Emperor and Trisong Detsun also stood nearby, observing carefully. After Derny stirred for a while, small pieces of ice appeared on the water's surface. Seeing the ice pieces on the water's surface, Derny's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Heavens, it's really turning into ice. Keep stirring, the ice will continue to grow." The water was very cold, but Derny was sweating profusely, his eyes fixed intently on the water basin. There was nothing unusual in the basin, yet it could produce ice. This strange phenomenon had never been heard of before. Could this Taoist be an immortal descended to the mortal world? As he was thinking, Shin Chongqing behind him raised his hand, his face pale as he said, "Hee, it's time to eat the fruit." Hearing this, Derny's face turned pale with fear, cold sweat breaking out as he thought to himself, "Eat the fruit?" In his eyes, are the prince and I just fruit for him to enjoy at will? He wants to kill us. Thinking this, he hurriedly pulled his hand out of the water basin, then bowed his head in defeat, startling Shin Chongqing. This humble monk admits defeat. "Why are you admitting defeat, brother?" Then he raised his head, his eyes wide as he looked ahead, saying loudly, "Your Highness, the sunset glow on the snowy mountain peak, the wind blows and the clouds disperse." Hearing this, Trisong Detsun gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This is the prearranged signal with the elder, meaning there's great danger, and we must leave quickly." Thinking this, he turned and bowed to the emperor. "Kagan, our Tibet admits defeat. We will leave now." After speaking, Trisong, Detsun, and Thurni, along with their entourage, hurriedly fled the imperial palace, not daring even to look back. Afterwards, Shun Changqing scooped out the chilled fruits from the water basin, saying, "I just wanted to take out the fruit to eat." Why was the llama's reaction so intense? "These chilled fruits are best eaten now." The emperor took a frozen peach and bit into it, his mood becoming cheerful. "Never have I eaten such a crystal-clear frozen peach in this weather. Today, beloved Minister Shun has brought glory to our country, truly a cause for celebration." Changyue ate a cherry, her cheeks flushing as she thought to herself, "Taoist Master Shun is so impressive. How can there be such a perfect person?" Suddenly, a eunuch ran in from outside, loudly reporting, "Urgent news from Longyu Dao, 800 miles away." Hearing this, the emperor immediately frowned and stood up. Longyu Dao borders Tibet. Trisong Detsun's recent behavior was very unusual. Could there be some disturbance at the Tibetan border? The emperor stared intently at the memorial with a serious expression, causing the protagonist and everyone else to fall into a solemn silence. After a moment, the emperor placed his hand on the table, sighing as he said, "So that's it. A giant white pig has appeared in Longyu Dao." The local officials consider it an auspicious sign and hurriedly ran 800 miles to report. Hearing this, Shun Changqing stroked his chin and thought, "White pig? I remember white pigs were introduced to our country in 1974, and after breeding, they solved our country's meat-eating difficulties. If they exist now, could we achieve freedom in meat consumption?" Thinking this, the protagonist stepped before the emperor, bowing as he said, "Your Majesty, this white pig is indeed an auspicious sign. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to go and bring the white pig back." The emperor heard this and asked curiously, "It's just a white pig. Is it worth such treatment from a mortal Master Shin?" Of course, this matter relates to the livelihood of the common people. Hearing this, the emperor said happily, "Since Immortal Master Shun has said so, I permit it. How many people does Immortal Master Shun intend to take along?" Shun Changqing immediately raised his hand, smiling as he said, "It's just bringing a pig back. No need to mobilize troops. I can go alone. That's enough." The emperor pointed towards Changyue, saying, "Changyue, I remember you've never been to Longyu Dao. Why don't you go with Immortal Master Shin and broaden your horizons a bit?" Hearing this, Changyue excitedly clasped her hands. "Immortal Master Shin, may I go with you? I promise I won't be a bother." Hearing the young woman's request, the foolish Shin Changqing immediately raised both hands in outright refusal. The princess is a delicate flower. How could she endure the hardship of a 3,000-mile journey? Moreover, men and women should maintain proper distance. If we go together, I'm afraid it would be quite inconvenient throughout the journey. Hearing this, Changyue lowered her head, her eyes widening in a daze, saying with some disappointment, "Well, never mind then. Changyue, I can only help you this far." Seeing Changyue's sadness, Shin Changqing raised his hand to comfort her. "Princess, don't be disappointed. In the future, I'll take you to many more interesting places." Hearing this, Changyue immediately cheered up, her eyes wide and bright. "Really? Then we must keep our word, all right?" The emperor stroked his chin, looking at the protagonist and Changyue with a smile as he thought, "Immortal Master Shun is truly a celestial being in the mortal world. If Changyue could marry him, it would be a fine match." The scene shifts to Changqing Temple. Dong Lai and Bai Dongni, hearing that the protagonist wanted to go catch the white pig, both excitedly said in unison, "Immortal Master wants to go to Longyu Dao. Let me go with you." Dong Lai folded her arms, her face unhappy as she glanced at Bai Dongni and said, "If Immortal Master wants to take someone along, it should be me. What use would you be?" Hearing this, Bai Dongni put her hands on her hips, replying sharply, "What use? I can be of great use." Dong Lai looked at Bai Dongni's ample bosom, her face turning pale with anger. Shameless. At this moment, Shun Changqing was sitting cross-legged, watching the two young women glare at each other, helplessly thinking to himself, "I suspect you're discriminating, and the evidence is clear." Then Bai Dongni went to Shun Changqing's side, looking at him shyly as she said, "Immortal Master, take me along. On the way, I can take care of your meals and daily life, and I can even warm your bed." Hearing this, Shun Changqing remembered Bai Dongni's enormous snow pears, feeling it wasn't so bad, and he hadn't even had time to swallow. But 2 seconds later, Dong Lai rushed forward, pushing Bai Dongni aside, angrily saying, "Immortal Master isn't such a casual person. You should take me instead." I can help a mortal master arrange everything on the journey. I know how to cook and stir-fry vegetables, and I can mend clothes. Moreover, I know the way. When did you learn so many skills? Has your skill tree been updated? After speaking, Shin Chongqing stood up, dusting off his clothes and putting on his luggage. Forget it. No matter who goes, the other person will surely be unhappy. It's best not to go at all. Seeing Shin Chongqing carrying his luggage and leaving, the two young women hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Immortal Master, take care of yourselves at home. I'll be back in about half a month." Just as he left Chongqing Temple, a bald coachman was waiting there. "Immortal Master Shun, this humble one is the coachman arranged by the court. Thank you for your trouble." Shin Chongqing sat in the carriage, and the coachman carefully adjusted things for him. "Immortal Master, please hold on tightly here. Isn't this just a horse carriage? Why install handrails?" The coachman turned his head, looking cautiously at Shin Chongqing. "Immortal Master Shin, riding in my carriage means your family. Trusting me is definitely not wrong." After speaking, he took a deep breath, using his whip to strike the horse's rump hard, causing the horse to shed tears in pain. "We're off." The horse, in pain, shot off like a rocket, causing the protagonist's hair to stand on end, his face turning pale. "Oh no, mother!" Who knew riding a horse carriage could feel like being launched? Just as he finished speaking, he noticed something continuously moving behind him. A moment later, Changhua emerged from under a white cloth, her face flushed red, sweating profusely and panting. "I can't take it anymore. I'm about to suffocate." As soon as Shun Chongqing saw Changhua, he cried out in shock, "Princess Changhua, why are you here?" Changhua opened her eyes wide, smiling at the protagonist. "Father Emperor allowed me to leave the palace, so I specially arranged for the fastest coachman in Chang'an to take us." So that's what the coachman meant by special. "But this won't do, princess. You didn't bring any guards with you. What if we encounter bad people? I must take you back." Coachman turned back to Chang'an. The bald coachman heard this and continued to frantically whip the horse. "Immortal Master, we've already left Chang'an by over 100 miles. It's difficult to quickly return." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as he exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, is this a robbery? How can we be moving so fast?" Changhua looked at the protagonist and said, "Immortal Master, Father Emperor has said that with you here, no one in the world can harm me. Please take me along." The protagonist heard this and helplessly held his head. "All right then, let's go together. Getting to travel with Immortal Master Shin. Ha ha ha. Why do I have such an ominous feeling about this?" The scene shifts to a remote village in the forest, surrounded by lush trees. The protagonist's carriage also stopped to rest in this forest. The bald man stroked his beloved horse, grinning widely. "Immortal Master and Princess, please go into the village to find a place to rest first. We'll stay here." The horse turned its head with a proud expression, glancing around. The bald man saw this expression on the horse and was puzzled. "My friend, what's wrong? Come on, stop messing around. I'll go find some grass for you." After the bald man left, the horse glanced behind. Suddenly, the surroundings became strangely gloomy, causing the horse to grind its teeth in fear, its eyes widening. At this moment, the ancient tree behind the horse transformed into a monster, using its branches to pierce through the horse and stuff it into its mouth, which was as wide as a sewer. But by this time, Shin Chongqing and Changhua had already entered the village, unaware of what was happening outside. "What's going on? Immortal Master, is this village uninhabited? I find this village too gloomy." Just as she finished speaking, a brick fell from above, making a noise. Hearing this, Changhua startled, her eyes widening, teeth clenching, her face turning pale, drained of blood. Then, she lunged forward, tightly hugging Shun Chongqing's arm, causing him to blush furiously. "Immortal Master, I'm so scared." After being embraced by Changhua, Shin Chongqing's eyes fixed on her chest. Then, Shin Chongqing smiled calmly, raising his hand. "Princess, don't be afraid. It's just an old house falling apart, a few tiles falling off." Hearing this, Changhua turned her head to look at the tile on the ground and said, "Oh, so it really was just a broken tile." After speaking, she hurriedly let go of the protagonist's hand, blushing with embarrassment. "I hope Immortal Master won't blame me. Changhua was disrespectful just now." Shin Chongqing lowered his head and leaned closer, looking at Chang Yue with gentle eyes. Princess, don't be afraid. There are basically no ghosts in this world. Chang Yue clasped her hands, staring at Shin Chongqing, smiling as brightly as harvest season. That's right. With a mortal master here, we don't need to fear any demons or ghosts. There's a temple ahead. We can rest there tonight. The protagonist and Chang Yue entered the temple, and he casually touched the altar. Strange, there are no inhabitants in the village, but this temple is very clean, as if someone sweeps it every day. Chang Yue stared blankly at something. Immortal Master, why is this Buddha statue's face covered? Perhaps it's a local custom. Let's not be too curious. After speaking, Shin Chongqing pointed towards the door. Princess, let's go to the back hall to see if there's anything we can use as bedding. We'll stay here tonight. All right. As soon as the two left, the veil covering the Buddha statue's face suddenly flew up, revealing the strange face beneath. A while later, Shin Chongqing found 2 blankets. The back hall even has clean bedding. It must have been left by the monks in the temple. And here I thought we'd have to sleep on the cold stone floor. Chang Yue knelt down, her hands on her lap, smiling. As expected of a mortal master, able to sleep even in a place like this. I, on the other hand, don't dare to sleep. Shin Chongqing sat on his mat, enthusiastically saying, if the princess can't sleep, we can have a pre-sleep chat session. I used to love lying down and chatting with my roommates. Hearing this, Chang Yue placed her hand on her chest, her eyes widening with curiosity. What's a pre-sleep chat session? Shin Chongqing tilted his head, raising one finger as he answered. It's just casual talk. In your terms, it's sitting together and chatting. That sounds nice. I've wanted to talk with a mortal master for a long time. Didn't you always want to learn from me? Now's a good chance to teach you. After speaking, Shin Chongqing picked up a stone and began drawing randomly on the steps. These are commonly used theorems in geometry. Let me explain some other things to you. But as soon as he finished speaking and looked up, Shin Chongqing saw that Chang Yue had already fallen asleep. No matter the era, mathematics remains the most effective sleeping spell. Chang Yue slept dreamily, her finger hooked in her collar, pulling it down to reveal her astonishing chest. Seeing this, Shin Chongqing turned his head away, his cheeks flushing red as he thought embarrassedly. I shouldn't look at things that go against propriety. The long night dragged on, with Shin Chongqing sitting quietly in the room like this. He looked out the door, as if deep in thought. I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be in the imperial court, let alone spending a night with a great Tang princess in this dilapidated temple. Thinking this, Shin Chongqing placed his hand on his chest, closing his eyes and sighing. A drop of water in the vast sea. How pitiful my short life is. Is there still hope of returning? The next day, Shin Chongqing and Chang Yue stepped out of the temple door. Chang Yue blushed with embarrassment, glancing at him as she asked, Immortal Master, after I fell asleep, you didn't do anything strange, did you? Shin Chongqing turned his head, raising an eyebrow as he answered straightforwardly. No, the princess slept very soundly. The tacit understanding of adults, automatically skipping over awkward topics. Then the two went to the old tree where the coachman had rested, but there was no sign of anyone. Where did the coachman and the horse go? As he said this, Shin Chongqing's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that someone robbed and killed them? Hearing this, Chang Yue's face turned pale with fear. Robbed and killed. She then imagined herself being chased by a group of bandits. Men robbed for wealth, women robbed for beauty. Immortal Master, save me. Thinking of this scene, Chang Yue became frantic with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Turning to hug Shin Chongqing tightly. If there really are robbers and killers, are we in great danger? Immortal Master, quickly use your magic to fly us away. Hearing this, the protagonist scratched his cheek, thinking to himself, seems like I've scared the princess. She's starting to talk nonsense again. How can I make her fly? This isn't a game. I should calm her down instead. Thinking this, he patted Chang Yue's shoulder to comfort her. Princess, don't be afraid. Perhaps the horse was startled and ran off, and the coachman is chasing after it. Chang Yue rubbed her chin, looking up at the protagonist. Really? Just now, Immortal Master was clearly suspicious. Before she could finish, Shin Chongqing hurriedly interrupted. In broad daylight, with the Great Tang prosperous and its people at peace, how could a group of bandits suddenly appear? I was just joking to scare you earlier. As he spoke, Shin Chongqing didn't notice a group of people carrying hoes and shovels approaching from behind. The young men pointed at the protagonist and shouted, "Over there! Quick, after them!" The protagonist turned his head to see the group, his face turning pale with fear, eyes wide. Heavens, my black crow's mouth. Immortal master, there really are bandits. A young man put his hands on his hips, walking up to Shin Chongqing, saying loudly, "Hey, you two look unfamiliar. Are you from somewhere else?" A teenager with a horrified expression turned his head back. "Save my brother. If we don't hurry, I don't know if he'll be eaten by this tree." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly ran towards the teenager. Seeing this scene, Chang Yue's eyes widened in shock. Man-eating tree? Never heard of such a thing. Are there really man-eating trees in this world? The group of young men surrounded the large tree, discussing excitedly. "Isn't this the divine tree? The village chief has said that approaching this tree is forbidden. Enter, and you'll die." A bearded man walked up to the teenager, folding his arms and glaring as he asked, "Did you go to play near the divine tree? My brother and I were just passing by when we heard a strange noise. At that time, we were passing by the divine tree and heard someone calling for help. So the two brothers ran to the big tree and saw a money bag hanging on it. Look, brother, there's a money bag on the tree, bulging. There must be a lot of money inside. Brother, this place seems to be forbidden. The village chief has said so." The elder brother ignored his younger brother's words and directly climbed the tree. "With this money, we'll be able to eat our fill. We'll take the money and leave immediately. It'll be fine." But just as my brother was about to touch the money bag, he sensed something was wrong. My brother was entangled by the tree branches, and just like that, he was taken away by the big tree, unable even to cry out. I witnessed it all, tears streaming down his face. "My brother is inside the tree. Please save him quickly." The group of young men heard this and hesitated. "The village chief has warned us not to violate the forbidden area of the divine tree. If we offend the divine tree, the villagers will surely face calamity." "You." Hearing this, Changhua turned to Shin Chongqing and said, "Please, immortal master, use your magic to save him." Hearing this, the protagonist didn't know how to refuse, so he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. "All right, leave it to me. I don't believe in any man-eating tree nonsense. It's probably just a child who fell into a tree hollow while playing and made up a story to avoid punishment from adults." The young men saw Shin Chongqing striding towards the big tree with some surprise. "Hey, stranger, what are you trying to do?" "Climb the tree to save someone, of course." Hearing the protagonist say this, everyone strongly objected. "Quick, step back. Don't anger the divine tree. That's right, come and kneel with us to beg the divine tree for forgiveness." Shin Chongqing tilted his head, his expression contemptuous, muttering, "A man-eating tree. Nonsense. Even the Discovery Channel wouldn't dare film something like this." Thinking this, he turned around, striding confidently towards the ancient tree, wearing a self-assured smile. "On the contrary, I want to see what this so-called man-eating tree is all about." Just as he finished speaking, a group of people approached from afar, shouting, "Who dares to make noise in the forbidden area? Do you not want to live anymore?" As soon as everyone saw these three people, they immediately greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, village chief." The old village chief angrily pointed ahead and shouted, "Instead of going to the temple to worship the divine tree, you're making noise here. Aren't you afraid of the divine tree's punishment?" The bearded man pointed at the teenager and replied, "It was Tianwazi who called us to save his brother. I'm afraid Huzi has already been eaten by the divine tree." Tianwazi, tears streaming down his face pale with fear. "Village chief, please save my brother. He's the only family I have." Hearing this, the old village chief flew into a rage, his eyes widening as he shouted, "How many times have I told you? Everything we have is given to us by the merciful divine tree. We just need to worship it sincerely." Before he could finish his sentence, something made him fall silent. Seeing Shin Chongqing climbing the tree, the old village chief's eyes nearly popped out. Damn it, how did he get up there? Shin Chongqing, his face expressionless, clung to the tree trunk as he climbed. His hands gripped the trunk tightly, immediately emitting light. His legs also rubbed against the trunk to maintain balance as he climbed. When he reached the canopy, the surrounding ancient trees began to emit a golden light. At this moment, the light swirled, gradually forming a face in the middle of the trunk. An angry pair of eyes glared from the trunk. Immediately after, the ancient tree revealed a strange face, growing teeth that looked like old Zhu's grass rake. As soon as the villagers saw this, they immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. "The divine tree has manifested." The ancient tree glared at the protagonist. "I sense that if I eat this person, I'll achieve enlightenment and become a celestial immortal. How lucky I am." At this moment, Shin Chongqing still didn't know what was happening, casually spitting on his hands. This demonic tree is really slippery. Then he forcefully patted the trunk, creating a stream of golden spiritual energy. At this point, the entire ancient tree was enveloped by Shun Chongqing's golden spiritual energy. But he remained unaware, continuing to struggle upwards. The divine tree's eyes widened as it shouted, "What's going on? Where's my power to control the branches?" Before it could finish speaking, Shun Chongqing had already stepped directly on the tree's face to gain leverage as he climbed. A moment later, Shun Chongqing finally climbed to the mouth of the tree hollow, grinning as he said, climbing like this is much easier. This fellow dares to step on my face. I'm so angry I could die. Where on earth has my spiritual power gone?" The old village chief bent down to peek upwards, thinking to himself, what a compassionate person, willingly becoming nutrients for the divine tree. The power of the divine tree is about to increase again. At this moment, Changyue stepped forward, asking the old village chief suspiciously, "If that tree eats people, why haven't you reported it to the imperial court?" The old village chief's face darkened as he glared at Changyue, saying loudly, "The divine tree is cultivated for 1,000 years. The weak magical powers of ordinary Taoists would only anger it. That way, the whole village would face calamity. We don't dare enter the forbidden area, but we also can't leave this place. We have no choice but to live on the mountain outside the village, returning to the village each day to worship the divine tree. No wonder there's no one in the village. So you've all moved to live on the mountain." As she said this, Changhua looked curiously at the villagers. "Then why can't you leave this place?" The old village chief stood behind Changyue, his voice filled with murderous intent. According to village records, since birth, the villagers have had seeds planted in their bodies by the divine tree. Once we leave this place, the divine tree will cause the seeds in our bodies to sprout into trees. By then, passers-by will only see trees wearing clothes in the village, with no trace of people. Those passers-by will also become new nutrients to nourish the divine tree. If you don't want to turn into a tree, you must obediently worship and make offerings to the divine tree at the right time. This way, the divine tree won't destroy the village. As he said this, he solemnly pointed at the divine tree and shouted, "If you dare to anger the divine tree, you'll end up like that outsider, eaten by the divine tree." Just as he finished speaking, a young man from the village tremblingly pointed at the divine tree and said, "Village chief, that person." The old man heard this and turned to look, seeing Shun Chongqing stepping on the divine tree's face, his eyes nearly popping out. How is this possible? Changyue folded her arms, closing her eyes as she spoke solemnly. "Don't you know who he is? He is Taoist Master Shun from Chang'an City, with unparalleled Taoist skills in the world. Such a terrifying demon tree. Surely Taoist Master Shun will perform his immortal magic for the first time. How fortunate we are to witness it." Hearing this, the villagers laughed excitedly. "Is he a Taoist master from Chang'an? Then he'll definitely be able to deal with the divine tree. That's right. Look how the divine tree doesn't dare to move. This is great, we're saved." However, contrary to everyone's joy, the old village chief's face darkened as he muttered, "A Taoist from Chang'an City?" At this moment, the protagonist on the tree turned his head to look down at the villagers, thinking to himself, the villagers must have been scared by the shape of this tree, making them believe it eats people. How could there be man-eating trees in this world? But suddenly, something made Shun Chongqing's face turn pale. He sat on top of the divine tree looking down. "Oh no, my stomach feels terrible." Just then, Shun Chongqing looked into the tree hollow and discovered a pair of upside-down legs of a young man. He immediately called out to the villagers below, "I see the child. He's still alive. I'll pull him out right away." Shun Chongqing used his strength to pull the young man while pressing his buttocks against the divine tree's head to maintain balance. Damn it, this kid seems to be stuck in the tree hollow. Shun Chongqing gripped the young man's legs tightly and pulled hard. "Hey kid, can you hear me? Let's use our strength together. I'll get you out." The divine tree glared. "The food's already in my mouth. You want to take it out? Dream on." At this moment, because Shun Chongqing's stomach felt so uncomfortable, he couldn't help but release a pungent atomic bomb on the divine tree's face. The divine tree was fumigated by this smell until its face turned purple, drained of blood, its tongue sticking out as it panted like a dog. Heavens, he used too much force and farted. How embarrassing. In the midst of his own aroma, the protagonist couldn't bear it either, holding his nose. "Mother of God, this fart stinks too much. Good thing no one's here. or I die of embarrassment." The divine tree rolled its eyes, tears streaming. "Is this a fart that humans can produce? It's too stinky, I want to vomit." Saying this, the divine tree couldn't help but open its mouth wide and vomit out the young man, surprising Shun Changqing a bit. Although he didn't understand what had happened, seeing the young man escape danger, he laughed heartily. "Haha, this kid is amazing. He could even crawl out by himself." Shun Changqing quickly supported the young man, hoisting him onto his shoulder and calling down. "He's rescued. We've succeeded." Hearing this, Changhua looked up at the protagonist, smiling to herself. Taoist Master Shun is indeed a celestial being. He only needed to hold his nose to subdue such a terrifying demon tree. Shun Changqing gently carried the young man towards the villagers. "The child is fine, probably just fainted from fright." The old village chief walked over, leaning on his cane. "Indeed, it's Taoist Master Shun from Chang'an City, truly formidable. Even the divine tree didn't dare to touch you." Changhua walked behind the protagonist, covering her mouth as she whispered, "He's the one who spread the rumor about the man-eating tree." "Oh, so the rumor originated from him." The old village chief gestured towards a village. "I wonder if the Taoist master would like to stay in our village as a guest?" Hearing this invitation, Shun Changqing frowned suspiciously. "Is this going to be a Hongmen banquet?" Shun Changqing turned to whisper to Changhua, "This person doesn't have good intentions." "Immortal Master, weren't we looking for traces of the coachman and the horse? Perhaps they've been captured." Hearing Changhua say this, the protagonist glanced at the old village chief and the group of people, thinking to himself, "This is troublesome. No matter how strong an outsider is, it's difficult to suppress local forces. If that old man incites the villagers to capture us, we're doomed." As he was thinking, the old village chief spoke up, startling the protagonist. "You too, we sincerely invite you. What are you still hesitating about?" As he said this, the old village chief and those behind him all looked at the protagonist and Changhua with meaningful gazes. "Or are you afraid that we villagers have ill intentions towards you?" Hearing these words, Changhua's face turned pale, drained of blood, as she tightly grasped Shun Changqing's hand. "Immortal Master, just look at his demeanor. You can tell he's a bad person. Quickly use your immortal magic to punish him." The protagonist was stunned by the words immortal magic. "I don't know any immortal magic. Shouldn't we report this to the authorities? Is there no one managing this village?" The old village chief continued to urge. "Have you two still not made up your minds?" Just as he finished speaking, someone approached, saying, "Village chief, shouldn't you all be in the temple performing rituals at this hour? Why are you all out here?" It was the voice of a group of yamen runners. The leader looked quite fierce, carrying a sharp sword on his shoulder. "Didn't you say this tree eats people? Why are you still gathered here? Do you not want to live anymore?" Seeing the yamen runners, Shun Changqing and Changhua exclaimed in unison, "Great, the yamen officials have arrived." The old village chief frowned and glanced at them, asking, "Constable Wang, why have you come here?" Constable Wang squinted his eyes and rubbed his head, saying, "I was just passing by and suddenly wanted to take a look. I don't know what happened, so I came to this mountain ravine." Changhua widened her eyes and stepped forward, pointing at the old village chief. "Arrest him quickly. He's the one who spread the rumor about the man-eating tree, and he even captured our coachman and horse." Hearing this, the village chief immediately refuted. "Young lady, I have no grudge against you. Why are you falsely accusing me?" Shun Changqing leaned in close, using his hand to cover his mouth as he whispered into Princess Changhua's ear, "We should wait for a clear investigation about the coachman and horse before speaking. Without evidence, we can't convict him. I am a princess. What more evidence do we need to arrest him?" Hearing this, the protagonist became very angry and put his hands on his hips, saying, "Precisely because you are a princess, we must speak with reason. Otherwise, we'll bring shame to the royal family." The Taoist master is right. Changhua was being rash. After discussing, Changhua clasped her hands behind her back and strode towards Constable Wang and his group. "I am Princess Changhua traveling incognito. You all stay here and await my orders at any time." Hearing this, the group of yamen runners gritted their teeth and replied, "What do you mean? Who did you just say you were?" "One can eat carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. This little girl looks quite pretty. If you're willing to follow us, brothers, we won't pursue the matter from earlier." The village chief spoke from afar. "Constable Wang, although this girl speaks nonsense, her attire does look valuable. Why don't we take her to the yamen? We're sure to get some benefits." Hearing this, the two constables looked at each other and smiled, revealing lecherous grins. Immediately after, Changhua took out her imperial token and held it up. The royal family's token, Do you recognize it? Seeing the token, the group of Yamen runners broke out in a cold sweat, their faces turning pale, scared out of their wits. The bravado of the three young men instantly vanished before Chang Yue's token. If you dare reveal my identity, I will execute your entire clan. Shin Chongqing, standing behind, saw the constable standing ramrod straight before Chang Yue, sweating profusely. These people are quite good at street dance, aren't they? Constable Wang coughed twice to signal. Young lady, regarding your accusation against the village chief, this constable will investigate seriously. After speaking, Constable Wang pointed directly at the village chief's face and ordered, "Arrange accommodation for us. We'll stay in the village tonight." Constable Wang, you want to stay in the village? After speaking, the old man's face darkened as he thought. That little girl must have given these Yamen runners some benefits. But as long as they enter the village, all those valuable things will be mine. Constable Wang stepped forward, using his sword to point at the village chief's face as he pressed. Quickly arrange it for us. Also, arrange accommodation for this young master and lady. If the hospitality is not satisfactory, I will punish you. Hearing this, the village chief was very irritated, using eyes like bullets to look at the protagonist. Fine, I'll arrange for you to stay in the village. Outwardly agreeing, but inwardly calculating. Wait until nightfall, you'll see what I'm capable of. With matters settled, Shin Chongqing turned back and gave Chang Yue a thumbs up. Much later, as night fell, Shin Chongqing and Constable Wang, along with their group, entered the village. We've searched all day, turned the village upside down, and still found no clues. How can a living person and a horse just disappear? Constable Wang, from behind, respectfully asked, "Princess, Taoist Master, we've been searching the village all day. What exactly are we looking for?" Hearing this, Chang Yue replied sharply, "I told you to follow, so just follow. Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Yes, yes. The protagonist rubbed his chin, looking into the distance. If only Little White were here now. That dog's keen nose would be perfect for finding things. After speaking, he turned and enthusiastically said to Constable Wang, "Please follow me up the mountain to spend the night. Perhaps we'll discover some clues there. Taoist Master is too kind. It's this humble one's fortune to serve the princess and Taoist Master." The village chief, seeing the man and his group heading towards the mountain from afar, couldn't help but lament. Why are they going up the mountain? Didn't we say they'd stay in the village? Oh, my money! At this moment, somewhere, a horrifying scene appeared. There were human bones buried deep in the ground. Back at the protagonist's Chongqing temple, Bai Doni was in the courtyard, seriously washing and hanging clothes. Little White and Little Black sat on the empty roof, watching Doni hang clothes as they muttered, "Although you're a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, rich and generous, could you pay a little attention?" Suddenly, Little White sprang up, frowning as she looked ahead intently. "I can sense it, the Taoist Master is summoning me." Then Little White and Little Black immediately ran towards the valley. Not long after, Little White and Little Black stopped in front of the divine tree, their eyes widening in shock. This demon tree looks terrifying. Who knows how strong it is? The Taoist Master probably wants to use this demon tree to check if we've been diligently cultivating at home. After speaking, Little White sniffed, smelling Shun Chongqing's scent. There's the Taoist Master smell. Indeed, he's been here to check. If we work together, we can surely defeat it. Little White transformed, becoming enormous, growing a pair of dragon horns, her eyes sharp, her whole body emanating intense spiritual energy. Let me see just how capable it is. Taoist Master, I won't disappoint you in this test. Thinking this, Little White opened her mouth wide and let out a loud roar, simultaneously unleashing the heaven-burning fire technique. The flames swirled like a tornado, instantly burning the divine tree's canopy, turning it into a bald tree. The divine tree's eyes widened, its mouth opening in a scream. "It's a dragonhorn fox." Seeing Little White's transformation, Little Black exclaimed in surprise, "How did you become so powerful?" You just need to sincerely follow the Taoist Master, and you can become this strong too. Hearing this, Little Black thought seriously. When we get home, I must ask the Taoist Master carefully. I want to become stronger too. Little White looked up at the golden spiritual energy before her eyes. Even I can't defeat this demon. The Taoist Master must have had a different intention in calling us here. As she said this, Little White imagined herself transforming into human form and bathing with the protagonist. If I perform well in this test, who knows, the Taoist Master might reward me. Little Black widened her eyes, rubbing her chin as she said, "What could that intention be?" "Hey, you rotten tree, have you seen a Taoist priest recently?" Little White cooperated, transforming her face into Shun Chongqing's appearance. "He looks like this." The divine tree dared not answer dishonestly. "I've seen him. Today he rescued a child from me and went up the mountain with the villagers." Hearing this, Little White turned to Little Black and said, "If the Taoist master saves someone without conveniently eliminating the demon, then it must be to test our cultivation." Little Black heard this and rejoiced wildly, tears streaming. "The Taoist master thinks of our cultivation wherever he goes." Little White sniffed again. I smell a familiar scent." Then Little White began digging the ground furiously, surprising Little Black. "Is there something underground?" Little White dug for a while, unearthing a pile of white bones covered in mud, looking very strange. Hey, you're a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. Don't actually think of yourself as a dog. Don't you want the dignity of an immortal fox anymore?" After digging for a while, Little White dug a deep hole, staring down into it. "You don't understand, there's something down there." Lying in the hole was by Susu. She was tightly wrapped by tree roots, her clothes torn, covered in dust and dirt. "Oh my, it's Lady Bai." Little Black heard this and looked confused. "Do you know each other?" This is one of the bone spirits that the Taoist master had subdued. She said she wanted to go home for a visit, and then disappeared without a trace. "How did she end up here?" "I understand now. The Taoist master called us here to rescue Lady Bai. This is one of our test objectives." Hearing this, Little Black turned to Little White and said, "You've already fought with the demon tree. Why don't you let me go rescue this bone spirit?" "Dream on. Do you want me to cultivate for you too?" After some discussion, Little White and Little Black both ran over and used their mouths to pull by Susu. "Help me pull her out, and I'll put in a good word for you later." "All right, for now. Lady Bai has been rescued. Let's quickly go find the Taoist master." Lady Bai acted so convincingly, lying under these terrifying tree roots. The Taoist master truly cares about our cultivation. The divine tree was now angry to the point of madness. How infuriating! First, a strange Taoist appeared, and now 2 formidable demons. After speaking, the divine tree glared down at the ancient courtyard below. "It seems I can only disregard everything and assert my dominance. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." At the same time, elsewhere, Shin Chongqing's cheeks were flushed as he smiled. "Walking all day, soaking our feet feels so good." Chang Yue and the protagonist sat in the boudoir, each with a basin of water soaking their feet. The Immortal Master's unique foot-soaking method is truly comfortable. Of course, this is a secret learned from massage parlors. Hearing this, Changwei turned back excitedly and asked, "What's a massage parlor? Where is it? Could it be the dwelling of some immortal?" "Ah, you can understand it that way." Changwei turned her head to look to one side. "The village chief's house is on the mountain. He won't sneak down in the middle of the night to harm us, will he? The constable and his runners are right beside us. The princess need not worry." After speaking, Shin Chongqing turned his head to look out the window. "Why has the wind suddenly picked up? The leaves are all rustling." Hearing this, Changwei opened her eyes wide in confusion and said, "Taoist master, I remember there are no trees in the courtyard." "Ah, that's right, there really are no trees in the courtyard." As he said this, Shun Chongqing suddenly startled, staring straight ahead, then hurriedly ran to the window. "What's that shadow on the window? Immortal Master? Is it a ghost? Could it be the demon tree coming for revenge?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside, frightening Chang Yue so much that her eyes widened. She and the protagonist both stared intently at the main door. Who could it be at this late hour? Shin Chongqing opened the door and looked outside, seeing something that shocked him greatly. Outside the door was the boy the protagonist had saved, his body covered in wounds, clothes soaked in blood, his face blank and eyes pitch black. Shin Chongqing approached Huzi and looked closely. "Isn't this the child I saved this morning?" Just as he finished speaking, Chang Yue poked her head out to look. "Immortal Master, who's there?" As soon as she saw Huzi, she broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes widening in terror, then let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the village. Constable Wong and the others heard the scream and turned their heads in surprise, their faces angry. "That's the princess's scream. Could it be an assassin?" Then the 3 of them rushed to the front door together. "Let's see what's happened. If there are assassins, we should quickly escape." Constable Wong and his men peered out the door, seeing only a dirty child in the courtyard and no one else. This child must have frightened the princess. "This is our chance to show our worth." After speaking, Constable Wong kicked the door open forcefully. "Don't be afraid, princess. This humble one has come to your rescue." Then the two runners behind Constable Wong ran over and pinned Huzi down, locking his hands behind his back. Constable Wong raised his sword, his face solemn as he spoke loudly. "Your Highness, this subordinate will risk his life to protect you." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing looked bewildered, while Chong Yue could only force a smile. "You're overacting a bit. He's just a child. Besides, didn't I tell you not to reveal my identity?" Huzi initially raised his head with a terrified expression. "Please save my younger brother. He's been taken by the divine tree." Hearing this, Shin Chongqing squatted down beside Huzi and probed. "What divine tree? What exactly happened that night?" Tianwazi brought Huzi a bowl of water. "Brother, thanks to that Taoist master today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen you again." "That's right, I heard that Taoist master is staying at the village chief's house. We must thank him properly tomorrow." As they were talking, Tianwazi glanced out the window. Huzi saw Tianwazi staring blankly and spoke up. "Little brother, what's wrong?" "Brother, did we plant a pagoda tree in our yard?" Hearing this, Huzi laughed heartily. "Haha, silly brother. How could you be so confused? We don't have any trees at home." Tianwazi pointed at the window, turning his head to look at Huzi as he said firmly, "But brother, look at the shadow on the window. Doesn't it look just like a pagoda tree?" Huzi heard this and looked over, indeed seeing a tree shadow on the window, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, Tianwazi had disappeared. After saying these words, Huzi's voice began to tremble. "My little brother was taken by the divine tree. I barely managed to escape." Hearing this, Constable Wong and his group widened their eyes. "Impossible. Is there really a man-eating divine tree? I thought it was just a legend. Can we still escape now?" Chong Yue was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat, but the protagonist remained very calm. "Immortal Master, is there really a man-eating divine tree? How could there be? There must be someone behind this playing tricks." Just as he finished speaking, the old village chief walked in, leaning on his cane. "What's going on? Why all this commotion in the middle of the night?" As soon as Shun Chongqing saw him, he revealed a suspicious expression, thinking to himself, "The village chief has only just come out of his room. Could he be up to something sinister?" Constable Wong approached, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Huzi. "Village chief, this child says his younger brother was taken by the divine tree." Hearing this, the old village chief walked up to Huzi and interrogated him. "Huzi, are you certain your brother was taken by the divine tree? I saw it with my own eyes." "How can you be so sure?" The old village chief then turned to look at Constable Wong. "A child's words may not be reliable. Why don't we gather some people and go to Huzi's house to see for ourselves?" Hearing this suggestion, Constable Wong angrily shouted, "What's there to see? If there really is some divine tree, aren't we just seeking our own deaths?" Shin Chongqing stood to the side, rubbing his chin as he glanced at the old village chief. This old man is too calm. There must be something wrong. Thinking this, he looked straight ahead with a serious expression and said, "If the village chief says so, then let's gather everyone and go see what exactly has happened." Constable Wong and his men heard this and became frightened. No, young lady, do we have to go too? It sounds very dangerous. Why don't we just not go?" Chong Yue extended her hand, her eyes wide as she smiled brightly. "With the Taoist master here, what's there to fear? Let's go. Then let's go call people." Much later, the village chief and the protagonist, along with a group of people carrying torches, gathered and began wandering through the village. After walking for a while, the old village chief turned to look at the protagonist. Huzi's house is just ahead. The protagonist thought to himself, "I must keep an eye on this old man." The protagonist and everyone else looked ahead, and the scene before their eyes left them both shocked and terrified. Heavens! Before them was a great tree, wearing Tianwazi's clothes. Seeing this scene, Huzi's face turned purple, his eyes wide as he tugged at his hair. This tree is my brother?" After speaking, Huzi fainted, and the villagers fearfully ran over shouting, "Huzi, is Huzi dead? He must have just fainted." The villagers began pointing at the great tree wearing human clothes and discussing heatedly. Has Tianwazi really turned into a tree? That legend is true? We've only heard that the divine tree would turn people into trees, but now we've seen it with our own eyes. The old village chief glanced over, his face unchanging as he said, "Huzi was the sacrifice chosen by the divine tree, but he was rescued, angering the divine tree. So the divine tree turned Tianwazi into a tree instead." As he said this, he turned and pointed at Shin Chongqing, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Tianwazi is bearing the divine tree's wrath in place of his brother." All of this is because of you. Hearing this, the villagers joined in cursing. The village chief is right. These outsiders offended the divine tree in the forbidden area, so the divine tree punished them by turning Tianwazi into a tree. Will the divine tree punish us too? What are you waiting for? Quickly drive these outsiders away. Then we'll all go to the ancestral hall and kneel to admit our fault, begging the divine tree for forgiveness. All your valuables are in my house. If we drive you away, even the money to bribe the yamen runners will be mine. The old village chief glared ahead, his attitude fierce. What are you standing there for? Do you want to be the next Tianwazi? Quickly drive them away. Money? Wait for me a moment. Hearing the village chief's words, the villagers began frantically raising their hoes and shovels, shouting, "That's right, quickly drive these outsiders away. Let's do it. Don't let the divine tree punish us again. I'll have to pray all night later." Seeing this scene, Shen Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this is bad. The villagers, incited by the village chief, are about to riot. These yamen runners can't hold them off. At the same time, on the rooftop, Susu, Little White, and Little Black were watching the drama unfold. This is not good. The villagers want to make things difficult for the Taoist master. We should step in quickly. Little Black looked down angrily, her fur standing on end as she said, "This old man dares to plot against the immortal master. He truly has the guts of an ox." But Little White lay back leisurely, looking at the sky. Look at the immortal master's expression. He must have a plan in mind. What are you all worried about? Constable Wang stood beside Chang Yue, gritting his teeth as he looked ahead. "Princess, I'm afraid a riot is about to break out. Should we go to the nearby garrison to call for troops?" Chang Yue was now sweating profusely with fear. She looked at the protagonist and asked, "Immortal Master Shen, what should we do now?" Shen Chongqing folded his arms, his face calm as he thought. "I've got it. The destruction of trees is done by humans, so we should be able to turn the situation around. It's just a small matter. Please don't panic, princess." After speaking, the protagonist put his hands on his hips and walked up to the old village chief, saying loudly, "Village chief, you're very good at guiding public opinion. If you were in the future, you'd certainly be a keyboard warrior." Hearing this, the old village chief glared at the protagonist, his face displeased. "What kind of hero?" "Taoist Master Shen, I don't care what kind of hero you are. If you don't leave, do you want to be punished by the divine tree and turn into a tree, guiding public opinion again? How long do you want to deceive everyone?" Chang Yue stood to the side, hands on her hips as she shouted, "You're yamen runners. What are you afraid of? Have your swords rusted? Quickly draw them for me." After speaking, she bit her lip, frowning as she looked ahead. I must show the royal family's temperament. Shen Chongqing was now completely helpless, thinking to himself, indeed, we can't rely on these yamen runners. I might as well take action myself. Thinking this, he waved his hand, pointing at the villagers as he said loudly, "You're all subjects of the Great Tang. What are you trying to do? Get out of my way. Don't you have anything righteous to do? I'm about to start performing. Are you scared? Are you scared?" Hearing the protagonist shout, Little White suddenly sat up, startling Little Black and Susu. "Why are you so stupid? Don't you understand what the immortal master is saying? Is the immortal master talking to us? Could it be telepathy? Why can't I hear anything? What the immortal master just said was clearly meant for us to hear. The immortal master knows we're being lazy, so he's urging us to quickly go help with the righteous cause." Little Black heard this and widened her eyes in confusion. "What righteous cause?" Little White grinned as she looked down below. "The immortal master wants to deal with that old man. The other tasks are naturally left for us to do." I see. So it was all part of the immortal master's plan. This is the immortal master's trust in us. We must do well. After discussing, Susu, Little Black, and Little White left. Below, Shen Chongqing walked towards the great tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Just now, Huzi was covered in blood. Everyone who saw him was shocked, but only the village chief seemed normal. Did you know beforehand that Huzi would end up like this? Looking at the clothes on the tree, the buttons are misaligned, the belt is askew, as if someone put them on the tree. Moreover, the soil at the base of the tree is still very fresh, clearly newly planted. Village chief, this tree was actually planted by you, wasn't it? Did you collude with the Huzi brothers? Hearing these words, Constable Wang glared at the old village chief angrily and said, "Hey, village chief, is what the immortal master's saying true? Do you want us to take you to the yamen for a chat over tea? But I'm afraid we can't cause any more chaos. We must act quickly, or if the princess returns and investigates thoroughly, it will be disastrous. The old village chief panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. How do you know all this? It's very simple. The more mysterious the affair, the simpler the truth. Shun Changqing looked away, thinking, a person turning into a tree while still wearing ancient clothes? Even kindergartners playing house and using a tree as a substitute wouldn't believe that. Indeed, you are the immortal master from Chang'an. These little tricks of mine can't fool you at all. That's right, it was all arranged by me. You're just admitting it like that? Shouldn't you at least try to deny it and struggle a bit? It's over. I've been seen through. No need for money anymore. Saving my life is more important. The villagers, hearing the old village chief's confession, were all very agitated. Village chief, what's really going on? Does the divine tree really eat people? What do you mean when you say it was all arranged by you? The old village chief glared ahead as he eloquently expounded. Before his death, the previous village chief wanted me to fulfill his dying wish, to make the village prosper. But the young people in the village kept leaving for the county town, Jiangnan and Chang'an. All the youth left, leaving only the elderly and children. The village became increasingly desolate. I was extremely worried. Hearing this, the villagers sympathized with his words. Indeed, a few years ago, the young people in the village would rather be servants elsewhere than stay in this village. Having seen the outside world, who would want to stay in this barren land? The protagonist, hearing these words, rubbed his chin. So you pretended to be ghosts and spirits to scare people, preventing anyone from leaving, right? There has always been a legend in the village about a man-eating demon tree. I merely helped it spread more widely. The more afraid people were, the easier they were to control. I then led everyone to leave the village and settle in the mountains. Originally, everything was fine, but today you saved Huzi, causing people to doubt the story of the man-eating divine tree. Out of desperation, I came up with this plan. In the evening, I went to find the Tian Huzi brothers, planted a small tree in the yard, and had them pretend to be attacked by the divine tree, making everyone believe the divine tree was real. As soon as he finished speaking, Huzi suddenly sat up and refuted. Village chief, what are you talking about? When did you come to find us? Huzi, when did you wake up? What? You say the village chief didn't come to find you? The old village chief, having been exposed, furtively glanced at Huzi, defending his wrongdoing. About half an hour ago, I went to find you too, and saw Tianwazi. I talked to him for a bit. Tianwazi said you were sleeping. That's not right. Half an hour ago, my brother and I were attacked by the divine tree. My brother was taken, and I barely managed to escape. The young villagers heard this and became confused. What's really going on, village chief? Was this also arranged by you? We're all bewildered now. After hearing the whole story, Shin Changqing said with a serious expression, now that things have come to this, village chief and Huzi don't need to lie anymore. Your words don't match up, so there's only one possibility. You didn't see Tianwazi. Hearing this, the old village chief broke out in a cold sweat, crying out in shock. What? A moment later, he looked ahead and said, the person I saw wasn't Tianwazi. Then who could it be? Could it really be the divine tree manifesting? Shin Changqing then turned to Huzi and questioned, you and your brother were attacked by the divine tree. How did you escape? Hearing this question, Huzi became extremely frightened, his face turning pale. My brother and I were dragged into an underground cave by the divine tree. I'm stronger than my brother, so I desperately struggled free from the branches, then clung to the earth and crawled out to escape. After speaking, Huzi pointed to a cave entrance on the ground. I still remember where that cave is. Hearing this, Shin Changqing turned his head to look at the cave entrance, and the villagers all looked as well. The village chief pointed at the cave entrance, frowning. You mean the divine tree dragged you two into that cave? That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief and the villagers behind him all panicked, loudly clamoring. The divine tree won't still be in that cave, will it? It's too scary. I don't want to turn into a tree. Before the words were finished, the three constables had already picked up Chang Yue and started running. Princess, no, young lady, we've offended you. This place is too dangerous. We'll escort the young lady away. Damn it, put me down. Shin Changqing turned his head to see this scene, raising his eyebrows in confusion. Do you really need to retreat so quickly? After speaking, he walked to the cave entrance and sat down. Let me see what's actually in this cave. Supposing the divine tree is real, It captured the Tian-Huzi brothers, then impersonated Tian-Wazi to talk to the village chief. What could be its purpose? The village chief admitted that the story of the man-eating divine tree was his fabrication, but now people believe even more in the existence of the divine tree. Could this also be a game arranged by the village chief? The village chief anticipated my deduction, knowing I would expose him, so he admitted to his fabrication first, then set up the story of the divine tree impersonating Tian-Wazi to counter me? What an old fox. What should I do now? The villagers all believe the divine tree exists and think I've harmed them. If we don't resolve this properly, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave here. That's right, didn't they say the divine tree came to the village? Let's go to that pagoda tree and see. If the pagoda tree is still there, the rumor will collapse on its own. Thinking this, Shun Chongqing turned his head to glance at the old village chief. Everyone, why don't we go to that pagoda tree and see if tonight's events were really caused by the divine tree? We'll know once we look. Hearing this, the villagers vehemently objected. Go to the pagoda tree? Isn't that seeking death? Does this person really want us to die? Chang Yue, hearing these words, became extremely angry. Immortal Master Shin says he wants to go to that pagoda tree. Quickly order the villagers to follow the Immortal Master. You've seen it too. That pagoda tree must be the divine tree. Chang Yue glared sideways, her face furious. As long as you do this well, I'll promote you 3 ranks. Constable Wong heard this, and his eyes widened in shock. Promoted 3 whole ranks? Heavens, divine tree or not, as long as the princess gives the order, we dare to go down to the sea of fire or up the mountain of swords. After speaking, Constable Wong went up to the old village chief and the villagers. If Immortal Master Shin says he wants to go to that pagoda tree and have a look, then everyone should go and see. Anyone who doesn't go can just wait to go to jail. Faced with Constable Wong's words, the old village chief and the villagers didn't dare to resist. All right, let's go together then. Seeing this, Shun Chongqing happily glanced at Chang Yue. Although Chang Yue's abuse of power was a bit inappropriate, it was indeed effective. Thinking this, he looked up at the sky with a serious expression, frowning. The truth will be clear when we meet the pagoda tree later. Meanwhile, in another place, Bai Susu and the others were still flying in the air. Are you sure the Immortal Master told us to go eliminate that demon tree? If not, what else is there for us to do here? Little Black opened her eyes wide, looking ahead as she said, if we had known this earlier, we would have directly dealt with that demon tree. That's right, if we had known earlier that the village chief was looking for those 2 children to plot against the Immortal Master, we would have conveniently dealt with the village chief as well. Hearing Little Black and Susu speak, Little White said with some irritation, that's because our vision was too limited. If we had been a bit more perceptive earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. We should follow the Immortal Master and cultivate more. Going back to the moment before Tianwazi was captured. At that time, Susu and the others accidentally saw that scene on the rooftop and whispered, what is that demon tree doing with that child? Who knows? As long as it doesn't cause trouble for the Immortal Master, we'll mind our own business. Sure, someone's coming. The old village chief carried a large tree on his shoulder, his other hand holding a shovel, calling out loudly, Huzi, Tianwazi. Seeing the old man's furtive actions, Susu and the others up there became suspicious. In the middle of the night, what does this old man want with those 2 children? Lady Bai, why don't you transform into that child and hear what the old man wants to say? Then, Bai Susu transformed into Tianwazi and went up to the old village chief. Are you looking for my brother? Bai Susu casually replied, oh, my brother has gone to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man turned around and started to take off Bai Susu's clothes, causing her to blush furiously and panic greatly. Take off your clothes? I want to put them on this tree. Later, you hide away and tell your brother to come find me, saying the divine tree took you away. What are you doing? Just do as I say. Why ask so many questions? The old village chief turned around and put Tianwazi's clothes on the tree. Remember to tell your brother to make some wounds on himself. Why are you covering your chest? You're not a girl. You'll never know what you've missed. Having finished his arrangements, the old village chief turned and left, while Little White and Little Black jumped down from the roof. What does this old man want to do? Could he know about the demon tree capturing people? Susu, with only a piece of cloth covering her body, hugged her chest tightly. Can I change back into my clothes now? Just transform back to when you were wearing clothes. I want to see what this old man is really up to. That's right, I'm a bit curious too. Alright, I'm quite curious as well. Back to the present. Little White wore an annoyed expression. It's all because of curiosity. We almost ruined the Immortal Master's grand plan. We've arrived. That failure seems to have gotten stronger. At this moment, Bai Susu and the others approached the divine tree, which opened its eyes to look down at the young women, its face angry. The demonic energy surrounding the divine tree was now extremely dense. It opened its mouth and roared, "It's you again! But now I'm not afraid of you anymore." Hearing the divine tree speak, Little Black frowned with irritation and said, "They say fish of poor memory. It seems trees aren't much better." "That's right. Have you forgotten how Fox Immortal dealt with you?" Little White opened her eyes wide, staring ahead as she asked, "Are you bullying people because of this child?" The divine tree revealed a sinister smile, its eyes bulging as it said loudly, "That's right, this child was born with a pure yang constitution. I originally planned to wait until it grew up before eating it, but now, to deal with you, I've decided to swallow it first." As soon as it finished speaking, the divine tree opened its mouth wide, continuously absorbing a stream of purple energy. Seeing this scene, Little White's brows furrowed tightly, her sharp gaze looking ahead as she shouted, "No matter what it does, we must stop it." As soon as she finished speaking, Little Black and Bai Susu fearlessly charged towards the divine tree. "You don't need to tell us, we know. Today we must avenge being buried underground last time." Seeing Little Black and Susu charging towards it, the divine tree waved its hand, its entire body wrapped in surging spiritual energy. The demonic energy released by the divine tree quickly attacked Susu and Little Black, causing them unbearable pain. Enduring this fatal blow, Bai Susu and Little Black were knocked back. The demonic energy is too strong. We're no match for it. How did it become so powerful? Let's quickly return to find the Immortal Master. Only he can deal with this demon tree. Little White stepped forward, glaring at the divine tree as she said loudly, "The Immortal Master has planned everything thoroughly. If he sent us here, he must believe we can defeat this demon tree." As she spoke, Little White wagged her tail while slowly approaching the divine tree. "We must have overlooked something." Seeing this, the divine tree gritted its teeth and waved its hand towards Little White. Little White looked up at it, grinning as she said, "Ah, I understand now." Little White walked to the divine tree's arm and stopped, keeping a certain distance, mocking, "Looks like your arm isn't long enough, huh?" Hearing this, Little Black glared at the divine tree and said, "So it's just a tree trunk. Only knows how to stand in one place. What's so scary about that?" The divine tree, hearing this, became extremely angry. Its leaves rustled as it immediately uprooted itself from the ground. "Who says I can only stand in one place?" But after uprooting itself, the divine tree's eyes widened in shock. It then hurriedly replanted its roots into the ground, because in this world, how could any green tree survive after being uprooted? At this moment, the divine tree's power began to weaken, wither, and gradually lose its vitality. Seeing this scene, Little White understood the problem and laughed coldly. "I get it now. Leave your spot, and you can't exert your power. Stay in one place, and you're just a target." Hearing this, as if touched on a sore spot, the divine tree angrily opened its mouth wide and shouted, "Wait until I fully refine that child. Then I'll be able to move freely." After speaking, the divine tree spread its arms, opened its mouth, and began to absorb demonic energy to refine itself, emitting a loud noise. Little Black and Susu looked up at the divine tree. "If the Immortal Master doesn't intervene, I'm afraid we can't handle this tree. Perhaps the Immortal Master is casting a spell to save us." Just as the words were spoken, Shun Chongqing sneezed, spraying saliva. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a powerful lightning bolt struck the divine tree, charring a large portion of it. Seeing this, Susu, Little Black, and Little White all sighed in relief. Heavens, it's a good thing the Immortal Master didn't deal with us like that back then. I thought the Immortal Master would come to fight the demon tree. Didn't expect it to be so simple and brutal. It's all because we're too weak. We still haven't completed the task the immortal master entrusted us with. When we return, we must intensify our cultivation. Soon after, Shun Chongqing and the others arrived at the divine tree's location, seeing it burning fiercely, with Tianwazi unconscious beside it. The villagers were stunned by this sight. The divine tree is on fire. Why is it burning? Is it because outsiders angered the divine tree, so it's self-immolated? The old village chief was now drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, it's over, it's all over. Shun Chongqing glanced smugly. Wasn't there thunder and lightning just now? Lightning striking a tall, ancient tree is very normal. What divine tree? It's just an old tree. Fortunately, heaven has eyes and struck it with lightning at just the right moment. The village chief's lies have been naturally verified without us having to do anything. Thinking this, he clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and smiled. Well done. At this very moment, Su and the others in the sky saw this scene. The immortal master is praising us for doing well. It seems the immortal master is very pleased with us. He's already encouraging us before we've finished the task. He's so good to us. Then, Shun Chongqing put his hands on his hips and stood solemnly before the villagers, saying, everyone from now on, you no longer need to worry about the legend of the divine tree. The villagers were delighted to hear Shun Chongqing say this. No more divine tree. Does this mean we can leave the village now? We could have left originally. Didn't the village chief say that all the rumors about the man-eating divine tree were made up by him? As he said this, Shun Chongqing turned to look at the old village chief, mocking him. Whatever your purpose was, you failed. How did it come to this? The scene shifts to the royal court of Western Turkic Khaganate, a small village nestled in the forest. At this moment, a man on horseback appeared. His face panicked as he shouted, I need to see the Khagan. There's urgent intelligence from Chang'an. Something big has gone wrong. Inside the tent, a group of voluptuous dancers with perfect figures were performing beautiful dances. The man enjoying the dance of these three dancers was a shaggy-bearded, pot-bellied man sitting leisurely in a chair. He took a bite of meat, squinting as he looked out the door. Why is there still no news from Chang'an? Could something have happened? He was Yabga Khagan, the Khagan of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Just as he finished speaking, a man appeared beside him and said, Khagan, don't worry. My plan is foolproof. There won't be any mistakes. First, we bribed 10 plague demons to spread disease, then planted spies in the Chang'an Imperial Palace, and even spent a large sum to invite a 1,000-year-old cat demon to assist. Attacking from 3 directions, how could the Great Tang not fall into chaos? This man was Mr. Qin, the strategist of the Western Turkic Khaganate. As he spoke, Mr. Qin stroked his beard, looking at the dancing girls with a lecherous smile. We just need to continue singing and enjoying ourselves. I believe good news will come soon. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate from outside rushed in, holding up a letter. Khagan, there's urgent intelligence from Chang'an. Hearing this, Yabga Khagan immediately smiled and reached out to take the letter. Finally, it's here. Let me see what good news we have. Mr. Qin, sitting beside him, saw Yabga Khagan happily reading the letter and shared in his joy. Khagan, that foolish and stubbornly Shimon, all the talented people are buried in the Great Tang. That's why I came to serve you. I have the greatest merit in this matter, surely deserving of a noble title and a general's position, right? But now Yabga Khagan's face had darkened like cow dung, his brows furrowed as he shouted, What merit? Are you drunk? Seeing this stern expression and harsh words, Mr. Qin said in surprise, Khagan, why do you say this? Has something gone wrong? After speaking, he calmly extended his hand, smiling smugly. Please don't be angry, Khagan. I have a 3-in-1 plan. We only need one to succeed to throw the Great Tang into chaos. Hearing this, Yabga Khagan became furious and threw the letter in Mr. Qin's face. But you didn't succeed with any of them. You're utterly useless. Mr. Qin picked up the letter and read it with an indignant expression, gritting his teeth. The plague demons cultivated for 100 years and killed countless people. The cat demon cultivated for 1,000 years and was called a demon immortal. Those spies all became the crown prince's confidants. How can these be considered failures? The spies in the palace were all eliminated, the plague demons were killed, the cat demon was captured, all because of that Taoist Shun Chongqing. Hearing this, Yabga Khagan clenched his fists, his face pale. Years of hard work and planning all failed like this. Who exactly is this Taoist? He then vented his anger on the dancers. Get out! All of you get out! The subordinate placed his hand on his chest, sweat beading on his forehead. Kagan, this Shin Chongqing is currently the most trusted Taoist of the Great Tang Emperor. Even the crown prince of the Great Tang was confined for a year because of him. Hearing this, Yabga Kagan frowned and said, You say the Great Tang's crown prince was confined also because of this Shun Chongqing? Then let the crown prince deal with Shun Chongqing. Doesn't the emperor trust Shun Chongqing the most? I want to see who he'll choose between his son and Shun Chongqing. Mr. Qin, this task is entrusted to you. No matter the cost, you must eliminate Shun Chongqing. Hearing this, Mr. Qin's eyes widened as he looked ahead, his expression serious. Rest assured, Kagan, I will definitely eliminate that Shun fellow. The scene shifts to the foot of a mountain, where the Tibetan cavalry is stationed. Trisong Detsen and the old Ernie looked ahead and said, We've finally returned to Tibet. Has your majesty thought about what to do next on the journey? Have you made a decision? Trisong Detsen turned to ask the old Ernie, Elder, if Tibet and the Great Tang go to war, can the Tantric school help us deal with Shun Chongqing? Taoist master Shin won't intervene. If he participates in the war, his cultivation will disrupt the balance of heaven and earth, causing countless disasters. Our Tantric school is the same. Hearing this, Trisong Detsen's face immediately darkened. If that's the case, the Tantric school can just sit back and watch the show. I will send people to attack the Great Tang. We must let them know. As he said this, he looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth, his murderous aura rising as he said, Tibet is not something that can be casually insulted. The scene returns to Chang'an. At this moment, Shun Chongqing is sitting in a carriage, resting his chin on his hand as he looks out the window. The matter of the demon tree was resolved in such a vague manner. We're now on our way to Longyu Dao. In the end, we still couldn't find the coachman and the horse. The village chief and the villagers all said they didn't see them. Perhaps, as the constable said, the coachman took the horse and ran away. Speaking of the constable, he's now the one replacing the coachman to take us back. Changyue looked out worriedly and asked Constable Wang, Do you really know how to drive a carriage? Hearing this, Constable Wang smiled confidently and replied, Please rest assured, Princess and Immortal Master. This humble one has many years of experience driving carriages and is very familiar with horse-drawn vehicles. Ox carts and rickshaws are certainly no problem. Constable Wang, this princess agrees to promote you all 3 ranks. The 2 Yamen runners were delighted at the promotion. Why do you want to come with us? What's the use of being promoted 3 ranks? Wouldn't I still be managing just a small plot of land in this county Yamen? But following the princess is different. It's like the vast sky and sea with great potential. I want to make a bigger leap. Why does this sound so serious? Before he could finish his sentence, Constable Wang suddenly braked hard. The carriage swayed, and before anyone could react, Shin Chongqing fell on top of Changyue, his entire face buried in her chest. Shin Chongqing, terrified, quickly moved away from those 2 large, white, round souls, stammering, Princess, I'm sorry. Oh, it's all right. Then, Shin Chongqing turned to ask Constable Wang, What happened? Why did we stop so suddenly? Immortal Master, there's someone blocking the road ahead. In front of Shin Chongqing and the others was a young man wearing a bright yellow robe, along with 2 other young men of unknown origin. The city god of Dingxi County pays respects to Immortal Master Shun and urgently requests Immortal Master Shun's help to save the people of Dingxi County. The scene shifts to Dingxi County, a village that looks rather desolate. Shin Chongqing and Changyue follow the city god to Dingxi County. In recent months, many people in the village have had their heads shaved by ghosts. Soon after, they go blind and finally die in agony. 2 young men with disheveled hair cried as they spoke. We've brought several doctors to the village, but they were all useless. They couldn't even find the cause of the illness. We've had our heads shaved by ghosts and fear we won't live much longer. Immortal Master, you must save us. Hearing this, Changyue's eyes widened, showing great concern. Medicine is ineffective. The cause of the illness is unknown. Could it be demons and monsters secretly causing harm? This humble Taoist thinks so too. Hearing these words, Shin Chongqing revealed a helpless expression, sighing as he thought to himself. These are clearly symptoms of heavy metal poisoning, yet they blame it on demons and monsters. Since that's the case, I can only follow local customs and think like the ancients. Thinking this, Shin Changqing raised one finger and answered resolutely. There might be some kind of monster existing here. If I'm not mistaken, it must be related to metal or minerals. Hearing this, the city god frowned, putting on a serious expression as he said loudly, I've heard that the immortal master's Taoist skills are miraculous. This humble deity once had doubts, but now meeting you in person, immortal master truly lives up to your reputation, able to speak so accurately. Is it necessary to cooperate so well? Were you invited to support me? The city god closed his eyes and recounted the story. There is indeed a monster here called the rock ghost. It's a mineral that has gained sentience and has been cultivating in the mountains. But there's been no news for a long time. I suspect it has transformed and is releasing toxins that are making the villagers sick. Hearing this, Changyue extended her hand and asked curiously, then why doesn't the city god deal with this matter? This humble deity can't sense the smell of that monster nearby. I've been searching for a long time, but can't find any trace of it. Shin Changqing folded his arms and thought silently. How can you find something that doesn't exist? The ancients truly had rich imaginations. After thinking, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the two disheveled young men, saying, Take me to see your homes. Our home is just ahead, immortal master. Please come to our house. A moment later, in a certain house, an old woman with a completely shaved head lay unconscious on the bed. This is my mother and my wife. They've also contracted this illness. Grandmother, let me examine you. Don't be nervous. Hearing Shin Changqing say this, the young man smiled until his eyes narrowed. Mother, this is a living immortal from the capital, who has come especially to save us. The old woman on the bed heard this and opened her eyes, weakly extending her hand. Is it true? We won't die. Shin Changqing sat down and took the old woman's hand, saying kindly, Don't worry, grandmother. You will definitely get better. As Shin Changqing took the old woman's hand, she suddenly became alert and said loudly, Oh, I really feel better already. Hearing the old woman's words, the city god's eyes widened in surprise as he said, This humble deity thought divine miracles only existed in legends. I didn't expect to witness one today. Hearing this, Shin Changqing glanced behind him, frowning as he thought to himself, You're overacting too much. Are you from the Diyun Society? This old woman is clearly just experiencing a placebo effect. Then, Shin Changqing turned to look at the old woman, stroking his chin pensively. Hair loss, loss of vision, and eventually death. These symptoms perfectly match thallium poisoning. Could there be a red thallium mine nearby? After thinking, Shin Changqing turned to ask the city god, have any new mineral deposits been discovered recently? Hearing this, the city god gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly as he said, Immortal Master Shun is truly formidable, even knowing about this. Indeed, an excellent cinnabar mine was recently discovered in the mountains. Shin Changqing put his hands on his hips, raised one finger, and said confidently, That's it then. On the surface, red thallium or in cinnabar or look very similar. But red thallium ore is radioactive, which is the cause of the villager's illness. The city god and the young man looked at each other upon hearing this. What's radioactive? I still need to use terms they can understand. Recently, an extremely insidious monster has contaminated the water source and soil here. You must quickly leave this place. Hearing this, the city god happily replied, Immortal Master, if we move away, can everyone fully recover? As long as we cut off the source of contamination, people's conditions won't worsen. Then I'll contact the divine physician's son Simiao to prescribe medicine for you. Everyone will definitely get better. Hearing this, the city god and the villagers immediately clasped their hands, bowing respectfully to Shin Changqing. This humble deity, on behalf of all the people, thanks Immortal Master Shun for his great kindness and virtue. Shin Changqing waved his hand and glanced away. Enough. Don't be so formal. I haven't done anything. Quickly arrange for everyone to relocate. That's the urgent matter. A moment later, Shin Changqing and the others left the villager's house. Bai Susu and her group sat on the roof, observing below. The Immortal Master has solved the problem himself. We no longer have a chance to show our abilities. Little Black opened her round eyes wide and turned to ask Little White, You were counting on your fingers earlier. What did you figure out? Little White heard this and looked straight ahead, answering frankly, I calculated that someone will cause harm to the Immortal Master. Who would be so bold? The scene shifts back to the Imperial Palace in Chang'an. On the table was a roast duck dish with various seasonings. The Emperor and Empress were smiling happily as they they enjoyed the delicious food. The roast duck invented by the immortal master is truly exquisite, indeed a delicacy of the mortal world. Gao Lishir, tell me, what's special about immortal Master Shun's roast duck? Hearing this, Gao Lishir immediately clasped his hands and reported, "This servant has been to the roast duck shop opened by the immortal master. It's very spacious, even larger than a prince's mansion. The windows are all made of colored glass, with hundreds of panes." The emperor heard this and frowned thoughtfully, his voice deepening. "Oh, is that so? Larger than a prince's mansion, with hundreds of colored glass panes. Even the imperial palace isn't so luxurious." Seeing the emperor's displeased expression,